Synopsis. This story follows the journey of the protagonist, a fallen warrior from another world reborn into the Fire Nation. Struggling with the humiliation of his past defeats, the protagonist initially views his new family and life with cold detachment, focusing solely on reclaiming his lost strength. A pivotal moment occurs when the protagonist discovers that animals in this world cannot speak, triggering a deep existential crisis as he realizes how truly alone he is in this alien reality. His interactions are defined by a stoic discipline, such as when he ignores his mother's pleas to play with other children, choosing instead to hone his firebending with a ferocity that both impresses and unsettles his mentors. Despite his icy exterior, the protagonist develops complex bonds, eventually engaging in a relationship with Tai Li, though he struggles to understand the emotional depth of their connection. His journey is marked by a relentless pursuit of power, leading him to challenge the Fire Lord himself to ensure he never experiences the sting of failure again. Chapter 1. Tai Lung sat in his small cage with a hollow spirit. The once mighty warrior now felt his strength sapped, not by a worthy glorious battle, but by the foul trickery of the tiny chameleon he looked down upon. She had stolen his Kai, and with it, his kung fu. Once, he stood proud, fierce, unmatched. Now he could barely move his body. When the fat panda had defeated him long ago, Tai Lung had hated it, but he had understood it. That fight had not been just a clash of skill. The fat panda, as ridiculous as he seemed, was chosen, destined, the dragon warrior, fated to win. In time, Tai Lung had come to accept it. The old turtle had been right, he was not the dragon warrior, he was not destined to the greatness he believed. But in the spirit realm, things had been different. He had found a path again, a chance to train and improve, a chance to rise higher than before until Kai, the old warlord, crushed it. That fight, Tai Lung could justify that loss. Kai had taken him off guard and already held the Kai of dozens of masters. He was older, experienced beyond mortal years. Defeat then was bitter but not shameful. Tai Lung had become a jade, a mere energy source. Still, he could live with that disgrace. But now it was different. He had been bested by a chameleon, a weak, slippery thing, a trickster without true strength. She had no right to win against him, and yet she had. Tai Lung's claws trembled against the cold iron of his cage floor. His thoughts spun in circles. Was his skill fading, or had his pride blinded him for too long? For the second time in his life, doubt crept into his mind, sharp and cold like a dagger. He did not know how long he sat there. Time had lost all meaning. Then he saw him. Po, the fat panda. After all these years, sneaking around. Even in his weakened state, Tai Lung snarled and lashed, rage boiling up from the depths of his wounded pride. It didn't matter that Po had been the dragon warrior. It didn't matter that fate had chosen him. Why him? Why had Oogway decided that he was worthy? What made that bumbling, dim-witted panda so special? And yet, Tai Lung watched. He watched Po, alongside that annoying little sidekick, face the chameleon, the same one who had defeated him. But this time, the panda won. The chameleon, now bloated with the stolen Kai and skills of dozens of masters, was still no match for Po. And Tai Lung knew then, with a bitter twist in his gut, that he himself would have lost too. He was too weak. At that moment, she was far stronger than him. When the cages broke and he was freed, he stood among the other masters, all walking toward Po. He didn't speak. Anger burned in his chest, but he didn't lash out, not this time. A part of him screamed at him that he had missed something all along, something important, something that mattered more than strength. Standing before Po, he finally spoke. "I take back what I said," Tai Lung murmured, voice rough like gravel. "Maybe Oogway was right after all." And then slowly, painfully, he bowed. The gesture was surreal even to him. What else could he do? Po had saved him. He had defeated the chameleon, again and again proving his strength was more than muscle or skill. Tai Lung couldn't bear it. The shame twisted in his gut like a blade. All he wanted in that moment was to leave. To return to the spirit realm. To be free from this humiliating reminder of his failure, of his insignificance. Po, ever gentle, nodded and waved his staff. From it, 2 golden dragons rose into the air and spiraled around a tear in the fabric of reality. A gate to the spirit realm shimmered open. Tai Lung stepped forward, gripping the chameleon tightly. She screamed, thrashed, her form flickering. But she was weak now, too weak to escape Tai Lung's iron grip. He stepped through the gate last. Within the spirit realm, the other masters stood waiting. Silent, watching, all eyes turned to the defeated chameleon in Tai Lung's grasp. Anger burned behind every gaze. Justice, vengeance, call it what they would. Tai Lung didn't care. He hurled the chameleon forward, letting her collapse at their feet. "Yours," he said flatly. Then he turned and walked away. He didn't care what they would do to her. They wouldn't let her go easily, he knew that much. But he didn't want part in it, not now. He needed solitude. He wandered for a long time. The spirit realm was vast and strange. Floating islands, glowing trees, endless skies. He walked until he stumbled across a familiar presence. Master Oogway. The old turtle sat, serene, meditating with eyes closed. Peaceful as ever, Tai Lung's breath caught. He hesitated. Then slowly, he stepped closer. Oogway's eyes opened. He smiled, warm and gentle. "This is the first time you've sought me out," he said softly. Tai Lung didn't respond at first. His jaw tightened. Then, finally. "How did you know?" he asked. "How did you know I wasn't the dragon warrior? How could you see the darkness and the destiny of someone?" Oogway hummed, the sound like a breeze through leaves. "I didn't," he said, "but a true dragon warrior is humble. You were prideful. Had you chosen to accept my decision, to let go of your pride, perhaps you could have been the dragon warrior." Tai Lung's ears flicked, his eyes narrowed. "So it was a test," he said bitterly, "and I failed." Oogway's voice turned firm but not harsh. "You are here because you still refuse to see your own faults. You blame me, you blame Shifu, you even blame Po. But the truth is, bitterness and rage were forged into your being. You refuse to accept the past and let go of your rage." Tai Lung didn't reply. For a moment, he wanted to attack the old turtle, but he stopped himself. It was pointless. It won't change anything regardless of the outcome. Oogway continued, "But more importantly, did you truly want to be the dragon warrior? Was that dream your own?" Tai Lung didn't answer. He knew what the old turtle meant. He wanted to be the dragon warrior just to make Shifu proud. Shifu believed he was destined for greatness, so he would get that greatness. In the end, Tai Lung turned away. His silent leave was louder than words. Oogway watched him go, a tinge of disappointment and pity in his wise old eyes. Then, he closed them again and returned to his meditation, the wind carrying a whisper of regret through the stillness. Tai Lung moved silently between the floating islands of the spirit realm. The mist parted for him as he leapt across the ancient floating rocks and islands, each step landing with controlled precision. Eventually, he reached a relatively large island, peaceful and empty, distant from the others. He stood at its center, the stillness pressing in around him like a cold fog. Oogway's words echoed in his head. "A true dragon warrior is humble." Tai Lung's jaw tightened. Humble, that was ridiculous. Pride didn't mean darkness. It meant he had something that made him better than others, made him worthy. All of his life was about making his father proud. Nothing brought his life meaning and joy like the praise of his father. That was Oogway's clue to his darkness. Did Oogway really think that, or did he choose to lie to him? Tai Lung shook his head. It was too late now to think about it. "I don't want to be weak. I don't want to lose again," Tai Lung muttered under his breath, claws curling into fists. He narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and dropped into a stance. The air around him shifted as he began to move. Punches, kicks, fluid strikes of his kung fu. His muscles surged with every motion. The energy inside him churned, coiled like a dragon ready to strike. With each blow, more and more of his Kai surged outward, rippling through the air in radiant pulses. He needed to be better, faster, stronger, deadlier. He moved with renewed purpose, a storm of motion on the quiet island. His strikes cracked the ground beneath him, the air trembling with the force of his will. Each motion released more Kai. The brilliant light began trailing his limbs like afterimages of pure power. Then he noticed it. A tree nearby began to glow. Tai Lung froze mid-strike, panting softly. He turned slowly toward the source. The tree's bark shimmered with red light, deep, resonant, and alive. He had never seen this before in the spirit realm. He approached it cautiously, eyes narrowed, all senses alert. The tree hummed, a low, musical vibration that thrummed through his chest like a heartbeat. Energy swirled around it, strange and ancient. He reached out. As his fingers touched the bark, a flash of light consumed him. Suddenly, he felt as though he were submerged in water. Cold, heavy, silent. His body was weightless but unresponsive. He couldn't move his limbs, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. Panic surged inside him, but there was no air, no way to cry out. Then he surfaced. Air filled his lungs, though he hadn't realized he'd needed it. Before him stood a towering being, tree-like in form but far stranger. Its body was composed of wood and shimmering spirit light, and atop its trunk, several heads bloomed like grotesque flowers. The creature spoke in a calm, feminine voice. "This is the first time I see a spirit like you," it said. "You are not supposed to be here." Tai Lung tried to respond, but his voice didn't work. His limbs wouldn't move. He only stared, helpless. The creature paused, then spoke again. "No matter, you shall return to the cycle of life." There was no warning, only a surge of light. It engulfed him again, and then, warmth, softness. Tai Lung blinked. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, but he could see. He was no longer in the spirit realm. He was in the arms of something, an animal unlike any he had seen before, but its face was gentle, loving. It looked down on him with what he could only describe as a smile. The creature spoke, voice trembling with joy. "I am finally holding my son." Another voice drifted in, warm and teasing. "Our son." Then more firmly. "As we agreed, we shall name him Tai." Tai Lung's eyes fluttered slowly, trying to make sense of this impossible moment. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, only stare. The two strange animals held him gently between them, gazing down with affection and awe. And just like that, Tai Lung's story began again. Chapter 2. Tai Lung had been reborn somehow. He didn't understand the how or why, only that he was now trapped in the fragile body of a helpless child. And not just helpless, also humiliating. The once-proud warrior who had challenged masters and stormed the Jade Palace now relied on soft-spoken strangers for food, warmth, and survival. To make things worse, time crawled. He was growing way too slow. He had been alive in this new form for over a year, and still could barely take more than a few shaky steps before falling face-first into the ground. His legs were pathetically weak. Each fall was a fresh insult. This is the price of failure, he thought grimly. Every time he tried to walk, his two caretakers, his supposed parents, cheered him on with wide smiles and gleaming eyes. Their excitement grated at him. He watched them warily, unsure of what species they even were. They called themselves humans, but Tai Lung had never seen such creatures before. Still, identity didn't matter for now. What mattered was strength, growth, survival. The role of a son, that could wait. He focused on building muscle and balance, what little he could do, stretching, standing, testing his grip, trying forms in secret, but every attempt was met with amused chuckles and warm laughter. His parents thought it was adorable. "Look at my son growing. You will become a great warrior one day," his father said once, ruffling Tai Lung's hair. Tai Lung merely turned away, jaw clenched, refusing to acknowledge them. He had to keep his mind focused. It was the only thing he could control. By the time he turned two, his tongue and throat had developed enough for speech. He couldn't yet articulate everything, but he could form words, express needs, ask questions. The first time he spoke clearly, both his parents gasped. "Our son is a genius," his mother had exclaimed, pulling him into her arms. "He's going to be a scholar, I just know it." Tai Lung said nothing. Let them dream. He had no desire to become a scholar, but now, with words, he could gather information. He asked questions, not too many, not too deep, just enough to satisfy his curiosity. Where were they? What was this place called? What were they? His parents, patient and cheerful, explained everything. They were humans, they said. They lived in a land called the Fire Nation, one of the 4 great nations. A land where people could bend fire. Tai Lung blinked in confusion. Fire, bend. His father smiled and stood. "Let me show you." With a calm stance and a slow breath, his father punched the air and fire erupted from his fist. Tai Lung stared, stunned. He had trained under Shifu, fought the dragon warrior, faced warlords in the spirit realm, but this, to summon fire from your limbs with ease, it was unlike anything he had seen. And his father said many people in the Fire Nation could do it. Was this advanced kung fu, or something else entirely? Tai Lung wondered. He didn't know, but it filled him with both curiosity and caution. Still, despite his seriousness, there were moments when Tai Lung's lack of knowledge betrayed him and made him into a joke. One afternoon, his father came home with a group of creatures called turtle ducks, placing them in a small backyard pool for decoration and calm. Tai Lung's eyes widened when he saw them. He padded over cautiously and sat near the edge of the pool. He leaned forward, watching the turtle ducks intently. Then, without thinking, he began trying to talk to them. "Hello, I am Tai Lung. Pardon me for asking, but what are you?" he said. After some silence, he frowned and spoke again. "Can you understand me? It is rude to ignore who is talking to you." The creatures tilted their heads, quacked, blinked. His parents, watching from the side, burst into laughter. "Oh, sweetie," his mother giggled, "you can't talk to turtle ducks." Tai Lung turned to them with an innocent, confused expression. "Why not?" Still chuckling, she knelt beside him. "Because turtle ducks and all animals can't talk. They're not like people." Tai Lung blinked, his mind froze. "What?" he said. His mother exchanged a look with her husband. "Animals don't talk, sweetheart. They don't think the way we do. They eat, sleep, and run, that's all. Only humans can truly speak." Tai Lung stared at the ducklings, at his mother, then his father, who nodded gently. The horror bloomed inside him like a cold flower. They aren't intelligent. They don't speak, not because they won't, but because they can't. It made no sense. In his old life, creatures of all kinds could speak. Tortoises, rabbits, birds, pigs, even insects had personalities. But here, his mother giggled and rubbed his back. "It's all right, sweetie. You'll be able to talk with other children like you in due time." His father laughed as well, while the turtle duck jumped into the water with a splash. Tai Lung didn't laugh. He sat frozen, staring at the water with wide, disturbed eyes. His parents saw only a confused child trying to make sense of the world and continued laughing, unaware of the deep, quiet existential crisis their son was having. Time moved forward slowly but surely. And with it, the strangeness of this world continued to unfold before Tai Lung's watchful eyes. By now, Tai Lung was certain that this was a completely different world from the one he used to live in. It was no hidden corner from his old world. This was entirely different. The animals were foreign, unrecognizable from those he had once fought beside or against. The laws of nature felt alien, fire that responded to will, stone that could rise at a thought. The very map of the land was unfamiliar, the names of nations echoing nothing from his old life. The only comfortingly familiar thing was the language. The words, the grammar, the tone, it was the same, and it only made the differences stand out more starkly. Tai Lung devoted himself to learning about this new world. He asked carefully curated questions, filtered his curiosity behind the innocent lens of a bright child. And his parents, always doting on him, answered with pride. The Lung family, they told him, was a noble house in the Fire Nation. A bloodline of elite firebenders and respected admirals, known for generations of military excellence and devotion to the Fire Lord. Their contributions to the war had earned them prestige and responsibility. War, the word came up often in his lessons, in conversations, in the stories his father told. For nearly a century, his nation had been locked in conflict. The Fire Nation, his family claimed, stood for order and progress. They had defeated the evil air nomads who clung to outdated ideals. Now, they fought against the barbaric water tribes and the corrupt Earth Kingdom, who refused to accept the Fire Nation's vision for a united world. It was all said with such certainty, with pride. But Tai Lung listened in silence, withholding judgment. The words evil and barbaric were easy to use during war. He had seen that before in the Jade Palace scrolls. His father, Admiral Lung, was a towering man, stern yet warm in his private moments. He had remained at home for the first 3 years of Tai Lungi's life, a decision he called his greatest honor. He trained in the courtyard, carried Tai Lung on his shoulders, and spoke to him about ships, strategies, and firebending forms in a simplified manner that can keep a child curious and excited. But the war called him back. Tai Lung remembered the day his father stood at the gate, wearing his full armor, his back straight and gaze firm. His mother clung to him for a moment longer than she usually would, her face calm but her hands trembling. "Don't worry," the Admiral said softly, brushing her hair back. "No enemy can defeat me." He knelt beside Tai Lung, placing a firm hand on his son's head. "Grow strong, Tai, lead with fire in your heart." Then he left, his silhouette disappearing into the horizon with the soldiers of his fleet. After that, Tai Lung's mother resumed her routine. She smiled, sang, and cared for Tai with grace. But her eyes lingered too long on the horizon. Her hands paused sometimes when folding clothes. And when she thought Tai Lung wasn't looking, she'd sit quietly by the window, holding her husband's old scarf in silence. Tai Lung saw all of it. He didn't speak of it, didn't ask. He merely nodded when she smiled and kept his expression blank when her gaze wavered. Instead, he focused inward. He honed his small, soft body with discipline. He stretched. He moved. He trained. Slow as it was, strength would return. One day, he would reclaim the power that once made even masters fear his name. This wasn't the world he knew, but he would rise in it, just as he had in the last. But this time, he was going to stand at the very top. He won't be a loser again. Chapter 3. Tai Lung's fists struck the air in practiced, deliberate patterns, precise and powerful, or as powerful as a child could manage. Still, it was far beyond what anyone his age should be capable of. His breathing was steady, his mind focused, his form near flawless for someone with a body so small and undeveloped. His mother watched from the veranda, arms folded beneath her sleeves, a conflicted expression on her face. It had been weeks now, months even, and Tai Lung rarely did anything but train. She had tried once again that morning, gently kneeling by his side and offering a warm smile. "Tai, why don't you go play with the other children for a while? There's a festival in the market today. I'm sure they'd love to have you join." Tai Lung had paused only briefly before replying in his usual calm, quiet voice, "I enjoy this more. I'll stop before I overdo it." Then, without waiting for her response, he resumed his solitary routine, leaving his mother silently watching him, unsure whether to admire or worry. Yet despite her unease, there was no denying his passion. He wasn't training out of obligation or mimicry. He wanted this. He enjoyed it for some reason she couldn't grasp. But since that was the case, then she would support him properly as his mother to best of her ability. The next week, 2 new faces arrived at their estate. One was a seasoned firebender and martial arts master, gruff but sharp-eyed, his posture commanding even in stillness. The other, a thin, well-groomed man dressed in long red robes, introduced himself as a tutor of etiquette and general education for noble families. Tai Lung welcomed the change. He didn't resist the decision, on the contrary, he found it advantageous. Knowledge offered freely from experienced individual was better than piecing it together through silent observation and self-training. And firebending? Master the art had become the flame that fed his very soul. From the moment he began formal lessons, he noticed something strange. His body, while still developing, felt different inside. He could sense an additional energy center, a 7th chakra point that hadn't existed in his old life. He suspected this was what allowed humans in this world to bend elements with such ease. And he intended to master it, just like he mastered the 1,000 kung fu scrolls in his past life. It didn't take long for his firebending teacher, Master Ranzu, to become astounded. Tai absorbed each lesson like a sponge. Movements, breathing techniques, stances, he remembered everything, applied everything, improved by the hour. There was fire in his strikes that shouldn't have existed yet. The teacher often stood speechless, then quickly shifted into excitement. Tai Lung's talent was undeniable, the greatest he had ever seen. But if Master Ranzu's lessons were thrilling, the other teacher's lessons were the opposite. The etiquette tutor, Meisho, lectured endlessly on posture, titles, tea ceremony rules, greeting gestures, and 100 other trivial details that Tai could not care less about. He tried, truly, but many of these customs seemed so arbitrary. What did it matter how deep you bowed, or which spoon was used first at a banquet? Still, he endured it. He did not protest. His parents had given him more than he could repay, and bringing shame to their house was not an option. So he nodded through lectures, memorized rules, and made sure his responses were perfectly polite. Seasons passed. One evening, in her private quarters, Lady Lung sat at her desk with a fresh scroll of parchment and began to write. The dim candlelight flickered gently as she poured her thoughts into words. My dearest husband, I hope this letter finds you safe and strong. I miss you terribly. Tai is growing so quickly, he is already speaking fluently and learning at an astonishing rate. His teachers can't stop praising him. Master Meisho says Tai is the most obedient, intelligent, and perceptive child he's ever taught. He believes Tai has the makings of a great future statesman. And Master Ranzu, he is beside himself. He claims Tai's firebending progress is beyond belief. That within a year or two, Tai will possess the raw power of an adult bender. He insists Tai must attend the Royal Academy. Anything less would be a waste of divine talent. He calls him a firebender born once in a millennium. Greatness is his destiny. I am so proud of our son. You would be too. I pray for your victory every night and look forward to the honor you'll bring when you return home. She set the brush down and released a slow, tired breath. Her eyes lingered on the closed window. It had been over a year since she last saw her husband. The silence of his absence echoed loudly at night. Her gaze drifted toward the outer garden where Tai Lung often trained. Her son was a marvel, bright, driven, and disciplined. She felt nothing but pride watching him grow. And yet, a shadow lingered. Tai Lung didn't play like the other children. He didn't laugh with them. He showed no interest in toys, in games, in companionship. His world revolved entirely around training and firebending. It was as though he were a miniature adult in a child's skin. She hoped it would change. Next year, she whispered to herself, he'll enter the Royal Academy. There, he'll meet other children. He'll learn to laugh, to live, to do something beside training. She pressed her hand against her heart, as if holding that hope in place. And outside, in the moonlight, Tai Lung continued his silent routine, fire swirling around his small hands as he trained for the life ahead. Tai Lung stood in the center of the training courtyard, his bare feet planted firmly on the stone tiles, the morning sun glinting off his sweat-covered skin. His breathing was calm and measured as he exhaled, and with it came fire, fierce and controlled. A flame danced from his palm, twisting and curling with precision. He had done it. With the guidance of Master Ranzu and tireless personal training, Tai Lung had finally reached a point where he no longer feared losing control. Fire answered his will now. It came when summoned and vanished when dismissed. No longer did he scorch the grass without him meaning to. His mastery had grown. And now he was ready to go further. Alone in the quiet hours between lessons, Tai Lung began to test beyond the standard teachings he received. He returned to the foundation of his old life, kung fu, and began experimenting, weaving fire into his strikes, kicks, and movements. It started simple, a jab followed by a jet of flame, a sweeping kick that left a trail of fire in its wake. But soon, his curiosity drove him deeper. What if he could enhance the fire not with movement, but with his Kai? He focused inward, calling forth the energy that had once been second nature to him. As he channeled fire through his arm, he guided Kai along with it, but kept it contained, not letting the energy leave his body until the moment just before the flame emerged. The result was dramatic. The fire surged in size and strength, roaring out like a wild beast suddenly unchained. It was hotter, wider, more aggressive. Yet when Tai Lung tried it again, this time allowing the fire to leave his body first before infusing it with Kai as it escaped, something incredible happened. The fire turned blue. It flared brighter and burned far hotter than anything he had seen before. It danced like liquid lightning, dangerous and beautiful. He stared at his hand, astonished, the last wisps of blue flame fading into the air. Driven by curiosity, he approached Master Ranzu the next day. Teacher, Tai Lung asked, are there other forms of firebending, like different types of fire? The old man nodded. Only a few in each generation develop talents that go beyond the norm. The royal family, for example, they can bend lightning, a highly advanced form of fire. Others, rare ones in our history, have been able to produce blue flame, a hotter and more destructive flame. But such talents are uncommon. Most of us follow the standard teachings. That answer, though vague, gave Tai Lung clarity. The firebenders of this world didn't truly understand why some people could bend lightning or blue fire. It wasn't taught like the other fire-bending forms or passed down through known techniques. It simply was something the talented few can do once they follow some steps. They used Kai in every movement, in every flame they summoned, but they didn't consciously know it or precisely control it. Not the way he did. They were walking a path blindfolded. He had lived that path. So Tai Lung made a decision. He would keep his findings, his blue fire and his Kai experiments to himself. For now. There was still so much to learn about this world. Its bending, its people, its philosophies. He needed to understand more before he revealed anything. Especially the secrets held by the royal family. He would bide his time and wait for the opportunity to witness lightning bending firsthand. Until then, he would train in silence. He would grow to become a feared warrior like his previous life. Chapter 4. The courtyard was still that morning, the sun glinting faintly across the rows of wooden dummies scarred by fire. Tai Lung's breaths came in heavy bursts. His body dripped with sweat, muscles trembling from the endless sequence of strikes, kicks, and firebending drills that Master Ranzu demanded of him. And then, quite suddenly, his knees gave way. His back hit the floor with a dull thud, chest heaving, vision spinning from sheer exhaustion. He looked up at Master Ranzu, whose calm eyes observed him without surprise. "Apologies," Tai Lung managed between ragged breaths. "I am too tired to continue. Give me 30 minutes and I will be able to continue." Master Ranzu gave a short nod, but there was something thoughtful in his expression. His brow furrowed slightly as he muttered under his breath, "He definitely has a unique body." His words were quiet, barely louder than a whisper, but Tai Lung's sharp hearing caught them. He raised his head slightly. "How is my body unique?" he asked, voice steady despite his exhaustion. Master Ranzu blinked in surprise, clearly taken aback. "You heard that?" Tai Lung nodded once. The old master regarded him in quiet wonder before replying, "You train too hard, and for too long. Someone your age shouldn't have that kind of endurance and stamina. In fact, this is my first time pushing someone your age this hard." Tai Lung pushed himself up to a sitting position, still breathing heavily. "I have been training non-stop for a while now. It is only natural for my stamina and endurance to grow." Ranzu shook his head, his lips twitching as though he found the boy both impressive and troubling. "Even children a few years older than you shouldn't possess your speed, strength, and endurance. There is a limit to how fast you can grow, but it looks as if it doesn't apply to you. Moreover, it takes you only 30 minutes to recover from complete exhaustion to the point where you can continue with the same pace. Even adults won't be able to do that." His eyes softened slightly as he added, almost reverently, "That's a blessed body by Agni, if I ever saw one." Tai Lung's golden eyes lifted toward him. "So, I am growing too fast compared to humans? How fast does a human grow normally?" Master Ranzu let out a short, hearty laugh. "I praise you a little, and you start to ask like you're not a human." Tai Lung said nothing. He merely kept staring, his expression questioning and serious. Ranzu's laughter faded. He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "Compared to others, you are not," he admitted. "Your body looks a year or two older than it should. Many 12 or 13 years have less stamina, speed, and strength than you, not to mention your firebending. It's extraordinarily powerful for your age." Tai Lung nodded lightly, his mind already spinning. He had long concluded that humans grew slower than animals had in his previous life, but hearing Master Ranzu's words made him realize it was even worse than he'd imagined. Still, if humans were truly that limited, why was he different? Did he really possess some kind of special body, or did he do something special unintentionally? Before he could dwell further, Ranzu spoke again, his voice calm but firm. "Don't let that get to your head. Even a normal person will be able to surpass you if they train hard enough while you're slacking." For a brief instant, Poe's round, smiling face flashed in Tai Lung's memory, a reminder of his past arrogance and underestimating his opponent. He quickly dismissed it. "You don't need to warn me," Tai Lung said, his tone quiet but laced with conviction. "I know that very well. I don't plan on slacking now or underestimating anyone." Master Ranzu didn't seem to take the boy's seriousness too deeply. He merely nodded, satisfied that his student understood the lesson. "Tai Lung, you are meant for greatness. I know that," Master Ranzu said with a smile. Tai Lung didn't react to his words, just stared at the dummies in front of him. But deep down, he hated these words, regardless of the truth behind them, because they reminded him of Shifu. The night was still. Tai Lung sat cross-legged in his room, his breathing slow, steady. Between his fingers hovered a small, trembling blue flame. It danced upon his palm like a living spirit, flickering in rhythm with his heartbeat. He gazed at it quietly, Master Ranzu's words echoing in the back of his mind. A blessed body by Agni, if I ever saw one. Was there truly something special about him? He wondered silently. The thought gnawed at him. He carried the knowledge and skills from his previous world, his previous life, to this one. In that life, his body had been forged in battle and under the discipline of Shifu, as unyielding as stone and sharp as blades. Yet this body, this fragile human form, was soft, unarmed. No claws, no fangs, no fur to shield it. Even the strongest adults he had seen lacked the raw power and speed his former self once possessed. Could such creatures ever rival what he used to be? He doubted it. His flame quivered as he pondered. Perhaps his faster growth had nothing to do with fate or divine blessing. Perhaps it was his training, the endless hours of toil based on the training he knew from his past life. Maybe it was just the unique training that drove his body to surpass others his age and nothing more. But even that didn't make complete sense. His Kai, after all, had barely increased since he came here. Then, a sudden clarity pierced his mind, a spark of understanding brighter than the flame in his palm. My Kai, it's as strong as it was in my last life. His eyes widened. I didn't start over. I carried it with me when I came here. The revelation hit him like a bolt of lightning. His fingers clenched instinctively, and the little blue flame vanished in a puff of smoke. He sat frozen, feeling the pulse of Kai that thrummed within his veins. Kai was life itself. It strengthened the body, quickened its healing, sustained its spirit. Yet his Kai, vast and refined, had not been reborn anew. It did not grow with him, it was already there along with his spirit, immense and mature, waiting for his body to catch up. That was why his body developed and surged beyond its limits. It wasn't a gift. It was the necessity of flesh and bone struggling to harmonize with the power caged inside, with his mature spirit. The realization stirred something within him. There was a hope for him to reach similar feats of physical ability similar to his old body. His potential, at least as a human, was greater than most, not because he was chosen or blessed, but because he had begun this life already ahead of others, born carrying the Kai of a warrior from another world. His memories, his training, all of it would hasten that growth even further. Master Ranzu's words returned to him, soft yet haunting. You are meant for greatness. He stared into the empty air where the flame had been. No, he thought bitterly. I wasn't born with a special body. I wasn't meant for greatness. I was merely born with the effort of my past life. The truth did not fill him with pride. There was no joy, no warmth in the knowledge. Only a quiet, hollow ache, the sense that he was a fraud, a pretender blessed by nothing but borrowed strength. A cheater born in the wrong world, competing for a destiny isn't his. He closed his eyes, exhaling slowly, forcing the thoughts away. They would lead him nowhere but despair. I will focus on my training, he told himself. That's enough, nothing else matters. And as the night deepened around him, Tai Lung reopened his hand. A new flame, calm and golden this time, bloomed to life in his palm. He stared into it without a word. Chapter 5. The courtyard echoed with the rhythmic beat of fists striking the air, fire flickering in bursts with every motion. Tai Lung moved fluidly, each step measured, each breath controlled, his mind and body aligned in harmony. The sun cast long shadows across the ground, glinting off his sweat-drenched brow. Then he sensed a presence calm, composed, and heavy with authority. Tai Lung paused mid-strike, turning his head toward the entrance of the courtyard. A tall man in a dark red uniform stood there. The uniform was different from regular uniforms. At a glance, anyone who is not familiar with uniforms will still recognize it as a uniform of a high-ranking soldier. The man's face was sharp, weathered by the elements of war, but his eyes were warm. Tai Lung took a breath, bowed lightly, and said with calm respect, "Welcome back, father. Glad to see you returned safe and sound." Admiral Lung smiled, stepping forward with deliberate grace. "My son has grown so much. I have been away all of these years, and despite how long that was, you can still recognize me. I am glad you didn't forget my face." The admiral took in the sight of his son. The boy's face was still young, but a glint of sharpness in these golden eyes gave the feeling Tai Lung will grow to be someone exceptional. "It would be shameful not to recognize my own father," Tai Lung replied. The admiral laughed, a deep and proud sound. "I'm glad I've returned. To see my wife and my son with my own eyes again, nothing in the world can match this moment." Tai Lung gave a soft nod in return. He could see the genuine happiness and relief in his father's eyes. That evening, the family of three gathered together for the first time in years. Lanterns lit the room with a gentle glow, and the admiral, still dressed in his formal robes, shared tales from the front lines. He spoke of naval conquests, strategies that led to victories, and the honors bestowed upon him by the Fire Lord himself. His tone was light, carefully tailored to keep the horrors of war out of reach for his young son. But Tai Lung wasn't like other children. Behind each filtered tale, he heard the screams, the chaos, the bloodshed, the fire and steel. Though his father smiled, Tai Lung saw the shadows in his eyes. He understood perfectly the carnage that such achievements demanded. Later in the conversation, Admiral Lung turned to Tai Lung with a glint in his eye. "Next week, you'll be joining the Royal Academy, and you won't be the only one," he added. "Prince Zuko, son of Prince Ozai, will also be attending. He comes from a divine bloodline, but with your talent, I believe you'll be able to keep up." Tai's eyes gleamed with intrigue. A member of the royal family, a firebender with divine heritage, and if rumors were true, one who would one day master lightning. The chance to observe him, perhaps even learn from him, it was too valuable to ignore. The next day came swiftly. Admiral Lung stood tall in the courtyard, arms crossed behind his back. "I want to see your progress with my own eyes," he said. "Show me what you've learned, son." Tai Lung bowed respectfully. "Yes, father." He took his stance and began to move, martial strikes flowing one into the next like water turned to flame. Fire blossomed from his limbs, roaring to life in perfect synchrony with his movements. Though he held back, refraining from using Kai-enhanced movement or the blue flames he had unlocked, his technique and control were a marvel to witness. The admiral's eyes widened. He had seen countless firebenders in his long career, soldiers, lieutenants, prodigies, but his 6-year-old son? The discipline, the control, the intensity, Tai was more capable than many adult soldiers he had commanded. The only advantage they had over his son was their body size and battlefield experience. When Tai Lung finished, he stepped back and looked up at his father, silent and awaiting judgment. Admiral Lung coughed lightly, composing himself. "You're much better than I expected. Definitely the best I've seen at your age." A proud pause. "But," he added, his voice returning to the tone of a seasoned commander, "you still have a long way to go before becoming a true firebender and master." Tai Lung nodded without hesitation. He understood. There was always more to learn, more to refine, but even so, he knew where he stood. With Master Ranzu's teachings as a reference, his performance was above the average firebender. With time, he shall be at the very top. Late at night, Tai Lung lay on his bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling as thoughts drifted through his mind. A full month had passed since he began attending the Royal Academy. He had entered the school with excitement, eager to learn new martial arts, meet great teachers, and most of all, encounter Prince Zuko, the child of divine blood said to wield great power. But the reality had been a disappointment beyond belief. The so-called finest academy in the Fire Nation was mediocre at best. The general education classes were dull and repetitive. Tai Lung had combed through the curriculum for the rest of the year and found nothing he hadn't already learned under Meisho's private tutelage. The firebending lessons were even worse: clumsy stances, weak breath control, and instructors who spoke as if reading from scrolls rather than lived experience. He was years ahead of the class. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he was already qualified to graduate. Then there was the prince himself, Zuko. Tai Lung had anticipated someone who radiated brilliance or possessed overwhelming skill. But Zuko was just average, no remarkable insight, no natural dominance, no spark of genius. He was like every other student, indistinct and unimpressive. It left Tai Lung questioning the legends he has been hearing. Was the story of divine bloodlines nothing more than myth? Did the royal family keep their true teachings secret? Or was Zuko simply the black sheep of his lineage? Tai didn't have an answer, but one truth was clear. Continuing in that academy was a waste of time. Back home, 2 or 3 years are enough for most species to reach adulthood, but humans need 10 or 12 years at minimum. Tai Lung didn't want to stick around to watch the human children grow up. The very next morning, he brought the matter up with his parents over breakfast. "I want to withdraw from the academy," Tai Lung said plainly. "I can train and learn on my own much faster than sitting through those classes for the next 7 years. But his parents immediately dismissed the idea. "It's important for you to interact with other students," his mother said firmly. "It's not just about learning," Admiral Lung added. "It's about understanding the people around you, learning how to stand among them. To learn our values and what it means to be honorable. That is as important as the fire in your veins." Tai Lung attempted to explain again, to point out the glaring inefficiency, the wasted hours, the lack of challenge, but neither of his parents budged. Their decision was final. Reluctantly, Tai Lung obeyed. For now, he had to accept the painful slow growth rate of humans. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, dinner was served in golden silence. Ozai sat at the head of the table, flanked by his wife Ursa and his children, Azula and Zuko. The air was still, save for the clinking of porcelain and silver. Then Ozai looked up from his plate and narrowed his eyes at his son. "I've been hearing from your school," he said coolly. "Your performance is not up to royal standards." Zuko flinched, his grip tightening on his chopsticks. Across the table, Azula smiled faintly, while their mother's expression darkened with concern. "He just entered the school," Ursa said calmly. "You can't judge him like that so soon." But Ozai's gaze didn't shift. "Zuko is a prince of the Fire Nation," he said. "Yet he is consistently overshadowed by his classmates, especially Admiral Lung's son. That boy has been at the top of every class since the first day." He leaned forward, his voice colder now. "I expect you to rival, or even surpass, this classmate of yours. Anything less is simply a failure, and that is not acceptable for a son of mine." Zuko lowered his head and whispered, "Yes, father." The fire flickered in the nearby lanterns, but none burned hotter than the silent pressure settling over the prince's shoulders. The next day, Ursa walked through the palace courtyard with Zuko beside her, the boy unusually quiet as he trudged along. As they turned a corner near the training grounds, a familiar voice called out, "Ursa, nephew." Crown Prince Iroh stood at the end of the walkway, smiling broadly as he approached them with his usual warm demeanor. "Uncle," Zuko said flatly, giving a small nod before continuing to walk past. He didn't stop, nor did he look back. Iroh's smile dimmed slightly as he turned to Ursa, concern flickering in his eyes. "Is Zuko all right?" Ursa let out a quiet sigh. "Ozai is putting too much pressure on him. He scolded Zuko for not being the top of his class. Apparently, a son of some admiral is outshining him." Iroh frowned and shook his head slowly. "Ozai has always been too harsh. Do you know which admiral?" "Admiral Lung," she replied. Recognition lit Iroh's face. "Ah, Lung, I didn't realize his son was Zuko's age." A fond smile touched his lips. "Shulian Lung is an old friend of mine, a good man, disciplined and loyal. Perhaps I can help." Ursa tilted her head. "Help?" Iroh nodded. "Why not introduce Zuko to Lung's son? Let them become friends, maybe even rivals. That kind of companionship could inspire and strengthen them both." Ursa's expression softened with gratitude. "I can't thank you enough, Iroh. Zuko needs someone like that right now." Iroh waved it off with a chuckle. "He's my nephew. It's my duty and my joy to help him." Chapter 6. Later that day, Iroh summoned Zuko and told him they were going to visit an old friend of his, an admiral of the Fire Nation, one of the best the Fire Nation military had. Zuko's eyes lit up. Really, an admiral? He straightened his posture, trying to look more presentable, excitement filling his eyes. Soldiers and war heroes were figures he looked up to, and the chance to meet a high-ranking hero who led their soldiers to victories was a rare opportunity to him. The two of them made their way to Admiral Lung's estate, a large but modest home that reflected dignity rather than extravagance. When they arrived, a servant opened the front gate. Her eyes widened the moment she saw the crown prince standing before her. "Your Highness," she said, quickly stepping aside and bowing deeply. "Please come in. I will fetch the master of the house at once." Zuko stepped inside, eyes scanning every detail, while Iroh nodded politely and followed her lead. They were guided to the guest room, where the two sat on finely crafted chairs. Zuko looked around curiously at the decorations, the paintings of dragons and ships adorning the walls. Meanwhile, Iroh simply waited with a serene expression. A moment later, footsteps echoed through the hall, and a tall, broad-shouldered man entered with a beaming smile on his face. "What an honor to have the crown prince in my home." Iroh stood and returned the smile warmly. "Shulian, my friend, it's been a while." The two men bowed briefly in the traditional Fire Nation greeting clasp. "I've been impressed by the war reports I've received," Iroh continued. "Your leadership was remarkable." Shulian Lung grinned. "Coming from the Dragon of the West, that means a great deal." Zuko watched them quietly, admiration already growing in his eyes. The two great warriors sat side by side, catching up as old friends do. They reminisced over past campaigns, shared thoughts on current military strategies, and exchanged news of old comrades. After a moment, Iroh leaned back and chuckled. "I must say, I was surprised to hear your son has joined the Royal Academy." Shulian nodded with a smile that brimmed with pride. "Yes, he has. The boy is growing fast. I didn't truly realize how fast until I came back from my last assignment. He's not the little boy I remember." Iroh returned the smile, amused and curious. "Where's your son now?" Shulian gestured toward the back of the house. "He's in the backyard, training. Let me go bring him to greet you properly." But Iroh raised his hand gently. "No need, I wouldn't want to interrupt his lesson." "It's fine," Shulian said with a wave of his hand. "Tai is training alone, there's no lesson to interrupt." Iroh lifted a brow. "You don't have a tutor for him." "We did," Shulian replied calmly. "But with the school, it's not necessary anymore. Besides, Tai is already over 6 years old. He knows how he should train." Iroh blinked at his old friend's absurd statement, and thought to himself 6 years old is too young to be training alone. He wanted to say something, but then stopped himself. The look on Shulian's face was filled with unwavering pride. Iroh chose to remain silent on the matter and instead said, "Then I'd like to see the boy training, if you don't mind. I admit I'm curious." Shulian nodded at once. "Of course." He led the two royals through the house. Zuko followed closely, his curiosity growing with every step. He hadn't realized this was Tai Lung's home or that Admiral Lung was his father. Hearing the name and knowing Tai Lung was out back training piqued his interest deeply. Tai Lung was always ahead of him in class. No matter how hard Zuko tried, Tai Lung always stood out, always shone brighter. Now, finally, he would see what Tai Lungi did outside school. When they reached the courtyard, they found the boy standing alone, punching and kicking at the air with repeating movements. Each strike released a small, controlled burst of flame that dissipated shortly after forming. Zuko blinked at the sight. The movements were sharp and impressive, but the fireball seemed too small to him. "I could make bigger flames than that," he thought. Zuko felt a sense of self-satisfaction at that thought. But Iroh's eyes narrowed as he observed. He noticed immediately what Zuko could not: each flame was exactly the same. Same shape, same size, same intensity. Each move released the same amount of power and control. That kind of consistency was something most of the adults couldn't pull off. It was something only true firebending masters achieved after years of disciplined training. And here it was, executed perfectly by a boy the same age as Zuko. Shulian spoke softly, his voice calm but filled with restrained emotion. "Tai's been training like this before he even turned 4. His dedication to firebending is astonishing. But," he paused for a heartbeat, "I admit it concerns me sometimes." Despite the concern in his words, Iroh could hear the unmistakable pride underneath. He looked at Shulian, then at the boy. Iroh thought, any father would be proud to have a son like that. It was no wonder Zuko was being outperformed. Iroh couldn't think of a single bender in his memory who reached that level of control at 6 years old. He glanced at Zuko, who stood there oblivious to the gap. Iroh had brought Zuko here hoping they could become friends and rivals, equals who could learn from each other. But now, it was clear to him, if anything, Zuko would be the one doing the learning. Tai Lung stopped and turned, his eyes noticing the three visitors. He caught sight of Zuko, then the man beside him. Shulian raised his hand and called, "Tai, come greet our guests." Tai Lung walked toward them with calm steps and bowed slightly. "Welcome, Prince Zuko. Welcome, Crown Prince Iroh." Iroh smiled and hummed. "How did you know I was the Crown Prince and not Prince Ozai or anyone else?" Tai Lung replied evenly, "You are accompanying Prince Zuko, and father told me stories about the Dragon of the West. The description matches yours." Iroh let out a short, warm laugh. "Clever, and your performance just now, that was quite the surprise." He looked at Zuko, who stood a bit straighter under his uncle's gaze. "His dedication to learning is impressive, don't you think, nephew?" Zuko was caught off guard by the sudden question, but quickly recovered and nodded. "Yes, very impressive." Iroh smiled and turned back to Tai Lung. "Why don't you two play together, while your father and I talk about boring things only grown-up men enjoy?" Zuko nodded obediently. Tai Lung, on the other hand, glanced at his father with a pleading look in his eyes, silently begging to be spared. But Admiral Lung only smiled and said, "Tai, show Prince Zuko around, and do your best to be a good host." With that, Iroh and Shulian turned and walked off, their voices fading into conversation. Now alone, Zuko and Tai Lung stood in the courtyard. Zuko hesitated for a moment, then asked, "So, Tai Lung, what do you do for fun?" Tai Lung replied simply, "I train." Iroh sat down, his gaze thoughtful as he looked at his old friend. "How did you manage to raise your son like that? I have never seen someone his age reach such an advanced level. And what do you feed him? He looked a year or two older, my nephew." Shulian gave a calm shrug. "I did nothing special. When Tai was younger, I showed him firebending. Since then, he's been training non-stop. If he's not sleeping, eating, or reading, he's outside training. I never pushed him to do any of it. What you saw today is the result of his dedication." Iroh nodded lightly, still visibly impressed. "This is the first time I've heard of a child doing that on his own." Shulian gave a small sigh, part pride and part concern. "He's smart, talented, and his mind is focused on a singular goal. All he wants to do is train and learn. He even wanted to drop out of the Royal Academy, saying he could learn and train better on his own. In truth, that's been a source of worry for me and his mother. He's obsessed with firebending. He doesn't like to play or meet people." Iroh stroked his beard, a thoughtful look settling on his face. "Then perhaps it's a good thing that my nephew and your son become close friends. Tai Lung can push the little prince to grow stronger, and Zuko can be a friend Tai Lung clearly needs." Shulian considered it for a moment, then nodded with a small smile. "That would be good for both of them, I think." Their conversation shifted naturally to more pressing matters. Iroh leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "I'm planning to move against Ba Sing Se, the Earth Kingdom's great city." Shulian's eyes narrowed. "You're planning a siege?" Iroh nodded. "I want the support of the other generals and admirals. We'll need approval to mobilize and help with logistics. It's going to be a major operation." Shulian crossed his arms. "That's going to be a costly siege, a difficult one." "I have a plan," Iroh said with conviction, "and I believe it will work. I can break through." Shulian fell quiet for a moment, eyes distant. Then he gave a solemn nod. "We've been friends for decades, Iroh. If you're going, whether you succeed or fail, I will always have your back." Iroh smiled at that, a genuine warmth in his expression. "Thank you, friend." They spoke a while longer about the war, the generals, and the weight of strategy. Eventually, Iroh stood up. "I've taken too much of your time. I need to meet with my father, the Fire Lord." Shulian stood as well. "Of course, let's fetch Prince Zuko." They walked back toward the courtyard. When they arrived, they found Zuko lying on the ground, panting heavily, dirt smeared across his clothes and face. Not far from him, Tai Lung was still practicing, the same as before. "What happened here?" Shulian asked, puzzled. Zuko didn't respond, still catching his breath. Tai Lung stopped his movements and turned. "The prince wanted to train with me, but he got tired." Iroh stepped forward, kneeling slightly beside his nephew. After a quick look to ensure he was unharmed, he asked, "Nephew, can you stand?" Zuko nodded and pushed himself up, wobbling on shaky legs. Iroh chuckled softly. Let's go back to the palace so you can rest properly. Shulian and Tai Lung walked them to the outer gate. Once Iroh and Zuko had departed, Shulian looked at his son. You didn't beat the prince, did you? Tai Lung looked up at his father. He trained a little and dropped, as you saw. I don't think the prince would survive a beating. He is too soft. Shulian sighed. He is royalty, Tai, be nice to him. Chapter 7. Tai's life continued as it had always been, calm, focused, and solitary. School filled his mornings, training consumed his afternoons, and when the sun dipped below the horizon, he read and studied firebending scrolls. The only foreign element in his otherwise disciplined life was the occasional presence of Prince Zuko. The young prince would visit from time to train with Tai Lung. Though Tai Lung found Zuko's presence somewhat annoying, he tolerated it. There was something respectable about the prince's effort. Tai Lung could see it clearly. Zuko was trying, with all his might, to match him. Whenever Zuko came by, his mother, Ursa, often accompanied him. She would stay with Tai Lung's mother, and over time, the two women became friends and began confiding in each other some of their worries. Despite the growing bond between their mothers, Zuko's many invitations for Tai Lung to visit the royal palace were all politely declined. Not once did Tai Lung accept. Like this, 2 years passed in a blink. The steady rhythm of life shattered with a thunderous declaration. The Crown Prince was planning an assault on Ba Sing Se, the Earth Kingdom's greatest city, the impenetrable stronghold. Among those who would accompany the Crown Prince on this historic campaign was Tai Lung's father, Admiral Lung, along with other seasoned generals and admirals. The day of departure arrived. Families gathered near the docks, their faces tense with silent prayers and tight embraces. This time was different. This wasn't a small deployment or a minor skirmish. This was a siege, a full-scale assault against the Earth Kingdom's mightiest force. Tai Lung stood quietly on the deck of the commanding ship. From his spot, he watched his mother embrace his father, her eyes shut tightly, her lips whispering a desperate prayer for his victory and safe return. When they pulled apart, Admiral Lung turned to his son. Don't slack off while I'm away. That should be the last of your concern, Tai Lung replied firmly. I pray for your victory, father. A moment later, the Crown Prince Iroh boarded the ship with his son, both dressed in the uniform of the Fire Nation's military. Iroh approached Admiral Lung, his tone direct but cordial. Admiral Lung, we should prepare to leave. The Admiral gave a respectful nod. Of course, Crown Prince. Before departing, Iroh turned to Tai Lung. I thank you for being a friend to Prince Zuko. I hope you will continue to be one. Tai Lung gave a slight nod, then paused for a moment. His eyes locked with Iroh's. Crown Prince Iroh, would it be fine if I made a request before you leave? The sudden words drew the attention of everyone nearby. Mothers, officers, even soldiers turned their heads in curiosity. Iroh tilted his head slightly. Let me hear it. I want to see how to bend lightning, Tai Lung said. Admiral Lung frowned deeply. Tai Lung, it is not appropriate to make such a request. But Iroh raised a hand gently. It is fine. It's the curiosity of a child and a simple request. With measured steps, Iroh walked toward the edge of the ship. He exhaled calmly, closing his eyes. Slowly, with fluid grace, he began the motions, drawing in the energy, channeling it through his body. A sharp crackle split the air, and a bolt of lightning burst from his fingertips into the open sea, dazzling all who watched. Tai didn't blink. His eyes followed every movement with undivided focus. Iroh turned to him, his expression solemn. This is a very dangerous skill for both the bender and the target. Without proper guidance or sufficient talent, attempting it can harm the one who uses it. And if it lands, the target will be gravely injured. I showed it to you so you understand, not just how it is done, but how dangerous it truly is. Tai gave a respectful bow. Thank you, Crown Prince, for indulging my request. The night sky above the Fire Nation was full with faint starlight as Tai Lung slipped silently into the courtyard. Everyone in the house had gone to sleep, but sleep would not come to him. His mind was ablaze with the memory of Iroh's lightning bending, every motion, every breath, every shift in stance. He had replayed it countless times in his head, and now he moved. His hands traced the same fluid pattern, his feet grounded in balance, his breath synchronized with his flow of Kai. Slowly, carefully, he limited his Kai output as he mimicked the crown prince's form. A faint crackling began in the air around him. Sparks danced between his fingertips, and then a thin arc of lightning formed and lashed up into the sky with a sharp hiss. Tai Lung narrowed his eyes, studying the arc's behavior before it dissipated in the air. He could feel it, the energy's wild instability beneath his control. Without his precise mastery over his Kai, it would have burst chaotically and injured him. Lightning was nothing like flames. It was volatile, explosive, unforgiving. And yet, Tai Lung smiled. It was a step, a first spark on the road to mastery. In time, he would command it fully. As with all things, he would train, and in time, he would dominate even lightning. Another year passed by in a blur. Tai Lung's routine never wavered. School, training, study, more training. Occasionally, news from the front lines filtered through. The Crown Prince's siege had successfully severed Ba Sing Se from the rest of the world, and the campaign had lasted more than 10 grueling months. The strain on the Fire Nation army was evident, but it was hoped that the Earth Kingdom forces were suffering even more. Back in the capital, another kind of siege continued, Zuko's unwavering attempts to bring Tai Lung to the royal palace. After nearly 3 years of Tai Lung's persistent refusal, Zuko's mother, Ursa, took matters into her own hands. She extended a personal invitation to Tai Lung's mother, and this time, insisted she bring Tai Lung along. His mother readily agreed, delighted at the chance to visit the palace and share time with her new friend. For the first time, Tai Lung would enter the royal palace. In one of the palace courtyards, Zuko stood awkwardly beside his younger sister Azula and her entourage. Azula wore a mischievous grin as she stood with her arms folded. "So," she said, "we're finally going to meet Zuzu's only friend." Ty Lee clapped her hands lightly. "This might be fun, someone new coming here." "Hopefully he's not as bad as Zuzu," Azula added with a smirk. Mai sat silently beneath the shade of a tree, legs under her, listening to her friends. Zuko's eyes narrowed at his sister. "Don't badmouth my friend." Azula rolled her eyes. "I'm comparing him to a prince. Is that badmouthing?" Zuko clenched his fists. "You know what I mean, if you do that again." "What?" Azula cut him off mockingly. "Are you going to run to Mom?" Before Zuko could answer, a pair of figures entered the courtyard. Their conversation stopped as Ursa stepped in, followed by Tai Lung and his mother. All eyes turned to the newcomer. Ursa smiled gently at the children. "This is Tai Lung, Zuko's friend. Play together and be nice. Do you hear me, Azula?" Azula blinked and returned a sugary smile. "I'm always nice to Zuzu and his friends." Zuko rolled his eyes in exasperation, while Ursa sighed and turned to leave with Tai Lung's mother. As they walked off, Tai Lung's mother chuckled softly. "Azula seems to be as energetic as you said." Ursa gave her a look. "Believe me, nothing I told you will be enough to describe her." Zuko waved as Tai Lung approached. "I'm glad to see you here," he said warmly. "Let me introduce you. This is my sister, Azula. That's Tai Lee," he gestured to the cheerful girl who waved energetically with a bright smile, "and that over there is Mai." Mai sat under the tree silently, not even bothering to acknowledge the introduction. Azula stepped forward, eyes scanning Tai with sharp curiosity. "So, you're Tai Lung," she said coolly, "the one who caused Father to punish Zuko so many times." Zuko's face flushed red. "Azula." Azula rolled her eyes. "Oh please, everyone knows about it." She refocused on Tai Lung, folding her arms. "I heard you're a prodigy firebender and the best in the Royal Academy. Seeing you now, at least you don't look timid like my dear brother. But are you really his age?" Tai Lung noticed the gleam of competition in her eyes along with disdain, but he didn't rise to it. "Okay," he said flatly, then turned to Zuko. "Where can we train?" Azula frowned, clearly not used to being dismissed. "That's all you have to say?" she asked. Tai Lung looked at her calmly. "Yes, I'd rather just spend my time training." Zuko grinned at the exchange, pleased with how dismissive Tai Lung was of his sister. "Come, I will show you the training grounds," he said eagerly, leading Tai Lung away. Behind them, Azula narrowed her eyes, irritation bubbling in her chest. Then, suddenly, a smile curled her lips. With no warning, she charged forward, thrusting her hand out and launching a fireball straight at Tai Lung's back. Tai Lung heard it coming. In one fluid motion, he spun around, waved his hand, and dissipated the flame in the air. Before Azula could react, he stepped in, grabbed her by the neck, and brought her down to the ground with a swift, controlled movement. The courtyard went still. Zuko and the girls stared surprised at the turn of events. Azula groaned softly under the pressure before Tai Lung let go of her and stood. "I would expect a princess to have propriety," he said calmly, then turned his back to her and walked away. "It seems Zuko is the decent one in the family. The sister is acting like a 1-month-old bull despite her old age." Tai Lung thought to himself silently. Zuko burst out laughing, delighted. "Come on," he said, leading Tai Lung to the training area with renewed enthusiasm. Azula slowly stood, rage simmering in her eyes. Tai Li, eyes wide, said in awe, "That's the first time I've seen someone beat you." Azula turned to her, and Tai Li immediately went silent, taking a cautious step back. Azula looked toward Tai Lung's retreating form. "I will definitely beat him for today," she thought, fire dancing in her angry eyes. Chapter 8. A few days after his visit to the Fire Lord's palace, Tai Lung received another visit from Zuko. This time, however, he wasn't alone. With him were Azula, Tai Li, and Mai. Zuko looked less than thrilled by the company, clearly having failed to talk Azula out of joining them. Azula, for her part, had insisted on coming along. Tai Lung, already irritated by the disruption to his usual routine, now found the group even larger. But his annoyance was met with his mother's elation. She was overjoyed to see her son spending time with others, believing he was finally breaking out of his shell. That glad, relieved look on her face made it impossible for Tai Lung to say anything, even though the situation grated on his nerves. To his surprise, the girls didn't just idle around or just annoyed him with endless chatter. They actually joined in on the training. Azula, in particular, tried to mimic Tai Lung's movements, her eyes locked onto his technique with an intense competitive gleam. Tai Li bounced around energetically, practicing her acrobatics and flexibility, while Mai opted for a quieter activity, calmly throwing knives and any other sharp objects she could get her hands on at nearby targets. As much as their presence annoyed him, Tai Lung found it nowhere near as bad as he had initially expected. The girls were talented, determined, and not a complete distraction. Azula's fierce spirit shone with every failed attempt to copy him, and while Tai Lung largely ignored her, he quietly noted that Zuko could benefit from even half of his sister's drive. The group returned to Tai Lung's house days later, and the same events unfolded again. Then it happened again and again until it became a routine. Every few days, they would come over and train. Tai Lung didn't mind that anymore. What did bother him, oddly enough, was his mother. She would occasionally peek into the training yard, watching silently. At first, she was happy, but now her expression had shifted into something more complex, conflicted, sometimes even troubled. In her eyes, Tai Lung's passion for training seemed to have become infectious, affecting even noble girls from the palace. All of them were constantly sweaty, focused, and eager to improve. His mother, once glad, now felt guilty. She had thought their first visit would be the last when she saw them training, but here they were training junkies just like her son. Tai Lung noticed. He always noticed. His mother's eyes weren't angry, but unsettled. He chose to say nothing and instead focused on what he could control. Tai Li, for instance, had talent. Natural, raw talent for acrobatics. Her joy in flipping, leaping, and balancing reminded Tai Lung of his old life, when kung fu masters would train acrobatic forms with reverence and glee. Something about her movements stirred old memories. Perhaps out of nostalgia or something else, Tai began devoting some of his time to training her. He showed her moves she had never seen before, techniques from a past no one but he knew. Tai Li, in turn, was ecstatic. Finally, someone who knew more than her, and who was willing to teach her. Meanwhile, in the background, Zuko and Mai would sneak glances at one another. There were small blushes, awkward eye contact, and quick looks away. Something soft and unsaid lingered between them. Azula, however, watched all of this with growing bitterness. She felt left out. The princess of the Fire Nation ignored, completely overlooked. Especially by Tai Lung, who gave most of his attention and effort to Tai Li, a girl who only knew how to juggle and bounce. Sometimes he would show Mai tricks in throwing weapons, sometimes he would help Zuko, but when it came to Azula, the firebending prodigy, she was completely dismissed by him. She challenged Tai Lung to spar often, trying to prove herself. Every time she lost, miserably, quickly, brutally, her frustration mounted with each defeat. She was supposed to be strong. She was destined for greatness. And yet she kept losing, to Zuko's classmate. And the worst part, there was nothing she could do about it. Today's visit was different. For the first time, the children arrived without Azula. Tai Lung noticed immediately but didn't say a word. It was Tai Li who pointed it out, bouncing up to him with her usual energy and curiosity. "Did you not notice Azula's missing?" she asked, tilting her head. Tai Lung gave a short nod. "I can see that." Tai Li blinked, surprised. "You're not curious why?" "Not really," Tai Lung replied, his tone flat. Zuko stepped in to answer anyway, a trace of bitterness in his voice. "She stayed behind. Father wanted to teach her personally." "I see, good for her," Tai Lung said, his expression unchanged. Then, without missing a beat, he turned to Tai Li. "Did you practice the triple air kick from last time?" Tai Li's demeanor brightened instantly. "Yes, I did, I learned it," she exclaimed, practically radiating pride and excitement. With that, the group moved into their usual routine. Training resumed as normal, perhaps even better than normal. The lack of Azula's presence didn't bother anyone. In fact, it seemed to lift a weight off the group. Without her sharp tongue and constant competitive jabs, the air felt lighter. The laughter came easier. Tai Li was more expressive. Even Mai seemed just a little more relaxed, her quiet stillness less like detachment and more like peace. They all felt it, even if they didn't say it. The day was simply better without Azula. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the vast Fire Lord Palace, Azula stood proudly in a private courtyard, her golden eyes gleaming with fire and fierce determination. Her father loomed before her, a proud figure of power and control. Today, he was her teacher. She moved through her forms with razor precision, her flames hotter, her strikes faster. She had only one thought. With father's training, I will beat Tai Lung. I will show him who the real prodigy is. From that day on, Azula's visits stopped entirely. After 600 days of relentless siege, the long-awaited news finally came. Ba Sing Sea's outer wall had been breached. But instead of celebration, the Fire Nation was plunged into sorrow and outrage. The son of Crown Prince Iroh, Captain Lu Ten, had fallen during the final push. The cost of this achievement had been too high. Not long after, Iroh called off the siege and ordered a retreat. His heart was broken after the loss of his son and couldn't continue the siege. The war, which had seemed to be on the cusp of a major turning point, was suddenly stalled. Across the Fire Nation, whispers grew into heated debates. Some called Iroh weak, accusing him of throwing away the sacrifices of countless soldiers. Others grieved with him, understanding that the pain of losing a son could shatter even the strongest of hearts. But before the nation could process the grief, a second shock swept across the capital the very next day. The Fire Lord was dead. His final decree was revealed. Prince Ozai would become the new crown prince, bypassing Iroh, whose retreat was declared a failure too great to overlook. With that, Ozai rose as the new Fire Lord. The capital buzzed with both anxiety and awe as citizens flooded the ceremonial grounds to witness the transfer of power to the new Fire Lord. Among the silent crowd stood Tai Lung. He watched the grand procession with serene, observant eyes. Fire Nation banners waved, flames danced in ritual arcs, and chants echoed in reverence of the new ruler. Yet something was off. He scanned the platform, the nobles, the royal family. Zuko and Azula were there, but Ursa, Ozai's wife, was missing. A few days later, Zuko came to visit Tai Lung's home, his expression clouded with confusion and sorrow. He sat beside Tai Lung and spoke quietly, as if the words themselves were heavy. "My mother disappeared the same night my grandfather died," Zuko said. "No one will tell me where she went. Azula told me something else. She said grandfather was going to kill me, to make father feel the same pain as Uncle Iroh. Azula always lies, but I can't help but fear that my mother was killed in my place." Tai Lung listened, his gaze fixed ahead, unmoving. Something in his gut twisted. There was more to this than anyone knew. The Fire Lord's death, Ursa's disappearance. Tai Lung, there was a covert murder mixed with greed to rule the nation. But after a moment of silent thoughts, Tai exhaled slowly. "It has nothing to do with me," he thought to himself. And just like that, he buried the thought. That was the last time Zuko visited his home. In the Royal Academy, Zuko began to avoid Tai completely. No explanation, no confrontation, only distance, growing colder by the day. Chapter 9. With the end of the siege, it was expected that Admiral Lung would finally return home. But he didn't. Instead, a surprising order was issued by the new Fire Lord Ozai. The Admiral was to lead a campaign in the northern seas, hunting down pirates and water tribe barbarians. Many were stunned. Such a mission didn't require an admiral, any competent commander could have handled it. Yet the order stood, and Admiral Lung remained away. Tai Lung watched as the news reached his mother. Her ecstatic face, lit by hope, slowly crumpled as the realization sank in. Her husband would not be returning for another year or two. The weight of disappointment was unbearable to witness. For all intents and purposes, Ozai's order was a punishment cloaked as duty. In the months that followed, the once lively group visits faded. Now only Tai Li came, occasionally seeking Tai Lung's help with her training. At first, her visits were hesitant, awkward in their solitude. But when she saw how little Tai Lung cared about her being alone, she quickly relaxed into the routine. One afternoon, while practicing a complex flip-kick sequence, Tai Li paused and sat beside Tai Lung, wiping sweat from her brow. "Zuko, he's avoiding you now because the Fire Lord told him to," she admitted, frowning. "Azula told me that the Fire Lord considered it unbecoming of the Crown Prince to spend time with the son of a mere admiral." Tai Lung's expression remained passive, but something shifted in his eyes. Tai Li pouted, arms crossed. "I think it's stupid. The Fire Lord ruined our group, our friendship, everything." Then she caught herself. "Please don't tell anyone I said that." Tai Lung nodded slightly. Of all her words, only one truly echoed in his head: mere admiral. That people in this world could speak so casually, so dismissively of his father, it grated on him in a way few things did. 2 years passed. Tai Lung was now 12 years old. He stood tall and silent at the docks beside his mother, the sea breeze brushing against his face. After 4 long years, his father was finally coming home. The warship docked slowly. The soldiers disembarked, and then Admiral Lung appeared. Time had weathered his face, but his posture remained firm, his eyes sharp. Tai Lung's mother teared up as she rushed forward, arms open. "I missed you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "It's been 4 years." Tai Lung approached a step behind her. "Welcome back." The Admiral smiled tiredly, but genuine. His eyes lingered on his son, now taller, stronger, with an air of quiet command most men twice his age lacked. For a moment, the years of battle and exile-like mission melted away. He was home. That night, the family celebrated in quiet comfort. Over a warm meal, Admiral Lung recounted tales of the siege, the endless tension, the final breach, and the heartbreak that followed. But his voice faltered when he mentioned Prince Iroh. Shulian sighed deeply. The loss of Lu Ten, it broke him, and then, just days later, he lost his claim to the throne. "Where is Prince Iroh now?" Tai Lung asked. "I don't know," his father replied, shaking his head. "He left the army on his own. He said he needed time, and no one's seen him since." Shulian's eyes narrowed. "The moment Ozai took power, he sent me on that ridiculous mission. That wasn't a coincidence." "Why would he do that?" she asked. "Because I was close to Prince Iroh," he answered grimly. "All of us who stood with him, generals and admirals alike, were given missions that kept us far from the capital. He feared Iroh might come for the throne." Tai Lung's eyes narrowed, recalling the past, then shared what Zuko had once told him, the argument Oz had with his father, the mysterious disappearance of Ursa the very night the old Fire Lord died. Shulian's expression darkened. Maybe he didn't want any of us around because he had done something foul. His wife froze. "What you're saying is dangerous. It could be considered treason." Shulian nodded. "Then let no word of this leave this room. He's like a violent snake. He's always been that way." The next day after the academy, something unexpected happened. Zuko sought out Tai Lung for the first time in nearly 2 years. The Crown Prince stood near the courtyard with a hesitant expression, his golden eyes flickering with uncertainty. He approached Tai Lung slowly and said, "I want to challenge you to a spar." Tai Lung raised an eyebrow. noting the worried look in Zuko's eyes. Conveniently, one of the academy teachers was present nearby and overheard the request. If Tai Lung agrees, the teacher said aloud, then a spar between students is permitted. Tai Lung met Zuko's gaze for a moment longer, then nodded. Fine. The students quickly gathered in a circle, the teacher taking his place nearby as witness. The spar began with Zuko taking the initiative, launching a stream of flame at Tai Lung. Without hesitation, Tai Lung answered with a flame of equal strength. The two fires collided midair, bursting in sparks and smoke. In the next instant, Tai Lung dashed through the dispersing fire, emerging right in front of Zuko. Before the prince could react, Tai Lung's foot swept out in a kick, followed by a punch that sent Zuko crashing onto the ground. Tai Lung stood tall, calm, looking down at the groaning Zuko. He turned toward the teacher and said, "It is my victory." Then, without waiting for further comment, he left the academy grounds and made his way home. He wondered briefly what had gotten into Zuko to challenge him out of nowhere, but the thought faded quickly. Whatever it was, it didn't seem worth worrying about. Later that evening, a group of royal guards arrived at their home. Their presence was heavy, stern. "We are here to take Tai Lung Long into custody," the lead guard announced, "for assaulting the crown prince." Admiral Lung's face darkened immediately. "What are you talking about? Tai, what happened?" Tai Lung recounted the events exactly as they occurred. The royal guards exchanged glances and nodded. "Yes," one of them said, "this matches the witness testimonies." The admiral narrowed his eyes. "Then why are you here? It was a spar between students." The guard answered, "Sir, Tai Lung used excessive force against the crown prince. He clearly had intention to harm the crown prince." "I did not," Tai Lung said firmly. "There was a teacher there." "The teacher confirmed that you used excessive force intentionally," the guard replied flatly. Tai Lung's expression hardened into a frown. Admiral Lung mirrored his son's frown, then sighed. "Go with them, Tai. I'll go to the palace and get to the bottom of this. Trust me." At those words, Tai Lung froze for a moment. Something stirred in his memory, Shifu's betrayal from his past life. He stared at his father, silent. The admiral placed a firm hand on his shoulder and repeated, "Trust me." Tai Lung nodded slowly. "Very well." He didn't resist as they shackled him, guiding him away like a common criminal. The metal was cold and hard on his wrists, but he did not care. He wanted to see where this path led. They placed him in a dark prison cell with stone walls and a small barred window. No one spoke to him, save the guard who delivered tasteless food in silence. The meals reminded him far too much of the 20 years he spent imprisoned in his previous life. But Tai Lung said nothing. He sat in that cell for 3 days. On the second day of his imprisonment, a voice in the back of his head whispered to him that he was betrayed again. On the third day, the voice began screaming at him to break free, to crush anyone who dared to try stopping him. But he resisted it and stayed put, to wait for his father. He chose to keep his trust in his father. On the fourth day, the heavy door creaked open. His father stood there, looking worn and tired, pain etched into every line on his face. "I'm sorry, Tai Lung," he said quietly. "This is a plot from the Fire Lord. He wants to put you on trial and punish you unjustly." Tai Lung looked up, expression unreadable. "This happened because of me," the admiral continued. "He wanted me gone, and this is how he chose to do it." "What do you mean?" Tai Lung asked. "During the trial, plead guilty," his father said. "I'll step down from my position as admiral as an apology to spare you. The Fire Lord will appear merciful while I take the fall." Tai Lung's frown deepened. "If I do this, you'll lose your rank. That's what you've worked your whole life for. You were proud of it. It is your greatest pride." The admiral gave a small smile. "No, I'm proud of you. You are my greatest pride. And if this is the price I must pay to keep you safe, I would pay it 10 times over. You are my son, and I would never turn my back on you." He lowered his head. "Remember what I said. Plead guilty and ask for forgiveness. Leave the rest to me." With that, the admiral left. Tai Lung sat in the silence of the cell, but his stillness was only on the surface. Inside, an old memory stirred inside him. Shifu lowering his head and turning his back, it was different circumstances, he knew it, but he couldn't help and recall the day of his rejection. His mind shifted to the look on his father, tired, troubled, and guilty. A man willing to give away what he worked on his entire life, a man willing to ruin his good name. The voice in his head came louder than ever. It asked since when did he bow his head and plead guilty? When did he bring dishonor and shame to his father out of weakness and helplessness? A feeling he had almost forgotten after 12 years boiled in his veins, unfettered rage. He had honored his parents' wishes in this life. He had lived peacefully in this strange new world. He shackled his pride, focusing on the training and betterment of his technique, offering no challenge, causing no disturbance. He was humble in this life. But where did all of this lead to? Do they think he was a declawed kitten? That they can control him and treat him however they pleased? He was in the right all along. To be proud is not darkness. It shows you better than others. And to be humble is to be submissive and weak. His eyes narrowed, gleaming with restrained fury. If this world wished to treat him like that, then it would learn his name, just as the last one had. And they would never forget it. For he was Tai Lung, the snow leopard and Shifu's most destructive student. Chapter 10. Tai Lung remained seated in the cold cell, unmoving and silent. He had not uttered a word since his father's visit. The stillness around him was not one of defeat, but of patience, of a predator waiting for the right moment. Then came a soft shuffle of feet, followed by the unlocking of the cell door. A second visitor stepped in, Prince Iroh. His once vibrant face now wore the weight of years and sorrow. His hair, now completely gray, told a story of pain, and Tai Lung knew the cause. It had been 4 years since Lu Ten's death. Tai watched the man approach, silent as always. "I'm sorry, Tai Lung," Iroh began gently, his voice warm yet worn. "I tried speaking to my brother, but—" he shook his head. "I failed you." Tai Lung's eyes met his. "It's fine, it was his decision, not yours." Then his voice softened slightly. "When did you come back?" Iroh let out a long breath. "Just today, the moment I arrived, I heard about your imprisonment." He looked at Tai with guilt. "It was because of me that you ended up here, and for that, I am truly sorry." There was a pause. Iroh looked downward and then said, "Zuko was forced into this. He's a good boy, but his father—" He trailed off with another sigh. "I understand," Tai said firmly, "and I know what I need to do." Iroh gave a slow, sad nod. "Then I won't stop you." He turned and left the cell, leaving Tai to the darkness. Tai sat in the silence, the chains around his wrists light compared to the weight of his wrath. He could break free any time. He could have walked out from the start. But no, he now wanted this trial. He wanted this farce. He was waiting. The cell door finally opened again, this time to armed soldiers. They led him through stone corridors to the Fire Lord's council chamber. Tai Lung walked with his head held high. He was not broken. He was not a prisoner. He was a predator closing on his prey. The massive double doors to the chamber opened, revealing rows of generals, admirals, ministers, and advisors. At one side sat Iroh, and next to him, the admiral, Tai's father, face lined with anxiety. Across from them sat Azula, a cruel smirk tugging at her lips. Beside her, Zuko sat stiffly, eyes turned away, unable to meet Tai Lung's. The others bore different expressions: disdain, pity, indifference. But all eyes shifted upward, to the elevated throne, where a curtain of fire roared. Behind that wall of flame sat Fire Lord Ozai. Tai Lung entered full of confidence without fear. He stood tall, still as stone. A minister's voice rose in outrage. "How dare you stand before the Fire Lord without kneeling?" Tai Lung ignored him completely. His eyes fixed on the wall of fire, on the man behind it. "I'll keep this simple so even you can understand, Ozai," Tai spoke clearly, his voice echoing. "I'm not playing along with this little game of yours. I challenge you to an Agni Kai." A sharp intake of breath echoed across the chamber. The entire room froze in stunned silence. Tai Lung continued, calm and unshaken. "Since you don't have any honor, I don't mind helping you reclaim a sliver of it." Shock spread like wildfire. His father, Admiral Lung, paled, his mouth opening in disbelief. Iroh's gaze darted toward his brother. The wall of fire before Oz surged, burning higher and hotter in response to his fury. Iroh tried to speak. "Brother, please." Ozai's voice cut through like a blade. "You dare to challenge me to an Agni Kai?" Tai Lung smirked. It was the kind of smile that taunted and belittled. "Why not? You're just a backup pretending to be a Fire Lord. I don't see the problem in my words. The flames roared. Ozai rose to his feet, barely containing his rage. Child or not, you shall pay for your insolence. Tai Lung's voice turned sharp, full of disdain. No, you will be the one to suffer, you second place. The chamber erupted in murmurs and horror. To speak to the Fire Lord like that, to insult him, to challenge him was nothing short of a blasphemy. But by tradition, Ozai had no choice now. He had been challenged to an Agni Kai. If he refused, he would lose his honor before the entire court and possibly the entire nation. Tai Lung's voice rose. Let's do it in the heart of the capital. Let every citizen watch you. I want your humiliation to become a public spectacle. Ozai's voice boomed. You will pay for every word. I will reduce you to ash in front of the entire city. Tai Lung smiled wider, disdainful. He turned away. Then I'll see you at sunset. He walked toward the door. His father rose quickly and followed, his composure shattered. Tai, wait. He couldn't believe it. His son had gone mad. Challenging the Fire Lord, in front of the council, there would be no trial now, only fire and death. Back in the chamber, the others exchanged looks of disbelief. Azula leaned toward Zuko and whispered with twisted amusement, he only had to lower his head. Now, we won't even have ashes left to lower into a grave. Zuko said nothing, his fists clenched at his sides. This was all his fault. His friend was going to die. And he couldn't do a thing to stop it. Iroh sat silently. His frown deepened into something grim. He didn't expect Tai Lung to defy the Fire Lord, let alone insult him and challenge him to an Agni Kai. The boy had burned every bridge. There would be no mercy now, not even if the entire council begged for it. The heavy stone halls echoed with footsteps as Tai Lung strode away from the council chamber. His expression hadn't changed since he left, focused, unreadable. But behind him, the sound of boots quickening told him he wasn't alone. Tai Lung, his father, the admiral, called as he caught up, grabbing him by the arm. What have you done? There's no way the Fire Lord will spare you now. Tai Lung stopped walking. You got it wrong, he said calmly. I'm not going to spare him. He crossed the line, and he's going to regret the day he did. The admiral's grip tightened, forcing Tai Lung to face him. His eyes were wide, frantic. You're talented, yes, but you're still too young. Do you even understand who you're challenging? The Fire Lord is a firebending grandmaster. In the entire Fire Nation, only Prince Iroh might stand a chance against him in a one-on-one fight. Tai Lung met his father's stare with unwavering calm. I've watched firebenders for years. Soldiers, masters. I have learned what firebending grandmasters are capable of. His voice was low but steady. And I know for a fact that I am stronger than any member of the royal family. There is nothing divine or special about them. They just use slightly different forms compared to the rest of firebenders. A shadow of despair crossed the admiral's face. When had his son grown so arrogant? When had confidence turned to such dangerous certainty? Even putting aside his firebending, the admiral said, his voice weakening, Ozai can bend lightning. Prince Iroh himself admitted Oz was even better at it than he is. Tai Lung, without a word, lifted one arm and opened his palm. Lightning cracked in his hand, arcing wildly, illuminating the corridor in an electric blue glow. The admiral's eyes widened in disbelief. Then Tai Lung raised his other hand. A flame burst forth, not the usual orange, but a fierce, shimmering blue. Father, I already mastered lighting, Tai Lung said, his tone still calm, still cold. And my fire is more powerful. His father stepped back in shock, unable to speak. Tai Lung looked him directly in the eyes, voice sharpening. And even without bending, I'm confident I still have a good chance of beating him. The admiral blinked. What? He whispered. Bending isn't really my greatest combat asset, and from what I observed, humans are relatively fragile, Tai added. The admiral went numb. Lightning, blue fire, and yet Tai believed he was better at something else. The admiral couldn't understand what Tai Lung was referring to. He knew with Sun's talent, he would become one of the most powerful fire benders in their history. But now it was as if he were staring at someone who had ascended past the limits of what he thought possible. Tai Lung smiled faintly, the expression not warm but cold and predatory like a beast. Trust me, he said. I was trained to find weaknesses and make my enemy suffer for it. I will crush him, break him bone by bone, and only then I will kill him. I will make you proud." But the smile didn't reassure his father. It chilled him. Something about it made him forget the worry he had earlier completely. His mind raced with one question: how could his son speak of killing the Fire Lord with such ease? And the look in his son's eyes was not normal, to say the least. It burned with malice. The admiral exhaled deeply and composed himself. "Even if you do win," he said slowly, "don't kill him. Tai Lung, you're too young to cross that line." Tai Lung frowned slightly at the request, but saw the look in his father's eyes, not fear of Oz, but fear of him. Tai Lung felt a pang of guilt seeing his father's eyes. With a sigh, he nodded. "Fine, but I will still beat him, badly." And with that, Tai Lung turned once more and walked ahead, not toward his execution, but toward a reckoning that would set the Fire Nation ablaze. Chapter 11. The news spread through the Fire Nation capital like wildfire, just as Oz intended. He made certain that every citizen, every noble, every soldier knew about the treacherous son of Admiral Lung, a mere child who dared strike the crown prince, insult the Fire Lord within his own council, and top it all by challenging him to an Agni Kai. The Fire Lord wanted this humiliation carved into the memory of the nation. Let them see the price of rebellion. Let them witness what happened when a boy refused to bow. He wouldn't just destroy Tai Lung. He would disgrace his name, tarnish the legacy of his family, and break their pride. The center of the capital was flooded by the time the sun neared the horizon. A massive dueling ring had been prepared, open, spacious, and surrounded by tiers of seated citizens. Most had come for blood. They expected to see the Fire Lord burn the arrogant noble's son to ash. The boy had overstepped every line imaginable, and now only death could atone for his sins. Yet in the crowd, scattered among the eager and bloodthirsty, were those who didn't cheer. Among them stood a woman with tear-reddened eyes, Tai Lung's mother, trembling but proud of her son's bravery. In some other section sat Tai Li and Mai, their faces grim and anxious. Not far off, Zuko stood silently, his jaw clenched, guilt written plainly across his face. Iroh beside him looked down, ashamed, the weight of inaction and guilt painted on his face. The boy chose to stand up instead of accepting injustice. Admiral Lung stood still. His eyes were fixed on the ring, his face tight with concern. Yet beneath that surface, a glimmer of hope flickered. He remembered Tai Lung's words, that presence, that eerie chill. His instincts screamed that his son was no ordinary boy. There was something dangerous within him, something he didn't feel before. And then the duelist stepped forward. The sun was just brushing against the edge of the horizon as the combatants entered the ring. A heavy silence fell across the crowd. Both wore the traditional ceremonial shoulder garments of the Agni Kai, crimson, gold, and black, symbolizing the honor of battle. They knelt on opposite ends of the ring, bowing their heads in silence. Then, as one, they stood. With a smooth motion, they pulled off their shoulder garments and cast them aside. Tai Lung stood tall, taller than what a 12-year-old should be. His body, though still in the early stages of youth, bore the signs of intense training, defined muscles beneath his skin like tempered steel. But it was his eyes, sharp, golden, and glowing with power, that stunned the crowd. Murmurs rippled. He was impressive, clearly talented and well-trained. Some even began to pity him, such a gifted boy. He could have been a war hero, a symbol of pride. Instead, he would die here beneath the Fire Lord's flame. On the other end stood Fire Lord Oogway. Tall, broad, radiating dominance. His every breath carried authority, his gaze burned like molten metal. He was a firebending grandmaster, the embodiment of power itself. The very air bowed around him. The difference between the two was staggering. It felt wrong for an Agni Kai to take place between them. It wasn't a duel, it was an execution. But Tai Lung's gaze didn't falter. He didn't even blink. While his size was a disadvantage, Tai Lung's mastery of Kai control compensated more than enough. The techniques he honed and carried from his last life gave him speed and strength far beyond what any child or even adult should possess. A discipline that no firebender had ever imagined. He took his stance. And it wasn't a firebending stance. It was his kung fu. The crowd tilted forward, confused. Oogway narrowed his eyes and scoffed. "What foolishness is this? A mixed stance of earth and waterbending?" he sneered. "Which fool taught you that nonsense?" Tai Lung's eyes narrowed dangerously at the words. He had learned this in the Jade Palace, from Master Shifu, the only father he truly knew in that life. And though bitterness still clung to his memories of Shifu, he would allow no insult, not even an ignorant one. "You'll know soon enough who the fool is," Tai Lung said coldly. Azai's gaze sharpened. Then, with a roar, he punched forward, a torrent of searing flame erupting toward Tai Lung. Tai Lung moved. Not with panic, not with effort, with grace. He sidestepped the wave of flame, only a lick of fire brushing past his shoulder. Azai's eyes narrowed. "So you're the slippery type," he muttered, then struck again, a wider arc of flame rushing out like a wall. Tai Lung walked, a dance more than a dodge. With each step he grew closer. Each movement is smooth, refined, and unknowingly to any, a predator approaching his prey. The crowd watched tensely in silence. The boy wasn't just surviving, he was approaching the Fire Lord steadily. As Tai Lung closed the distance between himself and his opponent, the crowd collectively held its breath. Azai's eyes narrowed. The Fire Lord's leg suddenly swept outward in a wide, arcing kick, unleashing a blazing wall of fire. At such close range, escape should have been impossible. But Tai Lung vanished. With a burst of speed so sudden, Tai Lung slid low beneath the fire, his body grazing the ground like smoke. In the same fluid motion, his leg snapped upward, striking Azai's planted foot. The Fire Lord's balance shattered. He staggered, his eyes flaring wide with surprise before hardening with fury. As he fell, Azai slammed a hand to the ground to break his descent, his other leg igniting as it shot toward Tai Lung in a blazing arc. Flame exploded where Tai Lung had been, but he wasn't there. He was above. In that instant, Azai looked up, only to see a foot descending from the sky. Cracked. Tai Lung's foot slammed into his face, crushing his head into the stone. The audience gasped. Supporting his weight on one hand, Tai Lung flipped again, rising with grace and power, his second foot dropping like a hammer on the fallen Fire Lord's chest with a thud that echoed across the courtyard. Azai lay beaten, his body pinned. And Tai Lung stood tall. His foot pressed firmly against the Fire Lord's chest. "How does the ground feel like?" Tai Lung asked, his voice calm and sharp. "It's quite suitable for you, don't you think?" The crowd was dead silent. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Azai's eyes shot open, filled with unfiltered rage. Power surged around him, an eruption of fire in all directions. Tai Lung jumped back, flipping cleanly as fire engulfed the ring. Azai rose, his expression twisted in fury. "You will pay for this." Tai Lung chuckled. "Who's going to make me pay? You, the backup Fire Lord who frames others." Azai roared. With a savage punch, he sent another massive wave of fire forward. Tai Lung sidestepped effortlessly and moved in, faster than before. But Azai was ready this time, his stance firm, his body braced for the counter. Then it happened. Pain. Blow after blow rained down on Azai, his face, ribs, joints, each blow carried strength no child should possess. Tai Lung became a blur, rotating, spinning, his fists, elbows, knees landing in a merciless rhythm. It was like a storm of violence. Azai's body jerked and twisted under the torrent, his body crumbling with each strike. The crowd watched, mouths agape. They had never witnessed an Agni Kai like this. This was not how Agni Kai fought. Agni Kai is a duel of fire, not whatever this is. But more importantly, the child was winning. Dominating, without using even a flicker of flame. Tai Li's eyes lit up. She turned to Mai, gripping her sleeve. "These movements, they're the same ones he has been teaching me." Mai only nodded slowly, unable to tear her gaze from the spectacle. Azai stumbled back, dazed, blood at the corner of his mouth. Tai Lung caught him by the beard. The Fire Lord glared at him, hatred burning hotter than his flames. Tai Lung responded with a cool smile, then punched him straight in the face. Azai collapsed, and his beard tore free in Tai Lung's hand. Tai Lung stood over him, holding the severed tuft of regal hair. He looked at it briefly. Then, with a flick of his fingers, ignited it in flame. The burning hair crackled as it turned to ash. Azai staggered to his feet barely. I am the Fire Lord, he snarled, his voice trembling with pride and desperation. And you are just a child. I will not lose to you. I was born with divine right. Tai Lung didn't reply. He stood still watching the man. Those words, that tone, they echoed in his mind. He remembered Po. He remembered the contempt in his own voice, his own arrogance, when he dismissed the panda as unworthy. When he believed himself to be the dragon warrior, when he wanted to prove himself. Did I look this pathetic then? No, absolutely not, he thought. Azai screamed and dashed forward with reckless fury, aiming a fiery kick at Tai Lung's head. Tai Lung tilted, the kick missing by a hair. Then snap, a sharp, surgical kick struck Azai's leg, precisely at the nerves and Kai pathways. Azai crumpled, falling to his knee. I struck your nerves and Kai paths, Tai Lung said, his voice cold. You won't be able to use that leg for hours. He looked down at the broken ruler before him. You've lost this Agni Kai. Luckily for you, I agreed not to kill you. With that, Tai Lung turned his back. He didn't want to look at Oz anymore. The Fire Lord's act, his words, his pride, they were too familiar, too close to how he acted in his past life. He had given Ozai a beating, stripped him of dignity, and left him in the dirt. That was enough. He didn't want to be reminded of his failure. He dreaded the thought that he was as pathetic as Ozai. No, he rejected the thought. Chapter 12. Ozai remained on one knee, broken and defeated, but not humbled. Pride roared in his veins like wildfire, drowning out reason and mercy. He stared at the back of the boy who had humiliated him before the entire nation. The boy who walked away as if the duel was already done. It wasn't. With a quick movement and a snarl on his lips, Ozai summoned a bolt of lightning. From his kneeling position, he hurled it straight at Tai Lung's unguarded back. The audience gasped in horror. Time seemed to slow. The lightning surged through the air, violent, pure, deadly. Tai Lung turned in a flash. His eyes widened at the sight. He raised his hand and caught the lightning. It struck him dead on, electricity crackling across his form. His feet dragged across the ground as he was pushed back, sparks dancing around his body. He clenched his jaw in pain and fury, his muscles tightening as he redirected the current, channeling the lightning through his Kai paths with terrifying control. His eyes locked with Ozai's. Without a word, Tai Lung pointed his fingers forward. The same bolt of lightning exploded from his fingertips, twice as fierce. Ozai's eyes widened in fear. He raised both arms and blasted fire in defense. The redirected lightning met at midair and exploded in a deafening burst of flame and light. The shockwave hurled Ozai backward like a ragdoll, smoke rising from his limbs as he hit the ground hard, groaning in pain. He struggled to rise, shaking, pathetic. Tai Lung's voice echoed across the silent ring. I gave you a chance to walk out of this, he said, each word a blade. Since you don't appreciate it, I'll make sure you remember this day for the rest of your life. He raised his hand again. This time, a pale blue flame danced into existence. The audience murmured in disbelief, blue fire, hotter than any they'd seen. Ozai's eyes widened in terror as the flame swelled. Tai Lung pointed his palm forward, and a torrent of blue fire erupted toward the Fire Lord. It surged like a tidal wave, devouring the air with heat. Ozai pushed himself up to his knee, gathering every ounce of strength to counter. A massive orange inferno exploded from his hands to meet it. The two flames collided with a roar. Blue and orange struggled for dominance, but the blue fire quickly surged ahead, larger, hotter, superior in every way. It swallowed Ozai's flame and kept advancing. Then came the scream. The crowd flinched, some turning their heads as the Fire Lord's cry of pain rang out. The flame washed over him like judgment, scorching him mercilessly. When the fire finally dissipated, Ozai lay crumpled on the ground, his arms charred, his breathing ragged. And Tai Lung stood above him, untouched. His voice boomed with power and pride. I am Tai Lung, son of Admiral Lung. This time I fought and spared you in an Agni Kai. The next time you do something like this, his eyes glinted with malice, I will come to the palace and forcefully change the ruling family. He lowered his hand. You have been warned. Without another glance at the broken Fire Lord, Tai Lung turned and walked away. Soldiers and healers rushed to Ozai's side, but not a single person moved to stop Tai Lung. Not a whisper of protest escaped the crowd. Every eye followed him as he strode from the ring, his back straight, his presence towering despite his small frame. A 12-year-old boy had brought the Fire Lord to his knees, a grandmaster, without bending fire. They had seen him redirect lightning, wield blue flame, and mark the nation's ruler with his flames. And as his final words echoed in their minds, one truth settled in every heart: Tai Lung had not even reached his prime, far from it. And still, he showed today that he was among the strongest, if not the strongest, fire-bender. The moment Tai Lung stepped away from the ring, the stunned crowd recovered and began murmuring behind him. He spotted two familiar figures rushing after him, his parents. Admiral Lung and his wife hurried toward him. Relief filled their eyes, but pride burned even brighter. Tai Lung met their gaze with a small, confident smile. "I told you this would be the outcome," Tai Lung said, voice calm and certain. Admiral Lung laughed, his deep voice rumbling in the air with clear pride. "You surpassed even my wildest imagination. You didn't just win, you crushed the Fire Lord." His mother wasted no time, wrapping her arms tightly around her son, her voice trembling. "Don't ever do something like this again," she said, burying her face into his shoulder. Tai Lung smirked and tilted his head toward the ring's direction. "Say that to the fire rooster laying flat in the ring." His parents blinked, speechless. Since when did their obedient, well-mannered son talk like that? As if reading their thoughts, Tai Lung crossed his arms. "I acted nice this whole time, but that just made some idiots think they could walk all over me. I'm done playing nice." Admiral Lung's expression shifted, becoming more serious as he studied his son. After a long moment, he placed a firm hand on Tai Lung's shoulder. "It's okay to show your strength, Tai, but don't ever use it to oppress others. There is no honor in bullying the weak." Tai Lung paused, then nodded without hesitation. "I understand," he said, and he meant it. Just like he was the son and student of Shifu, he was also the son of Admiral Lung. He had no intention of repeating past mistakes and dishonoring his father. His thoughts briefly wandered to Azai's final outburst, the pride, the desperation, the fall. "No, I was never like that. I will never be. I am Tai Lung," Tai Lung thought. "Tai Lung." The cheery voice cut through the air, and the family of three turned. Tai Li bounded toward them, dragging a reluctant Mai behind her. Her eyes sparkled as she reached them. "That was amazing, a little too scary. But amazing, you took down the Fire Lord. You're the best firebender in the entire Fire Nation now." Mai gave Tai Li a dry look before glancing at Tai Lung. "You didn't die." "Hooray," she said, her voice flat and unimpressed. Tai Lung blinked, then let out a quiet chuckle. There was something oddly amusing about how doom and gloom Mai could be. Tai Li has once said that about her, and her words were right on the mark. Back in the royal palace, the atmosphere was somber. Iroh sat quietly with his nephew and niece, both of whom were still visibly shaken. The duel had rattled more than just the audience, it had cracked the foundation of what they believed to be true. Azula sat rigid, her expression unreadable, but the fire burning behind her golden eyes betrayed her fury. She had always believed her father was unbeatable, a titan among men, but now he had been broken, defeated, humiliated, and worst of all by Tai Lung, a boy the same age as her brother, a boy she loathed. "He must have cheated," Azula hissed. "There's no way he won in a fair fight." Zuko said nothing. His eyes were cast downward, lost in thought. Iroh, however, was focused. His memory returned to that moment when Tai Lung had redirected lightning. He was caught off guard by Ozai's lighting, Iroh mused. No stance, no preparation, but he held it and sent it back with more power. Iroh had created the redirection technique just recently, after years of practicing and observing other benders and culture. But even he couldn't do what Tai Lung did, not in that position. He looked at Azula, sadness in his eyes for Azula's state. Tai Lung is the most talented child I have ever seen. From the first time I met him, I knew he was destined to become a great firebender, one of the greatest in our history. I knew he would grow fast, but not to this degree. Azula's fists clenched tighter. She was supposed to be the prodigy. She was the one born to greatness. Her thoughts churned, refusing to accept defeat. Her mind clung to the image of Tai Lung's blue flames, the lightning he redirected. If he could do it, so could she. She'd master it, surpass it. She would show everyone who the strongest bender truly was. The Agni Kai had ended, but its aftermath roared louder than any flame ever could. In the days that followed, the Fire Nation found itself shaken to its very core by a single duel that had shattered the once unshakable image of its ruling family. The royal court, once revered as the pinnacle of firebending might and imperial prestige, now stood humiliated before the eyes of its own people. And at the center of that humiliation was Fire Lord Ozai. The whispers started quietly but spread like wildfire through the capital. He called him the backup lord. The words Tai Lung had spoken before delivering the most decisive defeat of Ozai's reign. A mocking title delivered with certainty, followed by a display of skill and power that made even seasoned benders feel like rookies. Now, for the first time, people were questioning everything. Was Oz ever the rightful choice to be Fire Lord? Had Iroh, despite his siege failure, been the more capable brother? The questions grew bolder each day, and no one in the palace dared to speak them aloud, but everyone was thinking them. Worse still was the lightning. Even the Agni Kai's brutal outcome might have faded with time, but not that. Not the image of Fire Lord Ozai, already on his knee, conjuring lightning and aiming it at Tai Lung's back. A move devoid of honor, stripped of dignity. A coward strike, in full view of the entire city. And for what? The lightning had not only been blocked or dodged, but miraculously redirected and thrown back with merciless accuracy. Now the Fire Lord lay in recovery, his arms scorched, his pride seared even deeper. His cries of pain still echoed in the halls, and no one, not even the royal guards, dared speak of it with anything but hushed voices. It was a shame that would never be forgot. But as one figure fell from grace, another rose like a comet blazing through the sky. Tai Lung, the name was on everyone's lips. The son of Admiral Lung, a man already revered in the military, now found his family legacy cemented in history. The rumors spread like smoke. The Fire Lord intended to humiliate an admiral through his son, then strip his powers and rank from him. It was a political move gone terribly wrong. Instead, the opposite happened. The respectful, polite boy from the Royal Academy, the one who had never stirred trouble, never sought attention, had revealed himself to be a talent unlike any seen in generations. He was not just a razing skilled firebender, but a prodigy, a powerhouse despite his young age. The Fire Nation didn't just witness a fight that day, they witnessed a shift in the tide of power. In the hearts of many, the royal family's fire had dimmed. And in its place, a new flame had risen. Chapter 13. Tai Lung sat in the warm familiarity of his family's home, the subtle scent of incense from a nearby brazier filling the quiet room. He looked across the table at his parents. Both wore serious expressions. The initial happiness of seeing their son return unharmed from his confrontation with the Fire Lord had faded, and as they calmed down, the reality of their situation had settled in. Admiral Lung spoke first, his voice firm but fatherly. After your Agni Kai, it's clear to everyone you're no longer a boy, you've stepped into manhood, which means it's time you set a goal for yourself, a path. You've proven your strength and skill. Now you must decide what you'll do with it. At the word goal, Tai Lung's mind drifted. In his past life, everything had been about bringing his father pride by becoming the dragon warrior. That singular objective had driven his every decision, training, fighting, defying Oogway's decision, even attacking innocents. It had been a blind pursuit, but it was a purpose. It gave him direction. Now he had nothing. He trained because it was all he knew, fought because it was what he was made for. He told himself it was to regain strength, to master bending and learn new techniques, to stand at the top of this world, but deep down, he knew it was just motion. There was no true destination, no final goal calling to him, and now he knew he probably already reached or close to the top. He blinked slowly, returning his gaze to the brazier's flame. A faint frustration stirred inside him. Seeing his son silent, Admiral Lung spoke again. For someone who studied at the Royal Academy and demonstrated such advanced combat skill, it's expected you'll join the army. Of course. He glanced at his wife, then back at his son. If you don't feel ready for war, you can stay here a little longer. Tai Lung stared silently at his parents as he thought deeply about what he should be doing next. When he finally spoke, it was with calm, at least in tone, not in heart. I don't wish to participate in war and the honor that comes from it is not my calling, he said plainly. I don't know what is my purpose or what is my future, but for the time being, I would like to travel the world. Explore it. Challenge benders and masters across it. He decided to follow the path of masters in his past life, to travel the world and search for answers. It was the only path he knew and approved of. There was no surprise in his parents' faces. They believed they knew their son better than he knew himself, his obsession with training, his hunger to improve. It was only natural that he would desire to test himself against worthy opponents across the world. His mother gave a small smile of understanding, while the Admiral chuckled, shaking his head. I expected a response like that, Admiral Lung said. So how about this? You join the army under my fleet. You'll start as a captain with a ship under your command. That way you can travel freely. Explore. Move wherever you want. Tai Lung raised a brow. Is that even allowed? That's a clear abuse of your position. The Admiral smirked knowingly. All the children of nobles start as lieutenants or captains, and no one of them have 1/10 of your skill, let alone your accomplishment of defeating the Fire Lord. His tone grew sharper, tempered with pride. You earned more than any title I could give. Tai Lung gave a light nod of acknowledgement. He didn't care for ranks, but he understood their function in the world. The Admiral continued, his voice growing heavier with responsibility. Of course, you'll still need to participate in skirmishes and large-scale battles near you. It would be a great dishonor to ignore the war effort entirely. He looked at his son seriously. Our nation? It's not kind to power without duty. And most importantly, I don't want to hear that you are abusing your power in oppressing others. Tai Lung nodded again, this time more slowly. He didn't like the thought of war, of fighting for reasons beyond personal growth, but he understood. In the Fire Nation, power and obligation were inseparable. All capable combatants served. To refuse was to dishonor not only oneself, but one's lineage. As for oppressing others, he doesn't wish to repeat the past, to harm innocents and the helpless like he did in the Valley of the Peace. A small, bittersweet smile appeared on Admiral Lung's face. You'll have a ship waiting for you in 3 days. After Tai Lung left the room, Tai Lung's mother, who remained silent the whole time, finally spoke to her husband, concern etching her voice. Isn't that too fast? Admiral Lung let out a soft sigh. The faster the better. Tai's performance may have deterred most, but some fools will still try to test him. That day, I saw a side of Tai I have never known, a side full of pride, brutality, and malice. I have no doubt that Tai intended to execute Oogway publicly, and my request is the only thing that stopped him. That malevolent side could come out at any moment if he is antagonized Agant. I don't want to see my son bearing the blood of our own people on his hands. I hope as he grows up, he will learn how to restrain himself. It wasn't just concern for Tai Lung's safety. The Admiral had seen enough to know that if anyone did try to provoke his son, they wouldn't survive the outcome. Not when even the Fire Lord had been crushed under Tai Lung's flame. In his eyes, it wasn't Tai Lung who needed protecting from the Fire Lord's supporters. It was the Fire Lord's supporters that needed protection from him. In truth, the Admiral didn't mind his son killing enemies. It was part of the process of becoming a great man, but killing their own people for internal conflict, something the Admiral didn't approve of. 3 days later, the harbor was humming with life as ships bobbed gently along the Fire Nation docks. Standing at the edge of the stone pier, Tai Lung stared silently at the ship before him, a sleek vessel marked with the Fire Nation flags, befitting a captain under Admiral Lung's fleet. True to his word, his father had prepared everything: a ship, a capable crew, and a future set adrift on open seas. Behind him stood his parents. His father's posture was steady as ever, arms folded behind his back. His mother, however, struggled to maintain her composure, eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed at her son's back. Tai Lung turned toward her, his expression gentle. Don't worry, Mom. You've seen how strong I am. I'll be fine. A soft sob escaped her lips as she stepped forward. I know, she whispered, wiping at her eyes. I'm just Sad to see you go. This is the first time you're leaving like this. Ty's lips lifted into a soft smile. I'll come back to visit, and I'll always write to you. His mother gave a small, teary nod while Admiral Lung placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. If only I could take you under my wing and travel with you, the Admiral said with a deep sigh. But I have to stay here in the Fire Nation. Tai Lung looked at him, puzzled. Why not come with me, the three of us together? The Admiral shook his head. You're officially an enemy of the Fire Lord now. I have to remain on his council, keep watch. If he tries something, I need to be there. Tai Lung nodded slowly, the reality sinking in. Thank you, Father. The Admiral laughed, warm and proud. It's a father's duty to stand by his children, to help them chase their dreams and fulfill their destiny. Besides, he went after you because of me. The least I can do is stand against the fire. Tai Lung smiled, truly smiled. Father, Mother, thank you, truly. Both parents returned the smile, their expressions a mix of pride and sorrow. Just as Tai Lung turned to ascend the gangplank, a voice rang out, calling his name. He stopped, glancing over his shoulder to see two familiar figures approaching. Tai Li, waving frantically, and my trailing behind, arms crossed and eyes half-lidded as always. Tai Li cried. We came by and your servant said you're leaving to join the war. How could you leave without telling us? Mai added dryly, I'm fine with that. Tai Lung tilted his head. It was abrupt, and it's not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal? Tai Li's voice cracked. We're your friends, we should know when you're leaving our nation. Mai offered another unbothered shrug. Not really, I don't care. Tai Lung chuckled faintly. Well, now you know, keep up your training, you've got great talent. Tai Li was quiet for a moment, then suddenly pulled Tai Lung into a tight hug. Stay safe, she said, her voice muffled against his shoulder. We'll miss you. I won't, Mai said instantly. As Tai Li let go, Tai Lung offered one final smile. Bye, Tai Li, and you too, Mai. Tai Li's face was downcast as she watched him board the ship. Mai, as usual, appeared uninterested, but after a pause, she turned to her friend and said, He'll be fine. Even the Fire Lord couldn't beat him. Tai Li nodded, though her eyes lingered on the departing ship, sadness still written across her face. Tai Lung had been the only one who shared her love for acrobatics, the only one who could match her spirit in motion. Now, that connection was sailing away. Behind the girls, Tai Lung's mother stood silently, wearing the same look of sadness. A mother's ache. But beside her, Admiral Lung stood tall and proud, watching his son embark on the next chapter of his journey with the pride of a father whose child had already surpassed every expectation. The waves lapped steadily against the hull as the ship cut through the water, leaving the Fire Nation behind in its wake. Tai Lung stood at the bow, arms folded, watching the coastline slowly shrink into the horizon. It was a strange feeling, he didn't belong there, but now that he is leaving, and for the first time he felt some lingering emotion toward that land. He breathed in the salty air and turned around to observe the ship and its crew. Some sailors were cleaning, others chatting and some shouting commands across the deck. Among them stood a middle-aged man with weathered skin, sharp eyes, and a solid build, an unmistakable air of experience about him. The man approached Tai Lung with a confident stride and offered a respectful nod. Captain Tai Lung, the man said, voice steady. I'm Vice Captain Han. Admiral Lung assigned me as your second-in-command and advisor. I'll be at your side on this journey. Tai Lung returned the nod. Thank you for coming with me. Han let out a hearty chuckle. I'm honored to follow the Admiral's orders. Besides, from everything I've heard and seen a few days ago, you're meant for greatness. He gave a sideways grin before adding, and, truthfully, I wouldn't mind a little break from war myself. Tai Lung allowed himself a small smile. There was something grounding about Han's presence, a steady flame that didn't seek to overwhelm or test him, just to guide. So, Captain, Han said as he folded his arms and looked out toward the open sea, where do we go now? Any destination in mind? Tai Lung shook his head slowly. I don't know much about the world outside the Fire Nation, he admitted. I'll follow your lead. Han smirked, a glint of mischief and pride in his eyes. The Admiral already told me plenty about you. Trust me, Captain, you won't regret following my lead. The wind caught the sails, and the ship surged forward with purpose. For the first time in his life, Tai Lung wasn't moving toward a certain goal or an expectation. He was moving into the unknown, seeking to find his goal and purpose in this world. Chapter 14. The first landfall, after departing the Fire Nation, was quiet. Tai Lung stood at the edge of the deck, arms folded as the ship slowly glided into a modest harbor. Before him stretched Yanhai Coastal Village, a humble coastal settlement nestled against the cliffs of the Earth Kingdom's shore. The green earth rolled behind the buildings, simple structures made of wood and clay, weathered by time and hardship. Vice Captain Han stepped beside him, hands behind his back. Yanhai Coastal Village, he said. One of the first Earth Kingdom villages placed under Fire Nation control about 100 years ago. We'll be staying here for a day to rest and resupply before setting sail to the east. Tai Lung nodded silently, his gaze scanning the settlement. There was no smoke, no noise, just a heavy stillness in the air, like a village holding its breath. I'll go explore the place, Tai Lung said. Han gave a brief nod and turned, barking a few orders at the crew to begin the resupply effort. With that arranged, he followed Tai Lung down the gangplank and onto the dock, the two walking side by side into the heart of the village. The moment they stepped into the streets, eyes turned to them. The villagers looked with a mix of wariness, fear, and bitterness. Their faces were tired, clothes worn thin. Children hid behind doorways, old men lowered their gaze. The air was thick with silent accusations and unspoken resentment. Tai Lung's golden eyes drifted over them. For a village supposedly benefiting from open Fire Nation trade, it looked hollow, stripped bare. He turned to Han. What is the treatment of the villages under our control? Tai Lung asked. How far are we from the baseline we set for ourselves at the academy? Han sighed, the humor gone from his tone. Some villages are doing well, he admitted, but most are like this. Controlled, suppressed. The soldiers run them and most see these people as lesser. It's common. Tai Lung frowned. And what do you think? Han shrugged, unbothered. Honestly, I wouldn't harm them, but I wouldn't help them either. I don't care much about them. Tai Lung's eyes turned back to the villagers. He remembered the village in the Valley of Peace from his past life, places he once terrorized after he was denied the dragon's scroll when he was betrayed by his father. Though he'd never killed anyone, the fear he'd caused, the destruction he wrought upon the villagers, the way he turned back on the teachings of the Jade Palace had been enough to earn his chains. And yet here, the same cruelty, or worse, was being enacted by soldiers who called themselves honorable, and no one was punishing them. His feet moved through the dust, thoughts spiraling, when he turned a corner and stopped. A child stood ahead, drawing aimlessly into the dirt with a stick, completely absorbed in his own world. Tai Lung was about to walk around him when, from a nearby hut, a woman bolted forward. In a single motion, she scooped up the child and dropped to her knees, trembling. "Sir," she cried out, voice cracking, "he is but a child, he didn't see you coming." Tai Lung blinked, stunned. Her fear was absolute, and it was directed at him. It was excessive, terribly so. He looked at her, at the shaking bundle she cradled, and a pit opened in his stomach. Something was deeply wrong here. "It's fine," Tai Lung said, his voice level. He stepped around the woman and kept walking, hands silently following behind. A few steps later, Han tilted his head toward him. "Didn't you find her reaction a little strange?" Tai Lung didn't turn. "Your words and the villagers' eyes are enough of a telltale." Han studied him for a moment. "I thought you'd want to correct the injustice," he said at last. "You wouldn't be the first. Many noble sons come here thinking they can fix things. They eventually give up and many become like the others and start to relish in the villagers' suffering. Most of our people simply don't know restrain and see these people as lessers." Tai Lung stopped, looking ahead at the cracked walls, the tired faces. "I don't think I'm the right person to fix this," he said quietly. "I'm not a good person." His thoughts went to the past, of houses he'd smashed, of shops and carts he ruined, villagers he'd scared into fleeing the valley. He'd wanted power, wanted to prove he deserved it, wanted to achieve the only destiny he ever knew. In his quest, he had harmed the innocent, and he knew if their lives were the price of his destiny, his claws would have snuffed them. No, he wasn't the one to bring justice. He was not worthy. They continued walking through the village, the sound of the wind blowing dust across worn streets. Tai Lung said nothing more, and hand didn't press. The silence between them was heavy, but understood. The morning sun had barely climbed above the horizon when the ship's crew began preparations to set sail. Ropes were tightened, supplies stored, and sails unfolded under the commands of Vice Captain Han. Tai Lung stood near the ship, his gaze fixed on his crew carrying orders. Then came the noise. Shouts and a clamor broke the stillness, echoing from the village center. Tai Lung turned sharply, ears narrowing in on the chaos. Without a word, he started walking toward the disturbance, the rest of the crew pausing their tasks to follow him out of curiosity or concern. They arrived to find a crowd gathered in a loose circle. At its heart, a man lay burnt and crumpled on the dirt, tears streaking his ash-covered face as he bowed low before a group of Fire Nation soldiers. "Please," the man begged. "Please, she's my wife. I'll do anything, just let her go." His wife, a woman of fragile frame and weary eyes, was held between two soldiers gripping her arms tightly. She struggled, but they laughed. The leader of the group stood in front, smirking with cruel amusement. "It's your honor that your wife caught our attention," he said mockingly, "and yet you dare to deny our favor." His voice dripped with mockery, and his companion snickered. Tai Lung remained at the edge of the crowd, watching silently. Seeing the man and his wife, Tai Lung's thoughts slipped unexpectedly to his parents in this life. At the start, he hadn't cared about them. Gratitude was the closest emotion he had felt, but with time, that gratitude grew into something deeper. Appreciation, respect, even affection. They reminded him of Shifu in some strange way, stern, proud, and even more supportive than his old adoptive father had been. His mind wandered further, back to the teachings of the Jade Palace: justice, honor, courage, virtues carved into his bones as a child, just as the darkness Oogway spoke of. He had forsaken justice when he terrorized innocent villagers in pursuit of his destiny. He had forsaken honor when he struck his own teacher, his father. And now, watching injustice unfold again before his eyes, doing nothing. He felt the edges of his courage slip, shamed into silence. He closed his eyes. Even in this life, he had been taught the same virtues again, by tutors chosen by his mother, by instructors at the academy, by his father's reminders before setting sail. All of them, in their own way, had echoed the teachings of the Jade Palace. All of them had spoken of honor and courage just like Shifu. Tai Lung drew a breath. He had no right to preach these virtues, not after what he had done. He had lost that privilege, but maybe he could still act on them, enforce them. If nothing else, he thought, I won't dishonor them. Not this family, not again. I don't want to repeat my life all over again. His eyes opened, golden and clear. Without a word, he stepped forward. Through the ring of villagers and past the surprised eyes of the crew, Tai Lung walked toward the soldiers. Each step was slow, deliberate, and heavy with a quiet power. "Soldiers," he called out, his tone carrying effortlessly over the crowd. "Stop what you are doing. You're giving our nation a bad name." All 4 soldiers turned toward him. The one in front, clearly the leader, gave a scoff of irritation. His smirk returned, but now it twisted with arrogance and annoyance. "Great," he muttered, loud enough for all to hear. "Another noble son playing at justice." Tai Lung's expression didn't change. His eyes were steady, voice controlled. "You are dishonoring yourself and the Fire Nation by your actions." The leader's smirk widened into something crueler. "That's big talk," he said. "We're just having a little fun with some lowly villagers. What's it to you?" Tai Lung didn't respond. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he stepped forward, closing the distance between them. The leader raised an eyebrow. "You want to fight, boy?" In the blink of an eye, Tai Lung surged forward. A flash of motion, a flurry of brutal fists. The leader didn't even have time to brace. Tai Lung's strikes landed with pinpoint force, each one driving into muscle, joint, and nerves. Within seconds, the soldier was crumpled on the ground, groaning and barely conscious. The remaining 3 soldiers jumped up, hands going to their weapons. Before they could draw, Tai Lung raised his voice. "I am Captain Tai Lung," he said, his voice loud enough for all to hear. "Son of Admiral Lung." The soldiers froze. Murmurs swept through the crowd. The soldiers' eyes darted between Tai Lung and their fallen leader, hesitation written across their faces. Tai Lung continued, his tone as sharp as a commander's. This soldier has broken the laws of our nation. He assaulted a villager, and he made clear his intention to violate a woman. That is treason against our honor and our code." He turned his gaze down at the fallen man. "He has brought us shame. Throw him in the brig, let him serve as an example." The 3 soldiers didn't argue. 2 of them moved quickly, lifting their unconscious leader, their hands trembling with restraint and nerves. Tai Lung looked at them coldly. "I'll consider this obedience for now. He was your commanding voice, but next time, if you stand by such actions or assist in any shape or form, you will share in the punishment." Then he turned his head toward Han, who had silently followed the confrontation with a thoughtful expression. "Help me draft a report," Tai Lung said. "We'll send word to the capital. This man will face a proper trial." Han gave a short nod and moved to his side, pulling out a parchment and ink from his satchel. With the situation settling, Tai Lung turned to the villager, still kneeling in the dust, and next to him his wife, both of them shaken and wary. "I apologize for what you had to go through," Tai Lung said gently. "You might not believe my words, but we have laws, and we expect our soldiers to follow a code of honor. What you experienced was the behavior of bad men, bad apples. We do not condone it." The man looked up slowly, eyes wide, mouth slightly parted, eyes never leaving Tai Lung's face. In all his years, he had never heard a Fire Nation soldier, let alone a noble, apologize. Most of them were worse than the regular troops, drunk on their lineage and eager to play conqueror. Yet here stood a noble son, young, powerful, and apologizing. He didn't know what to say. Tai Lung gave him a small, respectful nod, then turned away. Chapter 15. The sea stretched endlessly in every direction, the horizon shimmering under the sun as Tai Lung's ship cut through the waters of the southern sea. Their travel had become a rhythm of motion, sailing from one coastal point to another to restock supplies and allow Tai to explore the world beyond the Fire Nation. But the waters were not empty. Pirates and rogue Southern Water Tribe warriors prowled these seas, mistaking the Fire Nation vessel for easy prey. They attacked with confidence, their ships fast and their warriors fierce, at least until they came face to face with Tai Lung. The battles were short. Some attackers were injured. Others fell into the sea, their fate unknown. And a good number found themselves shackled in the brig below deck, their weapons confiscated and their pride broken. Whenever the ship made landfall, Tai Lung ensured the prisoners were handed over to Fire Nation garrisons for justice. On land, Tai Lung encountered earthbenders and so-called freedom fighters, scattered resistance remnants clinging to dreams of rebellion. But to Tai Lung, they were little more than children swinging sticks. Undisciplined, sloppy, lacking any real martial training or understanding of combat. He didn't waste more than a few moments with each skirmish. Their voyage eventually turned southeast, where warmer winds carried them toward a lonely island, its jagged cliffs cutting into the sky like teeth. As they approached, the waters grew darker, heavier. That's when the sea stirred. A deafening roar erupted from beneath the waves. The water split apart as a monstrous eel-like beast surged toward them, a leviathan of the deep. Its maw opened wide, its eyes glowing with fury as it lunged for the ship. The soldiers shouted, scrambling across the deck, but Tai Lung stepped forward. With one motion, he unleashed a brilliant torrent of blue flame, so hot and immense it lit up the sky like a second sun. The unagi reared back, its roar turning to a screech as the fire blazed past its face. It dove beneath the waves and vanished without a trace. The ship rocked gently in the monster's wake, and the stunned silence of the crew was quickly replaced by wild cheers. "Long live the captain," they roared, "Captain Tai Lung." They made landfall soon after, anchoring near a quiet cove. The island was lush, the trees thick and the air humid. A single dirt path led them toward a village nestled between the hills, but before they could reach it, they were intercepted. A dozen women in green with strange white makeup stood across the path, forming a line. They were dressed in light armor, wielding steel fans and round shields, their stances confident and measured. Tai Lung took a step forward, raising a hand in greeting. "I am," he began. But the women moved before he could finish. With sharp cries, they charged, fans slicing through the air, shields locking in formation. The soldiers behind Tai Lung took a stance preparing for combat, but Tai Lung held up a hand. "Stand down." Then he moved. The forest became a blur of motion as Tai Lung met the attackers head-on, fire bending forgotten. His fists moved with precision, his body fluid and unstoppable. He slipped between fans, deflected strikes with his forearms, and used his momentum to unbalance and disarm. One by one, the women fell, struck down with calculated force to their acupuncture, never more than necessary, but enough to strike the nerves and paralyze them. When the last one hit the ground, Tai Lung stood in the center of the clearing, untouched, surrounded by groaning bodies. "Restrain them," Tai Lung ordered coolly, not even breathing hard. His men moved in quickly, tying the women's wrists as Tai Lung looked toward the distant village, eyes narrowed. Tai Lung's eyes drifted back to the women now being tied up by his soldiers. The soft rustle of rope and armor filled the clearing as the last of the defeated were secured. He folded his arms, expression unreadable. "That was quite the greeting," he said dryly, his tone calm but edged with judgment. "You're not bad, but not good either. Still, I must admit, you surprised me. I thought the Earth Army didn't take women among them." One of the captured women, likely in her late 20s or early 30s, raised her head, her gaze sharp. "This isn't Earth Kingdom land, and we're not part of their armies," she said. "We are the Kyoshi warriors." Tai Lung didn't reply immediately. He turned instead to Han, who stood just behind him. "Have you heard of them?" Tai Lung asked. Han shrugged. "First time, but I did hear of Kyoshi before. It was one of the Avatar's incarnations." Tai Lung nodded slightly. The name wasn't unfamiliar. He had heard tales of the legendary Avatar, the strongest bender to ever live, a master of the four elements and a force of unmatched power, a bender that keeps reincarnating in an endless cycle, but he went into hiding at the start of the war for unknown reason. Turning his attention back to the woman, Tai Lung narrowed his eyes. "Doesn't seem like you're very famous," he said bluntly, "but if what you say is true, then where are the men? Why do I only see women here?" The leader didn't falter. "The Kyoshi warriors consist of women only." Tai Lung blinked, a frown tugging at his lips. "Now that's stupid." Before the leader could reply, a younger girl, likely the youngest among them, snapped, "We don't need men to fight for us. We're as good as they are. Better even." "Suki, don't speak," the leader said quickly, casting a firm look at the girl. Suki fell silent, but her eyes didn't. She glared at Tai Lung with unhidden defiance. Tai Lung noticed the change immediately, the venomous glares from all around him. A minute ago, they had been defiant but composed. Now, their anger had become personal. He blinked slowly, assessing them. "These women have some serious issues," he muttered under his breath, then glanced to the side. "Rai Run, Li Lan, take off your helmets." Two soldiers stepped forward and removed their helmets, revealing their faces. Both were women, calm, confident, unbothered by the tension. Tai Lung pointed at them. "We have both men and women in our army. The Water Tribe and Earth Kingdom, they don't allow women to fight, which means a lot of talented benders get wasted." He turned his gaze back to the Kyoshi warriors. "You on this island are just as stupid as those two nations. But instead of banning women, you ban men. So I stand by my words, you're stupid." He gestured dismissively at their outfits. "And what is with the strange clothing? If you want to fight, at least wear something more comfortable, more practical." The Kyoshi warriors seethed. No one liked being called stupid. Their hateful stares bore into Tai Lung, yet some couldn't help but consider his words. He had defeated all of them alone, and his logic, no matter how blunt, had truth to it. Tai Lung turned again to Han. "How come this island hasn't been conquered by now?" Han shrugged. "Most of our army is stationed on the mainland. No one bothers coming to a small island like this." Tai Lung nodded thoughtfully, then waved his hand. "Drag them along, we're heading to the village." As his soldiers began pulling the bound warriors behind them, the leader raised her voice. "You're not allowed to go there. You're not welcome." Tai Lung didn't even look back. "Idiots," he muttered, walking toward the village without a second thought. Behind him, the Kyoshi warriors burned with fury. The arrogance of their enemy was unmatched, but so was the strength that backed it. As the Fire Nation soldiers marched into the village, a heavy silence blanketed the air. The villagers, catching sight of the red and black uniforms, immediately scattered. Doors slammed shut, shutters were drawn, and not a soul dared step into the streets. Only one man remained. A middle-aged man with graying hair and trembling hands slowly walked forward. His eyes were wide with fear, flicking between the firebenders and the bound Kyoshi warriors being dragged behind them. When he recognized the defeated warriors, he paled even further, dread washing over his features. Tai Lung stepped forward, his tone calm but cold. "Are you the leader of this village?" The man swallowed hard. "Aye, yes, I am the chief," he stammered, then quickly added, "We are not part of the Earth Kingdom. We have stayed out of the war this whole time, and we don't want to start now." Tai Lung's eyes narrowed. "The moment you attacked us, you became part of it," he said flatly. "And frankly, no one would believe you when you say you're not part of the Earth Kingdom." He took a step closer. "So let's get straight to the point. I am Captain Tai Lung of the Fire Nation Navy. I offer you the choice to surrender unconditionally to us and become a vassal of the Fire Nation." The chief's face twisted in shock. Behind him, the Kyoshi warriors stirred, trying to resist despite their bindings. Several of them screamed, "Don't listen to them, chief. We are the proud Kyoshi Island. Do not bow to them." The soldiers holding them gripped the ropes tighter, straining to keep the warriors restrained. Tai Lung punched toward the sky. In an instant, an enormous pillar of searing blue fire erupted upward, lighting the sky with an eerie brilliance. The heat radiating from it could be felt even from a distance. The Kyoshi warriors froze, eyes wide in disbelief and fear at the overwhelming display of power. Tai Lung's voice rang out above the silence. "I alone can turn this entire village into ashes, let alone the soldiers that follow me." His gaze swept across the terrified villagers peeking through their windows. "Surrender now, and you will be spared that fate. You will continue your lives as you always have, in peace. The only difference is, if a Fire Nation ship comes by, you will not attack it. I do not leave enemies behind to ambush my people." The chief trembled where he stood. He looked at the villagers peering out of their homes, at the bound warriors still struggling, then back at Tai Lung, still radiating power like a living inferno. After a long, heavy pause, the chief slowly lowered his head. "Kyoshi warriors," he said softly, "please, stay down." Then, more firmly, "I, as the chief of the village, accept to become a vassal of the Fire Nation." Chapter 16. The Kyoshi warriors stood silently, heads bowed in shame. Though they bore no wounds on their skin, their spirits carried the weight of failure and defeat. They had trained all their lives, sworn to defend their island with their lives, yet now, bound in defeat after facing their first real opponent, they watched helplessly as their chief submitted to a young man, some would even consider a boy, from the Fire Nation scum. Some among them, especially the younger ones, glared with unspoken fury, the fire of rebellion still flickering behind their eyes. But for now, they held their tongues. Without so much as a glance back, Tai Lung spoke, his voice calm and commanding. "Since they've surrendered, release them. There's no need to keep them restrained. We honor our word. You will live as you always have. But make no mistake, if you choose to pick a fight again, we won't be merciful." The soldiers obeyed at once, loosening the ropes and stepping back. The girls didn't thank him, they simply stood, rubbing at their wrists, their pride as wounded as ever. The chief, standing awkwardly nearby, gave them a pleading look, silently urging them to comply for the good of the village. They all saw it. The unspoken desperation in his eyes made their fists clench tighter. Tai Lung took a few steps forward and added, "We came here to rest and resupply. Nothing more, we need food." The chief's face drained of color immediately. He raised his hands in a gesture of desperation. "Have mercy, please. We are just a small village." Tai Lung interrupted with a wave of his hand. "No need to be wary. We will pay you a fair price." Still, the chief hesitated, clearly distraught by these words. Before he could find a response, a sharp voice cut through the air. "I knew it," Suki said, stepping forward. "Your people are here to destroy our village." Tai Lung turned to her, genuinely confused. "Can't you understand human language? I said buy food. Buy, not steal, not burn." Suki's eyes burned with emotion. "The village barely has food because of the famine," she snapped. "And now you want to buy what little we have left. What is there to understand?" Tai Lung went quiet. His golden eyes studied her for a moment, then shifted to the chief. Is this true? The chief gave a weak nod. We're barely able to feed the villagers as it is. Tai Lung let out a long breath and turned his back to them. Then there's nothing more to say. Without another word, he walked away. Behind him, the Fire Nation soldiers followed, leaving behind a stunned group of villagers and warriors who had expected fire and fury for the request denial, yet witnessed restraint and clear code of honor. At the edge of the village, Han looked at Tai Lung with a frown. You do realize we still need to resupply, right? We're nearly out of food on the ship. Tai Lung nodded. We'll fish from the sea. Han raised an eyebrow. You mean the same sea that welcomed us with an oversized fish? You want to hunt that? Not necessarily, Tai Lung replied with a faint smirk. Anything will do, we just need enough to last until the next port. Han gave a thoughtful nod. It's your call, Captain, but usually we just take what we need from villages if we have to. Tai Lung didn't slow down. It's dishonorable to steal, let alone terrorize and steal from helpless villagers. You know, your flames and words terrorize them the most, Han said with a smile. If they knew we can end them anytime but chose peace without abusing them, I believe they wouldn't have stupid ideas or cause us trouble. Tai Lung replied, then the group fell silent. When they reached the coast where waves lapped lazily at the shore, Tai Lung began removing his armor, piece by piece, until he stood in simple cloth wraps beneath the sun. His hair rippled in the sea breeze, his back to his men. I'll dive and see what I can find, he said, his tone final. You take the ship and prepare to pick up whatever I bring in. Han turned to the crew. You heard the captain, let's move. As the soldiers scrambled to follow orders, Tai Lung stood at the edge of the water. With a deep breath, he dove into the sea. From afar, the villagers and Kyoshi warriors watched the Tai Lung and his crew move. They weren't entirely sure what kind of Fire Nation soldier this crew was. Their behavior didn't match the stories at all. Hours passed after Tai Lung's departure into the sea. Just before sunset, a commotion stirred near the edge of Kyoshi village. Han and a few Fire Nation soldiers returned, dragging behind them 3 makeshift carts, each loaded with a massive, glistening elephant koi. The bright orange scales shone in the dying sunlight, drawing gasps from the villagers and Kyoshi warriors alike. The soldiers stopped in the center of the square, drawing confused and wary stares from the people around. Han spoke plainly. Captain Lung hunted these himself. We had more than enough for our crew, so he sent the extra to you. Without waiting for thanks or reply, Han and the others turned around and began walking back toward the coast. As they moved out of the village's boundaries, one of the younger soldiers scoffed quietly. This village doesn't deserve the captain's kindness. Han just shrugged, his expression relaxed. Our captain follows the teachings of his academy more than most. He reminds me of his father. Admiral Lung is also a man of honor and fairness. Back in the village square, the mood shifted. For the first time in days, smiles returned to weary faces. Children peeked from behind their mothers' legs, wide-eyed at the enormous fish. Adults, once stoic and guarded, showed tentative joy. I can't believe this is happening, the village chief muttered in disbelief. The Fire Nation is helping us. One of the younger Kyoshi warriors voiced the thoughts on many minds. I thought they were evil conquerors, that all they knew was terrorizing and killing. The Kyoshi leader crossed her arms and frowned. I fear they are plotting something. Another warrior scoffed. Plotting what? That young leader of theirs took all of us down and without even bending. And did you see his fire? Blue. That wasn't normal firebending. There's no way we could fight that. Her comment was met with silent, solemn agreement. The captain of the Fire Nation soldiers wasn't just a soldier in their eyes, he was a monster. At dawn the next morning, the Kyoshi warriors gathered quietly and departed the village, heading for the coast. The Fire Nation ship was still docked nearby. The warriors had 2 intentions: to keep watch over the foreigners, and to thank them for the food they had delivered. As they approached, one of the girls spotted movement near the jagged rocks that lined the shoreline. There, she whispered, pointing. The girls crept closer and their eyes widened. It was him, the person who had bested them all the day before. Tai Lung stood shirtless in the pale light of morning, his breath slow and focused. With no fire, no bending, he drove his fists and legs into the rugged stone, shattering the edges with every strike. The warriors stood in awe, the sheer force he was using, the power behind each motion. It was brutal, it was scary. And it made yesterday's defeat all the more haunting. They realized in silence he had gone easy on them more than they thought. Had he truly given them the same treatment of these rocks, they wouldn't be standing here now. Bones would have broken, limbs might have shattered. Then, without warning, Tai Lung stopped. His breathing didn't even sound labored. He turned and raised an eyebrow when he saw them. "What are you doing here so early?" he asked as he walked toward them, sweat glistening off his body. The Kyoshi leader stepped forward, her voice awkward and unsure. "We wanted to thank you for the food you gave the village yesterday." Tai Lung's eyes narrowed slightly. "This early, and with so many of you." The girls tensed, their expressions shifting from calm to concerned, perhaps even fearful, except for one. Suki met his gaze evenly. "How did you hunt the koi fish, with the unagi around?" Tai Lung tilted his head. "Unagi? Is it the oversized eel?" Suki nodded. "Ever since it showed up, we haven't been able to fish in the sea. It attacks any boat in sight." Tai Lung responded simply, "It attacked our ship yesterday. After we repelled it, it kept its distance." Suki's eyes widened. "You repelled it." He didn't reply. Instead, he turned to the Kyoshi leader. "We're leaving the island as soon as the rest of my crew is up." With that, Tai Lung turned and walked away, leaving the stunned warriors behind. Not long after their early morning encounter with Tai Lung, the Kyoshi warriors remained at the coast, quietly observing the Fire Nation ship. There was sudden movement, soldiers running about in swift, coordinated lines, preparing the vessel for departure. The sails unfurled, the anchors pulled up, and the ship began to drift away from Kyoshi Island, slowly vanishing over the sea's horizon. The girls stood in silence, their expressions conflicted. They had grown up on stories, tales etched into their minds, stories of Fire Nation brutality, of villages razed to ash, of children taken from their homes, of entire bloodlines wiped out in the name of conquest. The Fire Nation were monsters, every soldier a soulless killer draped in red and black. But those men, the ones on that ship, they were nothing like the stories. The girls exchanged glances. They attacked them first unprovoked, and yet none of them were hurt. No burns, no lives lost. Instead of retaliation, they had shown restraint. Instead of demanding supplies, they had offered to buy them. And when the village couldn't provide, they simply walked away. And then they brought back food. Suki thought to herself, "They gave us food, for nothing in return." She wasn't alone in her conflicted thoughts. The girls watched as the ship grew smaller in the distance. Just as it reached the edge of the bay, the water beneath it rippled violently. The surface of the ocean surged, and with a thunderous roar, the unagi emerged, towering above the waves, its serpentine body coiling with fury. It roared at the Fire Nation vessel, ready to strike. The Kyoshi warriors' eyes widened in collective horror. The sea monster had returned. They tensed instinctively, but then remembered Tai Lung's words. "We repelled it." Now they would witness how. In the next breath, a streak of blue lightning tore through the air, lancing from the ship with unnatural might. It struck the unagi mid-roar. There was a split second of silence before the beast howled in pain, its body convulsing as arcs of energy danced across its wet flesh. Then, with a final cry, the creature collapsed back into the sea, lifeless. The water calmed, the terror that had plagued their shores for months. Gone. Just like that. A shiver ran down the girls' spines. No words were spoken. The power they had just witnessed shocked them. The Fire Nation killed the sea monster effortlessly. Suki swallowed hard. They all knew who had done it. The young captain. They had attacked him without reason. Had he been like the fire soldiers in stories, if even a fragment of those tales had been true, their entire village would be ash. Chapter 17. The province of Tgthegood lay like a quiet patchwork of green on the maps of the Earth Kingdom, a medium-sized province, southeast of Amashu, sharing a border south of Si Wung State. It was a place noted for its forests and broad agricultural plains that fed thousands. To those who prized drama and war, Tgthegood might have seemed almost insultingly ordinary. To those who loved soil and seed, it was everything. Tai Lung and his crew arrived by a narrow river that curled east of Kyoshi Island in the south, a waterway that ran its slow course between Gao Ling and Zhou. Their ship slid into the province like a careful animal into a clearing, and when it docked, Tai Lung stepped ashore at the head of his small party with Vice Captain Han at his shoulder. The city of Tuzhen was a relatively small Earth Kingdom city. Since it was conquered 90 years ago, Han said as they walked, there has been no real rebellion, no attempt to resist the Fire Nation. The people here are farmers. Many have never raised a weapon in their lives, and that was long before the war had started 100 years ago. Tai Lung listened patiently, then asked, "Is anything special about this city?" Han's mouth tilted. "None. It's one of the most boring places to be in, but it is not the same story for the nearby forest. It has always been known as a forest of spirits. People around here don't dare approach it. They fear angering the spirits dwelling among the trees." Tai Lung's gaze sharpened with something like interest. "So there are spirits in the forest we can meet?" Han hesitated. "I am not sure. As far as I am aware, our army marched through the forest decades ago, and we encountered no wrath or spirits." He paused, then added in a lower tone, half admonition, half jest, "But not long ago we heard news that some of our soldiers were attacked by spirits and stripped of everything except their underwear." "You think it is the work of spirits or bandits?" Tai Lung asked. Han gave an approving smile. "Bandits. I do believe spirits could get angry and vengeful, but the state of our soldiers matched the work of bandits more." Their conversation cut short with a sound that could have been the wail of some small, affronted beast, a man's voice shrieking, "My cabbages!" Both Tai Lung and Han stared toward the commotion. They found an Earth Kingdom merchant in the square, wild-eyed and wailing over a heap of ruined vegetables on the stones. Cabbages lay trampled, leaves scattered like injured birds. Next to the ruined heap stood another Earth Kingdom man, looking unrepentant, and at his side a koala sheep was happily munching what remained. The man's manner was brisk, dismissive. "They are just a few cabbages," he said. "Don't cause trouble over them." Just cabbages, how dare you?" the merchant screamed in fury and pain. The cabbages merchant became angrier by the moment that it seemed he was on the verge of attacking the man. Unexpectedly, Han moved toward them. "Kai. Calm down," he said, his voice laced with the sort of patience that comes from having settled more quarrels than a man could remember. The merchant, who had been seething a moment before, stopped completely. His face, fierce one breath earlier, turned bright and eager. He pointed a finger at the koala sheep's owner and cried, "Mr. Han, they destroyed my cabbages and acted as if they had done nothing. Off with their heads. They must be punished." The other man stood shocked, blinking as the sudden call for capital punishment. "Are you crazy?" he spluttered. "You want to kill me because my koala sheep ate a few cabbages? Sir, this man is crazy." His hands fluttered, helpless, angry, and afraid now. Tai Lung had moved closer by then, watching with an amused, quiet interest. He saw the merchant's face, saw the ridiculous, inflamed grievance that had turned a man into a small volcano. "That's an excessive punishment," he observed, "but it is fair to be paid for the price of your ruined cabbages." Tai Lung's eyes focused on the man with the koala sheep. "Pay the merchant for the loss you caused him," Tai Lung continued. The man retorted, "Pay him, they are rotten cabbages." "It doesn't matter," Tai Lung said. "He owns them and had a price for them. You destroyed them and you have to pay. If you don't, we can consider other physical punishments." Color drained from the man's face. He reached into his purse, paid the merchant grudgingly, and left with his head bowed. Yet the merchant's glare did not soften. Even after receiving his coin, he continued to scowl hatefully at the man who had fed his sheep. Han shook his head with weary amusement. "Kai, you are getting more ridiculous by the day. Now you are asking to kill for cabbages? What next? 1 life per cabbage." Kai replied, "For the likes of him, 1 cabbage worth more than his entire life." The merchant snapped back. For a moment it looked like these words coming from convention instead of anger. Han sighed. Tai Lung, intrigued, asked, "A friend of yours?" Han's answer was careful. "I wouldn't say we are friends, but you could call him a friend of your father." Tai Lung had not expected his father to be drawn here in some random local tangle. The merchant, hearing Han's words, focused on Tai Lung, then as if struck by lightning, his face brightened. You must be Admiral Lung's son. How is your father? Is he around? I have information for him. No, father is not here, Tai Lung answered. What news do you have? We can deliver it back. Kai's eyes darted about the square. He lowered his voice until it was almost a hiss. Let's talk elsewhere. Too many eyes and ears here. Without another word, he turned and began to thread his way away from the crowd. Tai Lung glanced at Han. The man's expression had gone suddenly serious. A motion of the head was all the invitation Tai Lung needed. Together they followed the merchant to a tucked, away corner. Kai looked around again, lips drawn tight, as if ensuring that no one listened, then leaned in. I have important information, he said. The forest nearby is full of Fire Nation deserters and traitors. Tai Lung's brow creased. How do you know that? He asked. Kai's mouth hardened. I have my own resources, but the information is absolutely true. Recently your soldiers were attacked and stripped by them. He glanced toward Han as if to make certain the words landed. Do you know how many we're talking about? Han inquired. A little over 20, Kai replied. Tai Lung considered it for a heartbeat, then said, simply, we can check it while we are here. I wanted to go into the forest anyway. Then he shifted the conversation. So, that's how you know my father. You are a spy for our nation. Kai's face reddened at the suggestion. Of course not, I am an Earth Kingdom citizen. He spoke the words confidently, prideful even. Tai Lung paused at that, then inclined his head. I see. Kai's fingers curled, a twitch of indignation rising. I am not a traitor. I will not accept such an accusation. His voice had climbed a pitch. His hands were visibly clenched. I didn't say anything, but you are indeed a traitor, Tai Lung told him bluntly. Your face spoke for you, Kai snapped back. No, I am no traitor. The Earth Kingdom betrayed me. You don't know even a fraction of the crimes and acts of hate they have done against me through the years. This is all for the grievances they have given me. Toward the end his voice cracked. His fists squeezed so tightly the knuckles went white and his eyes shone with unchecked tears. For a moment Tai Lung said nothing. At last his tone shifted, softened. What have they done to you? He asked. Kai's head bowed as though recalling the worst things imaginable to humans. He spoke as if recounting a nightmare he could not wake from. Over and over they destroyed my cabbages and I could only watch helplessly. I begged for justice but no one cared, they even laughed at me. Only the Fire Nation, good men like your father, and you stood for my cabbages. His voice was small, but redolent with a conviction so absolute. Tai Lung could not hide his astonishment at the absurdity he was hearing. Kai saw the look, and, as if to seal the truth of his grievance, nodded quickly. Yes, it was that bad. For years I lived to see my cabbages get destroyed. None of these fools can see the beauty and wisdom of the cabbage, but I do. I will take revenge for every destroyed cabbage. He said the last words with a terrible, trembling earnestness. Tai Lung inclined his head once and then smiled. I won't take more of your time. Go back to your cabbages. Kai brightened as if released from a spell. Good luck with the traitors, he said, earnest again, and bowed in the strangest sort of respect. Send my greetings to your father. Tai Lung turned to Han. The man's expression had broken into a grin, and then the grin became laughter, sudden and loud. Your face was priceless, Han said as he laughed. That man is crazy, Tai Lung said at last, a faint amusement threading his words. Maybe, Han admitted, still smiling, but his information is always spot on. He knows things that no one should. He's better at gathering news than our best spies and informants. Your father calls him the cabbage bender, the greatest spy in the world. For an instant, Tai Lung's amusement curdled into reflection. His gaze drifted, thoughtful and oddly solemn. Han noticed and frowned. You're thinking about the deserters, aren't you? No, Tai Lung said slowly. I'm thinking about the cabbage lunatic. Han blinked. What? Tai Lung folded his arms, his tone unexpectedly serious. Some spiritual masters can form deep connections with the universe. What if that man's love for his cabbages became so strong, so absolute, that it forged a bond between him and them? All things are connected, Han. If his devotion was powerful enough, perhaps he found a way to communicate with them. There was a long pause. Then Tai Lung looked at Han with utter sincerity and said, maybe he isn't the cabbage bender. but the cabbage messenger. Han stared at him, mouth slightly open. He's just a crazy man and your father was joking, Captain. You're thinking far too much into this. Chapter 18. Tai Lung decided to follow the cabbage merchant's information and investigate the supposed deserters hiding in the nearby forest. Along with him came Han and 2 others from his crew. As the group walked through the dense forest, Han glanced sideways at Tai Lung and said, "I didn't expect you to look for deserters based on Kai's words alone." Tai Lung's expression remained calm. "I wanted to visit the forest to begin with," he said, "and I did tell Father I wouldn't just drift aimlessly. I think it counts if we catch deserters. Besides," a faint smirk tugged at his mouth, "the cabbage messenger went out of his way to warn us. How could we ignore him?" Han gave a strange look. "Do you really think he can talk to cabbages?" he asked. "I don't know," Tai Lung replied thoughtfully. "He might truly be able to communicate with them, or perhaps he has a spiritual connection with the universe. Or maybe he's simply too good at gossiping. Personally," he added after a pause, "I hope he really is connected with cabbages or the universe." Han raised a brow. "And why is that exactly?" "Because," Tai Lung said, his voice carrying a distant, almost wistful note, "he would be proof that one can truly communicate with the universe, that there's a way to achieve inner peace and reach true Kai mastery within the rules of this world." Han blinked at him, utterly baffled. "What in the name of Agni are you talking about?" Tai Lung didn't answer. His eyes drifted through the trees, his mind far away. In this world, there was no concept of inner peace or Kai mastery. Here, bending was seen only as a path to strength and domination. A quiet loneliness settled over him. It seemed that only he knew the art of Kai, the balance between body and spirit. Yet he could not share it, not when he wasn't certain if the universe's laws even allowed it to advance beyond a certain level. After a moment of silence, he said quietly, "Don't mind me." Then, turning his gaze ahead, he asked, "More importantly, how likely are we to encounter these deserters?" Han shook his head. "Hard to say. The forest is too large, and searching every corner will take us days, if not weeks. Personally, I think it is not worth searching the forest blindly based on Kai's words alone." "Is it now? You said his information is always accurate. Why the change now?" Tai Lung asked. Han replied, "I just don't like the idea of searching the forest for deserters. If you want to follow the Admiral's words, then fighting in some local skirmish or catching bandits is better and simpler than this wild hunt." "I see. Well, we are already here. Let's search for a day or 2. If we found them, that's great. If not, we leave," Tai Lung replied nonchalantly. Han didn't say anything else. The group continued their march in relative silence. Hours passed until, after nearly 3 hours, Tai Lung suddenly raised his hand. "Stop," he ordered. The group froze instantly. Han looked around, puzzled. "What is it?" Tai Lung's eyes narrowed, scanning the ground ahead. "There are traps hidden in front of us," he said quietly, "and judging by their size, they're not meant for small animals." "If there are traps here, and they belong to the deserters," Han murmured, "then we might be approaching their camp or they're nearby, waiting for some victim to step into one." Tai Lung nodded. His golden eyes gleamed narrowed slightly as he said, "Follow my lead. We'll move slowly and disable the traps as we go." And so they advanced through the forest carefully, step by step. The soldiers moved silently, their boots barely making any noise. Tai Lung crouched every few paces, deftly disarming snares and tripwires. Eventually, they reached a small river winding through the trees. Near its bank stood several crude huts made of sticks and bark, smoke rising weakly from dying fires. A handful of figures lingered near the water fishing. Tai Lung straightened, his eyes narrowing. "We found our targets faster than expected," he said, his voice low and calm. Then, without hesitation, he strode forward. The soldiers followed, weapons drawn, their gazes alert. The figures by the river noticed them almost instantly. Shouts rang out as the ragged people scrambled to raise their spears, forming a defensive line. Tai Lung studied them calmly. They were dressed in rags and leaves, their skin darkened and rough, their faces bearing Fire Nation features, yet something about them didn't quite match. There was a touch of the Earth Kingdom in their bearing. The rough life among the trees left its mark on them. Put your weapons down and surrender, Tai Lung said, his tone even but commanding. No need to make this hard for yourselves. A silence followed before an old man emerged from one of the huts. His gait was slow but steady, his face marked by two deep parallel scars along his eyes and face. His eyes, sharp and wary, fixed on Tai Lung. You're too young to be a soldier, the man said gravely. Has the madness reached the point where children now join the war? Tai Lung's gaze didn't change. No, he replied simply. I am a special case, I'll repeat, surrender, you're outmatched. A bitter smile crossed the old man's face. Another child who hasn't learned discipline, he said. It pains me to see arrogance so young. You have much to learn before calling yourself special. For a heartbeat, Tai Lung said nothing. The words struck deeper than the man could have known. Discipline? Arrogance? Shifu's voice echoed in his memory, educating, cold, patient, relentless. His master's lessons had been carved into his bones. No one demanded discipline like Shifu, no one taught harder than Shifu. Then arrogance wasn't through how he viewed others, how he met Po. Was he looking at others through the lens of arrogance again? He thought bitterly. Am I underestimating my opponent just like before? The thought stung, and with it came anger not toward the old man, but himself and this habit. His calm expression hardened, his shoulders tensed. He inhaled sharply, calming his breath. Then fight it is, Tai Lung said, voice cold and deliberate. But be warned, I'm not holding back. The old man's eyes narrowed. He felt something shift, the air around Tai Lung seemed to radiate danger and violence. Young one, he said, his voice steady but low, your eyes, they're full of brutality and savagery, as if you've never been taught restraint. Tai Lung's expression darkened. I was taught to be efficient and brutal, he said, each word measured like a strike, to make my enemies suffer for their weakness or mistakes. His gaze sharpened further, the gold in his eyes glinting with malice. And I admit, I let my arrogance cloud my judgment for a moment, no more. The last words were spoken to himself, almost like a vow. Then without warning, Tai Lung moved. The air cracked with speed as he shot forward, faster than anyone could. The old man barely had time to react before Tai Lung was upon his men. The deserters rushed to meet him, shouting battle cries, but their cries turned to groans in mere seconds. Tai Lung's movements were a blur, brutal and merciless. A sweep of his leg sent one man flying, a twist of his wrist shattered another's spear. A single strike left two men crumpled in the dirt. By the time the old man registered what was going on, it was over. The men lay sprawled on the ground, their weapons broken, their bodies writhing in pain. The only sound was the crackle of the river and the faint moans of defeat. The old man stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Never, never had he seen someone fight like that. It wasn't human, nor the refined technique of a bender. It was something else entirely, efficient, cold, and predatory like a beast. He began to wonder if this young man before him was even a bender. When Tai Lung's eyes turned toward him, the old man felt a chill crawl down his spine. For the first time in many years, he realized he could not afford to hold back. The old man took his stance, preparing to face Tai Lung, but as he observed him more carefully, he asked, "Young man, what is your name?" "I am Tai Lung replied. "Are you Shulian Lung's son?" the old man asked. Tai Lung raised an eyebrow. "You know my father." The old man nodded. "He was a captain under my command back in the day. I was also his master. I taught him firebending." Tai Lung was taken aback. "My father never told me about you, or that he had a master." The old man sighed. "I am Jiang, an ex-admiral of the Fire Nation and the first person to become a deserter there. Your father didn't take kindly to my actions and viewed them as a betrayal." "If that's true," Tai Lung said, "then it is all the more reason I must bring you in." Chapter 19. Jiang stood firm as he said, "Why have you become so hostile, young one?" Tai Lung's expression hardened, his voice cold. "It is devastating to see the master you trusted so much turn his back on you and betray you. I'm sure father will be pleased to hear the news of your fall." Jiang's brows furrowed, though his voice remained calm. "I did not betray your father. I abandoned the Fire Nation and their mad war. I could not, in good conscience, watch so much destruction and death unfold." "You could have retired," Tai Lung said flatly. Jiang shook his head. It is not enough. Retirement won't absolve me of the mistakes I made. Then you should be prepared to face the consequences of your choices, Tai Lung said, his tone colder still. He knew too well the sting of betrayal, the sight of a trusted master turning away. The reason behind it didn't matter to him, the wound was the same. The thought of it, that his own father had suffered similar betrayal, lit a quiet fury within him. His decision was already made. Tai Lung lunged forward, but Jiang's arms rose in a swift motion. From the ground beneath Tai Lung's feet, fire burst forth, forcing him back. Tai Lung narrowed his eyes, splitting the flames with his blue fire, then stepping through. Jiang's eyes widened, the faintest trace of surprise flickering across his face. You wield blue fire? Then why didn't you use it earlier? I prefer to fight with my martial arts, Tai Lung replied coolly. They are my specialty, they represent what I am. Jiang studied him with intrigue. Blue fire was rare, a mark of unmatched talent among firebenders. To hear one speak of such a gift as though it were secondary was astonishing. He had expected arrogance, or restraint perhaps, but not this. You are a strange one, Jiang said softly. Tai Lung charged again. The old man responded in kind, unleashing a volley of blazing fireballs. Tai Lung dodged each with fluid grace, until the ground beneath him erupted once more, forcing him to leap back. Is this wall of fire your signature move? Tai Lung asked, voice steady despite the wall of flame before him. You should watch your surroundings more carefully, Jiang replied, his voice echoing as he swept his hands outward. In that instant, the flames behind Tai Lung, which were ignited by Jiang attacks earlier, joined the wall of fire and encircled Tai Lung, then rotated around him and formed a roaring tornado. Fire spun and howled around him, and the cage of fire closed on him from all directions. Tai Lung braced himself, then burst forward, blue fire erupting from his palms as he cut through the torrent. He pierced out of the fiery storm, only to find Jiang gone. His sharp eyes darted through the haze until his ears caught a faint sound behind him. He spun around just in time to see Jiang within the heart of the flames, smiling faintly before thrusting his palms forward. Fire surged toward Tai Lung like a living creature. There was no time to dodge. Tai Lung punched forward, unleashing his own torrent of blue fire, the two streams colliding in a burst of flames. Jiang's voice rose above the roar. Your flames are stronger than your martial arts, boy. You can't deny that truth. You lack restraint and place too much faith in your fists, using your fire as a secondary weapon. That is not the way of a true firebender, let alone a master. Tai Lung said nothing. He wanted to master firebending, that much was true, but he would not abandon what made him Tai Lung. His kung fu, his martial arts were his essence, his pride, his identity. Yet deep down, he could not deny Jiang's words. His mind flashed to his battle with Oogway. The Fire Lord's flames had burned hotter and wilder than Jiang's, but that fight had been a contest of strength and speed, nothing more. There had been no strategy, no art in the flames. That was why he had triumphed then. But now, this old man relied on strategy and tricks. It took Tai Lung only a heartbeat to decide. If this was how his opponent wanted to fight, then so be it. He raised his hands, mirroring Jiang's movements exactly. The old man's eyes widened in alarm as fire erupted behind him, cutting off every path of retreat. I am quite the fast learner, Tai Lung said calmly, his blue fire reflecting in his eyes. And I don't plan on losing here. If I have to firebend instead using my martial arts, then so be it. You are not escaping me. Jiang's face fell into panic in an instant as Tai Lung moved and unleashed wave after wave of blue flame that roared toward him. It was unlike anything the old master had faced. He tried to dodge and defend, but the sheer power and volume of the flames pressed in on him until he could barely defend himself, his clothes getting seared by the flames. The roaring inferno swallowed Jiang's sight. Fire closed in from every direction. He knew, with a cold certainty, that if this continued he would be defeated, and worse, the flames were growing too fast. It won't be long before the whole forest would be sacrificed to this mad blaze. Amid the howling heat, Jiang forced his voice to rise so Tai Lung could hear it. Your flames will turn the entire forest to ashes, he called out. You must show restraint before the fire begins to spread. It won't. The voice came from his side and froze him in the throat. Jiang spun. 2 feet from him stood Tai Lung. He had used the flames to veil his approach just as Jiang had done earlier. Jiang tried to make distance, but it was already too late. Dozens of blows landed, quick, powerful strikes at nerves and Kai points. The old master staggered beneath the onslaught, then fell. In the space of heartbeats, Jiang, once an admiral and a feared firebending master, was on the forest floor. Tai Lung slowed, steadying his breathing, and with it the fire all around them began to die down, the blue tongues licking themselves out into smoke and ash until the air settled, clearer and cooler. He looked down at the fallen man for a long moment. Chain them all, Tai Lung ordered. We are going back. Han and the others moved swiftly, acting on the captain's command. The deserters and their small, ragged band were bound and gathered before being led back to the city. Later that night, Jiang sat in his cell with his men, shackled and silent. The heavy quiet was broken when the door opened and Han stepped inside, keys jangling at his hand. Master, Han said, forcing a small, conspiratorial grin, get out of here quickly. My scary captain is sleeping. Jiang raised his head slowly, eyes tired. Han, he said, I doubt Shulian's son will take kindly to your betrayal. Han's expression was steady. Yeah, he is something else. Honestly, it's scary to think he's angry with me, but this is a risk I'm willing to take, Master. I owe you that much. He worked the shackles loose, and one by one the prisoners were freed. Together they slipped out of the makeshift prison and hurried through the dark until the city's edge lay behind them. As they ran, Jiang glanced at his old student. Han offered a rueful smile. Shulian helped you in the past, he said softly. Today I repaid my debt to you. Next time you're on your own, Master, I sincerely hope you don't cross our path again. Jiang managed a small smile in answer and then hurried into the night. Han watched them go until their figures were swallowed by shadow, then breathed a long sigh of relief. He turned to go back to his place, but froze when he found Tai Lung staring at him coldly. Han, quick to cover his tremor, put on a loose grin. Captain, fancy seeing you here. Explain yourself, Tai Lung said. Han's grin faltered. Explain what? I betrayed the Fire Nation and released the prisoners. You said you were willing to take the risk because he was your master, Tai Lung said. Don't you feel angry at his betrayal? Han blinked. You were listening the whole time, why didn't you stop me? I prefer to hear things before acting, Tai Lung replied. It is never too late to hunt them down. After fighting them, I know they can't escape my hunt. Han's face changed at that, a mix of worry and resignation. He exhaled and replied. When Master was an admiral, he took many soldiers under his wing. Just like your father, I was among these students. He trained us for years. I had to help him. Didn't you feel betrayed by his actions? Tai Lung asked. Han's voice was steady, threaded with memory rather than wrath. I was angry when I learned he deserted, but he taught us well, guided us up through the ranks, helped us survive the war. One act does not erase years of favor. Tai Lung absorbed the words, then said, My father did the same years ago. Not exactly, Han answered. He had a chance to capture Master, but he chose to turn a blind eye. Tai Lung closed his eyes. Shifu, the teacher who had been a father to him, had done so much for him over the years. But that single act of betrayal was enough for Tai Lung to forget everything and act on his anger. At that moment, Tai Lung felt too small. Beside his father and Han, he was nothing but a scum and vile animal. Without another word, Tai Lung turned and walked away. Captain, Han called, taken aback. Tai Lung did not look back as he said. The deserter and his people escaped in the middle of the night and no one noticed. Their escape was due to the carelessness of you, Vice Captain Han. You deserve a punishment. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for overseeing the resupply process. Han blinked, then a slow smile spread across his face. Chapter 20. Tai Lung's ship cut through the ocean waves, heading straight toward the mainland, where it reached a large military fortress situated along the coast. The harbor bustled with activity as Fire Nation banners waved proudly over the walls. This fortress was no ordinary outpost. It was relatively large, housing nearly 1,000 soldiers. It operated under the authority of General Shinu, a pragmatic and seasoned leader of the Fire Nation army. To Tai Lung's surprise, upon docking, both he and Han were immediately summoned to attend a war council. Curious about the sudden invite, the two men made their way through the fortifications and into the war chamber. Upon entering, Tai Lung took in the sight. A dozen high-ranking officers were gathered around a massive table, a detailed war map spread before them. At the head of the table stood a man with graying hair and a sharp gaze, General Shinu. Tai Lung needed only a glance to recognize the man's authority, but he also immediately noticed the cold, hostile stare directed at him. General Shinu didn't waste time. "I've heard of you, Tai Lung," he said with measured disdain. "Your infamy reached us all the way from the homeland." He paused, then added with a mocking tone, "Let's hope you're as good at fighting the enemy as you are at challenging your superiors and drifting aimlessly around." Tai Lung's eyes narrowed. "What is this about?" Shinu pointed at the map. A battalion of 10,000 soldiers was ambushed at Zaefu mountain range. The one responsible is King Bumi of Amashu. That name caught Tai Lung's attention. He knew of Amashu, but Bumi. Shinu continued, "Over half of our battalion was lost in the battle. The rest are trapped in the mountain range." Earth soldiers had surrounded them, one officer added grimly. The army of Amashu, led by the legendary Mad King himself. They are using the location to their advantage, preventing the soldiers from escaping, and they are planning on killing them off slowly. "We must prepare to defend this fortress. Amashu soldiers will march here eventually," General Shinu stated, his voice firm. Tai Lung looked around at the room, then asked, "How many enemies are we talking about?" 3,000, Shinu replied. Tai Lung frowned. 3,000 killed 5,000 and trapped 5 more? It didn't make sense. Shinu rolled his eyes in annoyance seeing the frown on Tai Lung's face. "Someone explain it to the boy." One of the officers spoke up. "King Bumi is the oldest living king in the Earth Kingdom. He's said to be 110 years old and widely regarded as the strongest earthbender alive. Some say he is the strongest living bender across all nations. His army is composed of elite earthbenders and highly trained soldiers. He's also extremely intelligent. He set up the ambush at Zaefu, forcing our soldiers into a deadly trap while suffering little to no casualties himself. Many of the survivors are wounded and exhausted. They sent us a hawk messenger requesting us to send help." Tai Lung's brow furrowed. "Then why not go assist the trapped forces, leaving them on their own waiting for death?" General Shinu's reply was cold and calculated. "Because they can buy us time. If we ride out now, we risk joining them in a losing battle. It's better to hold the fortress and wait for reinforcements." Tai Lung frowned at that. "So you would rather hold onto a fortress than save our people? If we move now, we can reduce the losses." General Shinu scoffed. "We might be losing more if we go to help, not to mention the possibility of losing the fortress." His words echoed in the room, callous perhaps, but strategic. Tai Lung was silent, but his glare lingered on the general, silently burning with disagreement. Tai Lung's gaze swept across the room, his eyes locking with those of the officers seated around the table. "What about the rest of you?" he asked, his voice calm but cutting. "Any thoughts on what can be done besides holing up here, or are we all just here to nod along and betray thousands just like that?" Some of the officers met his stare with cold, unreadable expressions. Others glanced nervously at General Shinu, hesitation clear in their eyes. A few even looked down, avoiding his gaze altogether, fearful, uncertain, and unwilling to speak. General Shinu's voice rang with a mix of authority and anger. "Captain Lung," he growled, narrowing his eyes, "my decision is final. I won't tolerate you sowing seeds of doubt among my men. You are to follow orders, or you will be considered a traitor." Tai Lung frowned, locking eyes with the general. "Did you bring everyone here to share your decision?" he asked sharply, "or to think of a solution to help the trapped soldiers?" The general scoffed, straightening his back with a puffed chest. "I am the general in command," he said arrogantly. "You are only supposed to follow orders, not question them. I'll let it slide this time, since you're young and this is your first war meeting. But don't think I won't throw you in a cell. You do well to watch yourself if you don't want to dishonor yourself and your father." Something snapped inside Tai Lung. His eyes narrowed into slits, fury beginning to stir in his chest. He was already getting pissed by the thought of betraying the trust of thousands and leaving them to their death. And now, the general spoke to him like that. Who was this man to speak like that? Did this man truly believe he would lower his head in submission, just like the Fire Lord had done nearly 2 years ago? Tai Lung began walking slowly around the war table, each step measured and deliberate. He stood right before the general, then spoke with a voice cold and disdainful. "I really want to know, what gave you the guts to speak to me like that?" Shinu's face twisted with fury. "This is a disgrace. Disrespecting your superior, I'll make sure you rot in a prison cell." Tai Lung didn't speak another word. He moved like lightning, blindingly fast, and delivered a series of rapid, brutal strikes. The general was caught completely off guard, and before anyone could react, he was sent crashing into the metal wall behind him, collapsing unconscious. Gasps filled the chamber. The remaining officers stared in shock, in disbelief of the mutiny they had just witnessed. Tai Lung turned back to face them, his voice level and commanding. "Now that fool is out of the way, let's get to work. Do we know what is going on there exactly? How the enemies are trying to kill our people? And any plans on how we can actually save our people? All suggestions are welcomed." One of the officers finally broke the silence. "What you've done, that's treason." Tai Lung scoffed. "And leaving 5,000 soldiers to die isn't? Spare me the lecture. Let's get to the real subject. If you are worried about being punished because of me, just say I threatened you into submission, that I am a madman throwing blue fire and lighting around. I did humiliate and burn the Fire Lord publicly. No one will doubt your story." The officers glanced at one another again, and slowly the fear in their expressions began to shift, turning into focus. They leaned over the map, their voices growing as they shared what they knew and thought. For the first time, they actually began discussing what they can do, talking about terrain, enemies, routes, coordination, and enemy possible plans. After what felt like an hour of back and forth, a unified plan was formed, daring, dangerous, but possible. A rescue mission. Tai Lung stepped back from the table. "Someone throw this idiot," he pointed to the unconscious general. "In a cell, it is a fitting place for him. We leave in an hour." There was no protest. Just a nod, and in several eyes, the faintest gleam of newfound respect. As Tai Lung exited the chamber, Han caught up with him, keeping pace. "This plan of yours is suicide. King Bumi is extremely dangerous," he said under his breath. "If your father were here, he'd never approve of something like this." Tai Lung smirked. "Good thing he's not. I'm looking forward to meeting the strongest and oldest living bender. I hope he is better than Jiang and the Fire Rooster." Han looked at his young captain, a heavy sigh escaping his chest. All he could do now was pray the spirits would watch over Tai Lung. "I will let the rest of the crew know of this plan, and that we are going to stay here for a while," Han said. Tai Lung nodded and thanked him before looking toward the north. This was going to be his first real participation in the war. He still didn't like the thought of fighting, but he was part of the Fire Nation now, and he wouldn't fail his father in this life. Chapter 21. The golden rays of morning filtered through the windows of the Fire Nation High Command, casting a regal glow over the war room. Admiral Lung stood tall, arms crossed behind his back, overlooking a map of the world spread across the table. Yet his mind was far from topics at hand. His thoughts, as they often were these days, were with his son. In all the Fire Nation, perhaps in all the world, Admiral Lung felt he was the luckiest and proudest man alive. His son, Tai Lung, had turned out to be beyond exceptional. No, beyond anything the Fire Nation had ever seen. A prodigy among prodigies. At only 12 years old, Tai had defeated the Fire Lord, one of the strongest bending grandmasters in the entire nation. And it wasn't a desperate victory, nor was it hard-fought, it was one-sided. Flawless victory. Still, even pride had its limits, and Admiral Lung knew the dangers of keeping someone like Tai Lung too close to the political heart of the Fire Nation. The capital was full of ambitious and jealous eyes, so he had sent his son away, on a ship, under the pretense of a global journey to broaden his horizons and participate in the war effort. That much was true, but there was more to it. It would allow Tai to grow, to gain the respect and merit he deserved from every corner of the world, and more importantly, to avoid the internal strife that could have one day seen him killing his own countrymen or being turned into a pawn by lesser minds. To ensure Tai wouldn't face those challenges alone, Admiral Lung had appointed Han as vice captain and advisor, an experienced and loyal soldier and friend who had served along him and under him for many years. The admiral trusted Han with his son's life, and he had instructed him to send regular reports about Tai Lung's condition, progress, and decisions. And the letters had painted a portrait that surpassed even the admiral's lofty expectations. Between the letters from Tai himself, Han's careful updates, and the formal reports from Fire Nation outposts, the picture was clear. Tai Lung was carrying himself not only with power but with dignity and honor. He punished lawbreakers among their ranks, spoke out against injustice even when it put him at odds with other officers, and never hesitated to help those in need, citizens and soldiers alike. Some on the Fire Lord's Council scoffed at his conduct, calling it foolish idealism. But they were powerless to stop him, because Tai Lung's actions upheld the honor of the Fire Nation, an ideal those same council members merely paid lip service to. Admiral Lung's gaze drifted across the room toward the Fire Lord, seated a short distance away at the council table. Even now, Admiral Lung could not look at him without remembering that disgraceful Agni Kai. Since that day, the Fire Lord had lost much of his former prestige. His long, signature hair, once a symbol of strength and lineage, had been shorn as tradition dictated for the loser of an Agni Kai. Now, 2 years later, his dark hair has barely reached his shoulders. The humiliation was permanent. Were it not for General Iroh's firm refusal to claim the throne, Ozai's rule of the Fire Nation would have shattered under the weight of that shame. Admiral Lung didn't gloat, but neither did he pity the man. He had brought it on himself. Admiral Lung turned back toward the map, thoughts of Tai rising once more. The reports of his son's achievements had grown in number and significance. Though Tai had yet to see the front lines, his name carried weight now. He had defeated pirates, destroyed Southern Water Tribe raiders, dismantled rogue earthbender groups masquerading as freedom fighters, and protected Fire Nation merchants and colonies wherever he went. Wherever Tai Lung stepped, order followed. Peace was restored. Problems were solved. And with each new tale of triumph, Admiral Lung saw the looks from the other officers and council members. Their pride was painted thinly over a layer of envy. They smiled and offered congratulations, but the gleam in their eyes told another story. Tai Lung was his son, and no one could take that from him. He thought of Prince Zuko, who had only just begun attending these meetings, still fumbling through the formalities. In contrast, his son had already amassed more merit than captains who had served for decades. The difference was stark, and it was undeniable. Admiral Lung let a small smile cross his usually stoic features. Let them envy. Let the world watch. My son was coming, and greatness followed him like a shadow. As Admiral Lung was still savoring the thought of his son's soaring reputation, the heavy doors of the council chamber creaked open. A messenger stepped forward, his armor stained with dust from travel, his breathing quick but controlled. "My lords," he said, bowing low, "news from the Zaofu front." Admiral Lung straightened slightly. Zaofu? That was the latest major maneuver. 10,000 Fire Nation soldiers had been sent through the treacherous Zaofu mountain range in a bold attempt to reach and strike Amashu from an unexpected angle. The plan had been daring, even brilliant, on paper, but something in the messenger's tone made the admiral's stomach tight. The young man continued. General Chen led the assault force into the mountains, but there he was ambushed by King Bumi and 3,000 earthbenders. The mountains themselves were turned against us. The tops collapsed, entire cliffs brought down upon our men. Nearly half the army was either killed outright. The remaining 5,000, many of them wounded, are now trapped, encircled. King Bumi decided to take his time. He planned to slowly kill them out without risking his own forces. Gasps and murmurs filled the room. Faces hardened, jaws clenched. This was a staggering loss. Then, with a roar of flame, the fire curtain in front of the Fire Lord surged upward, roaring into the ceiling. His fury was palpable. "Speak," the Fire Lord ordered, voice razor-sharp. "There is more." The messenger bowed lower. "Yes, my lord. General Shinu believed King Bumi would not stop at that. He has requested reinforcements be sent to defend the coastal fortress. He believes Bumi will seize the opportunity and strike them once he eliminates General Chen." Nods of agreement came from several council members. Admiral Lung remained silent as he thought about it. It was a calculated, cautious move. Reinforce the fortress. Abandon the soldiers. A cost-of-war decision. Strategic. Cold, expected. But the messenger's face twitched as he continued, and Admiral Lung felt a chill. Captain Tai Lung's ship arrived at the fortress during this time, the messenger said. General Shinu ordered him to assist in defending the fortress. He hesitated, then added, Captain Lung disagreed. There was a pause. Disagreed, someone murmured. The messenger swallowed. He refused the order and attacked General Shinu. He imprisoned the general in a cell beneath the fortress. Silence fell, complete and deafening. A captain attacking and imprisoning a general. Admiral Lung's brow furrowed, a flicker of disbelief crossing even his face. It was unprecedented. Never in the Fire Nation's long, disciplined history had such a thing occurred. The fire curtain exploded again, more violently this time, as several ministers stood in protest. Treason, one cried. Mutiny, said another. Outrage echoed across the room like thunder. But Admiral Lung raised a hand, his voice calm but cold as steel. Enough, he said. Continue. What happened next? The messenger blinked but obeyed. Captain Lung took 500 soldiers and led a mission into the mountains. He moved quickly, decisively, and he succeeded. He saved most of the trapped troops, striking hard at the enemy forces. In the process, hundreds of earthbenders were killed and Captain Tai Lung heavily injured King Bumi. He nearly killed him. A hush swept across the room once again. Eyes widened. Whispers started and died in the throats of generals and lords alike. Heavily injured King Bumi, one minister breathed. The messenger nodded. Yes, but during the battle, Captain Lung struck a deal. To secure safe withdrawal and ensure the lives of our soldiers, he agreed to spare King Bumi's life and promised the enemy that he will never participate in another attack against Amashu personally. The audience were stunned into silence. Admiral Lung himself felt a complicated mix of awe and disbelief. A promise made in battle, sparing the legendary king, and in the face of impossible odds, he had saved thousands. After a moment of silence, General Iro, who had been listening, spoke up with a warm yet commanding voice. Is there anything else? The messenger nodded. Yes, General. Captain Lung is refusing to release General Shinu. He has requested the general be tried for treason. A third wave of silence slammed into the chamber. First he struck a general, then he jailed him. Now he wanted him tried. A captain doing all this? The audacity alone was unbelievable. But then, one by one, the council members recalled another memory, one not so long ago, of a 12-year-old boy humiliating the Fire Lord in Agni Kai, unshaken by status or consequence. Suddenly, none of it felt out of place. It was simply Tai Lung. Chapter 22. It had been 2 years since the Agni Kai that shook the Fire Nation. 2 years since the Fire Lord, bearer of the crown and symbol of unmatched power and divine rights, had been brought to his knees by a boy no older than 12. A boy named Tai Lung. And now that name echoed once more across the capital, spoken in awe, whispered in admiration, shouted in celebration. This time, the boy had not only dueled a king, but defied a system. He had disobeyed direct orders, imprisoned a commanding general, and marched 500 men into a death trap. All to rescue thousands of soldiers who had been left to die in the Zayafu mountain range, and against all odds, he succeeded. Now, they called him more than a prodigy. They called him a war hero. An honorable soldier who placed his comrades above politics and position. A man who risked his life and future to save his brothers in arms. Letters poured into the capital, not from nobles or generals, but from mothers and fathers, from wives and sisters, from children who could still call their fathers by name because of what Tai Lung had done. Many of those letters found their way to Admiral Lung's household. And every one of them was read by both the Admiral and his wife. They filled the house with a quiet, overwhelming pride, a pride that had no room for vanity or arrogance. Their son was something else, something rare, something meant for greatness. And today, after 2 long years, he was coming home. At the docks, Admiral Lung stood tall and composed as always, his expression calm, but in his eyes, fire and joy danced together. Beside him, his wife barely hid her excitement. Her hands fidgeted at her sides, her eyes scanned the horizon, and her foot tapped with impatience. The moment she saw Tai Lung's ship arrive, her breath hitched. She was practically glowing. The vessel docked, and the gangplank lowered with a creak of wood and rope. And then he appeared. Tai Lung. Taller now, his shoulders broader, his steps steady with confidence and power. His presence had matured. His gaze sharper, posture refined but still, unmistakably, their son. He spotted them. A smile broke across his face. He moved to bow in greeting, but his mother rushed forward, arms already reaching. Admiral Lung wasn't far behind. "No bowing," his mother said as she wrapped him in a fierce hug, voice cracking with emotion. "We missed you so much." Tai Lung laughed softly, returning the embrace with both arms. "I missed you too." With no ceremony, just smiles and soft words, the family of three returned to their home. The evening that followed was warm and easy. His mother took up most of the conversation, urging him to retell the stories he'd mentioned in his letters. What were the pirate raids really like? What did Kyoshi Island really look like? And what exactly did King Bumi say after being defeated? Tai Lung humored her questions with patience and respect, speaking modestly, letting her excitement carry the tone. And all the while, Admiral Lung sat quietly across from them with a cup of warm tea in hands. He said little, but his smile, subtle and proud, never left his face. His son had returned, and he was more than anything he had ever hoped he would be. The palace burned with tension and from fury. A suffocating heat emanated not from the hearths or lanterns across the palace, but from the Fire Lord himself. His rage was silent, coiled, and controlled, but within it churned like magma. That insolent boy. It had been 2 years since the disgraceful Agni Kai, since a 12-year-old defeated him in front of nobles, guards, and the eyes of the nation. He had endured the humiliation then because he had no choice. Meanwhile, the boy had left the capital and wandered freely ever since, and the Fire Lord Azai, could not touch him. Not without cause, not without risking another devastating blow to his already fractured image. The loss had scarred his rule. Many officers, nobles, even commoners whispered in secret that it should have been Iro who ruled, that Azai lacked the strength, the composure, the honor. Thankfully, his brother was a fool, too loyal to a dead man's supposed will to stake his claim. But the boy, Tai Lung, the boy was different. Azai had considered smearing the child's name, painting him as aimless, dishonorable, and lacking duty. But wherever Tai Lung went, he improved the Fire Nation's standing. He solved conflicts, helped villages, rooted out corruption. He earned respect from soldiers and civilians alike, not through power alone, but with action and results. Now, the boy was being called a hero. And worse, he had just committed mutiny, openly disobeying General Shinu, attacking him, and imprisoning him in his own fortress. It was an unforgivable breach of the chain of command. Yet instead of being condemned, Tai Lung was celebrated. He had led a daring rescue into Zayafu Range, saved thousands of soldiers, and even defeated the legendary earthbender King Bumi in battle. The council chamber now whispered about promoting him to general, to admiral, to anything. Azai's fury flared at the thought. Promote him? That boy would become a permanent threat, a symbol of defiance to his rule. No. The Fire Lord's hands clenched. He would not tolerate adding another high-ranking officer to oppose his will and one standing proudly with the people behind him. But what else can he do? Assassins? Useless. The boy had become a monster, a blue-flamed monster. He would not fall easily, if at all. Then, like a faint breeze breaking a heated silence, came an unexpected knock. His war minister entered the chamber with calm and confidence, his robes rustling against the polished floor. Beside him stood Princess Azula. She was asked by the minister to follow him to meet her father. Azai's sharp eyes narrowed with interest. "I may have a plan," the minister said, "to restore your prestige, my lord, and ensure Admiral Lung's loyalty to the royal family." His words got the full attention of the Fire Lord. Even Azula looked at the minister with interest, curious about what he was going to say next. I believe having a union between Princess Azula and Tai Lung is a solution to the royal family trouble. The minister spoke with no reservations. Azula's face twisted in shock then anger. She spoke with a voice sharp with disbelief. Union? This is ridiculous. After everything he did to father, you want me to marry him? The war minister remained composed. Yes, princess. Tai Lung has shown himself to be bound by honor and virtue. If the two of you were united, the enmity between him and the royal family would dissolve. Your union would strengthen the throne, and your father's name would once again be held in reverence. Azula scowled. I don't need him. I've been training hard. One day I will definitely defeat him. She raised her hand, and a flickering stream of blue fire erupted from her palm. I can create blue fire like him now. Once I master it fully, I'll move on to lightning. The minister nodded. There is no doubt of your greatness, princess, and that is why the two of you are well matched. When your time comes, who in this nation will be worthy of you? The only one who has unlocked blue fire aside from you, Tai Lung. He stepped closer. And imagine the union of two such prodigies. It could birth a new generation the likes of which the Fire Nation has never seen. Azula's fire slowly died out. Her hand lowered. She had trained for years, fueled by the desire to surpass Tai Lung. She had envisioned standing over him in victory. But now, as the minister spoke, a new thought struck her. Who else but him could stand beside her, as an equal in the future? Even if they were to marry, it didn't mean she couldn't outshine him in time. She would surpass him one day. She would be the greatest firebender of this era. Her golden eyes turned toward her father. I will follow your orders, she said. What should I do? Fire Lord Ozai's face, at last, broke into a satisfied gleam. A glint of cruel amusement danced in his eyes. We will proceed, he said coldly, with the minister's suggestion. Back in the Lung household, Tai sat with his parents in the main room, a cup of freshly brewed tea warming his hands as he answered another question from his ever-curious mother. But just as he relaxed into the rhythm of home, his parents exchanged a glance, one that made room pause for a second. Admiral Lung set his cup down, his face as calm and composed as ever, while his mother leaned forward, an excited sparkle in her eyes. Tai Lung, she began, her tone strangely formal, there's something we've been meaning to talk to you about. He tilted his head, sensing the shift. Is something wrong? No, she said quickly, shaking her head. Quite the opposite, it's something new. Admiral Lung nodded. You've grown, son, not just in strength or in the eyes of the public, but in age as well. You're 14 now, a young man. Tai Lung blinked, unsure where this was going. Okay. That means, his mother cut in with a mischievous smile, you're of age to begin thinking about a partner. He froze, what? His father's expression didn't change, but he added, you've received marriage offers, Tai Lung, from noble families. The cup nearly slipped from his hand. What? It's not unusual, his mother said, laughing at his stunned expression. Given your reputation, your accomplishments, your name, many have taken notice. Their daughters especially. Tai Lung opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. He was still reeling. You don't have to choose anyone right now, Admiral Lung said gently, but it's time to start thinking about it. You are old enough. We have stashed all the proposals you have received in your room. His mother leaned back with a satisfied smile. We thought it would surprise you. It certainly had. This was something new to him, even including his past life. Chapter 23. Tai Lung sat alone in his room expressionlessly as he stared at the flickering lantern hanging from the ceiling. In his past life, he had lived solely for kung fu and to make his father proud. His only dream is to become the dragon warrior. It consumed his every breath. He had no friends, no lover, never even considered such thoughts. And now, even after living in this new world for 14 years, he still found himself empty. No dreams, no long-term aspirations. Yes, he wanted to regain his strength and rise even higher. He wanted to master firebending, but he was already considered the strongest in the world. What was there beyond reaching the top? There was nothing. He was merely honoring his parents' wishes and living by the teachings he once abandoned. That was the extent of it. He was still the same aimless person born 14 years ago. His eyes drifted to the desk on the other side of his room. A box sat on it, filled with sealed letters and scrolls, engagement proposals from noble families across the Fire Nation. Tai Lung frowned. What experience did he have in such matters? Did he even care? The answers were simple. None, and he didn't care. In this world, leaving behind teachings and students didn't count as a complete legacy, only lineage through blood was. In his nation's customs, his duty to his parents was to ensure their name lived on, that their bloodline continued through him. Sure, he can do that, but who was he supposed to choose? He didn't know most of these families. He didn't know their daughters and barely registered any of their sons. Tai Lung sighed heavily. This was going to be more difficult than expected. As he sat pondering, a servant knocked on the door. "Sir, you have visitors," the servant said with a respectful bow. Tai Lung rose to his feet, his curiosity piqued. Visitors, perhaps Han, or someone else from his crew. He walked down the hall toward the guest area. As he stepped inside, he immediately spotted two familiar figures, Tai Li and Mai. Tai Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. She rushed forward, throwing her arms around him in a tight hug. "It's been so long, how could you not write to us?" Mai, standing a few steps behind her, spoke in her usual calm tone. "I didn't mind you not writing, but it's nice to see you back, and safe." Tai Lung blinked in surprise, not at Tai Li's hug but at Mai's words. He looked at her curiously. "It seems you've grown while I was away." Tai Li laughed as Mai raised a brow. "I'm already regretting coming here." The trio settled into easy conversation. Well, mostly Tai Li talking about herself, Mai, the academy, and asking Tai Lung about his life and travels. Mai joined in with her deadpan commentary from time to time. They eventually made their way outside to the courtyard. Tai Li insisted on showing off her new tricks and acrobatics. She moved with agility and grace, then suddenly shifted into combat poses, demonstrating her newly learned Kai blocking techniques. "I started learning Kai blocking after your Agni Kai 2 years ago," she said, beaming with pride. Tai Lung watched carefully, impressed. She was easily the best hand-to-hand combatant he'd seen in this world. Her only real flaw was her physical weakness, but with time and if she learned to empower herself with Kai, she could stand among the strongest in the world. He didn't hesitate to praise her, and Tai Li's smile grew even wider at his words. After a while, Mai brought up the one topic troubling Tai Lung. At the Royal Academy of Girls, a lot of them talk about their parents sending engagement proposals. To you. Tai Lung nodded. "I received many." "Did you choose one?" Mai asked. Tai Lung shook his head. "Didn't even check them. There's no point. I don't know any of them and I barely register their names." He gave a casual shrug. "I barely know any girls in person anyway." He paused, his gaze drifting to Mai, then to Tai Li before focusing on the latter. His expression turned thoughtful. Tai Li tilted her head. "Is something wrong?" "Are you engaged to anyone?" Tai Lung asked bluntly. "If not, then why don't we get engaged?" Both girls were stunned. Tai Li blushed furiously, her words stumbling out. "Why all of a sudden?" Tai Lung's tone remained calm and practical. "I'm supposed to choose someone. You're among the few I know. We get along. We share similar interests. Your family is good. You look good. You're the best choice I see." Tai Li's face was burning now. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Mai finally spoke with a curious tone. "What about me, or Azula?" Tai Lung replied without hesitation. "Your personality and interests are completely different from mine. As for Azula, I haven't seen her in a long time. I have a bad history with her father, and last I checked, she disliked me. Tai Li is undoubtedly the best choice I have." He looked at Tai Li. "So what do you think?" Tai Li blinked rapidly. I need to think about it. You can't just say something like that and expect an answer right away." "Not really," Tai Lung shrugged. "It's a simple yes or no. If you think it's worth a try, then you try. That's it." Tai Li was stunned by his bluntness. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then whispered, "Yes." Tai Lung gave a short nod. "I'll let my parents know," he said, then turned and walked off. Mai turned to Tai Li. "As carefree as you are, I never imagined your engagement proposal would happen like this. It feels wrong with how casual and blunt it was." Tai Li was still blushing furiously, staring off in the direction Tai had gone. She couldn't believe it. Her friend had just proposed to her, and she said yes. All of it happened out of nowhere. When Tai Lung abruptly announced his choice of engagement is Tai Li, and even more surprisingly added that he already asked her and she had agreed, it left both his parents stunned. His mother and father sat across from him in the sitting room, mouths slightly open, processing the news. That was unusually fast, his mother said slowly, exchanging a look with Admiral Lung. You've only just returned and you're already selecting one. Tai Lung nodded with his usual calm demeanor, before leaving. Admiral Lung crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing. What do you think made him think she was the one? His selection was rather fast, too fast. He basically proposed to the first girl he saw. Selecting a partner is not like buying the first cabbage you see. Maybe I should talk to him and make sure he understands what he is committing himself to. Tai Lung's mother laughed and said, I am not surprised it was her. He knew her the longest after all. That girl used to come here all the time when they were kids. Tai even turned her into a training junkie. Had her doing drills, flipping through the garden, and some other things they called training. Admiral Lung blinked, clearly caught off guard. He did what? It was his first time hearing about that. Well, his wife continued with a nod of approval. It's good he's taking responsibility for that. If anyone was going to marry the girl, it may as well be the boy who put her on this path. Admiral Lung looked at her, clearly unsure what to say, and just sighed. Right, of course. Despite his initial surprise, Admiral Lung wasted no time in making the engagement official. Within the day, he arranged for a formal visit to Tai Li's family home. It was during this visit that Tai Lung discovered something entirely new and utterly bewildering about his new fiancée. Tai Li was one of 7 identical sisters. He met them all that day: Tai Lin, Tai Lat, Tai Lao, Tai Liu, Tai Lum, and Tai Wu. All of them stared at him with the same wide, curious eyes, the same bubbly energy, the same mischievous grins. For a moment, Tai Lung thought his vision was failing him. How could there be 7 of her? For 14 years, Tai had assumed humans usually had 1, maybe 2 children at most, and even that was rare in this world. But 7. He was speechless. It was a loud, jarring reminder that there was still a lot he didn't know about this world. As if that wasn't enough, the sisters decided to play a joke on him. They lined up in front of him and giggled. If you're going to marry our sister, one said, you should be able to find her. Pick the real Tai Li, another added with a wink. Tai Lung narrowed his eyes, scanning them. Their appearances were identical, but Tai Lung focused not on their faces, but their bodies, their stances, their energy. And there it was. A subtle difference in posture, in the way one of them bounced slightly on the balls of her feet, her breathing a touch more measured than the rest. He pointed without hesitation. That one. The girls blinked. Tai Li stepped forward, a wide smile blooming across her face. You got it. The sisters regrouped and shuffled places. Again. They repeated the game 3, 4, 5 times, and each time Tai Lung found her effortlessly. The others eventually gave up, laughing in defeat. Tai Li's joy was evident, genuine, and uncontainable. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, clearly moved by how easily he had distinguished her from the others. She wasn't just another face in a matching set to him, and that meant more to her than Tai Lung knew. Chapter 24. In the wide courtyards of the Royal Academy for Girls, Princess Azula walked with her usual confident stride. Her eyes scanned the open space until they landed on her 2 closest companions, Mai and Tai Li, sitting under the shade of a cherry blossom tree. From afar, Azula could already tell something was unusual. Tai Li was wearing the widest smile Azula had ever seen on her. She was practically glowing, chatting with more energy than usual with Mai, who, for her part, looked both amused and faintly exasperated. Intrigued, Azula approached. What did I miss that made you extra happy today? She asked as she came to a stop beside them. Tai Li finally noticed her and gasped with delight. Azula, she chirped, reaching out and grabbing the princess's hands excitedly. Mai glanced over and said deadpan, you won't believe it. Azula raised a brow, curiosity piqued. Try me. Still holding her hands, Tai Li practically bounced in place. I'm engaged. Azula blinked. Really, when? I just saw you yesterday. Tai Li nodded enthusiastically. I know, it was sudden. All of it was done yesterday. Mai added dryly, "The fastest proposal and answer I've ever heard of." Azula was clearly surprised, her expression momentarily faltering before she composed herself. "Well, congratulations," she said with a smile. "So who's the lucky guy?" Ty Lee's grin widened. "Tai Lung." Azula froze. "As an Admiral Lung's son?" she asked slowly, her voice slightly weaker than usual. Ty Lee nodded brightly. "Yep." Azula was beyond shocked, her mind reeled. "How?" Ty Lee began to explain, still caught in the high of the memory. "Yesterday, Mai and I went to visit him. You know, he was away for 2 years. And then out of nowhere, he proposed, just like that. I said yes, and by evening, Admiral Lung came to my house and everything was made official." She giggled. "Tai Lung is my fiancé now." Azula gave a small nod. "So that's why you're happy?" Tai Lee shook her head. "Not exactly." She leaned closer, eyes sparkling. "Last night, my sisters and I decided to play a little joke on him since we're 7 identical sisters. We lined up and asked him to pick me out." Azula blinked. She knew how impossible it was to find Tai Lee among her sisters. Tai Lee went on, dreamy-eyed. "He got it right away, every single time. He had no doubt as he signaled me out. Even my parents can't tell us apart, but Tai Lung could, like it was nothing. It was, I don't know, it just made me feel so special." Azula forced a smile, keeping her face perfectly composed. To both Mai and Tai Lee, her reaction was understandable. Anyone would be surprised at such a sudden engagement. It was sudden, after all, and not to mention the bad history between her family and Tai Lung. But what they didn't know was that Azula had plans. She had been planning to approach Tai Lung later today. Not out of affection, Azula didn't waste her time on that, but because of what the minister had said. Tai Lung was the ideal candidate. The son of an admiral, a prodigy in his own right, and one of, if not, the strongest benders in this era. She was the princess, and she deserved only the best of everything, including her future partner. And her father's orders had only made her more determined. And now, he was engaged to Tai Lee. Azula listened as Mai and Tai Lee chatted on about the engagement, how Tai Lung had apparently always viewed Tai Lee as the right choice. Every word stung. Every laugh Tai Lee gave felt like a slap. She was the princess. She was the prodigy. And yet Tai Lung had proposed to the girl who could do cartwheels and handstands. Her pride felt hurt, especially when she remembered she was going to initiate the contact with Tai Lung. The anger and bitterness boiled inside her like a pot on the verge of spilling. A flame of competitiveness roared to life. Still smiling sweetly, she tilted her head and asked with feigned concern, "Are you sure Tai Lung is the right person for you, Tai Lee?" Tai Lee blinked in surprise. "What do you mean?" Azula kept her voice gentle, almost sisterly. "He's a firebending prodigy, and usually, firebenders look for partners with strong bending potential to strengthen their bloodline. What if he changes his mind? Or what if his parents pressure him to?" Tai Lee froze, the joy draining slightly from her face. Mai's eyes narrowed. "Tai Lung is not the kind of person who cares about that," Mai said firmly, and his father didn't hesitate to make things official. Tai Lee nodded slowly, smiling again, but this time the light in her eyes was a little dimmer, her enthusiasm slightly restrained. Azula gave a nonchalant shrug. But inside, she was smirking. Later that day, Tai Lee met with Tai Lung for their first official date as an engaged couple. She smiled brightly as they walked side by side. "So," she asked playfully, "do you have anything planned?" Tai Lung looked ahead calmly. "We'll eat at a nearby restaurant. After that, it's up to you, choose whatever you like." Tai Lee giggled. "You're not very good with dates, are you?" Tai shrugged. "Never thought about them before. The first time I even asked what I was supposed to do was today." He said it so plainly that Tai Lee couldn't help but smile more. "I thought of picking a few things," he added, "but then I decided against it. You can choose whatever you want to do for the rest of the day." "Leave it to me to make it fun," she said, giving him a wink. They shared a quiet meal at a cozy restaurant, where Tai Lee did most of the talking and Tai Lung listened with occasional nods or questions. After eating, Tai Lee dragged him to go shopping, pointing at clothes and trinkets while Tai Lung followed without complaint. The day ended with them attending a small circus, Tai Lee's eyes sparkling with excitement while Tai Lung observed in silence. He didn't object to any part of it. By nightfall, Tai Lung was walking Tai Li back to her home under the faint glow of lanterns. "That was fun," Tai Li said, smiling as she looked up at him. Tai Lung nodded. It was new. Tai Li tilted her head. "What counts as fun for you?" "Training," he replied simply. Tai Li laughed. "You haven't changed at all." But then her smile faded slightly, Azula's words from earlier echoing in her head. The insecurity crept in, and despite herself, she asked, "Don't you mind me not being a firebender? Shouldn't you be looking for a firebender to continue your bloodline?" Tai Lung blinked. "Never really thought of that. I think you're good without being able to bend fire." Tai Li froze. His first sentence struck something in her. He never thought of it. But he could, couldn't he? What if he changed his mind? Tai Lung noticed the change in her demeanor. "What's wrong?" Her gaze dropped. Noble families with strong firebenders. They usually choose partners who can also bend fire to strengthen their line. I'm not a firebender. "So?" he asked, clearly confused. "You should choose someone who can firebend, not me." Tai Lung's brows furrowed. "That's a stupid way of thinking, why?" "You think I'm stupid?" Tai Li interrupted sharply, hurt flashing in her eyes. Tai Lung blinked. "That's not what I said." But Tai Li turned and ran, disappearing into the night before he could say anything else. He stood there, dumbfounded. "What was that? Did I say something wrong?" he thought. The next day at the academy, Tai Li walked in without her usual brightness. The change was immediately noticed by everyone, especially Mai and Azula. "What's wrong?" Mai asked. Tai Li hesitated before relaying everything that had happened the day before. "He said I was stupid," she mumbled. Azula raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smirk. "He called you stupid." "That's what it felt like," Tai Li said softly. Azula folded her arms and feigned anger. "How dare he? That's unacceptable." But Mai looked skeptical. "It sounds like you're misunderstanding something." Azula gave her a pointed look. "What's there to misunderstand? He called Tai Li stupid." Tai Li lowered her head further, her sadness deepening. The mood stayed the same for the rest of the day. When the academy finally let out, the three girls walked out together, only to stop at the sight of Tai Lung standing outside the gates, holding a small bag in one hand. Tai Li hesitated at first, but with Mai and Azula by her side, she slowly walked forward. Azula was the first to speak, voice sharp and confrontational. "Are you here to apologize after calling Tai Li stupid?" Tai Lung looked at her calmly, then shifted his gaze to Tai Li, who still refused to look at him. "No," he said evenly. "I'm not here to apologize. I didn't call her stupid. She interrupted me before I could finish and ran away." Azula narrowed her eyes. "Trying to change your words now?" Tai Lung ignored her. "I think considering bloodlines just for firebending is stupid. I could beat the Fire Lord with the so-called divine bloodline without even needing to bend fire." Azula froze, eyes flashing with barely contained fury. Tai Li, meanwhile, looked up at him, startled. Tai Lung stepped forward and extended the bag toward her. "But it seems you value this bloodline way of thinking," he said. "So, these are martial arts scrolls. If you learn and master them, I'm sure you'll be stronger than most benders. A bloodline of martial arts for you, instead of firebending." Tai Li blinked, stunned. Then she threw her arms around him. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I misunderstood you." Tai Lung rested a hand on her back. "It's fine, just don't run off next time. Fighting in a war was easier than figuring out why you were upset." Tai Li laughed through a sniffle. "It won't happen again." Azula stood there, silently glaring daggers at Tai Lung, but he didn't spare her another glance. Mai, meanwhile, smiled faintly, just a small amused curl of her lips. Chapter 25. The Fire Lord stood silently in his grand chambers, his robes billowing slightly from the breeze slipping in through the high windows. His expression was carved from stone, tight-lipped, cold-eyed, and utterly displeased. Just when he thought he was close to reclaiming control, just when the moment had come to rein Tai Lung in and recover the prestige he had lost in recent years, it had slipped through his fingers. The boy had gotten engaged to some random, insignificant girl. A non-bender. A girl from a low-standing noble house. There was nothing remarkable about her, nothing special or strategic that could possibly justify such a match. Fire Lord Oz had not even expected to win instantly. He had anticipated the need for a slow, deliberate approach. His daughter Azula was only beginning to prepare herself to confront and charm Tai Lung, to draw him into the fold as a useful weapon and potential consort. But that plan had failed before it could even begin. The boy's decision, this engagement, was foolish in Ozai's eyes. Even if not Azula, there had been dozens of better options. Girls from strong families. Firebenders. Bloodlines worthy of legacy. But he was Ozai, the Fire Lord. He would not accept such an outcome. He would not allow it. He turned from the shadows of his chamber and walked to the open window. With calm movements, he tied a letter to the leg of a waiting messenger hawk. His fingers were calm, but his eyes burned with resolve. He released the hawk into the sky, watching it disappear into the clouds. One way or another, things would go his way. Meanwhile, in the home of Admiral Lung, Tai Lung's parents sat quietly in their parlor. The room was warm with afternoon light, but the mood was mixed. The Admiral's wife let out a long sigh. She looked weary. "It's not that bad," Admiral Lung said gently, still smiling. She turned her eyes toward him, unimpressed. "What kind of date is that supposed to be? He's training his fiancée in martial arts instead of taking her out to relax and enjoy themselves." The Admiral chuckled lightly. "They seem to be having fun, and you were the one calling them training junkies last week." "I know," she said, shaking her head, "but I can't help feeling sorry for her. Tai Li's a sweet girl, and now she's spending her days sweating in the courtyard because of our son." In the courtyard, the air was filled with the sound of swift movements, light footsteps, and the occasional burst of laughter. Tai Li moved like a whirlwind, striking with all the precision and speed she could muster. But Tai Lung was like a wall of wind, never quite in reach, always dodging with uncanny ease. Finally, breathless and panting, Tai Li dropped to the ground, arms flopping behind her. "You're way too strong and fast," she said with a tired laugh. Tai Lung sat beside her, his breathing barely elevated. "I train a lot." Tai Li turned to look at him, her cheeks flushed pink. For a moment she hesitated, then said softly, Tai, would you like to try kissing?" Tai Lung looked at her, noting the blush in her face. In his past life, kisses were not a common expression. It was something he'd never seen, as animals of all species ignored it, or maybe never thought of it. Most species' lips didn't help in that aspect anyway. Yet, here in this life, it seemed to hold more meaning. After a pause, he gave a small nod. Tai Li closed her eyes and leaned in, her face burning red. Tai Lung stared at her a moment longer, then moved forward and gently pressed his lips to hers. The kiss lasted only a few seconds, soft and warm. When they pulled apart, Tai Li looked like she might explode from embarrassment, completely crimson. Tai Lung, meanwhile, was deep in thought. He considered the sensation not unpleasant, his judgment not bad. He looked at Tai Li and smiled. That was all it took. With a squeak, Tai Li leapt to her feet and bolted away, hands covering her face. Tai Lung blinked in confusion, left alone once more. If Tai Li is upset, she runs away. If she's embarrassed, she also runs away. He sat back and exhaled, filing the observation in his mind with the rest of his martial knowledge. Understanding a girl's mood is difficult, was his final conclusion. The next day, the academy buzzed like usual. The trio of Azula, Mai, and Tai Li were sitting together on the grass during their break. Tai Li beamed as she shared every detail of the previous day's training and what followed. Her cheeks were still pink as she recounted how Tai Lung had agreed to kiss her, how gentle he had been, how serious his eyes looked when he smiled. Mai listened with her usual distant expression, her mind elsewhere. She barely caught the tail end of Tai Li's sentence before glancing off toward the courtyard. A familiar thought crossed her mind: would Zuko ever grow the courage to just ask her out? Azula, however, though she kept her face composed, couldn't fully contain her feelings. She laughed and teased Tai Li like usual, but jealousy prickled beneath her skin. Tai Lung, that brute, that arrogant, ignorant, annoying Tai Lung, how could he be the one doing all the right things? How could he, of all people, treat Tai Li so well? It irritated her more than she'd admit. As the bell rang and the three girls left the academy grounds, chatting and laughing, none of them noticed the looming figure standing in the shade of a building across the street. A giant of a man in a worn robe, with most of his face concealed by a hood. But what was visible, barely peeking out from the folds, was the strange tattoo on his forehead, an eye. Mai noticed him first. Her step slowed as her instincts kicked in. The man tilted his head back slightly, then thrust it forward violently. Mai's eyes widened in a flash. "Jump!" she screamed. The world exploded. A deafening boom rang out as fire and rubble burst where the girls had just been standing. The street cracked, and smoke swallowed the scene. People screamed in panic. The cloaked man didn't wait. He turned and walked away, his movements calm, as if assured his attack had succeeded. Hours passed before a messenger arrived at Admiral Lung's estate. The news was like a blade through the air. "Lady Ty Lee has been injured," the messenger said grimly. "There was an assassination attempt on Princess Azula. The princess and her 2 friends were hurt." Admiral Lung's face darkened. Without wasting a second, he summoned his son. Tai Lung appeared moments later, and together they rushed to the Royal Medical Clinic. The clinic was a fortress of concern and activity. Royal guards stood at every corner. General Iroh, Zuko, and the families of the girls all waited anxiously in the outer chamber. The mood was tense, heavy. Admiral Lung stepped forward and approached General Iroh. "What happened?" he asked urgently. Iroh turned to face him, his kind face solemn. "An assassin, a well-known one? We believe he was targeting Princess Azula. All 3 girls were injured in the attack." He paused before adding, "Mai suffered light burns on her arm. Azula has some cuts and bruises, but the worst," Iroh sighed. "Ty Lee stood directly between the assassin and the princess. She took the brunt of the blast. She is stable, but she will remain here for days." Silence fell over the group. Tai Lung said nothing at first, but his fists clenched at his sides. There was a low sound in the back of his mind, a voice warning him, "The world is trying to take what is yours, just like your destiny. You can't allow this." He felt his anger swelling, his control fraying. Still, his voice came out calm and low. "What does this man look like?" Both Admiral Lung and Iroh turned to him quickly, sensing something shift in the air. Heat radiated from Tai Lung's body. His stance was relaxed, but his eyes locked and burning with wrath and malice. They felt his presence turn wild and feral as if he was a wild beast. Iroh stiffened. Even Admiral Lung stepped back half a pace instinctively. Iroh hesitated to speak for a few moments, then relented under the weight of Tai Lung's malevolent gaze. He is tall. His limbs are mechanical, metal arms and legs, and a tattoo of a 3rd eye on his forehead. Tai Lung turned on his heel. "Tai," Admiral Lung called after him, "where are you?" "I'm going to rip that guy apart," Tai Lung said without turning back, his voice low and dangerous. "And nothing you say will change that." Without another word, Tai Lung left the clinic. Chapter 26. Tai Lung arrived at the Royal Academy for Girls just as the sun dipped behind the palace walls. The scent of soot and ash still hung in the air, the ground scorched and cracked from the earlier explosion. Tai Lung stood silently at the entrance, his golden eyes narrowing. He began rotating his Kai, channeling energy through his body to sharpen every sense beyond human limits. He took a deep breath, inhaling deeply. Every scent, every particle in the air became vivid. His pupils contracted slightly. Then his gaze shifted north. He moved. From street to street, corner to alley, Tai Lung followed the trail. The smell was faint but distinctive: metal, oil, smoke, and sweat. The target had tried to mask his path, looping through crowded districts and backstreets. But it wasn't enough. Not for Tai Lung. Eventually, his path brought him to the poorest and most neglected part of the Fire Nation capital. Here the streets narrowed, and the buildings leaned like drunks on one another. At the edge of one such alley sat a dimly lit bar, its wood rotting, its patrons rough and uncaring. This was a place of secrets and blood. Tai Lung stepped inside. Dozens of eyes turned to him. Some are curious, some are wary, some were drunk. He paid them no mind. His gaze swept the room until it locked onto the far corner. 2 men sat at a table. One was enormous, shoulders hunched beneath a ragged cloak. His hood had slipped just enough to reveal a distinctive tattoo, an eye, right on the forehead. Tai Lung took a step forward. His voice rang through the entire bar, cold and sharp like steel. "Found you, vermin. I will rip you into pieces." The assassin narrowed his eyes, but didn't move. The tension exploded when a patron nearby rose from his stool, swaggering toward Tai Lung with a mocking grin. "Listen here, buddy, this place." He never finished. Tai Lung extended a hand. A torrent of blue fire erupted, engulfing the man and reducing him to a charred corpse in an instant. Screams rang out as patrons scrambled away in horror. Tai Lung advanced, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained bloodlust. The assassin inhaled, then hurled a glowing energy blast straight at him. Tai Lung didn't flinch. He raised a hand and countered with a blast of his own, his flames burning an unnatural blue. The two attacks collided midair, a violent explosion rocking the bar. Glass shattered. Smoke filled the room. From the smoke, Tai Lung emerged. But now he was growling like a beast. The assassin's eyes widened in surprise. He braced, but too late. Tai Lung dashed forward, faster than anything the assassin fought before. Despite that, he still threw a punch with his metal arm, but Tai Lung caught it midair with ease. His other leg kicked upward with monstrous force. The assassin flew back, crashing into the wall with a crack. In Tai Lung's hand was the man's metal arm, torn clean from his body. Tai Lung crushed it in his fist, metal warping and falling in pieces to the ground. Then his gaze shifted to the other man at the table, the one who had been sitting with the assassin. The man trembled, eyes darting between Tai Lung and the money scattered on the table. It's a misunderstanding," he stuttered, hands raised in defense. Tai Lung moved like lightning. His fist struck the man's chest with devastating force. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the room. The man was hurled into the wall, sliding down it limply. Blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and eyes. He didn't move. Chaos broke out behind Tai Lung. Screams, boots stomping. A group of men rallied, forming a line. Some fell into bending stances, others raised weapons. Their voices overlapped, all yelling the same thing. "Stand down. Surrender now. You're outnumbered." Tai Lung turned slowly. His eyes were cold, filled with nothing but rage. He didn't care who these people were. He wasn't going to spare anyone. Not a single soul tied to this assassin, even if remotely. The bar had fallen silent, reduced to a blood-soaked ruin. Broken bodies, scorched walls, shattered furniture. Tai Lung stood alone amidst it for only a moment longer, then turned and left. His footsteps were steady, not hurried. Minutes later, Fire Nation guards arrived, drawn by the screams and smoke that had filled the night. What they found stopped them cold. The moment they stepped inside, their expressions changed. Horror took hold. One guard, upon seeing the state of the corpses, clutched his stomach and vomited on the spot. The others stood frozen, eyes wide, struggling to comprehend the massacre before them. Meanwhile, Tai Lung had already returned to the royal clinic. His entire trip had taken a little over an hour. Inside, Admiral Lung and General Iro stood speaking in hushed tones in one corner of the room. As soon as Tai Lung entered, both men turned to him. Their eyes dropped instantly to the blood staining his clothes. Admiral Lung stepped forward, voice firm yet edged with concern. "Are you hurt?" Tai Lung, now composed and calm, shook his head. "It's not my blood." Iro studied the young man, his brows furrowing. "Did you find the assassin?" he asked. "I did," Tai Lung replied coolly. "And the one who hired him, both are dead." A deep, weary sorrow passed over Iro's face. He had hoped the boy would show restraint. He didn't want to see another young soul devoured by hate, anger, and vengeance. Admiral Lung, however, crossed his arms, his tone sharp with disapproval. "You should have arrested them. There should have been a trial." Tai Lung's gaze turned cold. "A trial would have saved them from a painful fate I wanted them to have." Admiral Lung's frown deepened. He opened his mouth to speak again, but Tai Lung cut him off. "Father, they are dead. This is the end of the matter." The Admiral fell silent. He remembered the Agni Kai 2 years ago, how his son began behaving as if he was someone else, how he wanted to kill the Fire Lord. It was the same now, but he was colder, crueler, and that both frightened him and caused him concern. That night, Tai Lung sat in silence outside Tai Li's room. The moon climbed and fell, and with it came the dawn. Tai Li's eyes slowly opened, blinking against the morning light. She found herself bandaged with family surrounding her, her parents, her sisters all filled with relief. Their voices were soft and warm, welcoming her back with love. Soon, they invited Tai Lung inside. Together, they gently told her of the assassination attempt, of how Azula had been the true target, and how Tai Li had been caught in the blast, injured badly. Their words were careful, not too heavy. Tai Lung stood by the door, arms crossed. "The assassin and his employer are both dealt with," he said simply, his tone steady and without detail. His words brought a wave of relief to Tai Li's heart. Her body was weak, but her spirit lifted slightly. The danger was over, and in her mind, justice had been done. The attacker was caught. That was enough. Elsewhere, in a grand chamber deep within the Fire Nation Palace, ministers and high-ranking officials gathered before the Fire Lord. The room was silent as a grim report was read aloud. It described the state in which the northern slum bar had been found. 16 bodies, all in unspeakable condition. Broken limbs, skulls caved in, limbs torn entirely off. Several bodies blackened and unrecognizable, burned alive. The worst among them, the report claimed, was believed to be the assassin responsible for the attempt on Princess Azula's life. His body was mutilated, limbs ripped apart, his head severed as if he was attacked by a wild, ferocious beast. Another man was found in the same condition, identified as the assassin's employer. The ministers, seasoned veterans of war, paled as the words reached their ears. Some shifted uncomfortably in their seats, others looked disgusted. They had seen and heard of deaths before, but not like this. As for the employer, he had been identified as an ex-member of Azula's royal guard. Everyone believed he wanted revenge against the princess for some past grievance. No one thought too deeply into it, not after the unbelievable gory scene they found. General Iroh and Admiral Lung sat among them, and neither man could hide the shadow that passed over their faces. They knew who was responsible for this. The report, though clinical, painted an image in their minds of Tai Lung's wrath, of what he became when provoked. A storm of unrestrained brutality. And above them, seated on his throne, the Fire Lord listened in silence. His face was hard to read, but his eyes darkened. This was not the news he had expected, nor the news he had wanted, especially not after hearing of Tai Li's survival. Chapter 27. A week had passed since the supposed attempt on Princess Azula's life. The palace had returned to its usual rhythm, but tension lingered, thick and cold beneath the surface. In the Fire Lord's council chamber, news of Tai Lung's brutal slaughter in the northern slum bar had spread. What had first been a rumor now stood confirmed. The massacre, 16 dead, bodies mangled and charred, was no longer something that could be ignored. The council was divided. Some officials stood firmly against Tai Lung, declaring his actions a clear violation of Fire Nation law. The man had taken justice into his own hands. Vigilantism, no matter the cause, was still a crime. Others, however, defended him fervently. Tai Lung had avenged both the princess and his own fiancé. His rage was righteous, they argued. His violence justified. But the debate ended abruptly when General Iroh leaned forward and asked a single question. Who here is going to tell him he was wrong and must be punished? Silence fell like a guillotine. None of them dared to speak. Everyone remembered how Tai Lung had once insulted the Fire Lord himself and demanded an Agni Kai. How he had defied orders of his superiors, acted with mutiny and prevailed. The young man had power and, worse, the nerve to use it against anyone who stood in his way. And with the public calling him a hero, it became near impossible to touch him. Even Fire Lord Ozai, who loathed Tai Lung with every fiber of his being, remained silent. He knew better than to ignite a fire he couldn't contain. He had decided that no soul must know the truth of the assassination, and Tai Li is off limits. He was lucky this time Tai Lung had acted on his anger and killed indiscriminately without asking questions, but if this happens again, he might try to get into the bottom of the matter. In the end, the council came to a quiet, collective decision. Tai Lung was absurdly powerful and dangerously bold. No one wanted to find out what would happen if he felt accused again. As for Tai Lung, he didn't know anything about the council, nor did he care to know. He spent his days training and his evenings at the Royal Clinic, visiting Tai Li. Her recovery had been quick, thanks to expert care and her natural vitality. And now, after an entire week, the time had come, the bandages were to be removed. He stood at her side. Tai Li's parents were present, along with Azula and Mai. The atmosphere was hopeful, tense with anticipation. The medical staff moved carefully, unwrapping the last of the linen from Tai Li's face and shoulder. Then they froze. Tai Li blinked, noticing the sudden stillness in the room. "What?" she asked, confusion rising. "What's wrong?" No one answered. Fear took root in her chest. "Give me a mirror," she whispered, dread blooming in her eyes. Her mother, hands shaking and eyes brimming with tears, reached into her bag and handed her a small mirror. Tai Li looked. The reflection stared back. A long, jagged scar stretched from her right cheek down across her jawline, curling down her neck and disappearing beneath her robe. It was raw, pink, and deep. Her hands trembled. Then she screamed. The mirror hit the floor, shattering into pieces. Tai Li buried her face in her mother's arms and wept uncontrollably. Her mother held her tightly, rocking her gently, crying with her. Azula, Mai, and Tai Lung left the room without a word. Out in the hallway, Azula's voice broke the silence. "I knew the injuries might leave traces," she said, her voice low, "but I never expected it to be that bad, to disfigure her." Mai, for once, looked visibly upset. Her arms crossed tightly, she shook her head. She didn't deserve this. Tai Lung said nothing. His eyes stared ahead, his expression unreadable. In truth, he didn't think the wound was that horrific. Yes, it scarred her face and was visible due to the lack of fur, but to him, it didn't change her that much. Still, he chose silence. He knew better than to voice that thought after seeing everyone's reaction. Some time later, Tai Li's parents emerged from the room. Her mother's eyes were red, cheeks soaked in tears. Her father looked drained, his face pale and empty. Tai Lung approached them quietly. "May I go in?" he asked. They looked at him, worry and fear in their eyes. Her father opened his mouth to object, then sighed and gave a slow nod. Her mother hesitated. "Please, she's been through a lot," she said softly. But her husband placed a hand on her arm and nudged her gently to move aside. Tai Lung walked past them, silent. Inwardly, he wondered, what did they think I was going to do to her? He pushed the thought aside as he entered Tai Li's room. Outside, Azula stood still, her arms crossed as a war brewed in her mind. Guilt gnawed at her, this was her fault. And yet, something selfish within her stirred. Tai Lung won't accept Tai Li with a face like that. That selfish thought battled with her self-disgust. Mai said nothing, her hands clenched tightly. And silently, she prayed to Agni that Tai Lung won't hurt her more. Tai Lung stepped quietly into the room. The light from the window stretched long across the floor, catching the fractured reflection of the mirror Tai Li had thrown. She sat on the bed, her knees drawn up, her face buried in her hands, shoulders trembling with each sob. He closed the door behind him and spoke gently, his voice more subdued than usual. "How are you doing, Tai Li?" At the sound of his voice, Tai Li turned her head away from him, covering her face as if to shield it from his eyes. Her voice broke as she spoke. "My face is ruined," she whispered. "I look like a monster." "You don't," Tai Lung said without hesitation. "Your face is fine." Tai Li gave a hollow, bitter laugh, the sound muffled by her hands. "I don't need you to try and make me feel better," she muttered. "I saw it. No one will blame you if you want to call the engagement off." "I'm not calling anything off, I see no reason to do that," Tai Lung said firmly. She lowered her head more, hands still covering her face. "Just stop," she said. "Tell me what you really think of my face." Tai Lung hesitated. The silence lingered too long for her. "You can't say it," Tai Li whispered, her voice trembling. "I'm disgusting now." "It's not that," Tai Lung replied at last. He found it hard to articulate an answer without making things worse. "It's just, I don't think you'll like my answer." That only made her look away further, her whole body folding in on itself. Tai Lung sighed. "Fine, I think you and everyone else are overreacting. It's just a scar, not a big deal." Tai Li looked up at him for the first time since he entered. Her eyes were wide with disbelief, then narrowed with anger. "Just a scar," she snapped. "My face is ruined." I knew you wouldn't like my answer, Tai Lung said, his tone unchanging. I don't think your face is ruined. The scar's not that bad. And if anything, it's proof of your strength that you survived. I truly don't understand what the big deal is about this. It's not like you lost a limb. Tai Li stared at him. A war of emotions swirled in her eyes, anger, confusion, something close to relief. She didn't know how to feel. Should she be angry that Tai Lung seemed to care so little about her face, or relieved that he genuinely didn't see her as disfigured and disgusting now? For a fleeting moment, she wondered if he was lying to make her feel better, but looking at him, at his calm, steady face, she could tell he was completely serious. Her breathing slowed, some of the tension in her shoulders eased. You really don't hate how I look now? She asked softly. I don't, Tai Lung replied. I think it's fine. Besides, it's not like I proposed this engagement because your face had no scars. His voice took on a more irritated edge. And your parents and everyone else have been giving me strange looks the entire time, even though I didn't do or say anything. Seriously, it is just a scar. You all care way too much about skin condition. Tai Li blinked at him. He looked more annoyed at being judged than concerned about the wound on her face. And somehow, that was the most comforting thing of all. She laughed a soft, sudden and genuine laugh, the first since her bandages had come off. Tai Lung glanced at her, slightly confused, but she shook her head, smiling through her tears. She had always known he acted and thought differently from everyone else, but she had never appreciated it more than now. When Tai Li's family and friends learned of Tai Lung's reaction, they were relieved and happy for her. They were glad her fiancé hadn't turned away from her, choosing instead to stay by her side despite her disfigurement. Even his own parents expressed their approval, with his father going so far as to say he was proud of him. As for Tai Lung, he remained genuinely puzzled by humans, even after living among them for 14 years. Some of their actions and worries continued to elude him. Chapter 28. A few days had passed since Tai Li had been discharged from the royal clinic. Her body had healed completely, save for the scar that now marked her once flawless face. Though the wound remained, her spirit had steadily recovered, and today she insisted on accompanying Tai Lung to one of the army's training grounds. Tai Lung had been assigned to help train new recruits under the command of his father, Admiral Lung. Surprisingly, Azula and Mai had decided to tag along. Despite being Miss Gloom and Doom, Mai was concerned about Tai Li's emotional state and simply wanted to be nearby in case she was needed. Azula, however, had a different motivation altogether. Her golden eyes remained fixed on Tai Lung, filled with a quiet fire. She had come with the sole intent of challenging him to a spar. Tai Lung, naturally, noticed the intensity of Azula's glare. But given how talkative Tai Li was, ignoring Azula wasn't all that difficult. With Tai Li by his side, Azula's silent challenge became background noise. The moment the four arrived at the training ground, they were greeted by Tai Lung's vice captain Han. The experienced soldier walked up to him with a smile. It's been nearly a month, Captain. Heard you got engaged. Tai Lung gave a short nod and gestured to Tai Li. This is Tai Li, my fiancé. Han turned toward her. His eyes lingered on the scar that traced her cheek before sliding away, though not quickly enough. Tai Li noticed. She gave a strained smile in return. And these two, Tai Lung continued, pointing toward the others, are Mai and Azula. Han turned to them politely, but his expression shifted the moment he heard Azula. His gaze locked on her, and his eyes widened in realization. He immediately bowed low. We are honored to have you, Princess, he said with a sharp, respectful bow. Azula, who had begun to frown at how Tai Lung had introduced her last, and without her title, now smiled at the satisfying display of deference. Han, meanwhile, cast a quiet glance toward his captain. You dare to burn the Fire Lord and call him a fire rooster. But the rest of us, we'd suffer if we failed to show proper respect to the royal family. Tai Lung noticed the unspoken grievance in Han's eyes, but chose to ignore it. Where are the recruits? He asked. Please follow me, Han said, turning to lead them deeper into the camp. The four followed close behind until they reached an open ground. 30 young men stood in formation, standing with nervous looks. Do they know how to firebend? Tai Lung asked. Do you know what kind of training they've been through? Han nodded. They're all firebenders, but their training only covered the basics. They haven't been taught any military tactics or advanced techniques. Tai Lung nodded, absorbing the information, but before he could speak further, Azula stepped forward. I think we should show the recruits what level they should aspire to, she said coolly. Tai Lung turned his gaze to her, but Han was the first to respond, speaking with an edge of formality. You are wise beyond your years, Your Highness, he said. Azula smiled. A spar between me and Tai Lung. We'll just throw fire at each other, nothing else. Han visibly hesitated. We can't have you do that, Princess. I can spar with Captain Lung if needed, he said weakly. The truth was, Han didn't want the princess to be humiliated by Tai Lung. The idea of the nation's princess being overwhelmed in front of new recruits was not something he could risk. This was not an Agni Kai. He had to prevent the spar or the blame would fall on his shoulders. Azula narrowed her eyes. Do you think this princess doesn't know how to spar? Of course not, Princess, Han faltered, then added with clear discomfort. It's just that sparring against the captain. It's fine, Tai Lung cut him off casually. And you didn't need to make excuses. You could have said that before we got here. I knew you were up to something since you were glaring at me more than usual. Azula's eye twitched, while Tai Li stifled a laugh. Mai, who rarely smiled, actually did. At once, the gathered soldiers moved, giving the two fighters ample space to spar. Azula stepped forward, eyes gleaming with focused challenge, promising pain with every glance. Tai Lung, on the other hand, remained completely relaxed. Han stood between the two firebenders, glancing back and forth with a worried face. He raised his hand and said firmly, if either one of you can't continue or if the fire causes harm, the match is over. He cast a lingering glance at Tai Lung, silently hoping his captain would go easy on the princess. With that, Han stepped away to clear the field. Azula took her stance with disciplined grace, sharp and focused. Across from her, Tai Lung remained upright and relaxed, his hands by his side, his posture bordering on nonchalance. Azula narrowed her eyes. Without warning, she thrust her arm forward, only 2 fingers extended. From the tips burst a compact flame of brilliant blue, slicing through the air toward Tai Lung. He raised a brow and casually waved his arm, dispersing the fire on impact. Surprised, Azula asked with a smirk, "You're not the only one who can do that." Tai Lung nodded with a neutral expression. "Didn't expect blue fire from you." Azula's smile vanished. "Didn't expect it from me?" The words landed like a slap. Was that how he saw her? Did he not consider her a prodigy in her own right? Did he think she could never match someone like him? Her eyes burned with a fresh wave of fury as she launched another blast, and then another, streams of fire from her fingers arcing through the air toward him. Tai Lung, unmoving from his position, effortlessly batted away every flame, his palm cutting through her attacks with ease. Azula gritted her teeth. Her fist tightened, her thrusted with punches, her legs kicked, releasing ever larger waves of flame. She increased her output, tried to alter her angles, her timing, but it made no difference. Tai Lung stood his ground, swatting away everything like a man fending off gnats. "Are you not going to fight back?" she snapped, her voice taut with frustration. "It's a showcase for the recruits," Tai Lung replied evenly. "No need for me to fight back." Azula growled, her fists trembling. "Then show them what you can do," she snarled, instead of just defending. Tai Lung gave her a calm look. He thought for a moment. Perhaps it was time to remind everyone why they should respect him, something to deter future annoyances. He gave a slight nod. "Okay, brace yourself." Azula's eyes narrowed. She inhaled sharply and sank into a defensive stance, her instincts suddenly on edge. Tai Lung stepped forward and threw a punch, not fast but steady, and from it came a wave of fire. But not just a flame or a stream. It was a wall of fire, several meters wide, crashing forward like a tidal wave. Azula's eyes widened. Her breath caught in her throat as the fire roared toward her. "I'm going to die," she thought in that frozen instant. There was no blocking this, no dodging it, no countering. The soldiers and spectators around the field stood in horrified silence, watching the inferno speeding across the training ground. It looked as though it would swallow Azula whole and incinerate everything in its path. But the massive wall of fire missed its target. It passed right by Azula, mere inches away. She remained rooted to the spot, her limbs locked in place, unable to move or speak. The sheer fire turned her face and the ground around her a bright shade of blue from reflected light. Then it was gone. Azula dropped to her knees, shaking. She looked to her side, where the fire had scorched a long, blackened trail across the earth. Her mind was blank. Slowly, she turned her gaze back to Tai Lung. There was nothing left of her pride. The flame of competition within her was extinguished. There was no way she could match that. Tai Li and Mai rushed to her side, their worry clear. Tai Li placed a hand on Azula's shoulder while Mai knelt next to her. "She's fine," Tai Lung said flatly. "The fire passed by her harmlessly." Azula didn't respond. A long silence followed. Then, slowly, Azula rose to her feet. Her eyes didn't meet anyone else's. "I'm going back to the palace," she said. "I'm tired." She turned and began walking away, her steps unsteady. Mai and Tai Li followed close behind, casting worried glances between each other and back at her. As they disappeared from view, Han approached Tai Lung with a shake of his head. "You went overboard," he said quietly. "You broke the princess." Tai Lung didn't seem remorseful. "This way she won't annoy us too much if at all." Han snorted lightly, then asked, "I hope you are right. I don't want to deal with royalty. So what do you think of her?" "At this rate," Tai Lung replied, "she'll be a better bender than her father in a few years at most. She's the most talented firebender I have seen for sure." Chapter 29. Azula sat in silence within the confines of her chambers, her gaze just staring at the space in front of her. Her mind was far from the present. Her body no longer trembled, but inside, she was still shaking. She had been shaken to her very core. Never, not once, had she imagined a firebender could summon flames of such terrifying magnitude. It hadn't been just powerful, it had been absolute, a force of nature incarnate. No wonder her father lost to him. Fire Lord Ozai, once the most feared man in the Fire Nation, never stood a chance against that monster. In truth, no one in the Fire Nation did. As she slowly regained her composure, one thought took hold of her mind. She had to report this to her father. The spar was no longer a personal matter or a bruised ego. It was a warning sign. She knew just how deeply her father hated Tai Lung. Their relationship was bitter and cold, but now it was more than just personal conflict. It was a threat. She recalled the words Tai Lung spoke 2 years ago during the Agni Kai. Change the ruling family. At the time, Azula had scoffed at the declaration, finding it too arrogant, even winning that Agni Kai didn't give him the ability to carry such a threat. But now, it sent chills down her spine. The threat was real, and that monster has the ability to do it. She made her way to the Fire Lord's council chamber, her footsteps steady but purposeful. As the great doors opened and she stepped inside, every head in the room turned toward her. The heat of the central flame curtain cast long shadows across the polished floors. As always, her father sat behind the shimmering veil of fire, his posture regal and unreadable. Below him sat his closest ministers. This was not a war meeting. No generals or admirals were present. Ozai's deep voice echoed through the hall. "Why did you come here, Azula?" She stepped forward and bowed low. "Father," she said respectfully, "I bring a report concerning Tai Lung." She recounted the events of the spar, how she challenged him, how he responded, and the fire he unleashed. She described it with as much clarity as she could manage, though even now the memory made her hands tremble. Silence followed. "No firebender," Ozai said at last, his voice low, "should be able to unleash that kind of power." One of the ministers nodded. "The fire she describes matches the records of firebending masters during Sazan's comet," he said. "But aside from that, no mention exists of flames that large or intense." Another minister added, "The only thing that might come close to it would be the Avatar. In the oldest stories, is it possible that Tai Lung found a way to empower his firebending to that level?" Ozai turned his gaze to the man who had spoken, studying him with a calculating look. The minister immediately grew silent under the Fire Lord's piercing eyes. Then Ozai spoke again, slowly, thoughtfully. "The Avatar has been missing for nearly a century. Despite our nation's efforts, he has not been found. What if he died more than once, and Tai Lung is his latest reincarnation?" The chamber fell into stunned silence. None of them had considered the possibility before, but now that it had been spoken aloud, it took root in their minds. The ministers exchanged glances. Could it be? It is possible, one finally said hesitantly. It would explain his unnatural power and skill. I nodded slowly. And it explains his strange stance during the Agni Kai 2 years ago. Perhaps no one taught him, it simply came to him, naturally, as the Avatar. Azula remained still, her eyes wide with realization. That would explain everything. His raw strength, his effortless mastery, his power that surpassed anything the Fire Nation had ever seen. How else could someone like Tai Lung even exist? She turned to her father, her voice low but urgent. If he is the Avatar, what should we do? Ozai's gaze hardened, and for a moment he didn't speak. His mind was clearly deep in thought, calculating the risks. Expose Tai Lung now and order his arrest. But what if they failed? What if the Avatar turned against them? On the other hand, what if they were wrong? One of the ministers broke the silence. I don't think anything should be done, not yet. Tai Lung has contributed greatly to the war effort. He's on our side. Why risk losing the Avatar? He could be our greatest asset. Another chimed in, he might not even know. It's not unheard of. Some avatars don't realize their nature until much later in life. And there have been mistakes before, false reincarnations, misidentified candidates. Ozai's frown deepened. The risk was immense. While Tai Lung was not the type to follow orders blindly, he was still from the Fire Nation and acted in the benefit of their nation, but a misstep could turn him into a terrible enemy. And acting too late could allow that same enemy to grow even more dangerous. The Fire Lord considered every angle, every consequence. Finally, his voice cut through the silence like steel. First, we confirm if he truly is the Avatar, Ozai said coldly. Then we decide what to do. For now, nothing of this is to be shared. The flickering flames of the council chamber cast long shadows across the floor as silence lingered after Fire Lord Ozai's final words. Ministers remained still, their eyes on the throne. Then, quietly, Azula stepped forward once more, her voice calm and measured. It might be more beneficial to spread that, she said. Ozai's gaze turned to his daughter. He said nothing, but his expression beckoned her to continue. Azula offered a faint, knowing smile. We can spread rumors about my spar, and that Tai Lung is the new Avatar. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. What matters is perception. The idea that the missing Avatar has returned and is fighting for the Fire Nation will raise the morale of our soldiers and terrify the other nations. They'll believe the Avatar has chosen to support us. A murmur spread through the ministers seated around the chamber. Some leaned closer, intrigued. Ozai remained silent, though his eyes had sharpened with interest. Azula paused for effect, then resumed. It will also restore the royal family's prestige. No one will say the Fire Lord lost to a child anymore. Instead, they'll say he lost to the strongest bender in the world, someone who holds the knowledge and instincts of countless lives. That's not a terrible defeat. It was a small misjudgment at most. Ozai's eyes narrowed, the flames behind his throne flaring slightly. And what if that makes Tai Lung decide he is the Avatar? What if he decides to bring balance to the world? His tone darkened. He is the son of a highly respected admiral, one with many loyal supporters. This could turn into a civil war. Azula nodded, unshaken. We won't address the rumors publicly, she said. Let them spread on their own. Then, we'll bring in one of the fire sages to examine Tai Lung and declare that he is not the Avatar, regardless of the truth. She took another step forward, her voice growing more confident. At the same time, we quietly ask the Admiral to keep his son's supposed Avatar status alive for the benefit of the nation. That way, Tai Lung will continue acting in ways befitting the Avatar, thinking he's not. And our enemies, and our people, will believe the Avatar is aiding the Fire Nation. We won't need to worry about them as the father and son follow a strict code of honor and morals. A few of the ministers exchanged impressed glances. One finally spoke, his voice respectful. The princess is wise beyond her years. Another nodded in agreement. To turn this into propaganda, brilliant. Azula allowed herself a satisfied smile. Ozai leaned back on his throne, folding his hands. He regarded his daughter for a long moment, then finally spoke. Very well, he said. We shall follow the princess's plan. The next day, the capital of the Fire Nation buzzed with excitement. From the bustling markets to the quiet tea shops, from the soldier barracks to the noble estates, a single rumor took hold of every conversation. Tai Lung, the son of Admiral Lung, is the new avatar. Eyewitnesses to the spar between him and Princess Azula shared their accounts in vivid detail, each telling more dramatic than the last. Some claimed the flames he summoned resembled a river of blue fire, others swore the ground melted from his power. The story spread like wildfire, igniting both awe and fear. And before long, it reached the Lung estate. Chapter 30. Tai Lung sat in front of his parents in the quiet study of the Lung estate. The low hum of voices outside hinted at the storm of rumors sweeping through the capital. Tai Lung had an annoyed look on his face, his brows knitted. Who came up with this rumor? I can only bend fire. One element, no matter how powerful, doesn't make me the avatar. Admiral Lung met his son's gaze. After the strength you showed in that spar, and the skill against the Fire Lord back then, it actually makes more sense than you just being a very talented young bender. Beside him, Tai Lung's mother reached over and placed a gentle hand on her son's knee. Maybe you really are the avatar, she said softly, and you just don't know it. It's happened before. Tai Lung sighed and rubbed his temples. There was no way he was the avatar. He didn't belong to this world to begin with, but his mother didn't know that. After a moment of silence, he spoke up clearly annoyed. What now? How do we clarify this stupid rumor? Admiral Lung didn't answer immediately. He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms as he looked thoughtfully at his son. We don't. Tai Lung blinked, surprised. What? Why not? His father's voice was firm, pragmatic. The Avatar is the greatest threat to the Fire Nation, the one we've been hunting for almost a century. Even the mention of his return shakes our soldiers and emboldens our enemies. But now they think he's fighting for us. The Admiral's eyes narrowed, his words deliberate and full of heavy meaning. For the future of our nation, you should play the role. I believe many of the ministers and high-ranking military officials will support me on this. Tai Lung's mother scowled, her expression darkening. You can't just push our son to be used like that. Admiral Lung turned to her calmly. It won't bring him harm, just more prestige. He'll be seen as a symbol, respected, feared, admired. He returned his gaze to Tai Lung. I won't force you if you don't want to, he added, his voice softening slightly. But this could bring great benefits to our army. The room fell into silence. Tai Lung stared at the floor, weighing the words, his jaw tight. He didn't like it. It felt like a mockery of his past life. It was a repeat, but this time he knows he is not the chosen one. At least back then he had the chance to be the dragon warrior or dream to be the one at least. Now he is just a mirage. He will just be a fake avatar, knowing very well this is not his destiny. Still, he understood the logic behind his father's words. After a long pause, he exhaled sharply. Fine, he said, but I won't be fighting in the war or conquering lands. I'll continue traveling like I always have. The Admiral smiled, nodding with satisfaction. That's actually what I want you to do, travel around, help fan the rumors. The more people see you, the better. Tai Lung's mother's eyes widened in disbelief. You're sending our son out again. The Admiral gave a quiet nod. He will continue traveling wherever he wants and trying to find his path and goal in life. At the same time, he'll help our nation indirectly. As a symbol, not just a soldier. She looked at her son, concern in her eyes, but then she sighed and gave a reluctant nod. The same day, Tai Lung found himself face to face with Tai Li. She had already heard the rumors that now spread through every corner of the capital. The moment she saw him, her usual cheerful expression was laced with worry. Is it true, she asked in a rush, that you're the Avatar? Tai shook his head firmly. No, it's just a rumor, I'm not the Avatar. Relief flickered across her face, but her brow remained furrowed. Tai continued, explaining the situation and his father's plan to let the rumors run unchecked and use them to bolster the army's morale. He added, almost reluctantly, I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Early. Do you really need to leave so quickly? Tai Li asked, her voice softer this time, almost pleading. My father believes it's the right thing to do, Tai replied. His tone was even, accepting. and I'll go along with it. Tai Li nodded weakly, clearly unhappy with his decision. She lowered her eyes until Tai leaned slightly forward, a rare gentleness in his voice. If you want, you can come with me. Think of it as a vacation. Her eyes widened at the offer. But what about the war? Tai shrugged casually. My participation is minimal, and even then I'm too strong anyway. No harm will come your way. That made her smile a little, the brightness returning to her face for a fleeting moment. I still need to graduate from the academy, she said, half teasing but half serious. But I hope the offer will still stand. Next time you come back, I'll go with you. Tai nodded lightly, the corner of his mouth tugging upward. The next morning, Tai Lung stood at the docks as the sunlight reflected across the water, his ship ready to sail. His parents and Tai Li had come to see him off. Admiral Lung was the first to speak, his voice strong and steady. Tai, wherever you go, stay true to your teaching and your honor, and know that I am proud of you. His mother stepped forward next, her hands lingering on his arm. Stay safe, and don't forget to write to us. Lastly, Tai Li threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly. Don't forget me, she whispered. Tai smiled at them all, warmth stirring inside him, and bid them goodbye before boarding his ship. As he stepped onto the deck, he felt a strange tug within him. It was foreign, this sensation of being seen off, of being cared for in such a manner. Though it was his second departure, it still has a strange sensation to it. And yet, it was nice, knowing there were people waiting for him to return. After Tai Lung's departure, Admiral Lung wasted no time. He made his way to the palace, where the Fire Lord sat in council with his ministers and high-ranking officers. The air was heavy with expectation. The rumors of Tai Lung had already begun to dominate the city. Ozai's deep voice broke the silence. Admiral Lung, he said from behind the veil of flame, what do you think of these rumors? The Admiral answered calmly. They are just that, empty rumors, but they are not a bad thing, quite the opposite. He went on to echo Azula's earlier claim that the whispers would raise the morale of their soldiers and strike fear into their enemies. We must maintain it, he concluded, and I have already sent Tai Lung to spread the rumors even further across the Earth Kingdom. The officers immediately nodded, voices murmuring in agreement as they began to see the benefits. But behind the curtain of fire, Ozai clenched his teeth. This was the conclusion he had wanted, yes, but not like this. Admiral Lung had stolen the initiative, shaping the narrative before Ozai himself could reclaim dignity in the eyes of his court. Still, he could not contradict the Admiral now. In the end, Ozai gave a slow nod. It is a wise decision, he said at last, his voice cool and controlled. Spread the rumors further. Let the world believe it. And in his mind, Ozai's thoughts burned hotter than the flames before him. At least in the eyes of the public, I lost to the Avatar, and there is no shame in that. Far out at sea, with the waves carrying their ship steadily forward, Tai Lung stood at the bow before his gathered crew. At the forefront was his vice-captain, Han, who crossed his arms with a faint smile. Captain, Han said, his voice carrying across the deck, everyone wants to know, are you the Avatar or not? Tai Lung's expression remained calm as he replied firmly. I am not the Avatar, I am just a powerful and skilled bender. But in front of the world, you will act as if I am the Avatar. My father believes this will boost morale and crush our enemies. A murmur spread through the crew, but no one spoke against it. Tai Lung let the silence linger for a moment before continuing. We will keep traveling as we did in the past. Nothing will change. Our duty now is to spread the rumors, and from time to time, aid the war effort when needed, mainly saving our soldiers if needed. Han nodded, his grin widening. So, Captain Avatar, any thoughts on where to go next? Tai Lung gave a small shrug, looking out at the endless horizon. Any new place will do. If anyone has a place in mind to explore, we'll head in that direction. Immediately, the crew began calling out suggestions, laughter and excitement filling the ship. To them, Tai Lung travel is an open vacation. Tai Lung listened quietly, his eyes fixed on the distance. Though he didn't like the rumors, one thing remained true. No matter the world's belief, his path was still his own, and one day he would find his destiny. Chapter 31. In the north, in a small Earth Kingdom town called Urshi, Tai Lung walked alone beneath the burning sun. He had traded his familiar garb for the plain green of the countryside and wore a conical hat pulled low over his brow so that no one would take special notice. The town still belonged to the Earth Kingdom. The Fire Nation's reach had not quite stretched this far yet, and that fact gave the place a brittle sort of quiet difference from the towns Tai Lung visited in the past. Tai Lung had wanted to see an Earth Kingdom town untouched, at least directly, by the flames of war. He wished to watch ordinary people move through ordinary days and see how a place not yet controlled by the Fire Nation looked like. As he walked the main street, he noted at once how badly the town had been battered. Houses leaned as if tired, and the faces he passed carried the small, resigned lines of hardship. From a single glance, a visitor could tell these people were having a hard time. He wandered until he came upon the only restaurant in Ursh, a squat building with a sagging sign and a door that protested when opened with a loud creak. Tai Lung paused, weighing the decision, then stepped inside. The room smelled faintly of smoke and boiled cabbage. Behind that counter sat an elderly man, his hands folded. A young boy, perhaps 2 or 3 years younger than Tai Lung, was wiping tables. "Welcome," the old man said, smiling when Tai Lung approached. "You must be a traveler. It's rare for people to pass through here." Tai Lung inclined his head. "I am traveling the Earth Kingdom," he said simply. "I wish to see the different towns and sights." "Our town doesn't have much to offer," the old man said, "but I hope you enjoy your stay nonetheless." "Thanks, can I get the menu?" Tai Lung said. The old man's smile dimmed. "We have no menu," the man said. "It has been rough around here. We serve rice and cabbage soup only." "That's fine," Tai Lung said. "Give me a bowl of each." He reached for his coins. "How much?" 6 copper coins, the old man answered. Tai Lung paid, sat at a corner table, and waited. Not long after, the young man who was cleaning earlier came carrying 2 steaming bowls. "Thank you," Tai Lung said quietly before starting to eat. The boy turned to leave but paused mid-retreat, then returned, closer this time. "My name is Tao," the boy said, voice low but earnest. "I heard from my grandpa you are a traveler. Would you mind sharing news? How is the war going?" Tai Lung looked at him for a moment. The boy's eyes were bright with something like a promise and a stubborn grievance. "Is there no news here?" Tai Lung asked. Tao shook his head. "Not much reaches us." "Not much to share, then," Tai Lung said. "Skirmishes and battles are happening all over the Earth Kingdom. The Fire Nation pushes forward, taking land bit by bit." At the name of the enemy, Tao's eyes flared with the unmistakable heat of anger. "One day I'll join the Earth Kingdom army and help drive the Fire Nation out," he said, the words almost falling from his lips like a vow. Tai Lung noted the anger behind them but did not speak. The old man, who had been listening with a tired look, rose from his stool and waved a hand as if to sweep the boy's words away. "Tao, enough of that talk," he scolded gently. "I told you I won't allow you to join the war. It is not your role to fight or drive the Fire Nation away." Tao's face hardened. "And who is supposed to do that?" he retorted. "We must fight. I must avenge my father." "One day the Avatar will return," the old man said. "He will come back and save the world." Tao's reply was a blow, sudden and bitter. "You've been saying that for decades. He didn't return. You've heard the rumors, the Avatar joined the Fire Nation." "No," the old man argued, the despair in his voice trying to brace itself with hope. "Those are false rumors. The Avatar would never do that. I know he will come back one day and save the world." "He won't," Tao said, and the words dropped like stones. "You're waiting for nothing, all of you are. It's the reason we are like this. It's why my father died." "You mean not resisting the Fire Nation?" Tai Lung asked suddenly. Tao turned toward him, his fists clenched, his jaw trembling with barely restrained fury. "For 100 years we've been waiting for the Avatar," he said bitterly. "The Fire Nation has been taking our land piece by piece, killing our families, and still, the Earth Kingdom waits. If the nations had united, they would have crushed the Fire Nation long ago. Instead, they chose to fall one by one." The old man's hand trembled. "It is the Avatar's duty to bring balance and peace to the world," he said solemnly. "We are waiting for him to fulfill that duty." Tao's eyes flashed. "My father was conscripted into the army to fight the Fire Nation," he said, his voice rising. "He died far away because people like you decided to wait quietly for the return of a myth." The old man looked as though he had been struck, his shoulders sagging under the weight of the boy's accusation. Before he could answer, Tai Lung spoke. "He is not wrong," Tai Lung said. "If the Earth Kingdom had truly united, the Fire Nation would never have expanded this far. And if the Water Tribes had stood with them, they could have pushed the Fire Nation back to their islands. Even on the day of the comet, if the two nations had aided the air nomads, they might have survived the extermination." The old man's eyes grew troubled at his words. Tao, however, looked at Tai Lung with renewed fire. "So you agree we should fight, that we should defend our homes?" he asked eagerly. "I will join the war, and one day I'll avenge my father. I'll kill the monster with the blue flames." Tai Lung froze. Slowly he asked, "If you don't mind me asking, how did your father die?" Tao's expression darkened. "My father died defending Amashu," he said, his voice shaking with rage. "The messenger told us our army fought bravely, until a monster with blue flames appeared from behind, killing everyone in front of him. The Fire Nation is nothing but a horde of monsters and murderers." Tai Lung let out a quiet sigh, and for a moment, his eyes seemed to dim with something like regret. "There was no battle," he said softly. "The army of Amashu under King Bumi laid a trap for the Fire Nation. They slaughtered 5,000 soldiers, then tried to drown 5,000 more. The blue-flamed monster you speak of led the rescue. Yes, he killed, but only those who stood between him and the trapped men. He did not kill more than necessary. The Fire Nation does not encourage killing without reason, but—" He paused, his voice dropping lower. "Some will, and this is war. None is innocent in it, regardless of the reason behind their actions." Tao stared at him, his face paling. "What are you saying? Are you a Fire Nation spy?" "No," Tai Lung said simply. "I am not a spy, but that is what happened that day. I know nothing I say will ease your pain, and I cannot undo what has been done. But I am sorry for your father, truly." He stood, his chair scraping softly against the floor. "You are right not to trust the Avatar, but don't join the war, it will only bring you suffering." He reached into his robes and set a small pouch on the table. The sound of coins clinking echoed faintly through the quiet room. "I know this money is worth nothing compared to your father's life," Tai Lung said, "but it's all I can offer." Tao and the old man stared at him, too stunned to speak. The young man's anger faltered, replaced by confusion. Tai Lung turned toward the door and began to walk away. "Wait," Tao's voice broke the stillness. "Sir, were you there that day, at the battle to defend Amashu?" Tai Lung stopped at the threshold. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he turned his head slightly, his face half-shadowed beneath the brim of his hat. "Yes," he said quietly. "I led the rescue of the Fire Nation soldiers, and I am the one who killed your father." Both Tao and the old man stood frozen, their eyes wide, their minds refusing to accept the words. Before either could move, the air around Tai Lung ignited in an instant, blue fire erupted around him, swirling like a living storm. The old man stumbled back, shielding Tao with an arm as the light filled the small room. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the fire vanished. Tai Lung was gone. Chapter 32. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Tai Lung's life became a cycle of travel, training, and war. From dusty villages to fortified Earth Kingdom outposts, he left his mark wherever he went. Skirmishes flared across the land, and in each one, his might was displayed in full view of friend and foe alike. The rumors followed him, growing with every battle. To the Fire Nation, he was no longer just Admiral Lung's son, he was the Fire Avatar, a living weapon who struck fear into their enemies. Soldiers marched taller, prouder when his name was spoken. But in the Earth Kingdom, his shadow grew darker, fear spread across the land. To them, the Avatar had returned as a monster, a traitor to balance, now waging war at the Fire Nation's side. Mothers hushed their children with his name. Generals and resistance cursed their luck at hearing he was spotted nearby. Yet for Tai Lung, the war was just a minor effort in his life. Wherever he roamed, he took the time to write home. He responded to letters carried the warmth of his mother's love, the weight of his father's pride, and Tai Li's longing words, each one reminding him he had people waiting. Vice Captain Han never failed to remind him, "Don't forget gifts for your fiancé." And so, whether it was a finely carved trinket or a silk scarf dyed in Earth Kingdom hues, Tai Lung made sure to send gifts to Tai Li. Today, he and his crew stopped at a Fire Nation-controlled southern base to resupply. The harbor was busy with cargo being hauled and soldiers moving about when another ship limped into port, a worn and damaged vessel that stood in stark contrast to the well-kept Fire Nation fleet. From it disembarked a boy with a scarred face and a weary gait, Prince Zuko. Behind him, as ever, walked the wise figure of General Iroh. Tai Lung had heard the stories. Banished for disrespecting the Fire Lord during a war council, the prince was sentenced to exile until he accomplished something worthy of returning. A punishment cruel enough that even soldiers thought of the Fire Lord went too far with it. As Tai Lung's sharp eyes lingered on the pair, Iroh glanced up and noticed him. The old general's brows lifted in recognition, and after whispering something to his nephew, he turned back to Tai Lung and raised a hand in warm greeting. Zuko, by contrast, froze only for a heartbeat before averting his gaze. He did not meet Tai Lung's eyes. Tai Lung decided he didn't care. He turned away and focused on his ship's resupply. But it wasn't long before a familiar voice carried behind him, Tai Lung. Tai Lung turned, finding Iroh approaching with his usual easy smile, though Zuko was nowhere in sight. "Shouldn't you be at the prince's side?" Tai Lung asked bluntly. Iroh's smile dimmed into a sigh. "The prince is having a difficult time. He feels lost in this world. Zuko is not a bad person, but he is ashamed to face you after what happened years ago." Tai Lung gave a small nod. "That's okay, I'll be leaving soon anyway." Iroh hesitated, his hands folding behind his back. "Perhaps you might meet him, talk to him. Sometimes a familiar voice can help more than you think." Tai Lung shook his head. "We're not at the level where we can talk comfortably. What he needs is to get that achievement his shitty father demands and return home, or learn that he didn't lose his honor, that he was not in the wrong to begin with. Nothing I say will change that." The old general's expression softened with regret. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Zuko is too angry and bitter to accept Ozai for what he truly is, and that achievement, as they call it, is a cruel mask. His true mission is to find the Avatar, the real one." Tai Lung froze, his sharp golden eyes narrowing. "That's no mission, that's a sentence. You may as well have told him to never return." Iroh's shoulders sagged. "My brother, he is too cruel. Zuko didn't deserve this." For a long moment, Tai Lung was silent. Then he let out a low growl of disdain. "I knew that fire rooster was a piece of shit, but to think he'd go that far with his own son? He's lower than dirt. A piece of shit, through and through." Iroh couldn't help but chuckle quietly. "My brother would not be pleased to hear you call him that." Tai Lung snorted. "If he has an issue, we can always have a second Agni Kai." General Iroh laughed at that and said, "I highly doubt my brother would agree to that." "So Tai Lung, I heard you refused the promotion to a commander." Tai Lung replied, "I prefer to remain a captain, a single ship and free to go wherever I want. On the other hand, being a commander is a pain." Iroh shook his head, hearing that getting promotion is the dream of every soldier, except for Tai Lung apparently. Tai Lung glanced at Zuko's ship and asked, "How come your ship was damaged like that? Did you encounter some water tribe raiders?" Iroh didn't answer immediately. He looked at Tai Lung carefully, then said, "Nothing major, just an accident in the South Pole." Tai Lung nodded, then turned his back and started walking toward his ship. "It was nice meeting you here, General Iroh. I wish you and Zuko luck. You'll need it." The general stood there, watching as the younger man walked away without a single backward glance. A sigh escaped him, heavy and sorrowful. He had hoped Tai Lung might still hold a spark of friendship for Zuko, something to ease the boy's suffering, especially after the unexpected events in the South Pole. But it was clear to him now, Tai Lung had moved beyond such ties, leaving the prince to walk his exile alone. Iroh wondered what Tai Lung would do when he meets the real Avatar. Days later, Tai Lung was training near the rocky shore, his strikes sharp and full of power as waves crashed behind him. The salty wind tugged at his clothes, but his focus was entirely on his training, until Han emerged from the nearby forest, his voice interrupting the steady rhythm of Tai Lung's movements. "Captina, the truth is out." Tai Lung straightened, lowering his stance, a brow raised. "What truth?" Han crossed the sand toward him, his expression both serious and strangely amused. "That you're fake. The real Avatar has been found." For a moment, Tai Lung simply blinked at him, then let out a low hum. Is that so? And how reliable is this news? It should be true, Han replied quickly. It said Prince Zuko found the Avatar in the South Pole and failed to capture him. Here, look at this. From within his robes, Han produced a paper and handed it over. Tai Lung unfolded it and studied the crude but clear drawing. The face of a young bald boy, an arrow painted across his forehead in stark lines. Han pointed at it. This is the Avatar. He's a young airbender traveling with a flying bison. Tai Lung hummed again, this time with more interest, his golden eyes narrowing. So that's why Zoku's ship was damaged. General Iroh must have tried to hide the truth. I guess he wanted me to help his nephew hunt the Avatar. Tai Lung's eyes narrowed as he continued. But this is strange. The Avatar disappeared for more than 100 years, and now he's returned as a young airbender. Could it be that he completed a full cycle already? Or perhaps, his lips curled faintly. Perhaps this isn't the Avatar at all, just another fake. Han shrugged. Who knows what's going on with him, but from eyewitnesses he bent both air and water. That made Tai Lung's smile widen. All the better. I would like to meet this Avatar. He might prove to be a true challenge. Han chuckled under his breath, shaking his head. I expected nothing less from you. But then his voice faltered as his gaze snapped to the distance. His eyes widened. Tai Lung, noting the sudden change in his expression, turned. Over the horizon, above the glittering waves, a massive white shape floated against the sky. Enormous, furred, with wide horns and a flat, bear-like face. A flying bison. Tai Lung chuckled, his eyes glinting. Well, look at this. He's coming right toward us. This must be fate, don't you think, Han? Han shifted uneasily. Are you going to capture him? But Tai Lung did not answer immediately. His entire focus was locked on the creature, and on the boy who surely rode upon its back. After some time, Tai Lung chuckled and said, Good thing we are not wearing the military uniform. We wouldn't want to scare the Avatar. Who would have thought wearing the nearby resort clothes will help us? Han replied, Captain, don't jump to conclusion. We don't know if the Avatar will land or will continue on his path. Tai Lung didn't reply this time. He waited for the bison to come closer. Chapter 33. Avatar Aang, the last airbender. That was who he was, though sometimes he wished it weren't true. After 100 years of being trapped in ice, he had woken to a world unrecognizable from the one he had known. The Fire Nation had declared war, not just against one land, but against all the nations. Balance was shattered, peace destroyed, and misery seemed to hang in the air like smoke. The guilt never left him. He knew the truth. His escape, his selfishness, his fear of responsibility, that was why the world had suffered alone for 100 years. He carried that weight every day. But now he was on a journey to set things right, to master all 4 elements and restore the balance he had once abandoned. At his side were Katara and Sokka. They had chosen to come with him, to help him complete his destiny. Together they soared across the endless sea on Appa's broad back, heading toward the Earth Kingdom. After hours of flight, the endless blue finally gave way to a smudge of green on the horizon. Finally, land, Sokka cheered, nearly falling off in his excitement. I missed the ground. Katara laughed softly. We only left the last island a few hours ago, Sokka. Aang smiled at their banter. There must be a village nearby. I remember lots of them being close to the Earth Kingdom shoreline. As Appa glided lower toward the coast, a cry rose up from below. Someone was calling. The 3 leaned over the saddle, peering down at 2 men dressed in unfamiliar gray clothing with red stripes. Sokka frowned. That doesn't look like Earth Kingdom clothes to me. Katara tilted her head. Maybe they need help. Let's find out, Aang leaned forward. Yip yip. Appa's great body tilted downward and descended, the wind rushing past as they landed near the strangers. The younger of the 2 men stepped forward calmly, his eyes fixed on them. I must admit, he said evenly, for a moment I thought you wouldn't come down. Aang offered his friendliest smile. Hello there, we heard you calling. Do you need help? The man shook his head. No, I don't. I am Tai Lung, and I just heard about the return of the Avatar and his flying bison. I wanted to meet the legendary Avatar in person. From behind him, Katara and Sokka peeked out, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Ong straightened a little. It's nice to meet you, Tai Lung. I'm Ong, and yes, I am the Avatar. These are my friends, Katara and Sokka, from the Southern Water Tribe. Tai Lung's voice was polite, almost warm. Nice to meet you. So, Avatar, is it true you can bend all 4 elements? Ong rubbed the back of his neck, his smile turning awkward. Well, not yet. I've mastered airbending, but I still need to learn the others. Tai Lung's golden eyes narrowed in thought. So you still have much to learn. A little disappointing, I must admit. I had hoped you already mastered them all, and… How come you're still young? Did you complete a full cycle? Sokka scowled and cut in. Buddy, what's with all the questions? Is that how you talk to someone you just met? Tai Lung didn't seem fazed. I'm just curious. The Avatar disappeared for 100 years, and he's the only thing the Fire Nation fears. It's only natural to ask, no. Ong shifted uneasily, but he forced a smile. I was trapped in ice. I was freed just recently. I see. Tai Lung nodded slowly. So it's safe to assume you can't bring balance just yet. You'll need time to grow, to become truly powerful, as the legends say. Well, Avatar, I sincerely hope you won't be taken down before you master the 4 elements. Thanks, Ong said awkwardly. Katara stepped forward, her chin high. Ong will master the 4 elements. He will defeat the Fire Lord and bring balance back to the world. Tai Lung chuckled. Honestly, beating the Fire Rooster won't bring balance. It wasn't balanced even before him. But I suppose that's a first step. He lifted a hand and pointed toward the tree line. Don't go that way. There's a Fire Nation base nearby. You don't want to get trapped at the start of your journey. The 3 of them blinked in surprise at his warning, but they managed to thank him all the same. I look forward to meeting you again, Tai Lung said, turning to leave, when you've mastered the 4 elements. Ong climbed back into Appa's saddle, but paused. Something was gnawing at him. Wait, how did you know I was back? How did the news spread so fast? Tai Lung turned, smiling faintly. He raised his hand, and flames burst to life in his palm. The 3 froze, eyes wide. The Fire Nation already knows, Tai said smoothly. His smile widened as the fire burned in his hand. As I said, I look forward to meeting you in the future, Avatar. And with that, he walked away, the silent man at his side following. Ong, Katara, and Sokka sat frozen in place. They couldn't believe they had just spoken so casually with a firebender the whole time. I knew their clothes were strange, but to think they are firebenders, Sokka said in a shocked tone. But why would they speak with us like that? Why warn us of the Fire Nation base instead of tricking us into a trap? Katara asked, her tone confused. None of this made sense to her. Ong was silent for some time, then said with a smile, just like there are bad people like the Fire Lord, the Fire Nation must have some good people. Not only did Tai Lung warn us, but did you hear what he called the Fire Lord? Fire Rooster. Sokka blinked, then said with a nod, yeah, as strange as it is, a firebender calling the Fire Lord a Fire Rooster must mean Tai Lung doesn't approve of the Fire Lord and the war. He wants you to master all 4 elements and bring balance to the world. On the other side, Han walked behind Tai Lung silently. When they were far enough from the Avatar and his group, he spoke. Captain, not only did you not try to fight or capture the Avatar, but you even warned him of our base. That's treason. Tai Lung replied casually, you heard him. He has only mastered 1 element. Until he masters all 4, he is not worthy to be called the Avatar. One day, if he becomes truly master of the 4 elements, I shall challenge to a battle. As for now, I won't initiate attacks on him, or anyone for that matter. If the Fire Rooster or anyone has an issue with my choices, they can challenge me to an Agni Kai. 4 years and I still don't understand you, Han said. I am not proud of many things I have done, and I still don't know why I was born in this world. I would rather not inflict more harm on others, Tai Lung replied. Han sighed and said, I won't report our encounter with the Avatar or any of your words. After a moment of silence between the two, Tai Lung said, you know, I am a little jealous of that bison. The Avatar and his group can travel so quickly and easily in the sky. It would be nice if I could fly as well. Tai Lung stopped in his tracks then said, we can propel ourselves with fire. If I use enough power and control, I should be able to fly, no? Now that's something worth trying. What do you think? Han shook his head and said, this is madness. After their encounter with Tai Lung, The group decided to heed his advice and instead move along the southern shoreline, far enough to avoid the Fire Nation army and close enough to find any of the southern Earth Kingdom islands. As they traveled, they unknowingly came across Kyoshi Island. As the group landed on the island, they were quickly captured by the Kyoshi warriors and led into the village for interrogation, tied and blindfolded. "You three have some explaining to do. Who are you and why did you come to our island?" the chief of the island asked. "And if you don't answer all of our questions, we are feeding you to the sea fish," a girl added. "Show yourselves, cowards," Sokka spoke loudly. The girls stepped forward and removed the blindfolds from the trio. Sokka, looking around at the painted faces of the girls, asked, "Where are the men who captured us?" "There are no men. Now answer our questions," the girl next to the chief answered. "Yeah, sure, as if we would believe a bunch of girls did that," Sokka replied sarcastically. "A bunch of girls? It looks like the fish will eat well tonight," the girl replied threateningly. "No, don't hurt him. My brother is just an idiot sometimes," Katara spoke up in fear for Sokka. "It is all my fault. I wanted to ride the elephant koi fish," Aang answered. "How do we know you are not from the Earth Kingdom and you are here to spy on us? Kyoshi has nothing to do with this war," the chief asked sternly. Aang's face brightened as he said, "This island is named for Kyoshi. I know Kyoshi." "And how could you possibly know her? She was born here 400 years ago," the chief replied with disdain. "I know her because I am the Avatar," Aang answered with a confident smile. There was a moment of silence, then the chief spoke. "They are liars and imposters. Feed them to the fish." The Kyoshi warriors all took a stance. Katara spoke up, "Aang, do something. Show them you are the Avatar." Aang quickly broke free from his restraints using airbending. He flew high in the air, then descended slowly, showing his mastery of airbending. Once he landed, he spoke up again. "I am Aang, the last airbender and the Avatar." Aang looked at them, expecting them to believe him. Instead, he was captured again and tied tighter than before. "You think you can trick us? Someone like you can't be compared to the Avatar," one of the Kyoshi warriors spoke with absolute certainty. "But I am really the Avatar. I just showed you airbending," Aang replied. "Cease your lies, imposter. We have already met the Avatar," the leading girl replied, and the rest of the Kyoshi warriors nodded in agreement. Aang, Sokka, and Katara were flabbergasted by that. Aang was the Avatar. Chapter 34. Katara said, "The one you met is the imposter. Aang is the real Avatar." The chief replied, "The Avatar we met was an honorable man with unheard power. It is clear to me that you are an imposter." Aang said quickly, "I can prove it to you. I mastered airbending and can show you that I can bend water a little. I still need to learn to master the 4 elements." The chief frowned, clearly not believing him, then said, "Bring a jar of water. If he can't bend it, he and his companions will be fed to the fish." One of the Kyoshi warriors left while the others remained focused on the trio. Shortly after, the girl returned with a jar of water and put it in front of Aang, while 2 more Kyoshi warriors freed Aang but were clearly on guard for any sudden movement. Aang moved to show them he could lift the water and move it in the air, which left the Kyoshi warriors and chief shocked. The chief spoke, "How could this be? He can bend water and air. He is the real Avatar." The rest of the Kyoshi warriors stood there shocked as well. Sokka spoke with a conceited tone, "We told you he is the Avatar, and it looks like you are easy to trick." All the girls stared at him dangerously, clearly not happy with his words. The chief said, "Free them." The girls freed the group, but when it came to Sokka, they were clearly reluctant to let him go. The chief spoke again, "This village is under Fire Nation control. Please leave, Avatar. We are not going to let the Fire Nation know of your arrival." The group were taken aback again, and Aang said, "How could you be under Fire Nation control?" The chief replied, "The Fire Nation came years ago, led by the Fire Avatar. They defeated our warriors and declared this island their territory. They didn't kill or harm anyone, just a simple agreement to not hurt the Fire Nation people and interests in return for our cooperation. The Fire Avatar even helped us solve our famine problem without asking anything in return." Katara spoke, "The Fire Avatar. Does the Fire Nation have a person walking around calling himself the Avatar, and why would he help you?" The chief replied, "It is not that simple. When the fire avatar came by, he didn't claim himself to be an avatar or anything special, just a Fire Nation captain. He carried himself with honor and pride, he made sure no harm was brought to us, and as I said, he solved the famine problem. Later on when we heard of the stories, we believed it. We believed he helped the island because he was the new avatar." The chief continued, "What truly set him apart from the rest was his terrifying blue flame, a flame unlike anything we have seen or heard of. He wielded lightning that could defeat a giant sea monster. Even without bending, he is still unmatched. When he came here, he defeated all of our Kyoshi warriors without bending and unarmed." One of the girls added, "He went easy on us. We saw him later destroy rocks with his bare hands." The chief nodded at that and said, "When he came here, he was probably your age, Avatar. It was until later we heard the stories of the Fire Avatar, a bender so powerful that he is a one-man army. He could defeat Earth armies on his own." Sokka said, "There is no way the Fire Nation has a bender like that." The chief replied, "They do, and he is the real deal, the most powerful bender in the entire Fire Nation and probably in history. It is why everyone believes he is the Avatar who uses fire only." The chief said calmly, "Please leave this island. We don't want to be dragged into the war. And we owe the Fire Avatar a great debt for helping us." The trio looked at each other with troubled and confused faces. Aang and the rest of his group left Kyoshi Island immediately. They still couldn't believe what they had heard about the so-called Fire Avatar, a bender so powerful that everyone believed him to be the real Avatar. The fact that he acted with honor and had even saved a village made it feel even more unreal. Aang decided their next destination would be Amashu, where he used to visit his friend Bumi and play with the world's greatest slide, the Mail System. The result, however, was Aang and his group causing damage and disturbance throughout the city, which eventually led them to be dragged before the king of Amashu. The king quickly figured out that Aang was the Avatar and decided to test him. He gave Aang 3 deadly challenges to save Katara and Sokka. After Aang succeeded, the king gave him one last challenge, to say his name. Aang, thinking hard, realized the truth. The king was none other than his old friend Bumi. Now the group stood in the throne room, speaking to Bumi. Bumi laughed and said that messing with people was pretty fun, but he still had a good reason. The world had changed too much in 100 years, and it needed balance. His tone grew serious as he focused on Aang and said, "You have a difficult task ahead of you. You must learn all 4 elements to defeat the Fire Lord and bring balance." Aang nodded at that, but Bumi's face turned grim. "Defeating the Fire Lord won't be easy," he said, "and he might not even be your greatest obstacle. Among the Fire Nation's ranks, there is a literal monster, a firebender unlike any other." Aang asked, "Is it the imposter people are calling the Fire Avatar?" Bumi nodded gravely. "You have seen my hands and body. They're full of burn marks. I received them when I met that monster. I was lucky to survive him. If not for his sense of honor and pride, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you." Aang's eyes widened with fear. Is he really that strong, stronger than the Fire Lord? Bumi nodded again. "After my defeat, I began investigating him. I found out that he once had a duel with Fire Lord Ozai. The Fire Lord was losing, while that monster wasn't even bending. And once he did firebend, the Fire Lord was nearly killed." Aang paled at the thought. Bumi placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "I don't want to scare you, Aang. You are the Avatar. Once you master all 4 elements, I know you can defeat that monster. But before then, you must avoid him at all costs. Before you are ready? If you hear the name Tai Lung, just run." Aang was stunned. His heart pounded as he asked, "This Tai Lung, how does he look?" Bumi thought for a moment and described him. His golden eyes, black hair tied into a ponytail, sharp young features, and that he was only 16 years old. Aang swallowed hard, and so did Katara and Sokka. Bumi noticed the change in their expressions. He blinked, then asked slowly, "You met him, didn't you?" Aang nodded. After Aang and his 2 friends left, Bumi sat alone in the throne room, his gaze drifting to his burned hand. The scars had long since healed, but the memory of how he got them never faded. He was surprised to hear that Aang had already met Tai Lung, and even more surprised that Tai Lung hadn't tried to fight him. It wasn't clear why Tai Lung had chosen not to capture or test the boy. But in Bumi's mind, the answer was simple enough. Tai Lung most likely wanted to face the Avatar at his full strength, not a child who only knew how to bend air. In Bumi's eyes, that was the best possible outcome for now. Aang needed time to grow, to learn, and to become a proper Avatar. Whatever Tai Lung's reasons were, the result was the same. It had allowed Aang to walk away safely, and perhaps, for the foreseeable future, things would remain that way. Bumi's mind drifted back to the day he had first met Tai Lung. That day still burned vividly in his memory. In his long life, he had faced countless opponents, but Tai Lung was different. He was a monster unlike any bender Bumi had ever seen. In truth, when the rumors spread claiming Tai Lung was the Avatar, Bumi had believed them. Bumi sighed, leaning back on his throne. He was glad to see Aang again after so long, safe, alive, and still with the spark of his youth intact. And most of all, he was glad that the worst had not come to pass. The Fire Nation didn't have the Avatar on their side. Chapter 35. Bumi POV. They called me the Mad King. And truth be told, they weren't entirely wrong. Living more than 100 years in this world without a touch of madness would be unbearably dull. But even madness has its shape, its form, its wisdom. What no one could deny, no matter how they mocked me, was that I had my own way of seeing the world, sharper even than theirs. And today, that sharpness was put to use. I was leading my army into the Zaofu mountain range, prepared to ambush the Fire Nation soldiers. I had placed scouts there long ago, expecting the Fire Nation might try their luck in those difficult peaks. The path was narrow, steep, and difficult for an army to march through, which made it the perfect place for them to attempt it, thinking no one would guard such a treacherous route. How wrong they were. The instant my scouts spotted the red tide approaching, word was sent to me. Without hesitation, I marched with 3,000 soldiers. Thanks to the terrain and our quiet preparations, always best to prepare, just in case, we reached the range before the Fire Nation, setting our trap with ample time. The Zaofu Mountains had a valley cutting through them, a thin scar with 2 small rivers running through its belly. And at the center, there was a long pass so narrow that no more than 10 men could walk side by side. That pass was the key to everything. I divided my forces in 2. The first, smaller force would lie in wait atop the cliffs, watching the enemy funnel through the pass. At my signal, they would bring the mountains down, rocks, boulders, the earth itself to close the pass and crush the invaders beneath stone. The second, far larger force would encircle the valley. Their task, seal it with rock and at the same time block the 2 rivers. The water would swell, flooding the valley, trapping the enemy inside. When the Fire Nation realized the pass was sealed and their path blocked, it would be too late. I had no interest in a frontal clash. Battles of fire against earth burned too brightly and too fiercely for my liking. I want them to waste away, to weaken slowly. The water would rise, the walls would hold, and the valley would become their tomb. And it worked, perfectly. The mountains collapsed on the first wave, burying them in a rain of rocks. Those who remained were trapped behind walls of earth, unable to advance, unable to flee. Their leader hesitated, and that hesitation was fatal. By the time they understood, the blocked rivers had formed a swelling lake, its waters pressing against the rock walls like a patient beast. When the Fire Nation finally realized the trap, it was already too late. For a moment, I felt remorse. A flicker of pity for the men running in panic below me, their fire useless against stone and rising water. But pity could not save my people. Mercy could not hold the Fire Nation back. So I stood upon my wall of earth, watching them scramble, knowing in days they would all die there. And then, everything changed just when everything was about to end. A small force arrived days later, no more than 500 Fire Nation soldiers sent to free their trapped comrades. 500 against my 3,000. 6 to 1. Odds even a mad king could count. They had no chance. Yet as they approached, something felt strange. Their formation spread wide, as if they meant to cover every inch of ground, though their numbers were too few. And from among them, a single soldier rode forward, mounted on a mongoose lizard. Alone, straight toward us. My soldiers hurled rocks at him, determined to crush this fool before he could reach the walls. But he leapt from his mount with uncanny grace, twisting through the air, dodging every boulder as though he saw their paths before they even flew. He landed lightly, and without a pause, kept walking forward with a calm, terrible confidence. I leaned forward, studying him. His face was young, far too young for such a display of skill. Why, I wondered, would a boy march alone toward 3,000 men? My wondering was answered almost immediately. The boy suddenly moved, lightning crackled around his body, raw and violent, and in the next instant the greatest lightning bending I had ever seen was unleashed toward us, toward the earth wall. I widened my old eyes, throwing up rocks in a desperate attempt to intercept the strike. Too late, too weak. The lightning shattered my defenses as though they were nothing, then slammed into the wall, tearing it apart in an explosion of blinding light and raw fire. The water we had dammed surged forward, bursting free with a crashing force that shook the valley. "Hold the wall, block it," I roared, my voice ragged. But even as I shouted, another lightning bolt split the air, striking a different section. A second section of the wall collapsed, stone and mud splintering under the furious strike. In moments, the entire barrier gave way. The torrent swept through with merciless strength, washing away my men, those who stood atop the wall, and those stationed behind it, all of them swallowed in an instant. I myself was thrown down, body crashing into the mud. My hands pressed to the earth instinctively, trying to steady, to resist. The tide weakened as it poured out of the valley, leaving only thick, sucking mud where moments ago there had been soldiers and stone. I lifted my head and looked forward. The boy stood there calmly, watching us. Then he smiled, predatory, cold. In that smile I felt a dread, sharp and deep in my chest. This boy was not normal. No, he was something else entirely. A wild beast hiding in human skin. For a breath I was frozen in that realization. But already my men were recovering, dragging themselves from the mud. Dozens encircled him, weapons drawn, bending stance ready. Beyond them, the 500 Fire Nation soldiers pressed closer, step by steady step. And behind us, the trapped army began to stir, voices rising with the possibility of freedom. My time to act was vanishing. We had to defeat the 500 quickly and retreat. It was the only option left. Attack, cut a path, retreat, I bellowed, forcing strength into my words. My soldiers obeyed, moving in waves toward the enemy. And then the boy struck again. He thrust his fist forward, and from it erupted a torrent of fire, the greatest wave of flame I had ever seen. It wasn't the usual orange fire. It was blue, dreadful, and merciless. In the blink of an eye, tens of my men were burned to ash, their screams gone as swiftly as they came. I watched in horror as he lunged into the largest cluster of soldiers, his movements fluid, lethal. Each strike crushed bones, each wave of flame turned armor and flesh alike to ashes. His fighting style, if it could even be called style, was cold, graceful dance, efficient, terrifying, as if designed just to destroy and kill. His fire burned stronger than anything I had ever witnessed, stronger than even the firebenders during Sazan's comet, a century ago. Back then, the firebenders had been terrifying, yes, but none, not one, had wielded power like this. I shook the thoughts from my mind. Dwelling on fear would doom us all. No one among my soldiers could stand against this boy, no, this monster. If he was to be stopped, I would have to do it myself. And so I charged forward. The boy noticed me immediately. His golden eyes locked onto mine, and he gave me a predatory smile. Then he charged. I reacted quickly, wrenching a massive boulder from the earth and hurling it into his path. Any normal soldier would have dodged, but not him. He kept moving, straight into it, and the next moment his leg lashed out. The boulder shattered under his kick as if he were an earthbender. I was taken aback, but I did not falter. With a sweep of my arms, I bent a wave of mud to engulf him. The boy answered with a kick, a horizontal strike that birthed a torrent of blue fire, a wave like the ocean itself, rushing forward to devour everything in its path. My mud was nothing against it. It just vanished, swallowed whole by that unnatural flame. I slammed the ground, raising the thickest wall of earth I could muster. Even then, the heat seared through, so fierce it burned my skin from behind my wall. I knew at that moment, if that fire had touched me directly, I'd already be dead. Then I heard his voice from above. "You are King Bumi, the greatest earthbender in the world." I looked up. He crouched atop the wall I had raised, smiling down at me like a beast sizing up its prey. I forced the best smile I could manage. Young men these days are rude. First you try to roast an old man alive, then you start a conversation without even introducing yourself. The boy chuckled. Where are my manners? I am Captain Tai Lung of the Fire Nation. I've heard a lot about the mighty Earth King and possibly the strongest bender in the world. I blinked, then I gave him a crooked grin. I'm just a mad old man. You wouldn't want to be known as the old man burner, would you? He tilted his head, eyes glinting. You know, I hate old men. For some reason, my luck's always bad with them. They've caused me both pain and humiliation in my life. So in a way, hearing you're the strongest and oldest, well, the thought of beating you feels strangely satisfying. I blinked again and said simply, that's too bad, I don't want to be beat. With a punch upward, I sent the wall and the boy with it. Then I flipped the wall and smashed it down, raising a boulder with my free hand. My plan was simple, crush him between earth and rock. But he erupted in blue fire, a torrent that annihilated both of my creations. Another wave of flame came surging toward me. I dove into the ground, tunneling beneath and re-emerging some distance away, chest heaving. The boy looked at me with that same challenging smile, then sprinted toward me again. I bent quickly, pulling mud to halt his advance, then moved to bury him beneath the shifting earth. For a heartbeat, I thought I'd caught him by surprise. His eyes widened, then the smile returned. He raised both hands high, then slammed them into the ground. The world exploded. Fire erupted from beneath, tearing apart stone, soil, everything in sight. Flames licked through the very earth as though it were kindling. The blast propelled him upward, and I watched, stunned, as he rose high into the air. Lightning began to crackle around him, dancing across his form as he looked down at me. Then he struck. The lightning bolt ripped through the sky, aimed straight at me. I twisted aside at the last instant, barely dodging it. My heart pounded in disbelief. Unleashing lightning while airborne, I had never seen or heard of such a thing. Behind me, some of my soldiers rushed forward, desperate to aid me. I screamed at them to stay back, but they didn't listen. The boy's eyes shifted toward them. Flames erupted, wide and merciless. I leapt forward, raising walls to shield them to intercept. But my defenses couldn't stop that horrible inferno. I heard their screams behind me, felt the flames crash against me, searing my body. I collapsed to the ground in pain, my vision blurred. Through the haze I saw him, walking toward me. No longer smiling, he frowned as though disappointed. You couldn't dodge or defend yourself properly. If not for your men, my fire would not have touched you. I forced words past my dry throat. You look annoyed. Did you want to beat me fairly? Well, this is war. You won't find fairness here. To my shock, he turned his back on me. A victory like this feels unearned. I will let you and some of your men leave. When you recover, I will come for a proper match. I hadn't expected this kind mercy, and never in my wildest imagination I thought this beast in human skin had an honor to uphold. A weak chuckle escaped me. Nah, you will win. I know I can't defeat you. But what if I offer a deal instead? Let us all go. Promise never to participate in attacking my city in person. In return, I'll order my men to help you search for Fire Nation soldiers buried under the rocks. There may still be survivors, and if not, at least their bodies can be recovered. He stood there, silent for a time, his gaze unreadable. Then he turned back, his voice firm. Fine, I will tell my people to open a path. I expect some of your benders to return and help search for survivors and corpses. If they don't, I will lead the charge into your city. I don't care what others think, but I am sure that Tai Lung is a beast in human skin. And with him around, the Fire Nation will win the war. Chapter 36. Far from the Earth Kingdom, Tai Lung's ship finally arrived at the Eastern Air Temple. From the deck, Tai Lung stood still, his golden eyes fixed on the ancient building carved into the peaks of the towering mountains. The temple seemed to float in the sky itself, unreachable and untouchable. Beside him, Han and the rest of the crew stared upward with open curiosity. When the war first started, Han said, his voice carrying a note of respect, Fire Lord Sazin targeted the air nomad temples. Not only because of the avatar born next among them, but also due to their location, the location made them nearly impossible to conquer. Without the comet's power, reaching and fighting them would have been hopeless. Tai tilted his head, still studying the temple. How long would it take you to climb this mountain and reach the temple? Han rubbed his chin, humming thoughtfully. An entire day, maybe longer. The soldiers a century ago destroyed even the stairs leading to the top. There's no easy way anymore. He turned to Tai Lung with a wary look. Captain, are you sure about this? It's been abandoned for 100 years. No one lives up there. Tai Lung nodded without hesitation. I've seen how earth and water benders fight, how they move. I want to understand the air nomads. Maybe I'll find something about their way of living and training. Han let out a long sigh. Then I'll speak for everyone here when I say, we don't want to climb that ghostly place. We'd rather wait on the ship. That's fine, Tai Lung said evenly. Depending on what I find, I might stay a few days. Han gave a small bow of his head. Then I wish you a safe trip, and fine finds. Tai Lung smiled. Flames burst from his hands and feet, propelling him upward like a blazing arrow. The crew leaned against the railing, watching their captain soar higher and higher toward the temple peak. One of them whistled low. Think we could ever learn to fly like that? Han scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. Our captain's not normal. Who else learns to fly just because he got jealous of the Avatar's flying pet? The crew broke into laughter. Indeed, their captain was one of a kind. The climb hadn't taken Tai Lung long at all. Fire still faintly smoked from his limbs as he landed lightly on the courtyard stones of the Eastern Air Temple. He walked forward slowly, his golden eyes scanning the wide and silent halls. The mountain wind whistled through broken arches, carrying with it the faint scent of old ash. All around him lay scars of war, burned walls, shattered tiles, gouges in stone where fire had raged a century ago. Yet what he found strange was not the destruction, but the absence of corpses, neither monk nor soldier. It was as if the temple had bled, then cleaned. He explored for hours, moving from one hall to another. In a small chamber, he discovered scrolls, records of the air nomads' philosophy of peace and detachment. In another, he found stories written in flowing calligraphy about the cycles of the world and harmony of the elements. Eventually, he stumbled upon what seemed to be a training ground. The faded rings marked into the floor hinted at movements and practices foreign to him. Tai Lung studied it all carefully. Finally, he climbed to the temple's highest peak, where a small courtyard opened to the endless sky. To his surprise, he was not alone. An old man sat cross-legged in the center, eyes closed, posture serene, as if untouched by time. As Tai Lung stepped closer, the man opened his eyes and smiled gently. Ah, a visitor. I did not expect one today. Tai Lung tilted his head. Nor did I expect to find someone living here. Are you a survivor of the air nomads? The man shook his head, smile never fading. No, not an air nomad, but you could call me their spiritual brother. I am Guru Pathak. Tai Lung's brow furrowed. Then why stay here alone? It must be a lonely existence. It is not so bad, Pathak replied. The skies are full of birds and the mountains are full of life. Loneliness is only a burden if you resist it. The universe guided me here, so I wait to teach someone inner balance. But he looked at Tai Lung more closely, eyes glimmering with quiet certainty. It is not you. Of that I am sure. Tai Lung chuckled softly, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. And how do you teach inner balance? Isn't that something achieved only through meditation and peace within? Pathak nodded. Yes, but peace is not always simple to reach. Many do not see what holds them back. Sometimes only reflection or another's guidance can reveal it. For a moment, Tai Lung's mind drifted back to the Jade Palace. He remembered Shifu's teachings and the whispered truth that the highest mastery of Kai required inner peace. Yet no master had ever explained how one was to find it. It was always left to the kung fu master to stumble into. Pathak's gaze sharpened, sensing the storm beneath Tai Lung's calm. I can feel it within you, rage. A storm unchecked. One day it may consume you, drive you to commit acts you can never take back. If you are willing, I can teach you to erase that rage. Tai Lung stiffened, genuinely caught off guard. His mind drifted to his past life and actions. After a long pause, he muttered, Thanks for the offer, but I am fine as I am. Denying imbalance is imbalance itself, Pathak replied gently. Peace begins with admitting your chains. Only then can you release them. The words gnawed at Tai Lung's pride. He stayed silent, his jaw tight, his mind circling old teachings, old failures, old fury. At last, he gave a curt nod. Fine, how do we start finding inner peace? The guru's face lit up with a smile. From his side, he lifted a wooden bowl brimming with a yellowish liquid, with a sharp scent of onion. Tai Lung blinked at it. "You don't expect me to drink that, do you?" Pathik chuckled, took a long sip himself and smacked his lips. "Ah, tasty." He extended the bowl once more. Reluctantly, Tai Lung accepted it. He raised the bowl to his mouth, took a gulp, then lowered it again. "You must have a unique taste to enjoy something like this." Pathik laughed warmly, the sound echoing into the vast mountains around them. Pathik led Tai Lung deep into the mountain, through a narrow passage that eventually opened into a vast cavern. The cave's ceiling had cracks that let faint streaks of light spill inside. Scattered across the rocky floor were several small ponds, their surfaces reflecting the faint glow. The silence here was heavy but comforting, broken only by the faint dripping of water. The guru sat cross-legged in front of one of the ponds and gestured for Tai Lung to join him. "Tell me," Pathik began softly, "what do you know about chakras?" Tai Lung lowered himself onto the floor. "There are 7 chakras within the body," he replied calmly. "They connect the Kai pathways, and by opening them you gain mastery of Kai and even increase its flow." Pathik nodded. "That is true, but when you open all 7, you achieve something greater, true inner peace and balance." "I opened them long ago," Tai Lung said without hesitation. But Pathik shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as though peering into the ex-leopard's soul. "No, I can feel your chakras. They are half open. It is strange. I have never encountered someone like you. Usually they are open or closed. But you stand in the middle. Your body is ready, but your spirit is not." For once, Tai Lung was silent, unsure how to respond. At last he said simply, "How do we start?" "We unlock them one by one," Pathik replied. "First, we must free your spirit of its burdens and shackles. Sit, breathe, close your eyes." Tai Lung obeyed, closing his eyes as the guru's voice echoed through the chamber. "The first chakra," Pathik said, "is the earth chakra. It lies at the base of the spine. It deals with survival and is blocked by fear. Tell me, Tai Lung, what do you truly fear? Search deep within yourself." "I fear no one," Tai Lung answered immediately, his voice calm, almost dismissive. Pathik tilted his head. "Then perhaps you fear not someone but something yet to come." The words stirred something within him. Images flickered in Tai Lung's mind, memories of Fire Lord Ozai, brought low, defeated and humiliated. Then, sharper still, the humiliation of his own defeats. At Poe's hands, at Kai's, at the chameleons. Each failure gnawed at him, each memory threatening to drag him down into bitterness. He didn't want to become like Ozai, a once great power reduced to a pitiful shadow in front of the world. But then he remembered the years of training, the endless hours of discipline. He steadied himself. If defeat came, he would not be like Ozai. He would fall with honor, with courage, not in disgrace. When he opened his eyes again, they were steady. Pathik smiled warmly. "Congratulations, you have opened your first chakra. That is the fastest I have ever seen." Tai Lung inclined his head lightly. "What comes next?" "The second," Pathik said, "is the water chakra. It lies in the sacrum and it deals with pleasure, but it is blocked by guilt. What do you blame yourself for?" Tai Lung hesitated. His mind drifted back to the Jade Palace, to his master, to his adopted father. He remembered the disappointment etched in Shifu's face the day he failed to become the dragon warrior. Worse still, he remembered the pain in Shifu's eyes when Tai Lung finally turned on the village, consumed by pride. He remembered when he attacked and nearly killed his father after 20 years of imprisonment. If only he had accepted his shortcomings. If only he had humbled himself instead of demanding destiny. If only he didn't see his father turning back on him as a betrayal. Perhaps things could have been different. Perhaps Shifu's eyes would not have been filled with sorrow. For hours, the visions replayed themselves, his arrogance, his bitterness, his anger, his fall, the hurt he had caused. And yet, beneath it all, a single thought rose. If he ever returned to that world, if fate allowed him to stand before Shifu again, he would apologize. He would admit his foolishness. When Tai Lung finally opened his eyes, there was a serene calm in them, a softness that had not been there before. Pathik studied him and nodded. "You have accepted your guilt, and more, you wish to make amends. Your second chakra is open." Chapter 37. The meditation cave was still, the faint sound of dripping water echoing softly. Guru Pathak sat calmly before Tai Lung, his eyes steady and kind. "We arrive now at the fire chakra," Pathak began. "It is located in the stomach. It deals with willpower and is blocked by shame. Tell me, Tai Lung, what are you ashamed of? For what reason are you disappointed in yourself?" At once, a vision clouded Tai's mind. He saw himself once more in the Jade Palace, his heart burning with ambition. He had been so certain, so eager to claim the title of Dragon Warrior, to see the prideful look and happiness in Shifu's eyes. Yet the day it was denied him, everything shattered. His fists curled as he recalled the blind rage that followed, the innocent villagers beneath his fury. "I was once denied something I was desperate to achieve," Tai said, his voice low, almost harsh. "In my wrath, I attacked the innocent. I vented my rage on them and destroyed their homes. Release through destruction was the only thing I knew, what I trained in my whole life. Attack the weaknesses and make the enemy suffer. That's the core of my style, and I turned it on the innocents because I was just angry." Pathak nodded, though his expression was heavy with gravity. "And that shame still sits within you. But listen, Tai Lung, balance is not found by burying fault. It is found by accepting it and then striving to make amends, however difficult. Shame weakens will. Making peace with your past strengthens it." Tai Lung's jaw tightened, but then he exhaled. "If I go back there one day, I will apologize to those I wronged unfairly." A gentle smile touched Pathak's lips. "Good, you have opened your fire chakra." He continued, his voice calm but resonant. "The next chakra is air. It rests in the heart, dealing with love, and it is blocked by grief." Tai's eyes unfocused as memories swept through him. He saw the old world, the Jade Palace, the animals, the endless kung fu. 16 years had passed in this strange new land, yet still, he drifted back to what he had lost. "I live in this world," Tai whispered, "but I do not belong to it. Everything feels wrong to me. I am all alone." Pathak tilted his head gently. "Do you not have a family? People whose company you enjoy, people you might even call friends?" For the first time, Tai's expression softened into something faintly warm. He thought of his parents, of Tai Li and Mai, of his loyal crew. The corners of his mouth curved into a small smile. "So you have such people," Pathak said, nodding. "Then you already have bonds. You belong to this world, Tai Lung. You are not alone." Tai inhaled deeply and released the breath in a slow, steady stream. "You are right. I shouldn't linger in those thoughts. I am different but not truly alone." "Then let us move forward," Pathak said. "The sound chakra lies in the throat. It deals with truth and is blocked by lies." "I have never truly considered myself a human, nor even a bender," Tai replied immediately, his voice full of clarity. "I am not like everyone else. I never have been. What I told others was never the truth of what I thought of myself." Pathak's brows lifted in surprise. "Then tell me, what do you consider yourself?" A faint smile touched Tai's lips. "I am a kung fu master before anything else. That is who I am. Everything else comes afterward." Pathak hummed thoughtfully, a new term to my ears. "It is foreign to this world, but you can say it is like the root of bending styles without elements," Tai replied simply. The guru gazed at him for a long while before bowing his head. "Congratulations, Tai Lung, you have opened another chakra." He wasted no time moving forward. "Now we come to the light chakra, located in the forehead. It deals with insight and is blocked by illusion." At once, Tai Lung's mind was filled with an illusion so real it twisted his heart. He was back in the Jade Palace, kneeling before Grand Master Oogway. The ancient tortoise looked upon him with pride. "Congratulations," Oogway said warmly, "for becoming the Dragon Warrior." Shifu stood nearby, eyes glistening with joy. Oogway extended the dragon scroll, waiting for Tai Lung to claim it. For a moment, Tai Lung just stared before his paw reached out. He took the scroll and opened it, only to reflect his face in its blank golden inside. Tai Lung stood there staring at himself silently. He lost track of time as his mind kept replaying his first life. Then slowly, he returned the dragon scroll to Oogway before turning to look at Shifu calmly. He said, "I know now, that was never my destiny. Perhaps in my blind pursuit I lost my true destiny. And that is fine. It took me too long to understand the meaning of the dragon scroll and how I lost to Po. I lost the moment I stopped believing in myself." Tai Lung smiled as he took a few steps toward Shifu, bowed deeply, and whispered, "Thank you for everything. And I am sorry for what I have done, Father. I promise you I will find my new destiny this time." Then, turning to Oogway, he added, "I know this was your way of testing me, but I will never find peace if I simply let it go like this." Before hesitation could stop him, Tai Lung's fist lashed out. His strike thundered against Oogway, sending the master flying. The illusion shattered. Tai opened his eyes in the cave and laughed, a raw, unrestrained sound. That felt good, even if it was just an illusion. Pathik stared at him strangely. He had not seen the vision itself, but he could feel the ripple of Tai Lung's Kai, the emotions radiating from him. Whatever had occurred had been steeped in violence, yet somehow, impossibly, the chakra had opened. When Pathik's senses returned, he found Tai Lung watching him silently, waiting. With a soft chuckle, the guru reached for the familiar bowl of onion-scented soup and extended it. Tai took it with a smirk, drinking deeply. "You should come out of seclusion and taste real food for once." Pathik laughed quietly. Pathik continued, the final chakra, the thought chakra, located at the crown of the head. It dealt with cosmic energy and was blocked by earthly attachment. Tai Lung paused at that and said, "That's not possible." Pathik replied, "You must let go of it all if you want to open the final chakra and achieve inner peace." Tai answered, "Aside from the people who I know and I met in my life, my greatest attachment is my own kung fu, my training, and my skills. If I let go of that all, what is left of me?" Pathik replied calmly, "Everything has an end. You need to learn that losing something is not the end." Tai shook his head. "Losing something is one thing, but letting go of it intentionally is another. The peace you speak of is emptiness." Pathik sighed, "If you can't let go of it, you will never open the final chakra." Tai Lung chuckled, relaxed and without an ounce of worry. "It is fine. I am satisfied with the other 6. I want to remain true to myself and my teachings this time. Letting go is not even an option." Pathik sighed again and said, "I didn't mention earlier that the process can't be stopped once it starts. If you don't complete it now, then you will never open the 7th chakra." Tai Lung paused at that. As far as he knew from the Jade Palace's teachings, inner peace took time and was achieved gradually, not in a single step. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I believe inner peace can be achieved in different ways. Maybe your method is not fully suitable for me." Pathik sighed, "You have experienced the opening of 6 chakras. Your spirit needs to be ready and accepting. You can't just forcefully open the chakra later on because you tried something else." Tai was silent for a moment, then said, "Now that I think of it, that is not necessarily true." Pathik looked confused. Tai smiled. "Previously, I thought my chakras were opened, but now I can feel 6 of them truly are, while the 7th is half opened, as you put it. Maybe I can force it open." Pathik replied, "That's not how it should work." Tai smiled, "I am a kung fu master. I don't fully conform to the laws of this world." He sat again, cross-legged. He began rotating Kai in his body like he used to. This time, with his chakras opened, he could feel his control and flow were nothing like before. The last chakra was the clog of his body. Tai focused all of his Kai and forced it into flowing through the 7th chakra. As he did, Tai felt a severe pain in his head due to his actions, but he persisted. He wanted the chakra to open forcefully. Pathik, seeing this, spoke up urgently, "Stop this madness now, you will harm yourself." But Tai didn't listen. Instead, he pushed his Kai even harder. The next moment, golden Kai exploded from Tai's body like a torrent, shocking Pathik. The Kai radiated from Tai's body like a storm. It was visible to the naked eye. Pathik just stared at the sight and whispered, "How could this be? What are you?" Chapter 38. After his unexpected gains, Tai Lung descended the temple toward his ship. The moment he arrived, his crew rushed to him, led by Han, who immediately asked, "You've been up there for days, we were thinking of coming to check on you. And, what happened to you to come back in such a state? Where are your clothes?" Tai Lung had ascended the mountain wearing his military uniform, but now he returned shirtless, his pants torn from strain and wear. He replied calmly, "I found something unexpected up there, but I didn't realize days had passed. Anyway, we are done here. Let's head back home, it has been a while since we left." Han nodded without more questions. It was obvious their captain didn't want to share details. As for the rest of the crew, they smiled hearing they were going back home. Days later, Tai Lung's ship arrived at the Fire Nation capital. The moment the vessel docked, Tai Lung disembarked and headed straight home to see his parents. His return came as a surprise to them, as they had received no letter saying he was coming back. Tai Lung had to admit he grew to enjoy his stay with his parents again, something he hadn't expected when he was first born in this world. But one thing surprised him: Tai Li had left the capital to join a circus. In one of her letters, she had mentioned her desire to travel, but Tai Lung had never imagined she would choose such a life. At the same time, he learned that the ever-gloomy Mai had also left the capital, traveling with her family to a settlement in the Earth Kingdom. Her father had been assigned to govern the settlement and the surrounding villages. Tai Lung's life fell into a peaceful pattern of training and living in his home, and it lasted for a whole 2 weeks till his father, Shulian, took him to his study to speak in private one night. "I know you are still resting from your long travels, and 2 weeks is barely enough," Shulian began, "but do you have plans for what you are going to do next? Are you planning to leave again?" Tai Lung replied, "I am thinking of going to visit Tai Li's circus. In her last letter, the circus is going around our settlements in the Earth Kingdom." Shulian nodded, then said, "Recently, Commander Zhao has been promoted to Admiral. Right now, he is mobilizing the army. He is going to lead our forces to invade the Northern Water Tribe." Tai Lung had met Commander Zhao before during his travels. In his eyes, Zhao was incompetent and arrogant. Sometimes he wondered how the man had ever been promoted to commander in the first place. To hear that he had now become an admiral was an even greater surprise. After some silence, Tai Lung said, "Didn't we try to siege the North Pole multiple times in the past? Every time we failed when the moon rose in the sky. In the end, it was decided that the North couldn't be conquered. What changed this time?" Shulian replied, "Zhao has some secret plan, and he's confident it will work. The Fire Lord agreed based on that plan and gave him permission to assemble and lead the greatest fleet to invade the North Pole." Tai Lung's voice turned cold. Knowing Zhao's overinflated ego and incompetence, that won't end well. Shulian chuckled. "I admit sometimes I think Ozai doesn't think at all. Since our days under Master Jiang, Zhao was not anywhere near the smartest or the most capable, just ambitious man with violent temperament." Tai Lung's eyes narrowed. "You know, we can get rid of Ozai and put his older brother in his place. It is better for the sake of everyone." Shulian replied ruefully, "Prince Iroh refused that. He said this is not his destiny. Personally, I believe it is the guilt and sadness of losing his son is what truly prevents him from becoming the Fire Lord. Iroh of old would not have left the fate of the Fire Nation in the hand of Ozai." Tai Lung asked, "Do you want to take his place? To become the Fire Lord, I can make it reality and no one in the world can stop me." Shulian blinked, then laughed. "No, I like my position as Admiral. I wouldn't trade it for anything, even the Fire Lord." Then his face grew serious. "Tai, I want you to join the invasion force and go to the north. Many of the men under Zhao had worked under me before. I know them in person and I want them to be safe, to come back to their children and families." He looked at his son with pride as he continued, "I know you hate to fight in war or act as a conqueror, and I am not asking you to start doing that now. But if Zhao does something foolish and threatens the lives of our people, I want you to step in to help them. At the very least, help them retreat safely. Once you are done, you can go visit Tai Li." Tai Lung sighed heavily. "Fine, I will follow this ridiculous invasion." 2 days later, Tai Lung was on his ship heading north to join Admiral Zhao's fleet. As they approached the gathering ships, Tai Lung turned to his crew and said, "Remember, we are not here to join the war. Stay out of it and ignore any orders. Think of this farce as if you are on vacation but chose the wrong spot. And if someone has an issue with you, tell them to speak to me." One of the crew muttered, "Why did we even come here, Captain? Couldn't you just mount some other ship to tag along with the fleet? What's the point if we are just going to watch?" Tai Lung smirked. "I want to go to the Earth Kingdom after we are done in the north to visit my fiancé. I naturally need you for transport." The entire crew began booing him for such selfishness. Tai Lung only laughed and ignored the accusing voices. It took them a few days to catch up with the fleet after leaving their home. Once they finally arrived, Tai Lung flew off his ship, heading directly toward the leading vessel, Admiral Zhao's ship. Many Fire Nation soldiers saw him flying over their decks, fire blazing from his hands and feet, and voices of shock rippled through the fleet. Even the soldiers on Zhao's ship froze in disbelief at the sight of a captain, flying through the air with firebending and landing upon their deck. Tai Lung looked at the statue-still soldiers and asked calmly, "Where is Admiral Zhao?" The soldiers quickly led him to the main deck, where Admiral Zhao, General Iroh, and several other high officers were gathered. His arrival drew everyone's attention. Tai Lung was well known among the Fire Nation military. As the son of Admiral Lung, his name carried weight, and though he held immense power, he rarely participated in large-scale battles. Instead, he roamed, cleaning up only the problems he encountered. Admiral Zhao narrowed his eyes. "Captain Lung, I did not expect your arrival. I was not told you were joining this mission." Tai Lung replied, "I and my crew are not joining. We are just tagging along." Zhao frowned deeply. "And why is that?" "I am not here to steal your achievement, if that is what you're worried about," Tai said evenly. "I am simply here in case you mess up. If that happens, I'll help our soldiers retreat. Admiral, feel free to treat me as if I don't exist." Zhao's face twisted with rage at the implication. To think Tai Lung was nothing more than a backup plan for his failure. His voice rose angrily. "Did playing the fake avatar get to your head? Do you think you can do whatever you want?" Tai Lung replied without care, "It's not my fault that everyone is so weak that you can't tell the difference between a strong firebender and the avatar. And yes, I can do what I want. Do you want me to prove it to you?" Zhao's face reddened with fury, but he didn't dare refute him. Like many others, he feared crossing Tai Lung. Iroh coughed and stepped forward, raising a calming hand. Now, let's calm down, everyone. We are all on the same side. Captain Lung is here only for assurance and means no harm." Tai Lung's eyes turned toward Iroh. "What is stranger than me being here is you, General. Don't you usually accompany Zuko around? Why did you leave his side? Or is he part of the fleet?" Iroh sighed while Zhao smirked and answered, "Prince Zuko has passed away. There was an unfortunate accident." Tai Lung didn't show much reaction to the news. He simply said, "You have my condolences, General. I don't want to be rude, but Zuko has always been the unlucky one in the royal family." His words made Iroh sigh again. He didn't mind the blunt words, and in truth, Iroh agreed with Tai Lung's statement. Zuko was indeed unlucky. He didn't deserve such a cruel fate. Chapter 39. For the next 3 days, Tai Lung remained aboard Zhao's ship, silent and watchful. He listened to the discussions between Zhao and his officers, their plans, their boasts, their so-called strategy. At times, Tai Lung would sit with General Iroh for a quiet tea session. The old general's calm and grounded presence was a sharp contrast to Zhao's bluster and boastful stand. This was the peace before the storm. The moment the fleet of Fire Nation ships reached the North Pole, Zhao wasted no time in barking orders. The massive armada plowed through the outer ice fields guarding the Northern Water Tribe's borders. Slowly, methodically, the ships encircled the enemy land, establishing a formidable naval blockade. Before them loomed the tribe's city, defended by a towering wall of ice and a relatively narrow path that led into the city. Zhao's eyes gleamed with ambition as he raised his arm and ordered the first wave of attack. A fleet of smaller, faster catapult ships surged forward. Their task was simple yet ruthless. They launched a ceaseless barrage of flaming projectiles. Harass the defenders. Test their defenses. Keep them occupied until the larger fleet could close in. Standing proudly at the prow of his ship, Zhao watched the assault unfold. His voice rang with smug confidence. "This is a good first test. They are hard to stop and will force the water barbarians to show what they have." Decades later, the history will remember the great Admiral Zhao who ended the water civilization and brought glory to the Fire Nation. Beside him, Iroh folded his hands behind his back and spoke calmly, his words a quiet warning. "Admiral Zhao, history is not always kind to people. Don't let your confidence blind you, and you must not underestimate the enemy." "You speak of experience, General Iroh. Fear not, I will not repeat your legendary failure at Ba Sing Se. I will make the world remember me for my victory only." "I hope you're right, Admiral. For your own sake," Iroh replied. The invasion had just begun, and all was going according to Zhao's plans and expectations. The Water Tribe attacks on the ships was simply not enough to stop the invasion. Even the Avatar unexpected intervention was still not enough. The fleet continued advancing steadily. Through it all, Tai Lung continued to observe silently nearby. He had watched everything unfold silently without care. But deep down, he was thinking to himself, so the Avatar is stronger than I gave him credit for. But more importantly, what is that enormous Kai deep in the Water Tribe city? As daylight came to an end and the moon began to shine high in the sky, the Fire Nation fleet halted its assault. The battle ceased, each side preparing for the confrontation that awaited with the dawn. On Zhao's ship, Tai Lung sat silently nearby while General Iroh warned the admiral about the danger looming above. "If we invade the city and do not finish the battle before nightfall," Iroh said gravely, "the moon will be our downfall. Its power is theirs. It will make them undefeatable." Zhao smirked with absolute confidence. "Do not concern yourself, General. I am working on a plan to handle that issue once and for all." Tai Lung narrowed his eyes at that. His instincts stirred. Whatever Zhao was planning was no small matter. And yet, another part of him wondered if Zhao truly had a plan at all. The man had never struck him as a clever strategist. That night, Tai Lung walked the deck of the ship alone when his sharp ears suddenly picked up the faint murmur of voices, Iroh's and another quieter one. Tai Lung followed the sound to the edge of the deck and peered down. There, in the darkness, he saw Zuko descending slowly into the icy waters in a small boat. Tai Lung blinked, surprised. "So, he lives after all." He shook his head after a moment, turning away. Without a word, he continued his walk to a quiet corner at the back of the ship, where he sat cross-legged, slipping into meditation. At dawn, the sun rose golden over the frozen horizon, and the Fire Nation fleet roared back to life. The armada surged forward, smashing against the walls of the Northern Water Tribe's capital. Soldiers poured into the city, spilling fire across ice. At the same time, Zhao gave orders to unleash massive drills, sending them burrowing beneath the city to burst from under the frozen ground. Tai Lung remained unmoving, still meditating. The sun climbed to its zenith before he finally opened his eyes, just in time to see a figure leap onto the deck. The man wore a Fire Nation soldier's uniform, but with strange black spikes on his shoulders. He landed directly in front of Tai Lung. "That's not even our uniform," Tai Lung remarked offhandedly. The intruder spun around, startled, only to find Tai Lung sitting calmly behind him. Panic flared in the man's eyes. He screamed, "I am Han, the future chief of the Water Tribe. Die fire, scum," and lunged forward with his spear. Tai Lung caught the weapon mid-thrust, yanked it free, and with a casual motion flung the man over the rail and into the icy waters below. He blinked twice, then muttered quietly, "That was the future chief. The Water Tribe is doomed." After a pause, he exhaled while shaking his head, then returned to his meditation. Time drifted on. The distant echoes of battle, the clash of weapons, the screams of men, all faded into the background. When Tai Lung opened his eyes again, night had fallen. The full moon loomed behind him, its silver glow illuminating the world below. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the strategy chamber, only to find Zhao was gone. One of the soldiers stationed there saluted him. "Captain Lung, the admiral took his guard and left on a mission to guarantee our victory." "What mission?" Tai asked. The soldier shook his head. "It is a secret, sir. We were never told." "Where is General Iroh?" "He disappeared shortly after the admiral left. We don't know where he went." Tai Lung nodded slowly, then walked back to the bow of the ship. His eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance, where he could feel the enormous Kai. After a long moment of contemplation, his curiosity took hold of him. He ignited fire from his limbs and took flight, streaking toward the Kai source. As he neared the heart of the Water Tribe city, the world around him suddenly shifted, bathed in crimson light. He stopped mid-flight and looked up. The moon, once silver, was now blood red. Confusion filled him. In both his lives, he had never seen anything like this. A foreboding feeling pressed against him, whispering of a bad omen. At the same time, the Kai he had been sensing earlier rippled violently, growing uneasy. With a frown, Tai Lung pressed onward, flying straight toward it at full speed. And as he got close, his gaze caught the scene clearly. Figures gathering at the heart of the city near a small pond. Closest to the water stood Admiral Zhao, clutching a small bag in his hand, with 4 guards at his side, tense and alert. Opposite them stood the Avatar, his pet, and his companions. Zuko, battered and bound, was strapped on the pet's back. And alone, standing to the side of both groups with a firm stance, was General Iroh, his eyes fixed on Zhao as if ready for war. Tai Lung narrowed his eyes. Then, with a sudden drop, he dived from the sky. He landed between the two groups with a heavy thud as blue fire burst outward in a dissipating shockwave. The impact left everyone staring in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief at the man descending from the night sky. Straightening himself, Tai Lung fixed Zhao with a piercing stare. He spoke, "What is going on here, Admiral? And is the red moon related to you?" The Kai he had been following radiated from the small bag Zhao clutched, pulsing with unnatural intensity. Not giving chance to Zhao to answer, Iroh spoke up. Zhao wants to kill the mortal form of the moon spirit, effectively erasing the moon itself. Tai Lung glanced briefly at Iroh, then back to Zhao, his golden eyes narrowing further. "Was this your plan? To kill the moon?" Zhao straightened with arrogance, his voice carrying a feverish pride. "The moon is our enemy. It empowers the water tribe. Since the spirit chose to dwell in this world at the cost of its immortality, it must face the consequences. And I, Admiral Zhao, shall be the moon slayer, the man who stripped the barbarians of their strength and conquered the north." Tai Lung shook his head slowly, his tone laced with disdain. "I knew you weren't the brightest, but this is a new low even for you. We benefit from the moon. It illuminates our nights, governs the tides, perhaps more things we don't even understand yet." Zhao's face twisted with rage. "That is nothing compared to removing the power of the water tribe. And you," his voice cracked with fury, "you said you wouldn't stand in my way, that you wouldn't meddle in this war." Tai Lung's expression hardened. "Waging war, conquering lands, chasing your glory, that's your ambition. I won't stop you, I have no right to do so. But harming the world we live in?" His eyes gleamed dangerously. "That, Zhao, is unacceptable. Free the spirit or I will turn you to ashes." For a flicker of a moment, fear broke through Zhao's mask of arrogance. He clenched his jaw, closed his eyes, and with a huff turned his back. He released the moon spirit from the bag. The world shifted instantly. Above them, the red glow vanished, replaced by the soft, silver radiance of the restored moon. Calm rippled across the pond as if the world itself exhaled in relief. Tai Lung gave a slow nod, then turned his head toward the Avatar's group. "You can have your fight or war," he said coolly. "But do it somewhere else. The moon's place is off limits." A collective gasp came from the Avatar group, their eyes wide as they saw Zhao hurling fire at the newly freed spirit. The next moment, the world went black. The moon vanished from the sky. Darkness consumed the night. Tai Lung's head snapped around, his eyes blazing with fury. At the same time, Iroh roared in anger, unleashing fire upon Zhao. The Admiral's guards rushed forward to intercept him. Zhao, seizing the chaos, turned and bolted toward the exit without looking behind. Tai Lung's fingers curled into a fist, his eyes locked on Zhao's fleeing figure. With a growl, he punched forward. The pond erupted in an inferno of blue fire. The flames surged into a colossal wall, racing across the ice with the force of a hurricane. Zhao barely managed to turn, his scream echoing, then cut short as the blue blaze devoured him whole. When the fire finally receded, a giant gaping hole remained in the icy walls. Nothing of Zhao remained, no body, no ash, no trace. He had been obliterated in an instant. The silence that followed was suffocating. All eyes turned toward Tai Lung, horrified at the sheer power he displayed. Chapter 40. Tai Lung didn't even spare the Avatar a glance. His steps carried him closer to the pond where General Iroh now knelt, shoulders heavy with grief. "How is the moon spirit?" Tai Lung asked, his voice low. Iroh's reply was heavy with sorrow. "Zhao has done it." With care, he pulled a limp white fish from the water, its life extinguished. Tai Lung's eyes narrowed, his voice edged with anger. If I had known this was his plan, I would have killed that bastard long ago. From his side, the avatar darted forward, rushing past Tai Lung to kneel beside Iroh. Ong's face crumpled with devastation as he looked at the lifeless spirit. Behind Tai Lung, a soft, trembling voice of a girl with white hair broke the silence. "It is over now. There is no hope." In that instant, Tai Lung felt it, an eruption of Kai like a storm bursting free. His eyes snapped to the avatar as Ong's tattoos and eyes ignited with light, his voice suddenly layered with the sound of countless others. "No, it is not over." All watched in stunned awe as the avatar stepped directly into the pond. The remaining fish, still swimming in circles, drifted toward him and began to glow with the same luminous light. Then, without hesitation, Ong plunged beneath the water. A burst of blue radiance surged outward, flooding the cavern. Before their eyes, the water rose and shaped itself into a colossal figure of shimmering liquid, a giant spirit of glowing water with Ong within its core. Slowly, the towering form turned and began to move toward the besieged city, leaving the pond and the stunned witnesses behind. While the others gaped in astonishment, Tai Lung muttered, "I thought he was going to heal the moon for a moment. Instead, he decided to focus on the war. Balance is going to be a hard dream with an avatar like that." Every gaze snapped toward him in outrage. Even Iroh showed disapproval of his words. Tai Lung shook his head in disappointment, then dropped to one knee beside Iroh. "Give me the spirit," he said firmly. Confused, Iroh hesitated, but something in Tai Lung's tone compelled him to obey. He handed over the dead fish. Tai Lung cradled it in both hands, closing his eyes as his body began to shimmer faintly. A warm golden light spread across his body, his breath deep and steady. Slowly, the glow seeped into the fish, enveloping it. With each passing moment, the radiance grew brighter, until the cavern was bathed in its brilliance. To the shock of everyone present, the world outside shifted. The night sky, once black and empty, now glowed again, not silver, but with a soft golden illumination, as if the heavens themselves had been touched by firelight. Tai Lung lowered his hands toward the pond and gently released the fish back into the water. The instant it slipped beneath the surface, the golden light dissolved into the world around them. And just as suddenly, balance returned, the sky overhead shone silver once more, the moon restored to its rightful place. The spirit fish swam peacefully, whole again. Iroh was the first to speak, voicing what every soul there was thinking. "How?" Tai Lung replied, "Something I learned to do when I visited an air temple. Kai is the source of life for all creatures, even spirits. By giving the moon's spirit my Kai, it recovered. This only worked because the wound was fresh and I had enough Kai to share. But I'll admit," his lips twitched faintly, "I didn't know if it would work, and I definitely didn't expect the fish would take almost half of my Kai." He rose to his feet, but instantly shifted aside as a spear of ice pierced into the spot where his head had been a moment earlier. Tai Lung turned, his golden eyes falling on the water girl glaring at him with raw hatred. He remembered her, Katara. "I just saved the spirit," Tai Lung said coldly, "and the first thing you thought of was to pierce me." Katara's voice shook with rage. "You killed my father." Tai Lung frowned. "You've got the wrong person. I didn't even participate in this invasion." Her face twisted, and with a sharp cry she hurled another barrage of ice spears. Tai Lung raised a hand, and with a single lick of flames, the projectiles evaporated into mist before they even touched him. "You destroyed his ship and slaughtered everyone," Katara shouted. Tai Lung tilted his head, then asked flatly, "Your father was part of the Southern Water Raiders." At her silence, his tone turned sharper. "Yes, I fought those. They struck first. I struck back." Beside Katara, the boy, Sokka, stepped forward, raising his boomerang with shaking hands, his voice tight with fury. "We will avenge them." Tai Lung's eyes glimmered coldly as he faced the siblings. "You two alone are not enough." Katara and Sokka narrowed their eyes at the same time, their grief transforming into defiance. With a sharp cry, Sokka hurled his boomerang, while Katara unleashed another surge of jagged ice. Tai Lung waved his hand casually, and a roaring wave of fire devoured both the boomerang and the ice midair, reducing them to smoke and steam. The blaze obscured the siblings' vision, but the next instant, Tai Lung burst through the wall of fire like a phantom. One hand gripped Katara's neck, the other clamped firmly around Sokka's neck. Both of his hands radiated an intense heat, not enough to burn their flesh, but enough to sear their skin and fill them with a painful, suffocating discomfort. "I can turn you into ashes before you can even move a finger," Tai Lung said, his golden eyes piercing through them. Katara and Sokka's faces twisted between pain and terror as they struggled in his grasp. "I am not against seeking revenge," Tai Lung continued, his voice steady and merciless. "But at least have the power to do so. If you don't, then this is the outcome, a pointless death." "Please," Iroh's voice rang from behind, deep and earnest. "They are but grieving children who acted in a moment of anger. Don't hurt them. They don't deserve such a fate." Tai Lung studied Iroh for a moment, then exhaled a low hum and released the siblings. Katara and Sokka collapsed to the ground, clutching their throats and arms where the heat still lingered. "I destroyed the water raiders' ships and burned some of them," Tai Lung said flatly. "But most were imprisoned. As for the missing, they fell into the ocean, their fate unknown." He stepped past the siblings, his voice calm. "I don't know who your father is. I didn't catch the name of any of them. He could be free, he could be dead in the ocean, or he could be imprisoned. You can still search for him, and once you confirm his death." His golden eyes flicked toward them briefly. "You're welcome to come after me." The siblings stared at him in shock, their grief clashing with the brutal honesty of his words. Tai Lung gave them no more attention. Turning toward Iroh, he said, "General Iroh, take your nephew and head straight back to the fleet. With Zhao's death, the invasion has failed. We should be leaving. I will go ensure our people have a safe retreat." Iroh inclined his head slowly. "What are you going to do?" Tai Lung smiled faintly. "You saw the water monstrosity, the avatar merged with the black fish. It will destroy our fleet if left unchecked. I'll put a stop to it." Iroh's eyes widened. "That fish is the ocean spirit. You don't stand a chance against it." Tai Lung's smile only grew sharper. "I like to challenge myself." Without another word, he launched into the air, his figure streaking with blue fire as he ascended before their eyes, heading straight toward the colossal glowing giant that stalked the city. From above, Tai Lung watched as the watery titan surged through the streets, drowning Fire Nation soldiers with every sweeping gesture. His gaze hardened. Rising higher into the air, he inhaled deeply, then roared, his voice amplified by Kai. "This is Captain Lung. The invasion is over. Zhao is dead. Retreat immediately." His command thundered across the city, echoing through every ship, every alley, every ear. Soldiers paused mid-battle, stunned. The next moment, Tai Lung thrust his fist forward and unleashed a torrent of blue fire at the massive water giant. The blast struck, and the colossus faltered for a moment before its glowing eyes shifted toward the flying figure. Tai Lung smiled, hovering in the air like a blazing star. "I can't have you drowning soldiers like that. I advise you to go back to the pond." The giant raised its arm, and with a sweep of its hand, an enormous pillar of water surged upward, roaring straight toward Tai Lung. Tai Lung snarled, thrusting his hand forward, and answered with an equally massive pillar of blue fire. The collision shook the city. Glowing water clashed against blue flame, their lights igniting the night sky. The frozen city below was bathed in a storm of blue and white radiance as the duel between spirit and master began. Chapter 41. The clash of elements shook the night. As the wall of water and torrent of fire collided midair, a violent hiss echoed across the frozen city. Steam erupted outward in every direction, cloaking the battlefield in a blinding white veil. From within the mist, Tai Lung broke free, a stream of flame trailing behind him as he darted around the towering water giant. He hurled fireball after fireball, each the size of a house, crashing into the titan's liquid body. Every impact made the colossus shudder, rippling waves coursing through its form. The giant's head turned, its eyes glowing like moons locked onto Tai Lung. With a soundless command, the waters of the city rose in fury. Dozens of massive columns of water erupted from the canals and streets, all converging on the spot where Tai Lung flew. His golden eyes narrowed as he dove sharply downward, narrowly slipping between the crushing pillars that slammed together behind him. But the titan was relentless. The sea itself seemed to lunge after him, a wave larger than any building rushing through the city like a predator on the hunt. Tai Lung's eyes widened. It wasn't just an attack, it was as though the ocean itself sought to swallow him whole. He ducked low, weaving between icy paths and sliding rooftops, darting through the narrow streets. The wall of water followed relentlessly, smashing aside houses and bridges wherever he had just been. His jaw clenched. This wasn't right. He had not expected the Avatar would continue the assault even at the cost of the city's people. Each crash of water tore apart homes, shattered frozen walkways, places that might still shelter frightened civilians. The destruction was merciless. Tai Lung's expression hardened. He had made a mistake by descending here. He did not want to be the one to destroy homes again. He won't repeat his first life mistakes or be part of something similar. With a burst of flame, he shot back into the sky, climbing higher and higher. Lightning began to dance across his arms and shoulders, crackling wildly like an angry storm. He let it build, rotating through his Kai channels before hurling it downward in a brutal strike toward the Titan. The Titan reacted instantly. Ice surged upward, forming a mountain between itself and the oncoming lightning attack. The lightning exploded against it with a deafening crack, the sound rippling through the city like thunder from the sky. Tai Lung's smirk faded into a troubled frown. The Avatar was already the most powerful bender alive, a vessel of countless lifetimes. The ocean spirit alone was a force of nature beyond comprehension. Together, empowered by the restored moon spirit, the sheer tide of Kai radiating from the Titan was unending, infinite. He could feel it, an endless pool of power. He would never match such raw might. Attrition was hopeless. His only advantage lay in his speed, his agility, his size against the immense size of the spirit. For now, he had no choice. He would hold the Titan's attention, keeping it away from the retreating fleet, while his mind searched for some way, any way, to bring the Titan down. Tai Lung darted around the giant once more, weaving between crashing waves and hurling wave upon wave of fire in retaliation. The spectacle was impossible to ignore. The waterbenders who moments before had been bending water and hurling ice at fleeing soldiers stopped, staring in awe at the battle between the fire-bending master and the spirit Titan. Even Fire Nation soldiers, retreating in fear and defeat, would pause to look back, their faces lit by bursts of blue fire against glowing water. Over the heart of the city, the air had become a battlefield unto itself. Fire rained from the sky, water exploded upward in geysers, and steam boiled between them. Mist wrapped the streets, blanketing the fleeing masses, rising into the sky like a shroud. Yet even through the veil, one sight could not be hidden, the piercing glow of Tai Lung's blue flames as he fought the ocean itself. For long minutes, Tai Lung had been circling the spirit's colossal form, fire and lightning spilling endlessly from his fists. His chest heaved, his golden eyes narrowing with both frustration and complete focus. Every strike seemed useless. The Titan had infinite Kai and water supply. He even began to curse the spirit in his mind. You stupid spirit. If you are so powerful and mighty, why did you allow that fool to kill your friend? The thought pierced deeper than he expected, the more he thought about it. For a heartbeat, his fire stuttered, then his eyes flashed with realization. That was it. The ocean spirit, with all its boundless might, had not acted until it was too late. Why? Because it couldn't fight, not on its own. It needed the Avatar. It needed a vessel to channel its power. His gaze snapped toward the glowing figure at the monster's core, Aang, suspended like a puppet. Earlier, he thought separating the boy from the Titan was pointless as it will build itself again. But maybe it was not the case. The Titan might collapse entirely if its power severed from its vessel. That was his only chance. Determined, Tai Lung surged closer, flames blazing. He gathered every ounce of his Kai and unleashed his greatest inferno yet, a wave of fire so massive it lit the misty sky like a second sun. The Titan responded in kind, summoning a monstrous wall of water. They met in a thunderous collision, birthing another storm of blinding steam that blanketed the battlefield. This time, Tai Lung didn't hold back. He used the cover and dived headlong into the Titan's head. The liquid flesh boiled and rippled under his entry as he tore through it, channeling fire without restraint. He pressed forward, eyes locked on the outline of the boy within. He was close, too close for hesitation. The water began to freeze around him, the spirit's ice defense clamping down like ice fangs. Snarling, Tai Lung pushed his body harder than ever, muscles straining, Kai burning. He broke through the freezing wall, his fingers brushing against Ong's clothes. Without pause, he released a small, controlled bolt of lightning, weak compared to his earlier strikes but enough to shock the boy's body. The Titan convulsed. The Avatar's body spasmed, and for the briefest moment the freezing ceased. Tai Lung roared, flooding the head with fire, searing a path as he grabbed Ong's limp form and burst free of the watery prison. It all happened in moments, too fast for any watching eyes to comprehend. From the mist, Tai Lung emerged, carrying the unconscious Avatar in his arms. Behind him, the great Titan shuddered violently, its glowing form collapsing in torrents. The colossal spirit dissolved into rushing water, then nothing, vanishing back into the ocean from which it had risen. Tai Lung hovered in the sky, drenched and trembling but victorious. He exhaled, relief coursing through him. It worked. The spirit must have gone back to being nothing more than a stupid fish. He descended slowly, landing atop the tallest building in the city, a perch that overlooked every street and every horrified face turned toward him. Water Tribe warriors stood frozen, their spears shaking in their hands, their eyes wide as they realized what they were seeing, the Avatar, limp in the fire monster's hand. Tai Lung held the boy up by the back of his clothes like a captured animal, his voice booming with Kai across the city. Water Tribe, the battle is over. The Avatar and your ocean spirit have fallen before me. If you insist on pursuing the Fire Nation soldiers, you shall face me instead. His words echoed, silencing even the crash of waves. The warriors quailed, none daring to move. With a final glance, Tai Lung tossed Ong onto the rooftop, leaving him unconscious but unharmed. Without waiting for a response, he pointed his arms backward and soared away, fire propelling him toward the retreating fleet. The Water Tribe stood rooted in place, not daring to chase the monster who had shattered what can be described as a water god. Yet in truth, Tai Lung's strength was nearly spent. His flight wavered, his Kai was reaching its limit. Battling an infinitely powerful spirit had drained him to the marrow. But he endured and found a path. In the end, victory was his. Chapter 42. The Fire Nation fleet had retreated a safe distance from the Northern Water Tribe, their ships cutting across dark waters under the pale moon. Despite their retreat, the mood aboard the ships was nothing like defeat. The decks rang with laughter, cheers, and the pounding of fists against armor. Morale was soaring, soldiers burning with excitement as though they had claimed victory itself. Some of the younger troops begged their captains to turn the fleet around and resume the war. Others spoke with fiery eyes, claiming they could storm the ice walls a second time and win. The reason for this boundless spirit was the same across every ship, Tai Lung. They had seen him, one of their own, standing against the godly power of the Avatar. The ocean itself had risen, the Avatar fused with it somehow, and Tai Lung had met it blow for blow. He had soared like a comet of flame and lightning, shaking the sky with his strikes. And in the end, he had emerged victorious, carrying the Avatar's limp body as the Titan collapsed. No longer was the Avatar the untouchable symbol of power. The soldiers spoke it as fact now. Tai Lung was the most powerful bender in the world. Some men even grumbled in frustration, confused why their champion had not pressed the advantage. With such strength, what force could possibly resist him? If the legendary Avatar could not stop him, then surely the Water Tribe could be crushed with ease. But their voices were born of ignorance. None of them saw the truth. Behind the strong front, Tai Lung was shattered. The fight had drained him. By the time he returned to the flagship, he had only enough strength to order the high-ranking officers to pull back the fleet. After that, he vanished into his quarters without another word. There, away from the cheers of the soldiers, he collapsed into meditation, trying to rest and recover. Early the next morning, General Iroh entered Tai Lung's quarters. He found the great warrior sitting cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed, breath steady in disciplined rhythm. When Tai Lung finally opened them. "What brings you here so early, General?" Tai Lung asked quietly. Iroh smiled warmly, his hands folded behind his back. "I came to check on you after last night's battle. You defeated the Avatar and the Ocean Spirit. You may very well be the strongest bender alive, perhaps even greater than the spirits. Tai Lung shook his head. The avatar was nothing but a vessel, and the ocean's spirit. He narrowed his eyes. It didn't know how to fight. If a beginner bender had been given its power, I would have been doomed. All of us would. The ocean is something else, its raw power is beyond me. Iroh gave a soft chuckle, though his eyes were serious. The ocean is a force of nature. In raw power, few things can match it. He paused then, his voice growing heavier, his gaze fixed on Tai Lung. You are strong, Tai Lung, stronger than anyone I have ever seen. If you had joined the siege, the water tribe would have fallen. Even Ba Sing Se will fall if you lead the charge. And yet you are well known to avoid battles and only steps in for rescue. Why? You could gain so much honor and glory. For a long moment, Tai Lung said nothing. Then he looked into Iroh's eyes and replied firmly, That is not my destiny or my path. I want the betterment of myself. I don't need to be anything more. I don't wish to seek a great and glorious destiny. And in respect to my father's wishes, I am willing to protect the Fire Nation's people. But that is the limit of it. Conquering lands, winning wars, it is just not for me. Iroh studied him closely. Then what do you want? Have you thought of bringing balance back? Of seeking peace? Tai Lung replied, I honestly don't know, but I know I am not worthy to be a bringer of peace or its guardian. And honestly, I don't see the war as entirely bad. Look at what it's brought us, our technology, our settlements, our riches. This doesn't mean I support war, it is just the world is living in a cycle, peace breeds war and war breeds peace, and me stopping it is just a temporary solution. The only thing I would be truly achieving is the betrayal of my parents and our people. Temporary? I suppose that is true. What do you think should be done to end this cycle? Iroh asked. Tai Lung gave a faint shrug. I don't know, I'm good at training and fighting, that is all I am good for. Iroh sighed softly. He turned to leave, but after a step he stopped. His voice lowered as he asked one final question. You didn't kill the Avatar. Why? Do you think he could bring back peace and balance? Tai Lung's lips curved into a small smile. No, I don't think he is the solution. I didn't kill him just like I didn't kill any waterbender, because simply I have no enmity with them. I also admit I want to face him when he masters the 4 elements. He is the strongest bender after all. It would be a shame if I never had the chance to challenge him at his peak. Iroh's smile returned, then I shall leave you to your rest. And with that, the Dragon of the West stepped out, leaving Tai Lung alone with his thoughts, his eyes drifting closed once more. In stark contrast to the roaring morale of the Fire Nation fleet, the Northern Water Tribe found no comfort in their supposed victory. Though they had driven the invaders back, what lingered in their minds was not triumph, but dread. They had seen the impossible. The Avatar, in his divine fury, had faced a Fire Nation soldier and lost. That soldier was no ordinary man, he was a monster. The warriors of the tribe knew it in their bones. If that firebender, the one of burning blue flames, had stepped into the war from the beginning, they would have been doomed. No wall of ice, no group of benders, no prayers to Tui and Law could have resisted such raw might. But he had not. For reasons unknown, the monster had only joined the fray at the end, to halt the Avatar and cover the retreat of his people. His motives were a mystery. Some whispered that perhaps attacking them was beneath him. Others prayed that whatever restraint held him away from battle would continue to bind him forever. Yet none were more shaken by Tai Lung's power than Ong and his companions. Even in the Avatar state and controlled by the ocean spirit's wrath, Ong had been aware of his surroundings. He remembered every clash, every strike, and he remembered losing. The ocean itself had not been enough. Tai Lung had torn him free from that divine union and cast the spirit back into the water. Katara and Sokka had no less fear carved into them. They had attacked that monster with everything they had, and he had nearly ended their lives in an instant, only sparing them at Iroh's plea. They couldn't understand his words, his reasoning, or his strange decisions. But one truth was undeniable. Tai Lung was no ordinary enemy. He was the true monster among the Fire Nation's ranks. What unsettled them most was his words after reviving the moon spirit. He had claimed it had cost him half of his strength. If that was true, then half of Tai Lung's power had already eclipsed the Avatar joined with the ocean. How could anyone fight such a being? The 3 now sat in silence in their chamber, each lost in thought. The weight of the night event crushed them until Ong finally broke the stillness. Bumi was right, he whispered, his voice full of fear. Tai Lung is a monster that must be avoided. I don't know if I could ever beat him, even if I mastered all 4 elements. Neither Katara nor Sokka replied at first. The silence stretched until, at last, Sokka muttered, "That thing has inhuman strength and speed. He can fly. He can unleash seas of blue fire, summon lightning, even bring spirits back to life. There's no way Tai Lung is a human." Katara gave a faint nod, her lips trembling. But why didn't he join the battle? He revived the moon, then fought Aang and spared him, and then he just left. Why? You heard him, Sokka answered grimly. He sees the moon as something important for the world, and he likes challenges. Maybe he wants to fight Aang only after he's mastered all 4 elements. Aang swallowed hard, his throat dry. He didn't want to believe it. The thought of facing Tai Lung in earnest made him shiver. He still saw flashes of the man in his mind. What should we do, then? Katara asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Aang lowered his head. I don't know. I think the only thing we can do is continue our journey. I have to learn the 4 elements. It's the only chance I'll ever have to bring balance back to the world. Sokka lifted his gaze, then sighed. I've been thinking, I might stay here, with Yue. His words hit Katara, and Aang like a blow. You can't be serious, Katara snapped, her eyes wide. Are you going to abandon Aang just like that? Sokka's expression hardened. And maybe you should too. We said we'd accompany Aang to the north, and we did. Our promise is fulfilled. He still has 2 elements to master, Katara shot back. Sokka shook his head. And what happens if we encounter Tai Lung again? Aang might not be able to save himself, let alone us. Katara fell silent at that, her chest tightening. She could still feel Tai Lung's burning grip around her throat, the cold gleam of his golden eyes. Aang looked down at his hands. Sokka's right, I don't want to put you in danger. If Tai Lung ever came after you because of me, I'd never forgive myself. Katara's anger faded into sorrow. She looked between Aang and Sokka, her voice trembling but firm. That's stupid. What if that monster comes back here? What if he attacks the Northern Water Tribe again? What if he went after Yue? With him around, nowhere in the world is safe. Unless you master all 4 elements, Aang will always be at his mercy. Sokka, if you want to have a chance to live peacefully with Yue, Aang must master the 4 elements and defeat Tai Lung. Aang raised his head. Slowly, he nodded, his eyes burning with a new determination. Sokka hesitated but nodded at last. No place is safe. Chapter 43. The Fire Nation fleet was split, scattered after the events of the North Pole siege. While the majority of the ships turned their prows toward home, Tai Lung had other plans. He directed his ship away from the returning fleet, ordering his crew to chart a course for the Earth Kingdom. His destination was to the circus. He intended to visit Tai Lei. Another ship split from the fleet as well. Prince Zuko, still banished, demanded to continue his mission of hunting the Avatar. Thanks to General Iroh's enduring prestige as the Dragon of the West, the new commander of the fleet reluctantly granted Zuko his own vessel. And so, the greatest Fire Nation Armada story came to an end. It took several days for Tai Lung's ship to reach the Earth Kingdom coast. The moment his boots touched the ground, his crew began making preparations to sail back to the Fire Nation. This is a personal matter, not a military one, they told him before boarding once more. Tai Lung could only shake his head with a low chuckle at their eagerness to go back home while completely disregarding their captain. Tai Lung focused on his mission, finding Tai Li. It was not immediate. It took him days of asking around, following directions, and tracing the traveling paths of the circus. Finally, his search ended at a clearing where the colorful tents rose high against the trees. There, outside the performers' quarters, he spotted her. Tai Li was practicing in the open air, her body folding and bending in impossible arcs of flexibility. A white mask covered half of her face, obscuring her scar. "Hi, Tai Li," Tai Lung called as he approached, his deep voice breaking the rhythm of her movements. "How are you?" Tai Li froze mid-stretch, her eyes widening in surprise. The mask did little to hide the sudden light in them. With a cheerful cry, she sprang forward, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. "I missed you. Why didn't you write to me that you were coming?" Tai Lung returned her hug briefly before pulling back. "I joined an operation in the north," he explained. "I didn't know when it would end. I came here as soon as I was done." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the mask covering her face. His expression hardened. "Why are you wearing that half-mask?" Tai Li's joy faltered. She lowered her head, her voice quieter when she replied, "It's better for business." Tai Lung's frown deepened. "That's dumb. Your face is good as it is. Who manages this circus? I'd like to have a word with him." For a moment she looked startled, then broke into a laugh, though it was tinged with nervousness. "I'm glad you think that way, but I'm fine like this, really. What matters is that the people I care about don't care about my face." Tai Lung's eyes narrowed, but he let it drop with a low growl of disapproval. "Fine, but remember, if you grow sick of them, let me know. I can straighten their behavior for you." Tai Li laughed at his words. The following days passed in a calm rhythm. Tai Lung lingered around the circus. He traveled with the troupe, watched their shows, trained alongside Tai Li, and accompanied her to nearby settlements and villages. When it came to sharing stories, it was mostly Tai Li who spoke, her voice full of laughter and mischief, while Tai Lung listened in his quiet way. 2 weeks later, the two were sparring on an open field. No bending, just pure hand-to-hand combat. Tai Li darted around him with her usual acrobatic grace, striking and flipping, while Tai Lung blocked her blows with ease. During the exchange, he spoke between movements. "Do you plan to stay in the circus forever?" "Yes," Tai Li answered brightly, ducking under his swing. "I think it's my calling. I get to travel around and enjoy all the scenery." "My offer to join my crew is still open," Tai Lung countered, catching her wrist and releasing it just as quickly. "We travel all the time, and to be frank, the circus could never match us. We go all over the world, and we rarely join battles." Tai Li hesitated, rolling back on her hands before springing upright again. "But is that really fine? You're a soldier. I'm just a civilian at the end of the day." Tai Lung scoffed, his smirk dismissive. "What I say goes. Who's going to object? The Fire Lord? I'll beat him up if he dares to open his mouth about it." Tai Li laughed, covering her mouth. "Don't let anyone hear you, that's treason." "No worries," Tai Lung said with a smirk. "When I'm done with him, it won't be." Her laughter came harder this time, full of amusement. "Fine, I'll join, but let's not leave before today's show. I'd feel bad leaving the circus right before it." Tai Lung gave a satisfied nod. But before the day could end, they received an unexpected visitor. A litter carried by royal guards arrived at the circus grounds, and when the curtains parted, out stepped Princess Azula of the Fire Nation. She froze for the briefest moment when she saw Tai Li and Tai Lung standing side by side. "Azula," Tai Li cried with delight. She charged forward and hugged the princess tightly. Azula allowed the embrace, offering a rare smile. "It's nice to see you too, Tai Li." Her golden eyes then shifted toward Tai Lung. "I didn't expect to find you here after what you did in the north. The entire nation speaks of nothing else." Tai Lung walked toward them at an unhurried pace. "I originally planned to visit Tai Li," he said casually, "but father insisted I follow Zhao, just in case." Tai Li blinked, curiosity flashing in her eyes. "Wait, what did Tai do in the north?" Azula arched a brow at him, surprised. "You didn't tell her." Tai Lung shrugged. "She's not interested in war-related topics." "Well," Tai Li said, folding her arms, "now I'm interested. What is this about?" Azula's expression softened into one of calculation. "Let's sit somewhere first." They found a quiet spot near the circus tents, where Azula recounted the tale as it was told in the capital. How Tai Lung had fought the Avatar in his Avatar state. How the Avatar commanded the ocean itself and still lost to Tai Lung. She described the retreat of the Fire Nation fleet and how Tai Lung's intervention saved countless soldiers. Tai Lung listened in silence, noting to himself that while much of it was true, the retelling painted him as if he had emerged with strength to spare, when in reality, he had been utterly drained. The story had made him sound unstoppable, capable of crushing the North entirely along the Avatar if he wished. Tai Li looked at him with wide-eyed amazement. Azula, however, leaned forward. "You could have captured or killed the Avatar, you could have conquered the North, but instead you retreated. The War Council is furious." "I don't want to conquer lands or win battles," Tai Lung said simply. "I only stepped in to help our soldiers escape. That's all, and I have no plans to change how I act anytime soon." Azula's sharp gaze lingered on him, unconvinced, though she didn't press further. She knew better than to antagonize this monster. Instead, she turned her attention back to Ty Lee. "I'm on a mission," she said. She explained that she had been sent to capture Zuko and Iroh and bring them home under the Fire Lord's orders. She needed help, and so she had come for Ty Lee. Ty Lee's face fell. "I'm sorry, Azula, I am going to join Tai Lung's crew." Azula's brow furrowed. "But you're not a soldier." "I'm inviting her," Tai Lung interrupted, his tone casual but final. "If someone has a problem with her, they can always find me." Azula's eye twitched at his blatant disregard for authority. He was doing whatever he pleased, and she knew no one dared oppose him, not even her father. "You can always go with Tai Lung later," she said, her voice firm. "This is my first mission away from home, Tai Lei, and I need all the help I can get." Tai Lee hesitated, torn. On one hand, she wanted to leave with Tai Lung. On the other hand, she didn't want to let Azula down. Meanwhile, Tai Lung's brow furrowed. "Why do you need help to bring your brother and uncle back? Just send some letter or ask around our bases, and you're done." Azula sighed, her mask of confidence cracking for a heartbeat. They're being brought back against their will to avoid bringing shame to the royal family. Tai Lung tilted his head, not understanding the thought process here. His thoughts drifted toward the Fire Lord's less-than-stellar reputation as he stared at Azula with a questioning gaze. She stiffened, able to guess exactly what he was thinking. If it weren't for the fact that he was far too strong, she might have struck him down with lightning where he stood. Chapter 44. Ignoring Tai Lung entirely, Azula turned her focus back to the still hesitant Tai Lee. "I was planning to fetch my after you," she said smoothly. "She's in the Earth Kingdom after all, and the three of us could be together again. We haven't met since we left the Royal Fire Academy for girls." Tai Lee's eyes brightened instantly. "Maya's here." "She and her family came to the Earth Kingdom," Tai Lung answered before Azula could. "Her father was put in charge of managing a district of settlements and villages, or something along those lines." Azula shook her head, then corrected Tai Lung. "Your information is outdated. Her father is no mere administrator anymore. He's the city lord of Amashu." Tai Lung raised a brow at that. "I didn't hear of any invasion toward the city, nor that we conquered it." Azula shrugged as though it were of no consequence. "We were assembling a full invasion force at the same time as the North Pole siege fleet. The War Council expected a bloody battle, and instead the Mad King, Bumi, surrendered the city without a fight out of nowhere. I guess he knew the futility of resisting the inevitable." At that, Tai Lung fell quiet. He remembered the mad old king well. Bumi, despite his age, was the most skilled earthbender Tai had ever crossed paths with. His forces weren't weak either. Amashu had resisted Fire Nation pressure for over a century. For the king to simply surrender, it made no sense. What was he thinking? Azula's eyes sharpened as she returned to her true goal. "So," she said, turning to Ty Lee, "what do you think? Will you come with me?" Ty Lee hesitated, her gaze flickering toward Tai Lung before returning to Azula. "I'm really sorry, Azula," she said softly, "but I want to travel with Tai Lung. I wish you the best of luck on your mission." Azula's hand clenched tightly at her side. She had come here fully expecting Ty Lee to accept. Even if she hadn't, Azula had other ways of persuasion. But with Tai Lung standing beside Ty Lee, she could do nothing. In the end, Azula forced a thin smile. "It's fine, Ty Lee, I understand. It was nice seeing you again." She turned on her heel, her guards falling in behind her. "Why not stay the night?" Ty Lee called quickly. "I have a performance piece tonight." Azula didn't turn back. "I have a mission to finish. I've already wasted enough time coming here." And just like that, she was gone. Ty Lee stood there, troubled, watching her retreating figure. She looked up at Tai Lung. "Azula is my friend," and I turned her down, and she looked disappointed and sad. "Do you think I made a mistake?" "No, not really," Tai Lung said flatly. "Her mission is ridiculous to begin with. The Fire Lord, Ozai, is worried about the royal family's reputation. I don't understand where he gets the audacity and shamelessness to send her on such a mission." Ty Lee chuckled at his bluntness, her worry easing slightly. After a moment, she asked, "Is it okay if we set off to Amashu tomorrow?" Tai Lung's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you want to help Azula?" Tai Li shook her head quickly. No, I just want to visit Mai, assuming she hasn't already left with Azula. Besides, I've never been to Amashu before, or any major Earth city. I have no objection, Tai Lung replied. I haven't visited Amashu either. I heard they have some kind of unique mailing system there. Tai Li's face lit up with a smile. Thanks, Tai. The city of Amashu lay beneath a haze of smoke and industry, its streets quiet but tense under Fire Nation control. At the heart of the city, in the chamber of the once proud city lord, and upon the high chair where authority was meant to rest, Azula sat with a poise that was both regal and suffocating. Before her, the city lord and his family, Mai's family, kowtowed, their foreheads pressed to the floor. The silence was broken only when Mai's father, with his voice trembling despite his efforts at composure, dared to look up. I apologize, he began, his words uncertain in the presence of the princess. You came to Amashu at a difficult time. At noon, we are arranging a trade with the resistance to retrieve Tom Tom. Azula's eyes, sharp and unblinking, turned on him with disdain. Yes, she said, her voice clipped and dripping with mock sympathy. I am so sorry to hear about your son, but really, what did you expect by letting all the citizens leave? She rose, her expression as cold as steel, and her words cut sharper than any blade. My father entrusted this city to you, and you are making a mess of things. The weight of her accusation scared Mai's father. He collapsed into a deeper bow, his voice strained as he repeated, I apologize, princess. Azula stepped forward, passing by the groveling figures without another glance. You will stay here, she ordered flatly. Mai will handle the hostage situation. That way, you won't have another chance to ruin anything else. Behind her, Mai stood without protest. She followed Azula out in silence, her expression unreadable. As they walked through the corridors of Amashu's palace, Azula's voice broke the silence, low and edged with annoyance. It would be useful to have Tai Li at times like this, but she chose to stick with Tai Lung. I still cannot believe she would rather wander around with him than come here. Mai cast a sidelong glance at her. The irritation was clear in Azula's tone, but Mai's own reply was delivered in her usual, dry calm. The two rarely see each other as it is. Tai is always traveling, and you know how insecure Tai Li is about her face. Tai was the only one who never minded the scar or reacted to it. Azula's steps faltered just slightly, her mind tugged unwillingly toward memory. The assassination attempt. Her own guard had betrayed her, and though the assassination meant for her had failed, Tai Li had not walked away unscathed. A scar now marred her friend's face. Azula had always suspected Tai Li deep down had blamed her for it. Sometimes, even Azula would have a flicker of guilt when she saw Tai Li's face. But what she could never quite grasp was how Tai Lung bore it so easily, how he seemed to look past such a disfigurement without the slightest care. It baffled her, and part of her felt jealous of Tai Li. She, the princess of the Fire Nation, had no one that genuinely cared about her like Tai Li. But Azula dismissed the thought as fast as it got into her head. There were more pressing matters. First, the hostage trade, then her uncle and her brother. When the sun reached its peak, the two sides met for the trade. At the tallest structure in the city, a building now crowned with scaffolding for the statue of Fire Lord Ozai, Azula and Mai stood side by side, staring ahead. Behind them hung a cage of iron, more coffin than prison, swaying from a heavy chain. Through the narrow window, the unmistakable face of King Bumi peered out, his wild grin unbothered even in captivity. On the other side, three figures walked forward, carrying with them the small, innocently laughing child Tom Tom. The shortest of the three stepped forward, his voice firm but cautious. We are ready to trade. Azula's smile was thin, sharp, and cruel. I am sorry, she spoke, but a thought just occurred to me. It hardly seems fair to trade a 2-year-old child for an old king, one of the strongest earthbenders in the world. Mai's eyes flicked to her brother. For a moment, there was a change in her expression. Then, coolly, she stepped forward and said, You are right, princess. The deal is off. The decision was made. Azula surged forward, blue fire erupting from her hands, lashing toward the trio. The captors' faces turned to horror. The boy with the staff swung it, unleashing a sudden, powerful gust of air. The girl moved fluidly, bending every drop of water she carried, sending it forward in full force. The third, clutching Tom in desperation, hurled his boomerang into the fray. The attacks collided midair with Azula's blazing fire. For an instant, the attacks of the two sides clashed and came to a halt. Then the combined force pierced through the fire, hitting Azula and driving her back. She flipped midair, landing with grace, her narrowed eyes fixing on the trio once more. But they were gone. "They escaped," Mai murmured, her tone as flat as ever. "I know you're terrifying, but what did you do to them to make them run like that? I've never seen anyone flee so fast." Azula's expression hardened, though a flicker of confusion passed through her eyes. "I am not sure, but just now that was airbending. The boy with the staff, he is the Avatar." Behind them, in his iron cage, King Bumi had been chuckling the entire time. Yet even his laughter faltered as his eyes widened in surprise. His old friend had run so fast, so abruptly, that even he was left stunned. He had planned to tell Aang to leave him behind, but Aang had not even attempted a rescue. Chapter 45. For a long moment after the escape, silence lingered over the city's highest point. The cage still swayed slightly from its chain, and the unfinished statue of Fire Lord Oz loomed above them. Then, at last, Bumi's chuckling voice broke through, his tone almost enlightened, as though he had reached some grand revelation. "Ah, I know why they escaped," the old king announced. Both Azula and Mai turned their heads toward him, curiosity flickering in their eyes despite themselves. Bumi grinned through the small window in the iron coffin. "It's the blue fire," he said cheerfully. "I believe they thought you were that terrifying firebender, Tai Lung." Azula's eyes narrowed. But Bumi wasn't finished. He gave her a look full of mock pity, his voice lowering into something almost fatherly. "They must have mistaken you for him. No offense, but you look nothing like a girl, let alone a princess. Anyone could confuse you for a boy. I suggest you take better care of yourself." For a beat, Azula and Mai both froze, blinking in disbelief at the rudeness of his words. Then Azula's face darkened, her fury barely restrained. "I will throw you deep into the prison," she hissed, her hand raised with lethal precision. "So deep that the sunlight will never see you again." At her signal, the chain above groaned and began retracting, lifting Bumi's prison upward then into the shadows of a rocky tower nearby. His laughter echoed until it was swallowed by the dark. Mai stood silently at her side. After a pause, she finally said, her tone flat as stone, "Don't take his words seriously. He's just a senile old man." Azula turned her glare upon her companion. "I am not," as if I would accept his words. "The only thing that might be true is the blue fire. The Avatar and his companions must have thought I am like Tai Lung due to the blue fire." Mai inclined her head in calm acknowledgement, her face expressionless, then asked, "Why is the Avatar afraid of Tai Lung?" Far below, in the abandoned slums of Amashu's lower levels, 3 figures leaned against walls, catching their breath. Aang, Katara, and Sokka huddled in an abandoned building, their chests rising and falling heavily from the escape. "There's a second monster among the Fire Nation ranks," Aang said at last, his voice shaken. "She has blue fire." Katara's hands tightened around her water flask, her face pale. Tai Lung was already a walking disaster. What are we supposed to do now that there are 2 of them? How did the Fire Nation even raise monsters like them? Sokka frowned, scratching the back of his head as though working through a theory. Maybe that girl is his sister. Aang shook his head. "It doesn't matter now. What matters is finding a way to save Bumi while avoiding her." "That's too dangerous," Sokka cut in sharply. "If we get caught by her, it'll be the end of us." Katara nodded firmly, her voice quiet but urgent. "She is too dangerous, Aang. We barely got away. Next time we won't be so lucky." Aang hesitated, his eyes downcast, his fists clenched at his sides. "But we can't just leave. I need an earthbending teacher, and Bumi is the best choice." Sokka met his gaze with unflinching seriousness. "I'm sorry, Aang, but we have to leave Amashu. We can't risk it anymore. And now, they know you're here." The words struck heavily in Aang's chest. He lowered his head, silent, the decision weighing on him like stone. Deep inside, he knew Sokka was right. Staying was impossible, not with a second Tai Lung, another blue fire monster guarding the city. At last, shoulders slumped, Aang turned toward the darkened sewer tunnels of Amashu. Without another word, the Avatar and his companions slipped away into the dirty hole they came from. 3 days later, Tai Lung and Tai Li finally arrived at Amashu. To Tai Li's disappointment, they learned that Azula had already departed a day earlier, taking Mai with her to track not only her uncle and brother, but also the Avatar. With little else to do, the pair spent a full day exploring the captured city before deciding to set off once more, wandering aimlessly across the conquered lands of the Earth Kingdom. With the fall of Amashu, only Ba Sing Se, the great walled capital, remained as the last standing city of the Earth Kingdom. Every other stronghold had fallen under Fire Nation control. Here and there, small resistance bands persisted, but none posed a true threat to the Fire Nation's growing power. Their journey stretched on for nearly 2 months. They drifted steadily northward until, at last, they arrived at a large military base near the Yanhai River. The broad river flowed west of Ba Sing Se toward the south where they came from. What awaited them there made both Tai Lung and Tai Li stop in their tracks. Standing beside the base was a massive construct of iron, the largest machine either of them had ever seen. A monstrosity of metal loomed before them, terrible and awe-inspiring. Tai Lung and Tai Li continued toward the main gate, and as they approached, Tai Lung said, "I am Captain Tai Lung." The soldiers on guard stiffened at once. At the sound of his name, their bodies tensed, eyes widening. One among them stepped forward, voice steady but cautious. "Sir, could you please provide proof of identity?" Tai Lung raised one hand. A flicker of pale flame burst to life in his palm, blue fire. The soldier instantly bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you, sir. We have all heard of your battle at the North Pole." Tai Lung allowed the flame to die before speaking, his tone measured. "What is that giant machine standing there?" The soldier straightened and followed his gaze. "That, sir, is a drill, a giant war machine designed to pierce through the walls of Ba Sing Se." Tai Lung gave a low hum. "So there is a plan to mount an attack on the city?" "Yes," the soldier confirmed. "The War Minister Cheng and Princess Azula herself will both be leading the invasion force." At once Tai Li's eyes lit up with delight. "Oh, Azula is here. That means Mai as well. Let's go meet them." The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. This scarred girl had spoken the princess's name so casually it almost seemed disrespectful. Their looks did not escape Tai Lung's notice. "Tai Li is my fiancé," he explained to guards, "and a close friend of the princess." That was enough. The soldiers bowed lightly to Tai Li at once. "We apologize for not recognizing you, Lady Tai Li." Tai Li waved her hand with a cheerful little shake. "It's okay, guys. I don't hold any titles. You don't need to be so formal with me." Her easygoing warmth drew smiles from the men. The leading soldier straightened and said respectfully, "Allow me to lead you to Princess Azula's quarters." And so Tai Lung and Tai Li followed, walking side by side behind their guide. Along the way, the soldier could not help but express his awe and respect toward Tai Lung, recounting the stories he had heard of the northern siege and asking questions. Tai Li listened with a smile to the soldier. A few minutes later, the soldier led Tai Lung and Tai Li to a well-kept, single-story building on the quieter side of the base. He bowed respectfully before leaving them at the door. Tai Lung pushed it open, and the two stepped into a modest living room. The space was plain, furnished only with essentials. At the far end, a corridor stretched deeper inside, leading to several rooms. "Azula, Mai, are you here?" Tai Li called out brightly. From the corridor, Azula emerged in her sharp military uniform. For once, her mask of composure slipped, surprise flashing in her eyes. "Tai Li, what are you doing here?" Tai Li hurried forward with a smile. "We were going to mount a ship from this base and head back south, but when I found out you were here, I wanted to say hi. Where's Mai? Is she here?" Azula gave a small nod, then turned. "Follow me." Tai Li trailed after her instantly, while Tai Lung kept 2 steps behind. Azula led them into one of the rooms branching off the corridor. The moment Tai Li entered, she froze. Mai lay on the bed, both her legs wrapped thickly in bandages. Her face was paler than usual, her expression even gloomier than the detached calm she normally wore. Tai Li gasped and rushed to her side. "What happened to you?" Mai lifted her eyes to Ty Lee's, but said nothing. Azula answered instead. While we were following the Avatar's trail, Mai engaged his companions. While she was occupied, the Avatar's bison came from behind and blasted her into the rocks, breaking her legs. Ty Lee's eyes widened in shock. She clasped Mai's hand tightly. I'm so sorry that happened to you, but cheer up, I'm sure you'll recover in no time. Mai averted her gaze, offering no reply. Azula's voice cut in, with a quite restrained tone. The healers think she might not be able to walk again. Tears welled in Ty Lee's eyes. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. I'm so sorry. I should have come with Azula. I could have helped. Finally, Mai sighed and turned her head back. You don't know that. Maybe I'd still be crippled all the same. Or you would be in my place. For a moment, silence lingered in the room. Then Tai Lung's voice came. Ty Lee, he said firmly, stepping forward. Step away from Mai. I might be able to help her. All three girls looked at him in confusion, but Ty Lee obeyed, sliding back. Tai Lung knelt at Mai's bedside. Without another word, he placed his hands over her bandaged legs. A faint, warm, soft, golden glow spread from his palms. The light seeped into her injured legs. A full minute passed then, just as suddenly the glow faded. Tai Lung stood up again. Try to move now, he instructed. Mai blinked, uncertain, but did as told. She shifted her legs, then gasped. They moved. Slowly, hesitantly, she swung them over the bed's edge. With her friends watching in silence, Mai pushed herself up and stood. Her eyes widened. She was standing. Her legs, broken just moments ago, were now fully healed. Chapter 46. The three girls stared at Tai Lung in shock. Mai asked, "What did you do?" Tai Lung replied calmly, "The Kai is the source of life. I gave you my Kai, which improved your body and accelerated your healing." Azula narrowed her eyes. "I have never heard of such a thing." "The Water Tribe does something similar," Tai Lung explained, "but they use water as a medium." Azula just stared at him, speechless, and so did the other two. Every time they thought they began to understand his power and skill set, he surprised them with something new. After some time of silence, Ty Lee finally said, "That's amazing, Tai, but if you can heal, can't you heal my face?" Tai Lung shook his head. "I give my Kai to help the body recover, it just accelerates the natural process of healing. Wounds heal, yes, but scars will remain behind, no matter how faint." Ty Lee pressed on, her voice soft but pleading. "Can we try it at least, please?" Seeing her begging look, Tai Lung nodded and walked closer. He raised his hand, placing it gently on her scarred face. Once again, the same golden light glowed warmly, enveloping Tai Lee's features. A minute later, the light faded. Tai Lung withdrew his hand. "This is the limit of how much Kai can help you. I admit I didn't expect anything." Ty Lee looked at Tai Lung, then at Azula and Mai. "It is not gone," Azula remarked, tilting her head, "but I guess that's an improvement." Mai silently pulled out a dagger and handed it to Ty Lee. "This is the closest thing I have to a mirror." Ty Lee took the dagger and peered at her reflection. The jarring scar was still there, but it was less visible than before, fainter, softer. Even still, it was a lot better than before. She looked up at Tai Lung, who quickly said, "The scar would have faded in the same manner within a few years or so. My Kai just hastened that." Ty Lee hugged him tightly. Thank you, this is more than I dreamed of, you are the best." Tai Lung stood there for a moment without responding, then hugged her back lightly. "No problem." He silently noted to himself that he should have tried first before drawing conclusions. Far from the military base and near Ba Sing Si, Ong and his team sat resting before crossing the Serpent's Pass. Toph, bored out of her mind, suddenly asked, "So, you guys have been running from the Fire Princess like crazy, but I never got to ask why. Sure, she's a tough one, but for you to be that scared of her, what did she do to terrify you so much?" Ong and the group looked at each other for a moment. Then Katara spoke. "It was the blue fire. We thought she was another monster like Tai Lung." Sokka interrupted. "I actually thought she was his sister. Who would have thought she was the sister of the angry prince?" Toph tilted her head with interest. "Who is Tai Lung, and how strong is he to scare all of you like that?" Katara's voice grew heavy. "He is a literal monster. If he was the one hunting us, I don't think there is any chance of escaping him. Only Aang, after mastering the 4 elements, might be able to fight him. Toph grinned. He sounds really strong. I would like to face him. Sokka shook his head. You don't understand. The word strong doesn't even describe him. If you compare him to the princess, then it is like comparing a tiny kitten to a dragon. If the princess could throw a fireball the size of a boulder at you, that monster will throw a mountain-sized fireball. He could turn you into ashes in an instant. Toph laughed, as if I would believe that. But as she laughed, she paused. The silence of her companions spoke on its own. Katara finally said, Toph, I think we should start over and tell you everything we have seen in the North Pole. And before we start, this is no joke. Everything we will tell you is true. 5 days later, the drill was approaching Ba Sing Se. Flanked by tens of the Fire Nation tanks on both sides, it set toward the Earth capital the next day after Mai's healing. Inside the drill's control room, the War Minister stood giving orders to the operators, while Azula, Ty Lee, and Mai sat comfortably on their chairs. Ty Lee had insisted on accompanying her friends this time, stating she wouldn't let her friend get hurt again. Tai Lung, despite not wanting to have anything to do with this invasion force, chose to tag along to ensure Ty Lee and my safety, but instead of staying with Ty Lee in the control room, he went on and took over some random engineer room, deciding to meditate there alone. The invasion succeeding or failing had nothing to do with him. In the control room, Ty Lee looked at the not-so-happy Azula and said, at least he agreed to come. If things go wrong, we can depend on him to help us retreat. Azula grumbled, what is the point of having so much power if you don't use it? I can't understand why he refuses to fully participate in war. He is literally a one-man army. The War Minister, who was hearing this, spoke confidently. Princess, I assure you we don't need the assistance of Captain Lung. This drill has a penetration and destructive power far beyond what a firebender could possibly have, including Captain Lung. And it is fully built of metal. It is too big, heavy, and sturdy, a natural counter for the earthbender. The minister's words didn't improve Azula's mood. Tai Lung's actions irked her to no end. He did what he wanted and had no respect for the royal family. And despite all of that, no one dared to oppose him. Even putting his power aside, punishing him is still impossible as the entire nation views him as a national hero and respects him. She broke out of her thoughts when Ty Lee, who was looking through the spyglasses of the drill, said, a group of muscly earthbenders are coming our way. The War Minister spoke, as I said, the drill is earthbender-proof, nothing to worry about. Azula looked at the minister and said coldly, can you take responsibility if anything went wrong based on your words? The minister hesitated to answer. Azula smirked, I thought as much. Tai Lee Mai, go get rid of the enemies. Both girls stood, smiling. Mai wanted to let some steam off after her injury, while Tai Lee wanted to try fighting. It had been a long while since she fought anyone beside Tai Lung. A few minutes later, the two girls returned. Mai's expression was as flat as ever, but there was an edge of annoyance in her tone. Tai Lee didn't leave anyone for me, she said. Tai Lee gave an apologetic little smile. I'm sorry, but I am used to sparring with Tai. I forgot how to fight normal people, she explained sheepishly. Mai sighed. While the drill creeped ever closer to the outer walls of Ba Sing Se, far above, preparations were already being made to stop it. General Sung, one of the Council of Five, the highest-ranking generals in the Earth Kingdom, stood in command. Around him clustered several soldiers, grim and tense, and beside them the Avatar and his companions. A weary soldier had just stumbled back from the field, still white-faced with terror as he reported to them. His words poured out like a flood. He described with horror how the elite team, Terra, handpicked and feared for their skill, had been utterly dismantled by a strange girl. She bore a scar on her face, he said, and moved with an inhuman speed and skill, crushing their ranks one by one. With his voice shaking, he told them how her fists seemed to drain the very strength from their bodies. Soldiers left gasping, bending abilities snuffed out like candles. Others left rigid, paralyzed, unable to move even a finger. General Sung's face darkened with disbelief. Where did the Fire Nation get someone like that? He demanded, his voice rising. What in the name of the spirits did she do to my elite soldiers? Sokka's eyes darted uneasily from the shaken soldier to the rest of his group. How come the Fire Nation has so many scary girls? He burst out. First the princess with fire like Tai Lung, then there's that gloomy one with endless hidden weapons, and now a girl who can take away bending and paralyze people. No one answered him. They only stared, though each of them wore the same troubled expression. The truth was bitter. When their journey had begun, their thoughts had fixed firmly on the Fire Lord as their ultimate adversary. Yet now it was clear, the most difficult part might not be defeating him at all, but facing the freaks who served beneath him. General Sung turned to look at Aang, said, "Young Avatar, you are our only hope. Please help us stop that metal monstrosity." Aang nodded with a serious face, then turned to look at his friends, as his face turned to that of doubt. "How do we stop that thing?" Aang asked. Chapter 47. Azula, Mai, and Ty Lee sat in the control room. After the first wave of earthbenders, no more soldiers came their way. Mai sighed from her chair, her voice carrying her usual boredom. "This is boring." Ty Lee kept looking through the spyglass and said, "The soldiers all left, they all climbed the wall. Maybe they gave up." Azula narrowed her eyes. "They gave up too quickly. They might be planning something. Keep watching, Tai Lei, and let me know if you see anyone coming toward us." Tai Lee answered with a happy tone, "Sure." The war minister spoke confidently. "You have nothing to worry about, Princess. Those soldiers must have realized the futility of their attempt to stop our great drill." Azula didn't reply. She sat there doubtful. She didn't believe the Ba Sing Se defenders would just give up like that, not with their city's fate on the line. But despite her doubt, for the next few minutes as they approached the wall, nothing happened. It was not until they made contact with the wall and the drill began digging through it that rocks started falling upon them. Even then, the attacks were too pitiful. With each passing moment, the war minister grew more confident in their success. But when the drill was more than halfway through, the reports began coming in. The first mentioned the ambush of an engineer and the loss of the schematics. The next reported one of the giant metal support beams had been cut clean through. It was clear that it was an act of sabotage. The minister looked both shocked and horrified, while Azula stood up quickly. "That's what they were planning, ladies with me." Both Tai Lee and Mai followed Azula outside of the control room. Tai Lee asked, "Where do we start the search?" "The outer layer, of course," Azula replied sharply. "The infiltrators are attacking the support beams to weaken the drill, maybe hoping the raining rocks will cause the body to fail under its own weight if the beams are damaged enough." Azula accelerated her pace, her eyes glinting with focus. "We must hurry. We don't know how many individuals we are dealing with or the extent of the damage they have caused." Mai and Tai Lee picked up their speed as well, keeping close behind Azula. The trio quickly arrived at the outer layer of the drill and began moving from one location to another, searching for the intruders. Eventually, they heard voices coming from behind the beams ahead. Azula narrowed her eyes, then surged forward faster than before. She dashed down to the lower level and there, she saw them. The Avatar and his two Water Tribe friends were cutting into one of the beams. The Avatar and the Water Tribe girl were passing water back and forth, chipping slowly at the massive support. Without a word, Azula thrust her fist forward, launching a blazing fireball toward them. The Water Tribe boy, who had been cheering the girl and the Avatar on, suddenly screamed, "Be careful!" His warning gave the Avatar just enough time to dodge the attack. The three immediately turned and ran, while Azula, Mai, and Tai Lee charged after them. The Avatar team bolted into the inner layer of the drill, the narrow corridors echoing with their hurried footsteps. At the end of one corridor, the group split. Aang darted one way while the Water Tribe siblings fled in another. "The Avatar is mine, you follow the other two," Azula ordered sharply as she kept running. The trio split, and the moment they did, Tai Lee glanced at Mai and said, "I'll go catch them." Then she accelerated, her speed surging to a level far greater than before. Mai blinked, unable to even attempt to keep pace. There was no way she could catch up to that. Tai Lung's training did wonders to Tai Lee, Mai thought as she continued at her own pace. Katara and Sokka stumbled into a pipe full of mud and rocks, Sokka pointing quickly. "This must be water mixed with rocks from the wall." "Then it must be leading outside," Katara said, her face lighting with hope. But before she could say anything more, Tai Li appeared behind them like a shadow. Before either sibling could react, she unleashed a barrage of precise strikes. Both Katara and Sokka collapsed onto the floor, their bodies paralyzed. Tai Li stood over them, hands on her hips, and said brightly, "Your escape ends here." Seconds later, Mai arrived. Her usual monotone voice carried no excitement as she noted, "You caught them. Yahoo!" Tai Li smiled wide. "Of course, I won't let the ones who hurt you escape." For once, Mai's expression softened, a small smile tugging at her lips. The Avatar on his own was much faster, his airbending carrying him across the drill's surface with incredible speed. Even so, Azula pursued without hesitation, her cold determination driving her forward. When she finally burst onto the top of the drill, she spotted him in the distance near the city wall, his back turned as he worked something feverishly at the drill's outer shell. Azula's eyes narrowed, she charged. The Avatar's small pet screeched sharply, warning him of her approach. In the same instant, Azula unleashed a barrage of fire, punching forward again and again, blue flames streaking across the drill's surface. Aang spun and quickly bent the broken rocks scattered across the drill, raising a makeshift wall. Her flames smashed against the stone again and again, searing heat flaring but failing to break through. The Avatar retaliated at once, rocks rose in the air and hurtled toward her. Azula twisted and weaved, dodging some, kicking others aside, all while firing back with her relentless flames. Their duel came to an abrupt halt as the sky above them seemed to darken. Enormous chunks of rock rained down from the top of the wall, forcing both combatants to break off and dodge for their lives. The deadly falling rocks left no room for attacks, only dodging for survival. When the rain of rocks finally ended, the two faced each other once again. Both dropped into stance, ready for the second round, when suddenly the entire drill shuddered violently beneath their feet. The drill's outer shell expanded outward with brutal force, splitting the ancient wall. Ba Sing Se's outer wall cracked and then broke apart. The Avatar froze, staring wide-eyed through the new opening. He could see the sprawling city beyond. His voice dropped in dread, "Oh no." Azula's laughter rang sharp and triumphant. "It's too late now, we have succeeded." But Aang's face hardened, determination igniting within him. He lunged back into the fight, this time attacking with every element at his disposal. Air whirled around him, water surged from the flask he carried, and stone leapt from the drill surface. The onslaught came swift and fierce, and for the first time, Azula began to falter beneath the Avatar's storm. Yet the drill didn't stop. It pressed deeper, grinding through the city wall. By the time half its bulk had forced through, the massive machine came to a halt and then unleashed chaos. Its belly opened, and hundreds of Fire Nation soldiers poured out into Ba Sing Se, attacking civilians and soldiers alike. Through the enormous breach, the flanking tanks thundered in, joining the invasion. Aang's eyes widened. He turned away from Azula, desperate to protect the innocent people now under attack. Azula's gaze sharpened. She raised her hand, her fingers curling as sparks of blue danced at the tips of her fingers. The Avatar heard the crackle and noticed the flash of blue behind him. He spun around just in time to see Azula release the bolt. It lanced toward him, aimed to kill. With a desperate twist, he dove aside, the lightning seared past him, missing by a hair's breadth. Azula clicked her tongue, annoyed by her failure, her golden eyes narrowing at her prey. The Avatar rose again, eyes locked on her, when a familiar voice called out from behind Azula. "Azula!" Both turned. Mai and Tai Li had arrived with a squad of Fire Nation soldiers. Bound between them, struggling helplessly, were Katara and Sokka. Aang's face collapsed into horror. Azula, however, smiled cruelly, satisfaction dripping from every word as she gestured to the captives. "Look at what my friends brought with them. What a pleasant surprise, don't you think, Avatar?" The Avatar clenched his fists and screamed, "Release them, your fight is with me." Azula laughed, "No, this is a war, not a duel. Surrender yourself or your dear friends die." The Water Tribe girl, Katara, said, "Don't listen to them, Aang. Run and defend the city." One of the soldiers holding Katara pulled her roughly and slapped her while saying, "Silence." Katara screamed in pain while Sokka screamed, "Bastard, don't touch her." Strong wind blasted, catching the attention of everyone. The avatar's eyes and tattoo were glowing. Chapter 48. Inside the drill, Tai Lung sat with his eyes closed, lost in meditation, ignoring the chaos and machinery rumbling around him. The silence he kept within himself lasted until the entire drill shook violently. His eyes snapped open, and slowly he rose to his feet. "It seems the drill penetrated the city wall," he muttered. He began moving, his steps calm and steady toward the control room. Halfway there, he stopped abruptly. His senses sharpened, his chest rising as he felt it, an overwhelming storm of Kai raging outside the drill. His eyes narrowed. He remembered that Kai. It was the same one the Avatar had released right before merging with the ocean's spirit. Though it was stronger now, it still paled compared to the might of the ocean spirit. Without wasting another breath, Tai Lung's pace shifted from stillness to a blur. He dashed forward with full speed, determined to see for himself what was happening outside. To save time, he let fire gather in his palms and unleashed bursts of flame against the drill's metal walls. Molten holes spread in his wake, letting him pass through barriers with ease. From start to finish, less than a minute passed before he emerged on the surface. The sight that greeted him was unexpected. The Avatar floated in the air, eyes and tattoos glowing. It had a sinister look to it. Behind him, the city of Ba Sing Se loomed. The entire section of the wall where the drill had been digging was obliterated, reduced to massive stone fragments now circling the Avatar like obedient titans. Ahead, enormous boulders lay atop the drill's shattered front, crushing it completely. From its front, mud poured out in thick streams, proof of the damage wrought by those massive rocks. Fire Nation soldiers scattered like ants, fleeing in terror. Tai Lung's eyes swept the chaos, and at the left side of the drill, he caught sight of the water tribe being carried away using earthbending by a short individual dressed in green toward the nearby building. The Avatar's gaze shifted then, his glowing eyes fixed on the right side of the drill, down on the ground. Tai Lung followed his line of focus and saw Tai Li and the others running frantically, their forms splattered with mud as they struggled to escape. The Avatar raised his arms and then waved them forward. A dozen enormous rocks shot toward Tai Li and the others like missiles of death. Without hesitation, Tai Lung's Kai surged, lightning crackling around his body. He stabbed his fingers forward, unleashing a storm of lightning bolts that streaked across the air, colliding with the flying rocks and shattering them to dust before they could hit their target. Every eye turned toward him. The Avatar's glowing gaze locked on him. The citizens of the city, the Earth Kingdom soldiers, and even the Fire Nation troops halted to watch. All of them bore witness as Tai Lung stood firm. Tai Lung's eyes remained on Tai Li and her group. His voice cut across the battlefield, loud and commanding. "Retreat now." The words snapped them into motion. Tai Li and the others ran as fast as their legs could carry them, though Tai Li herself risked a final glance at him. She saw him standing tall, lightning still dancing across his arms as he faced the enraged Avatar. Mai's voice came quietly at her side. "He will be fine. He's defeated the Avatar before." Tai Li's lips pressed together, and she gave a small nod, saying nothing more as they disappeared into the city. When Tai Lung tagged along, he didn't expect to meet the Avatar here. In truth, the thought of the boy hadn't even crossed his mind. Yet here he was, standing before the master of the four elements. But regardless of the circumstances, Tai Lung was never one to hesitate when faced with a challenger. He lowered into a stance, a smile curving across his lips as his eyes locked on the glowing figure. The Avatar responded with a sudden flurry of movements, arms sweeping and circling wildly. At first, Tai Lung felt nothing. Then the air shifted. Powerful winds surged, sweeping across the battlefield until it seemed a tornado had sprung to life all around them. Tai Lung moved without pause. Lightning crackled across his body before bursting forth in a bolt aimed directly at the Avatar. But a massive boulder intercepted the strike, splitting the light with a deafening crack. At the same time, the ground beneath the boy's feet trembled and split. Chunks of rock rose into the air, circling the Avatar until they formed a spinning barricade of earth, a storm of destruction spiraling around him. Narrowing his eyes, Tai Lung studied the Avatar's movements, the rhythm of the floating rocks. The longer he watched, the clearer the pattern became. The moment recognition struck, he acted. From his fist, he unleashed a surging wave of blue flames spilling outward like a raging sea, crashing toward the Avatar. The Avatar halted the spin of several boulders and slammed them together into a shield. The fire roared against the stone, the flame waves scattering across the storm. But Tai Lung didn't wait for the flames to fade. He ignited bursts from his feet and hands, launching himself through the air, his body arcing toward the nearest floating rock. He landed, then leapt again, using short, explosive jets of fire to cover the distance. One rock to the next, climbing higher and faster, he kept his approach hidden behind the whirlwind of stone. By the time he reached the Avatar's side, the boy had shifted the rocks, searching for any sign of him. When the Avatar realized Tai Lung was nowhere to be seen, his glowing eyes darted left, then right. But it was already too late. Tai Lung lunged from behind, springing off a massive rock with perfect timing. The Avatar turned at the last instant, sensing the movement, but he was too slow. Tai Lung was already upon him, fists flashing in a relentless barrage. Each strike found its target accurately, hammering into pressure points and Kai paths. The Avatar gasped, his power collapsing inward as the flow of energy was cut. His body stiffened, paralyzed. In an instant, the light faded from his eyes and tattoos. The Avatar state vanished, and he began to plummet helplessly toward the ground. Tai Lung hovered above only for a moment, then descended after him. He caught the boy by the neck before he could hit the earth. Tai Lung landed heavily, his boots slamming into the dirt with a thud, before tossing the Avatar aside like discarded weight. The boy scrambled weakly to look up at him, fear etched across his features. From beginning to end, the battle had lasted mere seconds, and yet the Avatar, in his most powerful state, had been crushed. Tai Lung's gaze bore down on him, his voice was calm, almost curious. "Did you master water and earth?" Aang said nothing, only staring, wide-eyed and shaking. Tai Lung's expression hardened, his tone lowering. "I don't like to repeat myself." Aang swallowed hard, his throat dry. "I mastered water, and I am learning earth bending now." "Not bad, that's faster than I expected." Tai Lung nodded with slight approval before his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Tai Li, the girl with scarred face, is my fiancé, and Mai, the gloomy girl with hidden weapons, is my friend. If I see or hear you are trying to hurt them again, I will rip your limbs, roast them, and then feed them to you." Aang paled with terror. Tai Lung, satisfied by the reaction he got, said nothing further. He simply turned, his steps slow and deliberate, and began walking away from the shattered wall of Ba Sing Se. After making a few meters distance with the Avatar, Tai Lung took flight heading back toward his people in the distance. Despite his lone and unhurried figure, no one moved to stop him. None dared. They had just witnessed the Avatar unleash his fury, nearly tearing the battlefield apart, only for one man to appear and defeat him with ease in seconds. Not long after his retreat, Toph rushed toward Aang and spoke urgently. "Twinkle Toes, are you okay?" Aang replied weakly, "Tai Lung did something to me. I can't move my body at all." "That's the same thing the strange girl did to Katara and Sokka," Toph said. Remembering his friends, Aang asked, "How are they? Are they okay?" "Fine, but just like you, they can't move," Toph answered. She tried to sound like her usual self, but deep down, she was scared. She might not have been able to see what had happened, but she had felt the earth shaking, massive chunks of wall and ground breaking apart, flying into the air without returning. The scale of earthbending was beyond anything she had ever imagined, and she knew only Aang in the Avatar state could achieve something like that. Yet Aang had been defeated in seconds by a single person. From what she sensed, the enemy had been completely at ease at the end. His heartbeat and breathing were completely normal. Tai Lung was indeed a monster, just like the other's story made him to be. Chapter 49. It didn't take long for Tai Lung to catch up with the retreating army. His battle with the Avatar had ended too quickly for Tai Li and the others to gain much distance. Once reaching them, he descended directly in front of them, blocking their path. Everyone froze in place for a moment, until Tai Li broke into a run and leapt into his arms, hugging him tightly. "Tai, you're okay." Tai Lung smiled faintly. "Now you're insulting me. Did you really think the undertrained Avatar could defeat me?" Tai Li blinked at him, then shook her head quickly. "Of course not, it's just, the Avatar was so scary back there." Tai continued to smile as he said, "Actually, he was much stronger at the North Pole, thanks to the ocean's spirit." Azula had heard enough. She cut straight to the point and asked the important questions. "What is the state of the Avatar? Did you kill him?" "I only paralyzed him," Tai Lung answered casually. Azula's brow furrowed, but before she could object, the war minister, panting from the retreat, spoke up. "Captain Lung, how could you leave the enemy of the Fire Nation like that?" Tai Lung turned his gaze on him. "If you don't like how I do things, feel free to go back there yourself. Capture him, kill him, I won't stop you or interfere in your business." The minister's fists clenched in frustration. "You are our nation's most powerful bender. It is your duty to aid the Fire Nation." Tai Lung's eyes narrowed, his tone sharpened. "I ensure that our people are not slaughtered because of the incompetence of the fools at the helm." The minister froze, paling as Tai Lung continued. "You stand here breathing only because I came to your aid. Instead of annoying me, you should begin to think of a way to appease your dear Fire Lord. He won't care for excuses about failure, regardless of circumstance." The minister said nothing, his face drained of color. Azula broke the tense silence. "While I'm sure no one will dare pursue us, I think we should retreat and regroup. The rest can wait." She didn't like the way Tai Lung spoke when mentioning her father or the way he carried himself, but she couldn't deny the truth. They weren't dead or being hunted down only because he had been there. Under Azula's command, the defeated soldiers withdrew to the rocky hills opposite Ba Sing Se. There they made camp to rest and observe Ba Sing Se. From their vantage point, spyglasses revealed the tireless effort of the Earth Kingdom defenders. Rows of earthbenders working hard to rebuild the broken wall even in darkness, stone after stone rising under the glow of torchlight. Azula's gaze lingered on them. Part of her felt a strange pang of pity. They should have been inside that city now, savoring victory, if not for the Avatar's sudden entry into the Avatar state. Her thoughts soured as she recalled Tai Lung's refusal to fight for conquest. The Earth Kingdom had the Avatar, the mighty master of the four elements, and the Fire Nation had their own monster, one who could easily tear down Ba Sing Se by himself, and yet he chose to abstain. Her golden eyes shifted to where he sat, cross-legged by the fire. Tai Lung was silent, his eyes closed in meditation, while Tai Li and Mai spoke quietly nearby. With an irritated sigh, Azula strode toward them and called out, "Tai Lung, for someone obsessed with training, it's strange you've been meditating so much lately. First in the drill and now here." Without opening his eyes, Tai Lung answered, his voice steady. "Meditation is also a form of training, and recently, I've been pondering something I cannot find an answer to." That caught their attention. Tai Li leaned forward with interest. "What is it?" Tai Lung opened his eyes. "The Avatar. He reincarnates endlessly and can master all four elements. The rest of us are limited to one from birth. Some," his gaze moved to Tai Li, "cannot bend at all. But why is that?" The three girls were taken aback. Tai Lung pressed on. "How does the Avatar do it? He's human, like us, but something sets him apart. The first Avatar must have done something no one else has, and when he enters that so-called Avatar state, his Kai grows exponentially, surging as though he becomes someone else entirely." His focus settled on Tai Li. "I've been pondering this since the North Pole. If I can discover what the first reincarnation achieved, I might be able to replicate it. At the very least, perhaps I could bend a second element, or unlock bending for those who have none, like you, Tai Li." Silence followed. The three of them stared at him as though he had grown another head. At last, Tai Li's face lit up. "That would be amazing. You'd be like a second Avatar." Azula's thoughts, however, took a darker turn. What would the world become if the Fire Nation could create avatars at will? Mai's monotone broke the quiet. "I don't think you should be thinking like that. No offense, but you're already terrifying. Some don't think you are a human. The idea of you in some kind of avatar state, I'd rather not imagine it." Tai Lung chuckled lightly. "It's been months, and I'm no closer to the answer. Still, I suspect it has something to do with the spirits, like the moon and ocean spirits. Perhaps beings like them shape the world as we know it." What he did not share aloud was the rest of his thoughts. He wondered if there was a way into the spirit world, and how it might differ from the spirit realm he had known in his past life. Was there a connection between the two? The question burned quietly within him. He wanted answers. The next morning, Azula gave the order to the soldiers for a full retreat. But within her sharp mind there lingered an image that refused to fade. The Avatar, in his fury, unleashed his true power of legends. It was the first time she had seen the true might of the Avatar state, and now she fully understood why the Fire Nation considered the Avatar their greatest enemy. When he entered that state, he was no longer just a bender. He became a force of nature, unstoppable, untouchable. And for now, there was no one who could stop him, no one except Tai Lung. In Azula's eyes, the only viable path forward was to strike quickly, to eliminate the Avatar while he was in his normal state. But there lay the problem. None of them understood exactly how the Avatar state worked. What triggered it? How long could he sustain it? And with the boy hidden away inside Ba Sing Se, there would be no chance to corner him in a vulnerable moment. That same thought led her to another bitter truth. As long as the Avatar remained inside the city, they could not hope to invade it. The risk was too great. Another outbreak of the Avatar state would mean disaster, a swift and costly defeat. And yet, ironically, the Earth Kingdom faced the same dilemma. Azula knew they would never dare to attack her camp, not with Tai Lung sitting among her ranks. They understood as well as she did that any move against them might provoke him. Not only their soldiers will be at risk, but it could cause Tai Lung to turn his fury on Ba Sing Se. The city could fall if he leads the attack. For the first time, Azula saw the war in a different light. Both sides had their pride and power, both brimming with soldiers and resources, yet both were paralyzed. The war was not dictated by armies or strategy, but by the existence of two individuals. An Avatar on one side, a monster in human skin on the other. Everything else had become irrelevant. Even as their forces marched away, the thought gnawed at her. How could they truly defeat the Avatar? How could they win this war? No matter how many scenarios she conjured in her mind, no matter how many clever strategies she tried to weave, the conclusion was always the same. The moment the Avatar entered the Avatar state, it was their loss. She remembered some reports mentioning how the resistance declined after the return of the Avatar. Part of her thought it was ridiculous if the so-called resistance stopped in hope the Avatar will defeat the Fire Nation. Now, it all made sense to her. Azula's gaze shifted to Tai Lung, Tai Li, and Mai. The trio were conversing amongst themselves, though Tai Li was doing most of the talking. Azula's mind drifted back to the days when they had all trained together at Tai Lung's home. She had stopped going there to train under her father instead. A choice that, in retrospect, had been a mistake. Had she continued to try mimicking Tai Lung, perhaps she could have defeated the Avatar as he had, or at least possessed the strength to put up a real fight instead of suffering a disgraceful retreat. Chapter 50. The Fire Nation army pulled back to the Yanhai River base. The retreat had been orderly, but the taste of failure lingered among the army. With the invasion over and no plans for what is going to be the next step, Tai Lung and Tai Li decided to return to the Fire Islands. Azula and Mai, however, remained behind. Azula refused to face her father so soon after such a defeat. She ordered the war minister to go ahead in her place, taking the blame before Fire Lord Ozai's throne. She knew well that her father did not care for reasons. In his eyes, failure was failure, and explanations only wasted his time. Better the minister receive the first wave of his wrath while she handled the army's logistics. The Yanhai River wound across the heart of the Earth Kingdom, connecting to the Zhuangtai Sea, which in turn reached the Great Ocean. Tai Lung and Tai Li boarded a vessel there, their ship set a steady course back toward the Fire Islands. The journey home stretched across 2 weeks, long days of water and sky, until at last the familiar outline of their homeland rose in the distance. Upon arrival, the two parted ways. Tai Lung went directly to his family home, while Tai Li returned to her parents' estate, eager to reunite with her mother, father, and sisters after so long an absence. At the Lung estate, Tai was welcomed warmly by his parents. Relief filled their faces as they embraced him, glad beyond words to see their son returned completely safe unharmed after the news they received from the North Pole. That evening, as the sun set over the Fire Nation's shores, Tai Lung shared his story with them. He spoke briefly of the North Pole, of meeting Tai Li, of traveling alongside Azula to Ba Sing Se. His parents listened with a mixture of awe and pride. They had already heard the news of the events in the north, of the Avatar and the great battle, but to hear it from their son's own mouth, along with his part, in facing the Avatar again in Ba Sing Se, filled them with a pride too great to hide. Their son was now recognized by everyone as the strongest bender in the world. Yet Tai Lung's eyes lingered not on his mother's delight, but on his father's expression. Finally, he asked, his voice quiet, "Are you not disappointed that I didn't attempt to conquer the North Pole or Ba Sing Se? That instead, I chose to leave." Shulian was taken aback, blinking at the question. Then he smiled slowly. "Disappointed? No, you have your own path, Tai, your own destiny. You may refuse to join the war effort fully or lead attacks on the other two nations, but you still stood to protect our people when the time came. Many will argue with your choices, but none can deny the honor of which you carry yourself with." His smile widened as he added, "Regardless of what others say, regardless of what the world thinks, you are my son, and I will always be proud of you." Tai Lung returned the smile and bowed deeply to his father, a gesture of respect. No one can understand how much these words meant to Tai Lung. That only made his mother laugh lightly. "You shouldn't bow to your father," she said. "You are his son. It is only natural for us to support you." Tai raised his head again. "I am grateful you are my parents." Shulian chuckled, shaking his head. "I didn't know you had a taste for this sort of drama. If a bystander saw us now, they'd think you were adopted." His mother chuckled again and leaned forward, her eyes glinting. "Let's move on to the more important matter. Why didn't you bring Tai Li with you? I was looking forward to seeing my daughter-in-law." While Tai Lung returned to his family in the Fire Nation, Ong and his companions were caught in the tangled webs of Ba Sing Se, facing the corruption and manipulation that plagued the city. Long Feng's hidden hand controlled the city in silence, keeping even the Earth King blind to the war that ravaged the world beyond his palace walls. It took every effort the group had, but at last they managed to reach the oblivious king. They revealed to him the truth, that the Fire Nation was advancing, that his people were suffering, and that his great kingdom was not doing as well as he had been led to believe. The king, skeptical at first, was reluctant to believe their words. But with determination, they urged him from the safety of his palace. Out in the city, the truth became impossible to deny. From the shattered streets to the scar carved into the outer wall, the king finally saw the massive drill that still loomed as evidence of the Fire Nation's assault. His disbelief fell away, replaced by shock and outrage. For the first time, he learned the truth: a war ravaged his kingdom, one that had lasted for 100 years. In his rage, the Earth King ordered the imprisonment of Long Feng and vowed to stand beside the Avatar. He promised to aid Ong with all his power to defend the Earth Kingdom and restore peace and balance. With the support of the Earth King secured, Ong turned his attention to a different matter that now weighed heavily on his mind: the Avatar state. That matter had begun with Appa. When his loyal friend had been kidnapped and lost, fate had led the bison to Guru Pathik, a wise hermit who had once been a friend to monk Gyatso. Pathik not only cared for Appa, but also left a message for Ong, offering to teach him how to control the Avatar state. With renewed hope, Ong mounted Appa's back, and together they soared toward the Eastern Air Temple. There, among the ruins and the quiet winds, Ong met Guru Pathik, who introduced himself as a spiritual brother of the air nomads. Pathik spoke of the chakras, of the flow of energy within, and guided Ong step by step to unlock them. With patience and trust, Ong made progress, opening one chakra after another. But when he reached the last, he faltered. His earthly attachment, Katara, was something he could not sever. To let her go, even for balance, was unacceptable. Pathik's tone grew solemn. "You are the Avatar, and the Avatar state is your greatest asset to bring balance to the world," he urged. "There must be another way," Ong argued, his voice trembling but firm. Pathik hesitated. In that hesitation, Ong noticed something, a shadow in the guru's eyes. "So there is another way," Ong pressed. Pathik nodded reluctantly. "Not long ago, I helped someone unlock his chakras. Like you, he refused to let go of his earthly attachments, and yet, he forced open the final chakra through pure will and sheer strength alone. It was a miracle he survived, but his path is dangerous, and it is not one I can recommend." Ong's heart leapt. Who is this person? If he managed it, maybe I can too. I just need to know how he did it. There was silence for a long moment. At last, Pathik said, "His name is Tai Lung from the Fire Nation." Ong went pale at the sound of the name. Pathik's gaze sharpened. "So you have already met him?" Weakly, Ong nodded. "I faced him once when the ocean spirit merged with me at the North Pole, and again at Ba Sing Se when I entered the Avatar state. He defeated me both times." Pathik let out a heavy sigh. "I am not surprised. When Tai Lung first came to me, his chakras were already half open. In all my years, I had never seen such a thing, yet beneath his calmness, I felt something terrible, a rage buried deep." The guru's voice darkened. "I helped him release that rage and open his chakras, but when he came to the last, I realized for the first time in my life that I may have made a grave mistake. At that moment, I saw the truth. I had aided a beast in human skin. He is a threat to the balance of the universe as we know it." His eyes fixed firmly on Ong, and his tone carried the weight of warning. "Ong, if you want to have a chance to defeat Tai Lung and restore balance, you must master all 4 elements. And more than that, you must master the Avatar state. Only then will you have even a hope of stopping him." Ong's encounters with Tai Lung flashed within his mind. The fear he felt battled fiercely with his selfishness. In the end, Ong closed his eyes. He was going to let go of his earthly attachments. Chapter 51. Days later, when Ong finally returned to Ba Sing Se, his friends noticed at once that something about him had changed. He carried himself differently, calmer, more focused than before. When they pressed him, Ong explained about the guru's teachings, about opening his chakras and finally mastering the Avatar state. But what caught them most off guard was his mention of Tai Lung. "Guru Pathik said Tai Lung has unlocked his chakras as well," Ong admitted quietly. "He told me I must master all 4 elements along with the Avatar state to defeat him." His friends exchanged uneasy looks. The news of Tai Lung seeking out the same spiritual guidance was unexpected, though none doubted it after what they had already seen. Still, they accepted the guru's wisdom. If there was anyone who could understand the scale of the danger, it was the person who had the capability to teach the Avatar state and Tai Lung. And so, the Avatar resumed his earthbending training with a renewed vigor, his mind more determined than ever. Around them, the Earth Kingdom threw its weight into preparations for the Day of Black Sun, their long-awaited counterstrike against the Fire Nation. Meanwhile, in the Fire Nation, Azula lingered for a while in the Earth Kingdom after her humiliating retreat. More than a month passed before she finally resolved to return home, hoping that her father's temper had cooled in the time since. Mai spoke of going her own way, back to Amashu, but Azula insisted she accompany her. "We may be sent on another mission," she said coolly, and Mai resigned to her fate as Azula's friend and follower. The journey home stretched over weeks. When at last they reached the Fire Islands, Mai declared her intent to visit Ty Lee at once. Azula, however, steeled herself for the inevitable. Alone, she strode toward the royal palace, her steps full of the confidence and grace that masked the quiet storm of worry in her chest. Inside the Fire Lord's chamber, the familiar curtain of fire separated her from her father. She walked forward, knelt, and pressed her forehead low in respect. "My dear daughter is finally back," Ozai's voice rumbled from behind the flames. "For a moment, I thought you would not show your face after your disgraceful failure." The words struck like a blade, tightening her chest, but Azula allowed no hint of it to touch her face. Her head lowered slightly, she replied in an even voice, "I have no excuses, Fire Lord." "What I find more disappointing than the drill's failure," Oz, I continued coldly, "is that you ordered a full retreat. You did not even consider other plans, like putting Ba Sing Se under a siege." Azula drew in a deep, steadying breath. "With the Avatar in the city, any attack or siege we mount will bleed us. As long as the Avatar can enter the Avatar state, we are destined to fail." For a long moment, silence filled the chamber. Then Ozai spoke again, his tone low but laced with contempt. "I expected more from you. How different are you from your brother? Expect punishment for your failure. Now get out." The comparison hit harder than any wound. Azula's body trembled faintly as she clenched her fist, bowing deeply before turning away. For the briefest instant, she wanted to whirl back, to spit the words that burned in her chest, that if Ozai were so great, he could fight the Avatar himself, or better yet, reclaim his so-called honor from Tai Lung. but the words stuck in her throat. She swallowed them, straightened her back, and left in silence. It wasn't long after that Azula heard of her punishment. She was to stay in her room and not be allowed to interact with anyone until the Fire Lord decided otherwise. Oogway chose a simple punishment, at least in his eyes, since Azula, despite her failure, could still be used in the future. It wasn't immediate, but a few days later the news of Azula's punishment reached the ears of Admiral Lung, and in turn, Tai Lung and Tai Li. Tai Lung didn't care much about the royal family drama, while Tai Li felt anger for her friend. When Tai Li and Mai heard the news one afternoon from Tai Lung while training in the Lung estate, Tai Li spoke in anger. That's not fair, to punish Azula for not being able to defeat the Avatar. Why not the Fire Lord set an example and go do the job himself? Mai didn't speak, but she nodded in agreement. Tai Lung, still training and unbothered, spoke. He is not worthy to be called a father or anything really. The only thing keeping him a Fire Lord is the honor and respect the high officers hold for the royal family and General Iroh's decision. Tai Li said, Azula might be mean and scary sometimes, but she is still our friend. Is there no way to help? Tai Lung replied, help her in what? She is just told to stay in her room. It is not really that much of a punishment, to be frank. Tai Li's voice rose. She is not used to that. Only Zuko was treated like that in the past. The mention of Zuko caused Mai, who was listening silently, to narrow her eyes. After a moment of thought, she spoke. I have an idea. Tai Lung can go to the royal palace to visit Azula and bring her out. If anyone objects, he can say he would like to have a private word with the Fire Lord. Tai Li stared at Mai, while Tai Lung paused and asked, why would I do that? Mai gave an evil smirk. Because Tai Li will be happy. And because I want to see the Fire Lord's face when he realizes his authority means nothing, his own daughter can leave her room against his will, and if he speaks out, only suffering will await him. And all of that happening in front of everyone in the palace. Tai Li and Tai Lung just stared at her. After a moment, Tai Li said, wow, I didn't know you can think like that. I thought being extra mean and hateful was Azula's thing. Then she smiled. But I like the idea very much. She turned to Tai Lung and pleaded, please. Tai Lung didn't really care much about Azula or Oogway, and he certainly didn't mind having a quick trip to fetch Azula. But the way Mai spoke, and the way Tai Li jumped behind the idea, made him wonder what exactly these three girls had been taught in the Royal Fire Academy for Girls. Azula was sitting alone in her room, wearing red robes and letting her hair slide down her back loose. She had spoken to no one over the past few days. The servants would come in, bring her food, and leave as silently as they entered. She could clearly see the fear in their eyes. They didn't dare utter a sound. Azula found her punishment unfair. She was being punished for not being able to defeat the Avatar. Azula, who had witnessed the full power of the Avatar state, believed fighting the Avatar was impossible. Only by catching him off guard, or before he had begun learning bending, could they stand a chance. Her father's reaction, in her eyes, was completely unreasonable. Not once did Azula think her father could do better than what she had done. Her anger toward him was accumulating over the past few days, and now it almost reached the boiling point. But her thoughts broke as she heard a knocking on her door. For a moment, she wondered if her punishment was over, since at this time no one was supposed to visit her. She said, enter. A flicker of surprise passed her eyes as she saw Tai Lung enter. Azula raised a brow and asked, did my father allow you to come here? Tai Lung asked back, do you really think I would bother to ask for his permission? He turned to look at the guards and said, leave us. If the Fire Lord has an issue with me, tell him I don't mind having a private word with him. The guards nodded and left. Azula watched the guards leave as Tai Lung closed the door. She said, father won't be happy about this. Why are you here? Tai Lung replied, Mai and Tai Li are worried for you and want me to help you leave this place. Azula answered, this is my punishment. I can't leave unless I am allowed to. Tai Lung was silent for a moment, then tilted his head and said, at first, I really couldn't figure out how your mind works. But as time went and seeing you now, I think I finally understand you. What? Azula asked in a confused tone. Chapter 52. Tai Lung's voice was steady, deliberate, as he looked at Azula. You are no fool. You can see the faults of your father. He is cold, cruel, and unreasonable. The only reason he is still Fire Lord is because the high-ranking officers hold loyalty and respect toward the royal family, and they respect General Iroh way too much. If your uncle came back tomorrow and said he wanted to be the Fire Lord, everyone would be on his side. Azula narrowed her eyes. Your words are an admittance of treason. Tai Lung didn't mind her words and continued. I was never loyal to your father, and to be frank, I wanted to get rid of him. But again, my suggestion was shot down out of respect for General Iroh, like I said. Azula narrowed her eyes, suspicion in her tone. What are you trying to say? I want you to accept that your father is not perfect or a great man for that matter, Tai Lung replied. He is not a model to follow and certainly not a person worth waiting for praise from. You are a prodigy, competitive and fierce, but you are holding yourself back. You've tied your self-worth and your destiny to your father's approval. You are dying for the moment he tells you he is proud of you, waiting for him to say he is grateful you are his daughter. Azula was silent for a long time, her fists tightening on her knees before she finally muttered, You don't understand anything about me. I understand you more than you can imagine, Tai Lung said calmly. An old wise master used to say, a person often meets his fate upon the path he took to avoid it. He was right, but I know now that it is not the whole truth. Just in the same manner, a person following blindly and stubbornly the path he believes leads to his destiny can end up walking away from his real destiny. Azula's face twisted in anger, her confusion breaking through. What has this to do with anything? Stop talking in riddles and say what you want. Tai Lung's eyes narrowed. You believe your father's approval and praise are the testament of your efforts, the eventual reward for all your hard work over the years. But in truth, it is not. You are straying away from the acknowledgement you truly deserve. He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. Look at yourself. You are the most talented and dedicated person I know. Your bending is already close to your father's level, and you are still young and growing while he is already at his prime. You are clearly smarter than him. I always thought it was a pity you were learning under him. If General Iroh was your teacher, I am sure you would have already surpassed your father by now. Azula's lips parted, surprise flickering in her eyes. You think highly of me. Since when? I always thought you looked down on me. Tai Lung tilted his head. What made you think that? I always thought Zuko could benefit from a fraction of your competitiveness and determination. Azula fell silent at that, her expression unreadable. Tai Lung pressed on. It is nice to have a father that treats you with love, to hear him say, I am proud of you. Trust me, I know that. But to throw away everything around you for a word from a father like Ozai, it is a waste. Frankly, you are waiting for the praise of someone lesser than you, even if he is your father. Azula's voice was low, uncertain for once. Then what do you think I should do? Accept who you are, believe in your own effort, and don't wait for validation, Tai Lung answered firmly. Believe in yourself and accept that the word of others neither gives to you nor takes from you. Then walk your own path, the one you see as right. I am here on behalf of your two friends to bring you out. You can walk out with me now, and I guarantee your father won't be able to stop us. And if he annoys you after today, just let me know and I will straighten his behavior. Azula breathed in deeply, holding it as she thought carefully. Then, slowly, she smiled. Wait for me outside, I'm changing clothes. Tai Lung turned without a word and left the room. Azula stood from her seat, her eyes glinting with a dangerous fire. She had decided she would do as she pleased. She wanted to see how her father would react to this. You punish me and call me a failure because of the Avatar? Fine, she thought, lips curling into a smile. Let me see you oppose Tai Lung and uphold your authority and so-called honor. The flames, curtain, and torches danced in the Fire Lord's chamber, casting long shadows across the pillars and wooden floor. As always, Fire Lord Oz sat hidden behind the fire curtain, his presence both commanding and suffocating. The chamber doors opened with a heavy groan, and a royal guard hurried in, dropping to one knee. His forehead nearly touched the floor as he spoke, his voice low and trembling. Fire Lord, Captain Lung has come to the royal palace. He headed straight to the princess's chambers. The fire curtain roared and exploded upward as Ozai's voice boomed with fury. Why did no one stop him? The soldier's shoulders shook as he pressed himself even lower. He hesitated, then forced the words out. We tried, my lord, But he told us. He told us to tell you that if you have a problem, he can have a private word with you. I froze. For a heartbeat, the fire itself seemed to still. Then his fists clenched, the veins in his arms burning with rage. "This bastard," he hissed, his voice trembling with restrained violence. "How dare he?" The guard shivered, unable to lift his eyes from the floor. I inhaled sharply, forcing his anger down, and his tone shifted to one of cold control. "What about the princess? What did she do?" I came to report immediately, Fire Lord," the soldier stammered. "You fool," Ozzy snarled. "Go, summon the princess now." The guard scrambled to his feet and ran, each desperate step to leave the angry Fire Lord's chamber. Ozzy adjusted his seating behind the fire, his breath heavy. He was no fool. He knew better than anyone Tai Lung could not be controlled or stopped. But Azula, his daughter, she could still be ordered, still bent to his will. Moments later, the guard returned, his face pale and his body trembling. He fell into a bow, voice breaking as he spoke. "Fire Lord, the princess has left with Tai Lung." The flames surged violently, shaking the chamber. Ozai's voice thundered with outrage. "What does she think she's doing? Why didn't you stop her?" The guard's voice was barely a whisper. "We tried, my lord, but the princess said, she said to let you know if you have a problem. Go talk with Tai Lung." For the first time in years, the Fire Lord was unable to respond or think properly. Ozai stared into the fire, his thoughts stumbling over the words. Then he looked at the guard and asked to confirm what he heard. "Azula said that." The guard nodded quickly, terrified, and repeated. "My lord, the princess told us that you can speak with Captain Lung if you have a problem," and then followed him. The fire dimmed slightly as Ozai sat in stunned silence. His chest rose and fell with slow, heavy breaths. He could not believe it. The daughter he had shaped since her childhood, the perfect tool, the one who obeyed without hesitation, who lived only for his approval, had ignored his will. Azula had rebelled. Ozai's jaw tightened, as disbelief clouded his mind. How could this be? Azula walked outside the royal palace next to Tai Lung. "That was easier and less dramatic than I expected," she said. Tai Lung smirked faintly. "I didn't think for a moment your father would dare cause trouble, but I'm sure he's quite pissed." Azula let out a soft sigh. "I never thought a day would come where my father would treat me like Zuko, a day where I would go against his will and orders. You know?" Her voice wavered slightly, though her composure held. "Now that I've experienced my father's unfairness and unreasonable punishment, maybe Zuko was not entirely in the wrong." Tai Lung turned his head, glancing at her sharply. "That's a quick change in opinion. But yes, your brother is a victim of your father's spite and stupidity, and make no mistake." His tone hardened. "You are no better than Zuko. Both of you are the victims of spite." "Not really," Azula replied. "I had days to rethink everything alone during my punishment, and don't act as if you know too much about our lives, even if you have some understanding." She paused, then allowed a small smile to curve her lips. "Still, thank you for coming." "There's no need," Tai Lung replied bluntly. "It was Mai's idea, and Tai Li jumped to agree." Azula's smile lingered, softening her usually sharp features. For the first time, she felt something she had never allowed herself before: relaxed, free. And for the first time, she felt genuine appreciation for having friends. She fully understood that Tai Lung came only because her two friends had convinced him, and her friends hadn't done it because she was the princess or because she demanded it. They had done it because they cared for her. Chapter 53. When Tai Lung and Azula reached the Lung estate, they went straight to the backyard, or better known as Tai Lung's training ground. The moment Tai Li spotted Azula, her face lit up in a wide grin. "I knew Tai Lung would get you out of there," she said cheerfully. My smile was smaller, more restrained, but sincere. "Did the Fire Lord make any fuss?" "Not a sound," Tai Lung replied flatly. Azula looked at her two friends, and a rare sense of gratefulness filled her chest. "Thank you, girls. You are the best friends anyone could ask for, really." Tai Li and Mai were both taken aback. Sincerity was not something Azula had ever shown so openly. The two exchanged a quick glance, then Tai Li said softly, "No need for thanks between us. We're friends." Mai nodded in agreement. For the first time, Azula took initiative and stepped forward and embraced them, both Ty Lee and Mai. Ty Lee squeaked with surprise, while Mai froze a moment before letting herself relax into it. Off to the side, Tai Lung allowed himself a small smile at the sight. After the warmth of the moment settled, Tai Lung turned toward Mai. "So what comes next? You got your friend out successfully." Mai shrugged. "I don't know, I didn't think that far." Azula spoke to Tai Lung, her voice steady. "You and Tai Lee mentioned before that you wanted to travel around the world. If it's fine with you, I would like to join you. I will act just like any other soldier in your crew." Tai Lee blinked in shock. "Since when are you interested in travel?" "I'm not," Azula admitted. "I just don't think I should stay here anymore. Maybe my destiny was never to stand at my father's side. I would like to see the world for myself, and then find my destiny." Tai Lee's mouth fell open, stunned by the change in her friend. "That's fine by me," Tai Lung said after a moment. "But I must admit, you are moving way too fast. I didn't expect you to be so decisive." Azula fell silent for a breath, then spoke with unusual candor. "When I was a child, my mother thought I was a monster. She always showed bias toward Zuko as if he was better than me." Her tone darkened. "Father always praised me, favored me over Zuko, so I only wanted to prove him right, to prove my mother wrong. But now, seeing how my father acted, maybe my mother was right after all. Maybe I deserved her hatred and bias." Tai Lung blinked, then shook his head. "Your mother didn't hate you or think you were a monster. She was worried about you. Worried how your father was twisting you into a cruel, vile person like him, all out of spite." Azula stared at him, her composure cracking. What do you know?" "Your mother used to come here with Zuko years ago," Tai Lung explained. "She grew close with my mother. She told her how your father, out of spite, punished and mistreated Zuko while praising you and encouraging you to hurt him. He did it all because he knew it would hurt your mother." He continued firmly, "Your mother was trying to teach you right from wrong, to shield you from Ozai's venom. But every day she grew more worried about you, and she had no way to stop it. As I told you before, you're a victim of spite, just like Zuko. And Oz doesn't deserve to be called a father." Azula's face went pale. Her voice trembled as she muttered, "My mother loved me. She didn't think I was a monster." "You can go ask my mother," Tai Lung said gently. "She was the one who told me this." Azula's composure shattered. Without another word, she turned and ran into the Lung estate, desperate to find Tai's mother. Mai and Tai Lee stood frozen, staring after her in shock. "Tai, is that really true?" Tai Lee asked. He nodded in response. "And you didn't think you should tell us earlier?" Tai Lee asked with clear agitation. "I was traveling most of the time, and Azula's family drama is low on the priority list to what I could care about. And let's be real, if I told her that before today, she would have looked the other way while saying I am sowing discord or something along these lines." Tai replied bluntly. Tai Lee just stared at him, then nodded. His words, as blunt as they are, made sense. She turned to look at the state while wondering what Azula was feeling now. She truly felt sorry for Azula. On the other hand, Mai's mind drifted to Zuko. He was banished and treated so badly just to spite his mother. Even when Zuko's mom was dead, Oz continued to torment him all the same. It showed how much of a monster Oz really is. That night, Azula sat alone in the courtyard as the full moon pale light illuminated the night. She stared at it with a hollow sadness. After her conversation with Tai's mother and the painful confirmation of everything she had been told, she felt unmoored. The woman she had believed hated her, who Azula had convinced herself regarded her as a monster, had in truth been full of worry and love. The father she thought had favored her had in reality used her as a blade to wound the person who truly loved her, her mother. Her memories looped back at her in a new, cruel light. Every harsh word, every stern lesson, every proud accolade from Ozai was reinterpreted. Her mother's strictness, once evidence of favoritism and bias, now appeared as tough love, an attempt to steer a misguided child away from Ozai's influence. The realization gnawed at her. She had blamed her dead mother for the lies and illusion she had been fed. Her mother had not deserved it, and she had willingly become the tool her father wanted her to be. Tai Lee's soft voice broke through the spiral of thought. "Azula, are you okay? You've been sitting like this since afternoon." Azula turned and saw Ty Lee standing a few steps away, eyes wide with worry. Even my nearby wore an expression of concern. Azula exhaled, a small, ragged sound. "I have wronged my mother my whole life," she said quietly. "Even after she was gone, I continued to blame her and think badly of her." Ty Lee moved closer and sat at her side, wrapping her arms around Azula before the princess could stop her. "It's not your fault," she murmured. "You were too young to understand." From behind them, Mai's voice, blunt and steady, added, "It is your father's fault. All of this is his doing." Azula listened to the two friends' reassurances and felt a swell of conflicting emotions, guilt, relief, and a new, bitter clarity. "I always wanted to prove myself to him," she admitted. "I wanted his praise. I wanted to be better than Zuko. If you hadn't sent Tai Lung, I might have stayed his tool forever." Her hands curled into fists at her sides. A fierce heat flared in her, anger, shame, and a hunger for recompense. "I will storm the palace and demand an Agni Kai," she snapped, voice sharp with sudden resolve. "I want him to pay. I will make him pay." Mai's voice, cool and practical as ever, cut in. "You don't need to do that. Tai Lee can ask Tai Lungi to skin him if you want. Tai Lung despises your father, and if asked he will." "No," Azula's answer was immediate. She shook her head hard enough that her hair stirred. "I will do it myself." Tai Lee opposed her decision. "You can't, he's still your father." Azula's face hardened at the reminder. "There was no hesitation when he burned Zuko," she said, the memory of Zuko's humiliation fueling her fury. "If he can do that to his own son, what is wrong if his daughter did the same to him?" Ty Lee pressed, "Even so, it is still too dangerous. Your father is still one of the strongest benders in the world." Azula recalled Tai Lung's words, that she would eventually surpass her father. Then a sudden bright determination lit her eyes. "I don't want to wait for years," Azula thought as she resolved herself. "Where's Tai Lung?" she asked. "He went back to his room to meditate," Ty Lee answered. Azula rose before either friend could reply. "I need to talk to him." She turned and walked toward the house without waiting, steps quick and purposeful, leaving Ty Lee and Mai exchanging anxious looks behind her. Azula was clearly up to something. Chapter 54. Azula found Tai Lung's room quickly with the help of one of the Lung estate servants. She knocked once. When his voice said, "Enter," she stepped inside. Tai Lung sat in a meditative pose, eyes calm, already looking at her. She drew a deep breath. "Please help me become stronger quickly. Help me train." Tai Lung observed her for a long, quiet moment and then spoke. "You are angry, angrier than I have ever seen you. Why do you want to train? Is it because of your father?" Azula answered without hesitation. "Yes, I want to make him pay, and for that I must be stronger, a lot stronger than him." Tai Lung stared at her silently. The resemblance in temperament struck him. She lived for her father's approval, she had trained relentlessly, and now, struck by reality, anger and rage filled her. In that moment, she reminded him of himself in his first life, driven toward destruction and revenge when he felt betrayed and everything he worked for crumbled. "When one is angry," Tai Lung said slowly, "they become blind to the consequences of their actions. A hasty move in a moment of fury can lead to a life of doubt and regret." "I know," Azula replied. "That is why I want you to help me train, so I don't make a mistake, so I can make Oz pay." Tai Lung took note of how she spoke of her father, how she no longer framed him as father or Fire Lord like she used to. He knew Oz did not deserve to be called anything, and yet Azula was his child. He answered, "No matter how hurt you are, you shouldn't raise your hand against your father. Even if he deserves it, such an action will follow you for the rest of your life." "He has to pay," Azula snapped. Tai Lung's voice remained calm. "You can make him pay without whatever it is you are intending to do." Azula fell silent, staring at him. Tai Lung continued, "Your father craves control and dominance. Be better than him. Rise above him and make him watch your back, unable to stop you." Azula looked at him for a long moment, then finally asked, "How?" Tai Lung smiled. "By believing in yourself and following your own path. If you agree to that, I am willing to teach you." Azula's eyes burned with determination. She nodded. Watching her, Tai Lung thought of his first life, of the darkness forged into his being as Oogway had put it. She had a similar darkness inside her, so he made a private decision then. He didn't want to see Azula become a second him. The sea breeze was sharp that morning as Tai Lung's ship cut across the waves, leaving the Fire Nation behind. 2 days had passed since Azula left the palace, and now Tai Lung stood on deck with Ty Lee, Mai, and Azula by his side. "I'm surprised you decided to come with us," Tai Lung said, glancing at Mai. "You never struck me as the kind who likes to travel." Mai's expression was flat, her voice as dry as ever. "Anything is better than being stuck with my family in Amashu." Tai Lung chuckled and nodded. "Fair enough." On the other hand, Azula's golden eyes turned toward him. "So what is the plan? Where are we going?" Tai Lung shrugged with casual ease. "We don't exactly plan our course. Usually, we just drift and see what we'll find." Azula stared at him, utterly speechless. Ty Lee laughed, bouncing on her heels. "What about the island with only girl fighters? That sounded like a nice place." Tai Lung's memory stirred, Kyoshi Island. He had visited the place when he first started traveling. He gave a short nod. "Then we go to Kyoshi Island first." Mai gave the faintest nod, not particularly caring about the destination, while Azula folded her arms, fixing Tai Lung with a steady gaze. "Now that you've decided on the destination, when are we going to start my training?" "I'll order the soldiers to clear the deck," Tai Lung replied. "Then we start." Azula nodded. She had never been more motivated in her life to grow stronger. Not long after, she stood before a strange contraption, a tall wooden post with arms sticking outward, each studded with sharp metal spikes. She frowned, puzzled, and asked, "What is that?" Tai Lung smiled faintly. "This is the gauntlet of the wooden warrior. It's a rotating, steel-studded training post. Your task is to fight it without bending." He stepped closer and struck the post with a heavy punch. The contraption whirred into motion, the spiked arms swinging around to strike at him. With practiced ease, Tai Lung blocked and countered, each hit making the post spin faster and faster, the returning strikes coming harder and sharper. Then he abruptly stopped it and looked back at her. "It's your turn. Let me warn you, it's going to hurt. A lot." Azula eyed the rotating post, a flicker of worry crossing her face. For an instant, she wondered if she had made a mistake asking to train under Tai Lung, but just as quickly, she buried the thought. He was the strongest for a reason. If this training had forged his strength, then she would endure it as well. She stepped forward. Tai Lung watched as she began her training, noting how the metal studs repeatedly struck her arms and sides, leaving scratches across her skin. But Azula didn't back down. Each time she was hit, she straightened, sharper, fiercer, pushing herself harder. In that stubborn refusal to retreat, Tai Lung found himself giving her his silent approval. He always thought of the benders training in this world as soft. Their training was too simple, too safe. As for this, it was Shifu's way, merciless, brutal, and unforgiving. At the side, Ty Lee bit her lip with worry while Mai stood with arms crossed, watching closely. Ty Lee finally asked, "Is it really okay to let her train like this from the start? She's getting hurt." "Just scratches," Tai Lung replied calmly. "She already has a foundation, and this will make her grow faster. Besides, if she isn't backing down, then you should just support her." Tai Lee and Mai exchanged a look, then nodded reluctantly. And so Azula's training began, the same merciless path that had once forged Tai Lung into what he was. Shifu-level training. Days later, the ship docked at the shores of Kyoshi Island. Tai Lee was the first to hop off, her eyes full of curiosity as she looked around. Tai Lung and Mai followed behind her, and at the very end came Azula. She walked with a weary expression, her arms wrapped tightly in bandages. It was plain to see that Tai Lung's training had taken its toll on her. The rest of the ship's crew descended after them, but they had little time to take in the scenery before they were confronted by the Kyoshi warriors. Their fans at the ready, they stood in a disciplined formation. Tai Lung folded his arms, his eyes narrowing slightly. "They're still as vigilant as a few years ago," he commented. Meanwhile, the three girls observed the warriors with interest. The strange face paint and elaborate clothing caught their attention immediately. "Hi there," Tai Lee chirped, waving enthusiastically. The Kyoshi warriors didn't respond. They simply stared in silence until their leader finally spoke. Her eyes were fixed on Tai Lung. "You are the fire avatar." Tai Lung smiled faintly. That title reached you, huh? Well, I'm not the Avatar. The Avatar is back and he's an air nomad. The leader nodded slowly, studying him. I didn't expect to see you again. Tai Lung inclined his head toward Tai Li. She heard of you, the island where only girls fight, and wanted to see you in person. Tai Li gave another energetic wave, smiling brightly. The leader's eyes swept over her carefully before she said, You are welcome here. We still owe you for saving the island from the famine back then. Tai Lung acknowledged the words, with only a slight nod. Tai Li blinked and turned toward him. What famine? You didn't mention a famine. It's no big deal, Tai Lung replied casually. Just an oversized fish preventing the villagers from fishing around here. Tai Li frowned, unconvinced, and shifted her gaze toward the Kyoshi leader. Everything is no big deal to him. What really happened here? Oh, and I'm Tai Li, nice to meet you. The leader gave a small smile in return. I am Suki. It is nice to meet you too. I'll tell you the story on our way back to the village. And so, the two groups began walking together toward the village, the warriors stepped steady and measured. Along the way, Suki began to recount the tale of Tai Lung's first arrival on Kyoshi Island and how he saved their island. Chapter 55. The center of the village on Kyoshi Island was where the Kyoshi training hall stood. It was here that the young women of the island honed their skills, striving to become worthy of the Kyoshi name and, one day, to defend their home alongside their sisters. Now, however, the training hall welcomed a unique group of outsiders, Tai Lung and his companions. It was the first time the Kyoshi had ever allowed anyone else into their sacred hall, and it was only done at the request of Tai Li, who had long wanted to see these warriors in action. She had heard from Tai Lung that they specialized in hand-to-hand combat, and the thought thrilled her. For Tai Li, this was a rare opportunity. Other than Tai Lung, no one in her life specialized in pure unarmed combat. Finally, she could test herself against someone new. She was paired with a warrior named Riku, a girl a few years older than her, and according to Suki, one of the island's most skilled fighters. Suki stood at the side, her eyes sharp as she looked between the two combatants. The moment she gave the word to begin, Tai Li darted forward. Riku immediately raised her guard, expecting a punch or a kick, ready to counter. But Tai Li surprised her, grabbing her arm instead and pulling her in with unexpected strength. Before Riku could adjust, Tai Li unleashed a flurry of rapid blows to her side and back. The sheer speed overwhelmed her, and in seconds, Riku was knocked to the ground. Tai Li blinked, staring down at her, then quickly crouched beside her. Are you okay? I'm so sorry if I hurt you. Groaning, Riku pushed herself up slowly. You're faster than you look, and a lot stronger. How did you train to have this much strength? Tai Li gave an apologetic smile. I trained and sparred with Tai Lung often. No wonder you are so strong if you've been training with, Riku muttered, shaking her head. Suki stepped closer, her expression clearly impressed by what she saw. Tai Li, in hand-to-hand, I have no doubt you're the strongest person out there, besides Tai Lung. Tai Li's smile brightened. Thanks. From the side, Azula, who had been sitting between Tai Lung and Mai, suddenly stood. Her golden eyes locked on Suki. I want to spar as well, she declared. Then, with a challenging edge to her voice, she added, with you. Suki raised a brow at the tone, but before she could respond, Tai Lung's voice cut in. That's not the proper way to ask someone for a spar. Azula shot him a look that practically asked if he was serious. In her eyes, Tai Lung was the last person who should lecture anyone about respect and proper way of speaking. And as if reading her thoughts, Tai Lung continued, They are my rules, and no firebending. Azula let out a slow sigh, then turned back to Suki. This time her voice was calmer, steadier. I would appreciate it if you accepted sparring with me. The sudden change in tone caught Suki off guard, but before she could answer, Tai Li leaned in and whispered. Tai Lung agreed to train her if she followed his rules. Understanding flickered in Suki's eyes, followed by a look of quiet seriousness. If Tai Lung was training Azula, then she wasn't to be underestimated. Suki knew she was another strong warrior, just like Tai Li. The spar between Azula and Suki was nothing like the earlier match between Tai Li and Riku. Where Riku had been caught off guard and overwhelmed, Suki proved herself a far tougher opponent. Her movements were sharper, faster, and more precise. Azula, without her bending, relied on her combat skill and speed, but she was lacking in raw strength and speed compared to Ty Lee. It made her a close match, though ultimately she stood above Suki as the winner. Azula refused to stop there. She turned to Ty Lee. "I want to spar with you," she said, her voice even but edged with challenge. The two had never faced each other before like this, and Azula needed to know how she measured against her. Ty Lee accepted with her usual cheerful smile. The fight that followed was fast and unrelenting. Azula managed to last far longer than Riku had, surprising even herself at times, but in the end Ty Lee's speed and strength and experience overcame her. With a swift flurry of strikes, Azula was left on the ground, breathing heavily, defeated. Through it all, Tai Lung observed silently from the sidelines. His eyes were fixed on Azula, studying every movement, every misstep, every hint of potential she displayed. He took mental notes to address them later. The matches continued. Azula and Tai Lee sparred a few more times, and others among the Kyoshi warriors joined in as well. By the time the sun began to sink, the girls were exhausted, their limbs heavy and aching. Tai Lung finally told them to rest for the night. At dawn, training began again. Tai Lung worked with Azula. His instructions were based on the sparrings from the day before. Tai Lee sat to the side, watching with open interest. The Kyoshi warriors, Suki most of all, gathered quietly to observe. For them, this was a rare chance to see how Tai Lung trained the girls who had bested them just the day before. What began as a morning routine soon turned into a frenzy of movement as others joined in, eager to test themselves and to learn. By the time Mai emerged from her room, hours later, she was met with the sight of the island's warriors, Azula, and Tai Lee, all dripping with sweat, exhausted but relentless. Mai blinked at the scene, baffled. She could understand Azula's obsession and Tai Lee's cheerful energy, but for so many others to join with such dedication, it was very impressive in her eyes. "Want to join us, Mai?" Tai Lee asked brightly, waving her over. Mai gave her a flat stare. "I'll stick to throwing knives, thanks." The training frenzy continued for days, stretching into an entire week. Every morning began with drills, every evening ended with exhaustion. At last, Tai Lung decided it was time to leave Kyoshi Island and set their course for the South Pole. That night was their last on the island. As Tai Lung returned to the ship to meditate, the girls gathered for one final evening together. Suki, Tai Lee, Mai, and Azula sat around a campfire, joined by several Kyoshi warriors they had grown close to over the week. Suki, with a surprised look on her face, said, "I didn't expect you to be the Fire Nation princess. No offense, but I didn't think a princess would be so strong, training like that and living far from her home." Azula gave a small smile. "None taken. Actually, it is expected of me to be a skilled fighter as a member of the royal family." From the side, Ruki commented, "I thought being a princess is a nice thing, but to think it is such a rough life." Azula let out a mirthless chuckle. "You all have no idea. Do you mind if I tell you a story?" Suki and the others leaned in with interest. Azula began to speak, her voice calm. She spoke briefly of her childhood, of her father's actions, of how she believed her mother hated her for most of her life. When she finished, her eyes hardened as she said, "Now I am following Tai Lung to train, so I can go back and defeat my father, to humiliate him." Tai Lee's eyes widened. "But you said you would follow Tai Lung's rules, and that you won't raise your hand against your father." Azula replied, "No. He opposed the idea and warned me of the consequences, that's all." "But," Tai Lee began. Suki interrupted firmly, "Azula is right. Her father is an evil man. No, a beast, and he should be punished. I can understand Tai Lung's thoughts. Hurting your own parent is not easy or right, and that decision will follow you for the rest of your life." She took a breath, her expression hardening. "But the Fire Lord has crossed the line, and retribution is a must. Justice must be served." "Sure," Tai Lee said quickly, "but not by Azula's hands, that's the point." Azula's eyes flashed. The one who was hurt most by him should take revenge. Mai, quiet until now, finally spoke. "Then that should be Zuko." Azula rolled her eyes. "Do you honestly think my brother can do it? And even if he somehow could, where is he now? We haven't heard of him or uncle since we were hunting the Avatar." Suki's eyes widened slightly. "You were hunting the Avatar?" Azula nodded, then told her the story. The fire crackled as she spoke, her words steady and unapologetic. The Kyoshi warriors exchanged troubled looks. The Avatar was someone they held deep respect for. After all, one of his reincarnations had been born on this very island. The thought that Azula had once pursued him sat uneasily with them. But as Azula recounted how the Avatar had escaped, and later the shocking events in Ba Sing Se, the Kyoshi could only feel awe. Their respect for the Avatar gave way for Tai Lung's strength. Chapter 56. Days later, Tai Lung's ship reached the southern frozen edge of the world. The land stretched out before them, a vast and endless sheet of white. Snow and ice shimmered beneath the pale sun, and in the far distance, small hills of untouched frost rose above the flat expanse. Tai Lung exhaled, his breath curling into the frigid air like smoke. Beside him, Tai Li hugged herself, shivering violently. "Why in the name of Agni are we here?" she asked through chattering teeth. "I haven't been to the South Pole before," Tai Lung replied calmly. Mai, who had joined them on the deck, pulled her cloak tighter. "There is nothing here but freezing cold. We should turn around and leave." Tai Lung gave a faint smile. "I plan to go deeper into this place. In the north, the moon and ocean spirits were hidden deep within the land. I wonder if there's something similar here." And his eyes narrowed slightly, as though feeling something in the air. "I can sense Kai flowing from deep within this land. It is weaker than the ocean and moon, but it is there." Mai raised a brow. "So you're here to find more overpowered fish?" Tai Lung chuckled, clearly amused by Mai. "Just curiosity. And this," he gestured toward the vast icy landscape, "is also the perfect place for Azula to train." At that, Azula, who had been silent at the side with her arms folded, turned toward him with interest. "What training?" she asked. "You've spent the past few weeks strengthening your body and your martial arts," Tai Lung answered. "Now it's time to focus on your firebending. And what better place to push your flames than the one of the two coldest places on Earth? Here, and unlike the North, you won't have water tribe warriors interfering." A slow smile curved Azula's lips. "Now that's nice to hear." Mai and Tai Li exchanged a glance, then looked back at the smiling princess and Tai Lung. Mai muttered, "I'll stay on the ship. This cold isn't for me." Tai Li gave an apologetic look. "Sorry, Tai, I don't like the cold either. I'll stay here with Mai." "That's fine," Tai Lung replied. His tone was calm, but there was a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Azula and I will go deeper into the south. Depending on what we find, we may return quickly or we may stay for days." With that, Tai Lung and Azula stepped off the ship, their figures moving steadily across the icy ground. Behind them, Tai Li, Mai, and the rest of the crew retreated into the warmth of the ship, preparing to wait out whatever madness Tai Lung and Azula had decided to do. For decades, Pacu had carried the pride of being the Northern Water Tribe's greatest master. His bending was unmatched, his discipline and teaching raised the best water benders in the tribe. He had been the strict guardian of tradition, teaching only the young men of the tribe, dismissing women from the art of water bending entirely. But Katara had broken that wall. Through her, he had seen what his stubborn pride had cost him, the love of his life, Kanna. After the Siege of the North, as the city rebuilt from devastation, he found his thoughts drifting more and more southward. Kanna. She had left him long ago because of his rigid ways, and he had let her slip away. Now he knew she still lived in the southern tribe, far from the grandeur of their tribe. He had fought battles, trained warriors, stood against the most powerful benders, and yet the only victory that mattered now was to win her heart once more. The journey to the South Pole was long and grueling, but when at last he stood before Kanna, all the years fell away. His voice trembled as he apologized for his blindness, for the traditions he had clung to, for the pain he had caused her. He told her he had never stopped loving her, not once, and that now he was ready to abandon every last tradition if it meant having her by his side again. When Kanna forgave him, when she agreed to marry him, Pacu felt younger than he had in decades. There would be no children, no family to raise, but none of that mattered. What mattered was that they had time left, and they would spend it together. For once, the stern master allowed himself joy, and it was the happiest season of his life. But as with all things in this world, it did not last. The 3 young warriors he had brought from the north came running into the village one morning, their faces pale. A Fire Nation ship had been sighted, anchored near the ice. Two young soldiers had already disembarked and were marching straight toward the village. Paku's heart sank. He knew the Fire Nation well, knew what they did to small, defenseless villages. He would not let that happen here, not while he still drew breath. He had promised Kanna to return swiftly after dealing with the Fire Nation. He was old, yes, but still one of the strongest waterbenders alive. Two random soldiers would pose no threat to him. A single ship was nothing. With the absolute confidence of one of the best masters of his time, he stepped out of the village to intercept them before they could lay eyes on his people. The two figures grew closer. He wasted no time. With a sharp motion of his hand, the snow and ice obeyed, spiraling into a spear of glistening frost. He launched it toward them, not to kill, but as a warning and announcement of his arrival. He would face them honorably, as a master should, not with a coward's ambush. And then horror. The young man lifted his hand, and blue monstrous fire burst forth. The spear vanished into steam before it even touched him. Paku's stomach turned cold. Blue fire, the fire monster of the North Siege, the one who had stood and even won against the ocean spirit and the Avatar Union. His composure held, but inwardly he cursed his fate. Why here? Why now? If he had known this monster was the one coming, he would have ordered an evacuation, not marched to his own doom. His mind, unbidden, drifted to Kanna. Her smile, her forgiveness, the warmth of her hand in his. He had only just regained her, only just tasted happiness again, and now it was to be taken from him. Paku glanced at the young three warriors by his side, all pale with fear as they also realized what this young man was. Paku couldn't help but whisper an apology in his heart. "Forgive me, Kanna, I will not return to you." Paku straightened his back, then took his battle stance, water swirling at his command. If he was to fall, he would fall as a master of waterbending, with the honor of a warrior, defending the woman he loved. The fire monster's face betrayed no emotion as he said, "You are afraid. You know me, don't you?" Paku replied, "I witnessed your battle in the North Pole." The monster's face shifted with realization. "You are from the northern tribe. I didn't know there was still communication between north and south." Paku tensed at that. He couldn't allow the monster to reach the village, no matter the cost. The monster raised a hand while smiling. "I am not here to attack you or the Southern Water Tribe. Let's keep our encounter peaceful." He paused for a moment, then added with a confident smile, "We both know how it will end if we fight." Paku couldn't believe his ears. The monster didn't want to fight. Was this a trick? But why would the monster need to deceive him? He was far too powerful to resort to tricks and lies. "We don't have the whole day. Turn around and leave while you still can," the monster said. Paku observed his two opponents carefully, then relaxed his stance. If the monster didn't want to spill blood, then it would be foolish to provoke him into doing so. He nodded lightly and said, "Stay away from the Southern Tribe, and we won't interfere with your business." Turning around, Paku addressed the three young warriors. "Let's leave." He wanted to return to the village as fast as possible. He couldn't fully rely on the monster's sense of honor. He would order the village to evacuate deeper into the south, away from the threat. As the group of four began retreating, they all froze in their tracks as the land around them darkened slightly. Paku looked up at the sky only to see the sun turning black. His eyes widened. It was the Black Sun. He knew exactly what it meant for the firebenders. Chapter 57. Tai Lung stared up at the sky, his golden eyes narrowing as the world above shifted into shadow. The sun was swallowed by darkness, its blazing light replaced by a hollow ring of fire. For the first time in either of his lives, he was witnessing an eclipse. In his past life, he had only heard of such an event from tales. Now, at last, he saw it with his own eyes. Beside him, Azula leaned closer and whispered, her tones strangely hushed. "It is the Black Sun. I have read in the scrolls from the royal palace that we firebenders lose our ability to bend during the Black Sun." Tai Lung did not reply, just gave a nod. He could already feel it. His Kai was being suppressed, pressed down as though the very world itself sought to seal it away. He frowned, wondering if this was the same thing the waterbenders had experienced during Zhao's reckless assault on the moon spirit. His thoughts were cut short when the old water tribe master turned to face him. Tai Lung's sharp gaze caught the change immediately, the hardened steel in the man's eyes, he knew immediately. "Did you change your mind?" Tai Lung asked calmly, though his voice carried a quiet warning. The old master's expression was grave. "I did not want to fight you. I knew death was the only outcome of facing you. But it seems the spirits do not want me to leave. The black sun is a sign. Fate has spoken. I know it is not an honorable thing to go back on my agreement or to attack someone when he is weakened." Tai Lung's eyes narrowed further. "This might be the only time where we can defeat you, when you are not able to bend fire," the old man admitted, his voice steady despite the conflict he felt in his heart. "You are the greatest threat to this world, after all." Tai Lung tilted his head, a faint smirk tugging at his mouth. "Am I now? Tell me, what did I do?" The master took his stance, water coiling around him like living serpents. "You are too strong," he said firmly. "And you stand at the Fire Nation's side. There is no need to talk anymore. I am Paku, water-bending master of the Northern Water Tribe. I am sorry it has come to this, but I see no other choice. However, I will ensure your companion can go back to the ship safely." Azula dropped into a stance without hesitation, and with a voice full of sarcasm, "What an honorable master," she said, eyes flashing. "I am so moved by your words that I almost feel like crying." Tai Lung raised a single hand toward her. "He is after me," he said quietly. "Stay out of it." Azula studied him for a heartbeat, then relaxed and took several steps back. She knew Tai Lung was a dangerous fighter even without bending, speed, strength and technique honed beyond what most could imagine. Tai Lung took a slow step forward, a smile touched his face. "Maybe it is indeed the work of spirits," he murmured. "Maybe this clash was destined to happen." Paku inhaled, then moved. His water coiled about him and froze into a spray of icicle spears that shot toward Tai Lung like a storm of frozen spears. Tai Lung made no show of fear. He took a stance, and the next moment he hit the sides of the spears with incredible speed, causing them to rotate midair. Tai Lung followed by punching and kicking the backside, sending them back toward Paku, 2 times faster than before. Paku's eyes widened, and he quickly created an ice wall to block the spears. The moment the spears hit the wall, cracks appeared due to the powerful impact. Paku was surprised by that, but he had no time as Tai Lung came from above the wall and down at Paku with an axe kick. The old master jumped back, barely dodging the kick. Tai Lung's foot continued downward, hitting the ice. In an instant, cracks spread everywhere. Paku, in that moment, was alarmed. If that kick had landed, he might have died on the spot. Without hesitation, the old master bent the ice below Tai Lung's foot, turning it into water. But Tai Lung was faster. He flipped back at the frozen wall. Paku controlled the water to follow Tai Lung, who, with a swift movement, jumped back again behind the ice wall. Paku melted the wall and looked at Tai Lung, who was back where he started, still smiling at the old master. Paku breathed slowly, but he couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Tai Lung was stronger and faster than he had imagined. For a moment, the old man thought he would lose if this fight was in the Earth Kingdom or anywhere where water is not abundant. Paku shook these thoughts and decided to focus on the battle at hand. He formed ice spears again, but this time they were smaller than the first wave. He unleashed them with double the speed of the earlier attack. Tai Lung kept standing calmly as he watched the incoming bullet-like spears. Then he lifted his hand, and a wave of blue fire burst out, evaporating the ice in a hiss of steam. For a moment, Paku, Azula, and the 3 young warriors standing behind the master all widened their eyes in the same dumbstruck shock. Paku's voice came out strained, almost a whisper of disbelief. "Impossible! How are you still able to firebend?" "I wanted to show you I can still fight and even win without bending. In truth, I could have killed you with that kick if I wanted to. You only dodged because I allowed you to," Tai Lung said. He stepped closer, smile deepening until it became a predator's grin. Paku took an involuntary step back. Panic flitted across the old man's face as realization settled in. Then, as if from nowhere, electricity crackled up around Tai Lung. With the precise 2-finger motion Tai Lung favored, lightning arced toward Paku. Paku slammed up a wall of ice to defend. The lightning struck, and the impact detonated against the wall, an explosion of shattered ice and steam. Paku scrambled another step back as he braced for what would come next. What came next was worse. Blue fire rained down from above. Paku raised a second ice shield overhead and fought to hold the onslaught, but when he tried to pull back, Tai Lung, who took flight earlier in the cover of the explosion, descended vertically like a meteor, knowing the old master could not evade in time. He struck hard. Paku was driven into the snow, crushed beneath the weight of the blow. Tai Lung stood over him, utterly calm. "This was your choice," Tai Lung said, voice level. "Now you face the consequences." Paku looked up through pain and snow, summoned what he could, and lashed out with a final desperate stab of ice toward Tai Lung. But Tai Lung was faster. His hands moved in a blur. Fire met the old master's arms and burned them. Paku screamed. Tai Lung walked past the defeated master without hesitation. He glanced at the three frozen, terrified Water Tribe warriors and let the contempt in his voice show. "I take it you don't dare to fight me," he said. "That makes it easier. Take this old man and get lost while I'm being nice. Move now." The three younglings ran like their lives depended on it. They carried Paku and ran away. Once the three young warriors hauled Paku away and vanished into the white horizon, Azula stepped closer, her eyes fixed on Tai Lung. "How are you still able to bend despite the black sun?" she asked, her voice carrying equal parts suspicion and curiosity. Tai Lung exhaled slowly, his breath misting in the cold air. "I told you before about my visit to the Eastern Air Temple," he began. "There, I met an old guru named Pathik. He taught me something new. It helped me to progress further as a person and a bender." Azula tilted her head slightly, waiting. "Chakras," Tai Lung explained. "Points in the body where Kai flows. Each one is tied to a different part of our being: survival, pleasure, willpower, love, truth, insight, and cosmic energy. To open them, you must release what blocks them: fear, guilt, shame, grief, lies, illusions, and finally, earthly attachment. Only then can Kai flow freely." He went on, detailing each chakra, its place in the body, and the steps Guru Pathik had shown him to open them. Azula listened, fascinated despite herself, her brow furrowed as if trying to process something that unlike anything she had been taught. "When I unlocked them," Tai Lung continued, "I grew stronger, far stronger. My Kai is no longer bound by the cycles of day, night, or even the black sun. I can sense the Kai of other beings, feel the flow of energy across the world. That connection lets me stand here and ignore what weakens every other firebender. It is also thanks to that I learned how to heal." Azula's eyes widened. She had never heard anything like this before. That the airy philosophy of monks who preached balance and peace could yield such power felt like a contradiction. It is against the Fire Nation's way of thinking, where willpower and strong emotions are the true source of strength. Yet here Tai Lung was a living proof of what peace and balance can bring benders. But Tai Lung did not linger on her wonder. He looked out at the endless ice instead. "Let's train here for a while longer," he said. "Then we'll go back to the ship. I don't want to frighten the people of the southern tribe. Most of them are women and children." Azula arched an eyebrow. "I never understood why you care about such things. And now you just spared that old man, the one who went back on his words and tried to kill you." Tai Lung's expression was calm. "I told you before, I don't wish to harm the innocent, attack without cause. And years ago, I killed tens of Earth Kingdom soldiers to save our trapped soldiers. I didn't think too much of it back then, but later I was confronted by the fact I am viewed as a dreadful monster wherever I went. They were right, of course, but it also gave me a sobering perspective that violence, even for saving others, can still be harmful to the innocents, for the families of those I killed. Some may say, it is war and that's normal, but I know I could have done better. I chose to kill instead of to incapacitate." Tai Lung looked toward the direction where the Water Tribe members ran. "That old man fought me out of fear and what he thought a duty, not true malice or hate, but he still reneged on our agreement, and so he deserved to be punished accordingly. His arms will be marked in the future for his choice, and that's it. If I had gone all the way and killed him, then I have not changed at all. I'd be a fool repeating the mistakes of old. If I let myself fall into blind rage and violence, I would dishonor myself and those who taught me again." For a moment, Azula stared at him, wondering if he was hiding some deeper secret. But then she shook her head, deciding it must be the air nomads' influence. Their whole culture was about peace and balance. It had clearly rubbed off on him way too much. The two of them remained in the frozen land, training with relentless focus for 3 days straight before finally turning back toward the ship. Chapter 58. Upon their return, Tai Lung had declared his intent to stay longer in the South Pole. "I'm heading deeper into the south," Tai Lung declared. "There's a strange Kai I've been sensing there. I intend to see what it is before leaving." He turned to Azula. "Keep training your firebending, as we did the past 3 days." Without waiting for a reply, he leapt from the deck and took flight into the horizon. Ty Lee tilted her head, watching him disappear. "Is he always like this?" she asked Han, the ship's vice-captain. Han gave a short nod. "The captain often moves off to explore places difficult to reach. It isn't strange for him to vanish for days at a time." Ty Lee frowned sympathetically. "That must be rough on you guys, waiting like that." Han shrugged, his tone calm. "We just remain in the same location for a while. It's not that bad. It's a little boring sometimes." Ty Lee nodded in understanding, while Mai shifted her gaze toward Azula. "So, did anything interesting happen?" Azula's lips curved faintly. She nodded and began recounting their encounter with the old watermaster during the day of Black Sun. The crew listened, their faces forming into a surprise the more they heard. Far away from the ship, Tai Lung soared southward at full speed, his body cutting through the cold winds. An entire hour passed until the air thickened and a blizzard storm rose like a wall before him. The storm forced him down. He landed in the deep snow, pulling his cloak tight, yet pressed forward undeterred. The blizzard clawed at him, but it was not enough to stop him. With relentless strides, he advanced deeper and deeper until, after hours of grueling progress, the storm suddenly ceased. Before him lay a place untouched by the raging winds, a frozen forest. A towering mountain of vibrant ice rose from the land, its surface shimmering with hues of blue. Encased within the ice were trees, their branches preserved in crystalline prisons. Tai Lung walked slowly toward the mountain. The Kai he had been following pulsed strongly here. It was inside. He soon discovered a narrow path carved into the frozen forest. Moving through the icy walls, he marveled at the glimmering trees frozen beyond them. At last, he reached the center. The ground beneath him glowed with a calm, blue light. There, resting within the ice, was a massive glowing sphere. Tai Lung stared at it for long moments before unleashing a wave of fire. The flames melted the ice around it. Tai Lung was careful not to damage what lay within. Now free of its icy casing, the sphere shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. Tai Lung narrowed his eyes. Its Kai was unlike anything he had felt, gentle yet vast, as if it held the essence of countless beings. But among them, one stood above the rest, the Avatar. The Kai was identical to the one he had felt when the Avatar entered the Avatar state. He reached out and touched it. His hand met not light, but solidity, pure and condensed Kai. He frowned. Such a thing should not exist. After a pause, Tai Lung clenched his fist and drove a punch into it. The strike echoed across the cavern, but the light did not shatter. He unleashed fire next, yet still, the sphere remained untouched. His thoughts turned, sharp and calculating. If he could not break it, perhaps he could connect with it. Closing his eyes, Tai Lung let his Kai flow outward. His body began to glow faintly, a soft golden aura pulsing from within. As his energy poured into the sphere, for the first time, it reacted. The sphere's blue glow flared brighter and brighter until the cavern was swallowed in blinding radiance. When the light faded, Tai Lung blinked and found himself standing elsewhere. A barren land stretched around him, spiky rocks jagged against a dark sky, streams of water trickling like veins through the cracked earth. The blue sphere stood silently beside him, unchanged, but in the distance another sphere glowed, this one radiant with a deep, pulsing purple light. And at the center of this desolate world stood an ancient weathering tree, its roots buried deep in the rock. He knew where he stood before his senses even fully registered it. This place was the spirit world. The air tasted different here. It was full of Kai. It felt uncannily like the spirit realm from the life he'd left behind, familiar and yet not quite the same. The glowing sphere at his side now made sense. It must be a gateway into this place. He moved toward the weathered tree at the center of the desolate land. The presence that radiated from it was unmistakable and strange at once, like the Avatar's Kai cadence, but twisted, darker, chaotic, as if it had never known light. It was the most alien sensation Tai Lung had ever encountered. Up close, the tree's trunk gaped with a cavernous wound. Inside that hollow, something slithered in shadow, an entity marked with red, glowing patterns. The dark Kai he'd felt was emanating from it in waves. Faint blue light pulsed around the hollow, like a barrier holding something at bay. Tai Lung's instincts told him this entity was not to be messed with. A voice rose from the hole, a human in the spirit world. I have not seen one in 10,000 years. It sounded amused and oddly delighted. Strange, the portals remain closed. How did you cross with your physical body? The glowing spheres, Tai Lung said without hesitation. They're the portals, right? Yes, the entity answered. Tai Lung kept his posture deliberate, his voice even. I don't know how I crossed, only that I did. Who are you? Why do you feel so much like the Avatar? The entity answered with cold curiosity. I am a spirit called Vadu. Who is the Avatar? Tai Lung frowned. I believe he is the one who imprisoned you. The Kai blocking the trunk bears the same signature as the Avatar's. Silence thickened for a heartbeat, then Vadu's tone shifted, almost angry. Is that how Rava and her dear human pet go by in this era? Tai Lung's mind raced with the implications. It seems we are onto something. The Avatar is the bridge between the human and spirit worlds, the only one who can bend all four elements and be reborn. Vadu's voice softened, amused and bitter all at once. Yes, the Avatar is Rava and her human pet. What can you tell me about Rava? Tai Lung asked. I can tell you everything you want to know, Vadu offered, but in return, free me from this prison. Tai Lung looked at the pulsing blue barrier and at the dark thing within. He sensed the likeness to the Avatar, but also the yawning absence of light. He replied, You are similar to the Avatar in nature and Kai, but where the Avatar gives light you give darkness. I am no fool to release you. Vadu's tone clipped, impassive. Then you will never have answers. That's fine, Tai Lung replied. I am sure someone else in the spirit realm will answer my questions. He started to turn away. Human, wait, Vadu called, urgency sharpening the voice. Let us make a deal. Free me, and I will lend you my power just as Rava lent hers to Wan. Become a new Avatar. You will have the power to surpass and defeat the old one. Tai Lung paused, then looked back calmly. My name is Tai Lung. I do not need your power. He allowed a faint smile. I have already defeated the Avatar twice along the spirit you call Rava. Vadu's disbelief flared. There is no way a human can defeat Rava. Believe what you want, Tai Lung said. The spirit changed tack, a narrower offer. Then a different bargain. I will tell you the origin of the Avatar and of Rava. In return, you will tell me about the human world and how you defeated Rava. Tai Lung raised an eyebrow at the sudden hunger for stories. Why the change to storytelling? Vadu's voice carried a new, weary loneliness. I have been here 10,000 years. You are the first to speak to me in that span. No spirits dare to approach this place. Tai Lung considered the dark trunk, the blue barrier, the purple pulsing sphere in the distance. He nodded once, a curt, decisive motion. Fine, you have a deal. I am all ears. Tell me what you know. Vadu began telling him the story of the battle between balance and chaos, between himself and Rava. How he was the one who first connected the spirit world to the human world. He spoke of how spirits roamed the human world once, how humans received the power to bend from the lion turtles, how the Avatar was born, and how the portals were eventually closed. Vadu revealed to Tai Lung the true story of the Avatar, and the meaning of the so-called bridge between the two worlds. In return, Tai Lung told him about his battles with the Avatar. Chapter 59. The trade of stories between Vadu and Tai Lung stretched on for hours. From that exchange Tai Lung gained valuable information about the history of the world he now lived in and answers to questions that had wondered for a long time. It did not resolve everything he wanted to know, but it opened his eyes to a new path, possibilities and directions he had never considered before. Vadu had spoken of an ancient spirit called Wan Shitong and of the Spirit Library, a repository of knowledge that collected histories and secrets from both worlds. According to Vadu, the library held more information than any other place in existence, a place where one could learn truths lost to time. With that in mind, Tai Lung set his next destination, the spirit library. There was one immediate problem: Vatu did not, or could not, tell him exactly where the library was. So Tai Lung began to travel through the spirit world, moving from one strange location to the next and asking wandering spirits for directions. For the most part, the spirits ignored him completely, as if they did not understand his words or simply had no interest in a human intruding in their realm. He pressed on anyway. Eventually, he reached a forest where, while walking, he noticed a smiling star of light glowing inside a dark cave. Tai Lung paused and called to the star spirit. "Excuse me, can you tell me where I can find Wan Shi Tong?" Silence answered him at first. Then, one by one, a few red eyes opened in the darkness. A giant, spider-like spirit emerged, many-legged, fanged, its tail coiling like a scorpion's. From his head there was a horn-like extension with a smiling star at the tip. The spirit stepped into the light and fixed Tai Lung with a cold stare. "What is a human doing here?" it asked. Tai Lung repeated his question. "I am looking for Wan Shi Tong. Can you point me the way?" The spirit's face twisted into fury. "How dare you disturb me and ask questions, human?" It opened a great maw and spewed a fluid web that shot toward Tai Lung. He dodged cleanly and said calmly, "I apologize for the disturbance. If you know the way, tell me and I will leave you in peace." The spirit did not answer. Instead, it attacked again. After a series of evasions, Tai Lung's patience snapped. Fire curled around his hand and then leapt outward, searing the spirit and startling it into retreat. It stammered in shock, voice trembling, "How are you able to bend in the spirit world? You are here with your physical body." Tai Lung did not reply. He closed the gap between him and the spirit, then with one swift and brutal strike, a rising kick that slammed down upon the spirit's head and crushed it into the ground. The creature screamed from the impact, shrieking in pain and agony. Tai Lung spoke again. This time his voice was cold. "I tried to be nice. You chose violence. Tell me where I can find Wan Shi Tong and the spirit library, or I will destroy you." Shuddering, the spirit spat out in a broken rush. I will show you the way. Follow me." Satisfied, Tai Lung rose and began to follow the spirit deeper into the spirit world. After walking for another hour, the spider spirit finally led Tai Lung out of the forest and into a canyon. The place was steep and sinister, its walls jagged and harsh. The entire gorge was swallowed in a dense, rolling fog that stretched endlessly inside. The fog itself seemed alive, shifting and pulsing faintly, as if it were breathing. Tai Lung narrowed his eyes. "This is what you requested," the spider spirit said. Tai Lung's sharp gaze fell on the creature. His voice was calm but edged with suspicion. "Do you take me for a fool? Where are we?" The spider shook nervously. "Oh, of course not. This is the fog of lost souls. When you are lost in the spirit world and need to find someone or someplace, you go inside it. Walk through while thinking of what you seek over and over again, and eventually you will emerge where you want." Tai Lung's expression hardened. The canyon looked too sinister to be just a simple teleportation place. And yet, everything in the spirit world was strange, unfamiliar, and beyond reason. Seeing the doubt in Tai Lung's eyes, the spider added quickly, "This is no trick. I can go with you. If you stay close, we will both be pulled to the spirit library. But it takes longer if two beings enter together." Tai Lung's silence was too scary to the spirit, but then to the spirit relief, Tai Lung finally said, "Go first. I'll follow." The spider spirit scuttled down into the canyon, and Tai Lung stepped after it. Inside, the fog thickened until even their own shapes blurred. They pressed deeper, deeper into the fog. "Keep thinking about the spirit library," the spider hissed. "If your mind drifts, this will take longer." Time felt fractured inside the fog. Tai Lung walked steadily, focused, until suddenly his steps faltered. His vision grew hazy and his knees dropped to the ground. His eyes stared blankly at the emptiness. The spider stopped, then circled him silently. After a pause, it let out a low snort. "Foolish human," it whispered with venom. "The fog of lost souls is a prison for your kind. It infects the mind, trapping you in your darkest memories and thoughts until you go mad. Enjoy your eternity." With that, it turned and vanished into the fog, leaving Tai Lung behind. Within the illusion, Tai Lung was no longer himself, but the snow leopard of his first life. He was back in Chorgam prison, each arm shackled with massive stone restraints, his kai sealed, his body pressed down to his knees under the crushing weight of a great turtle shell burden. Before him stood Oogway, shaking his head with a sad look. Beside him, Shifu with his back turned on him, silent and cold. And behind them more faces appeared, his parents, Ty Lee, Mai, Azula, and his crew. All of them stared with disappointment and sorrow. "Why am I here?" Tai Lung demanded. His voice was full of confusion. "Why are you looking at me like this? What is going on?" Oogway's voice was calm but stern. "You have a darkness inside you." Shifu, still refusing to look at him, spoke next. "You will remain imprisoned for the rest of your life." Then his father's turn came next. "You brought us endless shame." The words sank into Tai Lung. Those words felt heavier than the rocks and turtle shell holding him. He lowered his head. His mind churned, racked with guilt and the memories of all the harm he had caused. The weight of shame pressed harder, and anger began to boil beneath it. His head snapped up, rage flashing in his eyes. "I don't know what is going on here. But once I am free, whoever caused this will pay, and that spider spirit will suffer for tricking me," Tai Lung said as his eyes darted around. Oogway sighed and said decades had passed, and anger still commands your actions. Tai Lung froze, he remembered. He remembered the ruin his wrath had brought him once before. Slowly, Tai Lung steadied his breath. He closed his eyes, and as calm spread through him, his body began to glow with a faint golden light. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm, resolute. "I have already understood and accepted my mistakes," he said firmly. "I will not repeat them. This must be an illusion. Even so, I will not allow it to control me." The golden aura around him flared brighter. He forced himself upright, the turtle shell burden and rocks straining to drag him down again, but it was not enough to stop him. He pressed his shackled arms together. Blue fire erupted between them with explosive force, and in one surge he unleashed it outward, tearing through the prison and burning the illusion away. The illusion shattered. Tai Lung gasped as he returned to the canyon. The fog had vanished completely. Around him stood hundreds of humans, motionless, their eyes glassy, all staring into the void. Trapped souls who would never escape this place. The spider spirit had tricked him. This place was no guidance to lost souls. It was a prison meant to trap human souls forever. He knew that now. Tai Lung glanced back at the canyon's edge where he had come from, then made up his mind. He would find that wretched spider spirit and give him a piece of his mind. Chapter 60. The spider spirit had just returned to its cave, sitting into the silence it so dearly cherished. Peace wrapped around it, and already it began to drift back into slumber. Barely minutes later, its eyes snapped open wide as a thunderous explosion shook the cave. The first thing it noticed was the absence of its roof. Where once there had been rocks, now only open sky loomed above, revealing the shifting expanse of the spirit world. The spider blinked in confusion. Then its many eyes focused on the figure standing in the mouth of the cave, his body crackling with lightning. For a moment, the spirit could not comprehend. Wasn't this the human it had trapped in the fog of lost souls? How, in the name of the Mother of Faces, had he come back here? Tai Lung stood silently, giving the spirit time to recognize the gravity of the moment. Only then he spoke. "I asked you for direction, and you tried to kill me. I did not harm you, I only asked you to guide me. But you chose to trap me in that cursed fog. Tell me, how should I punish you?" The spider's crimson eyes widened. It stammered, "You misunderstand, I." "Really?" Tai Lung interrupted, his voice cold, trying to lie again. "Let me give you a choice. Do you prefer death by fire, or by lightning?" His eyes narrowed dangerously, a blue flame erupting in one hand while sparks dancing in the other. The spider trembled, its legs shaking. I am so sorry. I tricked you, yes, but I won't ever do it again. Please, spare me. I will show you the way this time, truly." Tai Lung's gaze did not soften. "Why should I trust you again?" Desperate, the spider spoke quickly. "Because I can help you right now. The spirit world is not like the human world. Here, emotions and dreams shape your surroundings. If you desire to move fast, to leave this place, the world itself will help you. And as you go, you will meet other spirits, some who know where to go, and they can guide you further." Tai Lung tilted his head, suspicious but intrigued. "So I need the desire to move, not to find. And as I continue, spirits may come to guide me. The spider nodded furiously. Yes, yes, exactly. Not all spirits can help, I cannot, but others can. As you move around, you are bound to find someone who can help you. Very well, Tai Lung said at last, his tone sharp. I will try this. But hear me, spider, if I discover you lied to me again, I will find you, no matter where you hide in this world. With that, he turned and left. The spider dared not move. It only watched the scary human disappear into the trees, whispering a silent prayer to the Mother of Faces that the human would succeed and never return. Tai Lung walked through the forest in silence, replaying the spirit's words. He thought of moving faster, crossing the forest in a single step. The more he focused on the desire, the stranger the sensation became. With each step, the ground seemed to fold beneath him, his stride stretching for meters at a time as though he were teleporting. And before he realized it, he stood at the forest's edge. Ahead, jagged mountains pierced the horizon in the distance. Tai Lung looked back at the forest, marveling at what he had just experienced. Even if he wanted to describe it to another, he doubted anyone would ever understand the strange, impossible sensation of it. After his moment of reverie, Tai Lung's eyes moved back toward the mountains, narrowing as he wondered where to go from here. The land before him stretched far, but not a single spirit could be seen. After a moment of thought, he decided to continue moving forward. If what the spider had said was true, he was bound to come across more spirits eventually. This time, Tai Lung chose to take to the skies. He pushed his arms back and leapt into the air, his fire propelling him forward. From above, he could better view the land and perhaps catch sight of something useful. At the same time, he focused his thoughts again, calling upon that strange sensation he had experienced earlier. The next moment, his body surged forward. The world blurred beneath him as he flew at alarming speed, dozens of times faster than his usual flight. The wind howled past him, and yet he felt weightless, carried by thought as much as fire and Kai. As he moved through the air, something caught his eye, a golden shape gliding across the sky ahead. Tai Lung slowed, his eyes widening. It was a winged eastern golden dragon, its long serpentine body weaving gracefully among the clouds. For a moment, Tai Lung simply hovered in awe, memories from his first life welling within him. Once, he had dreamed of becoming the dragon warrior, a warrior named after a dragon like this one. He remained silent, lost in the sight. The dragon, however, noticed him. With a thunderous beat of its wings, it turned, its golden scales glinting in the light. Tai Lung stayed in place, watching as the majestic spirit approached him. The dragon began circling, spinning around him in wide arcs. Tai Lung raised his voice, steady and respectful. Do you know where I can find the spirit library, or Wan Shi Tong? The dragon released a powerful roar, the sound echoing across the skies. It was not words, but Tai Lung understood it was a yes. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Can you show me the way? The dragon roared again. This time, it stopped its circling and hovered in front of him, lowering its body as if beckoning him to climb on its back. Tai Lung did not hesitate. He leapt forward, landing on the dragon's back, sitting on golden scales. The spirit wasted no time, soaring across the vast lands of the spirit world with breathtaking speed. Eventually, the horizon shifted, and an enormous structure came into view. Tai Lung's eyes widened. The building was vast, towering higher and stretching farther than any he had seen in both of his lives. The dragon descended smoothly, landing near the colossal entrance. Tai Lung dismounted and bowed respectfully. I thank you for your guidance. The dragon lowered its head, releasing a softer, gentler roar, then took off into the skies, vanishing into the distance. Tai Lung watched it go before turning to the building. With steady steps, he walked inside. The sight that greeted him stole his breath. Endless shelves stretched into the distance, towering high above, filled with books and scrolls, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions. The Great Spirit Library. Tai Lung walked slowly, his eyes tracing the endless rows, taking in the sheer number of books and scrolls that filled this place. He wandered deeper, and then a sound reached him, a voice speaking aloud. He lifted his gaze upward to where the sound was coming from. High above him, one of the bridges connecting the upper floor at the center of the library, someone was there talking or reading. Tai Lung immediately took flight toward the upper bridge, and upon landing on it, He was met with a lone man sitting, reading a scroll with a visible excitement, completely unaware of Tai Lung's presence. Tai Lung said, "Hello there, you are a human, what are you doing here?" The man jumped in fright, nearly dropping his scroll. "Ah, where did you come from?" His eyes darted to Tai Lung's uniform. "Wait, you're a soldier of the Fire Nation." Tai Lung nodded. "Yes, and from your clothing you are from the Earth Kingdom, but how come you are here?" The man straightened nervously, still clutching the scroll. "I am Professor Zai, head of the anthropology department at Ba Sing Si University. Or, I was, by now I imagine they believe me missing or dead." Tai Lung gave a small nod. "I am Tai Lung, captain of the Fire Nation." Zai's eyes widened. "The Fire Avatar." Tai Lung chuckled softly. "The one and only, I'm curious, how did you arrive here?" The professor replied, "I entered the library when it was still in the human world. When Wan Shi Tong drew it back into the spirit world, I refused to leave, and so I remained." He looked at Tai Lung curiously. "And you, how did you get here?" Before Tai Lung could answer, a shadow blotted the bridge. A black giant owl descended, talons folding as it perched with a soft thud. Its eyes, two circles of liquid night, fixed on Tai Lung. "Yes, human," the owl spoke, voice like pages turning. "How did you come here with your physical body?" Chapter 61. Tai Lung looked up at the giant black owl and asked, "Are you Wan Shi Tong?" The spirit nodded lightly. "I managed to cross it through the portal in the South Pole," Tai Lung said. The owl's pupils narrowed. "Impossible," Wan Shi Tong replied. "The portal is closed." "Indeed," Tai Lung answered, "but I found a way to cross it." Wan Shi Tong was silent for a moment, considering. "Most intriguing," he finally said. Tai Lung continued. "After arriving here, I found Vadu. He told me you are the most knowledgeable spirit in the world, hoarding knowledge from across all eras. I have a question, and I was hoping you could help me find the answer." Wan Shi Tong snapped his beak and stiffened. "I do not answer questions for humans," he said coldly, "especially not for the Fire Nation. Me not getting rid of you already is a mercy." Tai Lung's face betrayed nothing. He glanced at Zai and then back at the great owl with a questioning gaze. The owl's wings beat once. A powerful gust of wind and dust swept through. "Years ago," Wan Shi Tong said, "a group of your people visited this place. One of them, named Zhao, went through my library for the sole purpose of war and burned a section of my stacks." Tai Lung's eyes widened slightly. "Zhao," he repeated, "so this is how he came to know about the ocean and moon spirits. He was here in this library." Wan Shi Tong spread his wings with sudden anger, feathers fanned like a flaring temper. "You are a friend of that vile human?" he hissed. Tai Lung's composure did not falter. He spoke simply, "No, I was the one who killed him when he harmed the moon's spirit." The owl's expression shifted, something like an astonished calculation passing over its face. "You killed him? He is dead," Wan Shi Tong said, quieter now. "I see. In that case you may leave in peace from here." Tai Lung inclined his head. "I will, but can you hear my question first?" Wan Shi Tong's gaze sharpened. "Make no mistake," he said. "You are still another violent human. I will not share my knowledge with your kind for any reason. You only know how to use my knowledge for war." "My question has nothing to do with war," Tai Lung replied. He paused, then added with a steadier tone, "And frankly, I came here to see if you have an answer, but I doubt even you have it. This is probably something even you cannot answer." The owl cocked his head, unimpressed. "I know what you are trying to do," Wan Shi Tong said. "You want to bait me into answering." "Then do not answer it," Tai Lung said. "My question is, how to reach the spirit realm? It is a completely different place from the spirit world and the human world." Wan Shi Tong studied him. For a long moment there was no response. "Do you want to irritate me with a fake question?" Wan Shi Tong finally asked. Tai Lung let out a small, dry sigh. He turned away for a heartbeat and then back. "No," he said, "it is not a fake question. I let my hopes rise too much." Wan Shi Tong noticed the disappointment carved on Tai Lung's face. That look felt like a blow to its pride. For the first time since the owl had landed, his tone shifted. "Wait, human," he said. "Where did you hear about this spirit realm?" Tai Lung met the giant owl's stare. He chose his words carefully. "This may be hard for you to believe," he said, but I lived in a different world once, a different life. There were no humans there, no form of bending. In that world, powerful warriors who reached a certain level of Kai mastery could move to a place called the spirit realm in the afterlife. He told it plainly. I was such a warrior. One day I came upon a strange, glowing tree in the spirit realm, and the next thing I knew I felt like sinking where a being like a giant tree with multiple heads stared at me. Then I found myself born as a human baby. The spirit realm had a Kai similar to this spirit world, and I thought there might be some connection between them. I hoped you could tell me if there is a way to return to the world I came from. Wan Shitong and Zai stared at him, two very different faces of incredulity. It is indeed unbelievable, Wan Shitong finally said. But if it is true, then we are looking at a discovery greater than anything our world has ever known. Tai Lung, if there were no humans, then what were you? Zai said with excitement in his voice. Tai Lung replied, the citizens of my world were all animals and insects. All of us could speak and train. Our behavior and actions were not that much different from humans. I was a snow leopard. Fascinating, Zai replied. Tai Lung focused his attention back at Wan Shitong and said, I asked Vadu about this, he said. He had no idea what the spirit realm is and told me to find you. In the end, my journey was in vain. Wan Shitong tilted his head. Maybe not, the owl replied. I might know what the many-headed tree being you mentioned is, but before I tell you anything, how do I know you are not lying? Do you have proof of your words? A light returned to Tai Lung's eyes. You know that being? He asked. Yes, give me proof of what you said, Wan Shitong said, and tell me exactly what you went through. Only then I will tell you what I know. Tai Lung closed his eyes. For a moment the library fell into a hush. Then a faint gold flared beneath his skin and grew. Kai gathered in him until his whole body glowed. The radiance swelled into a torrent of golden light that wrapped him. Wind rose in the great hall, similar to the gale of the owl's earlier anger, and the air itself seemed to move toward Tai Lung. Zai and Wan Shitong stepped back as the light intensified and the library filled with the powerful Kai. Some time later, Tai Lung was seated upon the owl's back as Wan Shitong flew across the spirit world. The great bird's wings beat with slow authority while it spoke. The spirit you encountered when you first crossed into our world is the Mother of Faces, Wan Shitong explained. She is the oldest known spirit here, the one who gives identity to beings. The Mother of Faces existed long before most of the ancient spirits. Some say she is the oldest spirit, Wan Shitong continued as the landscape slid beneath them. Long before the moon and ocean and others moved into the human world. She was there at the beginning of time. She bestowed identity upon the creatures of the two worlds. Tai Lung absorbed the explanation. By that description, he said, it makes sense I was reborn in this world. She gave me the identity of a newborn in the Fire Nation. Indeed, Wan Shitong answered, but his tone held a note of curiosity. Usually she bestows identity with a fresh slate. She did not take your memories, how peculiar. They arrived at a vast lake. Wan Shitong descended until the owl's great talons touched shore. Tai Lung dismounted and stood next to Wan Shitong. Wan Shitong bowed its head low, Tai Lung seeing that did the same. Mother of Faces, Wan Shitong intoned, I humbly request your help. The lake water began to glow. A whirlwind swirled, and from the center, a tree spirit rose, its trunk vast, its branches crowned with many heads. Tai Lung looked up at it and felt something like an entire universe pressing on his chest. The Kai rolling off the tree was not merely powerful, it was primal. Respect rose through him. The Mother of Faces regarded them. Since I gave you your identity, she said, voice deep as roots and wind, this is the first time you have found me, Wan Shitong. Yet I understand the pull of your intriguing soul. Excuse me, Great Spirit, Tai Lung said, kneeling. You were the one who made me born as a human when I arrived in this world, correct? Indeed, the Mother of Faces replied. You were a lost spirit, belonging neither to the spirit world nor the human world, so I gave you a fitting identity so you might integrate with our world. Tai Lung bowed his head. I thank you for your aid. May I ask something else? How did I come here in the first place? Is there a way to go back? The Mother of Faces spoke slowly, each word a falling leaf. There are endless worlds in existence, she said. Each world is like a leaf upon a vast tree, each has its own laws. Worlds are connected by branches, some near one another, some far apart. You stumbled upon an anomaly between worlds, she continued. Your lost spirit crossed where it should not have. That anomaly is a rare occasion and cannot be used to go back and forth at will. So I gave you a new identity so you could belong here. Tai Lung thought for a moment, then asked again, why did you not take my memories when you gave me this new identity? The price of a new identity has always been the old memories, Wan Shitong interjected quietly. The Mother of Faces nodded. I cannot take memories that belong to another world, she said. Your memories adhere to different laws. Tai Lung's voice tightened. Is there no way to go back to my world even for a short time? The Mother of Faces fell silent. Then she spoke. There are no current anomalies for you to cross, and even if they were, you can't control which world they take you. However, I can permit a visitation. I can open a passage, but it will be brief and the crossing will inflict intense pain upon your soul. Tai Lung did not hesitate. I will endure any amount of pain necessary, he said. The spirit's tone cooled and grew grave. You must understand, this could eradicate your soul. It is a one-time passage. Once you return, you must embrace your new identity as a being of this world. Tai Lung bowed his head. I understand the consequences, he said. Chapter 62. A red light shone from within the Mother of Faces. Her vast, tree-like body radiated brilliance as she waved her hand, and from the earth beside Tai Lung a new tree sprouted. Its bark pulsed with red energy, each beat reminding Tai Lung of the strange tree that had dragged him into this world, the anomaly, as the Mother of Faces had named it. So you can create anomalies? Tai Lung asked, his voice steady. It is not an anomaly, the Mother of Faces replied. It might look the same, but the concept behind it is different from the one that brought you here. This one is bound to this world. When you use it, it will allow you to leave our world temporarily, but your roots remain here. When your time is up, it will drag you back if you survive the crossing that is. Tai Lung nodded lightly. How much time will I have in the other world? 3 days, the spirit answered. 3 days are plenty. Tai Lung walked toward the pulsing tree but stopped. He looked back at Wan Shitong and the Mother of Faces. I don't intend on dying, but regardless of the outcome, I am thankful for the help and kindness you have shown me. Then he placed his hand against the trunk. In an instant, a red light engulfed him. A force seized Tai Lung's body and dragged him violently. Pain crashed through him, greater than anything he had ever experienced. It was as if his very being was being ripped apart. The agony drove him to the brink of screaming, but he couldn't. His mouth would not open, his limbs would not move. His vision drowned in crimson, his ears filled with the sound of tearing paper. Time lost all meaning. At one point, he wished only for the torment to end, even if it meant his death. And then, suddenly, it was over. Tai Lung collapsed to his knees, the world slowly returning. His breath came ragged, his body shook uncontrollably. For long moments he stayed like that before finally lifting his head. Floating rocks and islands drifted in the distance, suspended in an endless void. He had succeeded, he was back in the spirit realm. A smile touched his lips until it froze. This was not where he had wanted to go. He hadn't endured this torment to return here. He wanted to go back to China. His body stiffened. He couldn't remain trapped in the spirit realm again. But how? The only way out was for someone to summon him, and what were the chances of that happening again, like with the chameleon? His mind churned. Then a thought came, a memory of the old warlord Kai. Hadn't that greedy yak managed to return to China? Tai Lung's eyes narrowed. He didn't have time to waste. He immediately set off, heading for where he remembered Kai dwelling. He hoped he remained in the same spot after so many years. An hour later, he landed on a floating island. There sat Kai, alone, his green eyes gleaming with menace as he watched Tai Lung approach. The warlord studied him curiously. What animal are you? Kai asked. This is the first time I've seen your kind. Tai Lung's eyes widened slightly. Then he understood. Of course Kai didn't recognize him, he was human now. No one here would ever know he had once been the snow leopard Tai Lung. You managed to leave the spirit realm and return to China years ago, Tai Lung said flatly. I want to follow your example. Kai chuckled darkly. You can't do that, and even if you could, If I, the great conqueror, ended back here, what chance could you possibly have to remain there? But the smugness faltered. Kai's laughter cut short as he noticed the way Tai Lung was looking at him. Every hair along his body bristled. There was hunger in the stranger's eyes, a predator's hunger. Kai rose, both jade swords drawn, his posture tense and wary. Tai Lung only smiled, a sharp, predatory smile. Tai Lung punched forward, and a wave of blue flame exploded racing toward Kai. Kai widened his eyes and jumped to the side to avoid the flame. But to his surprise, everywhere he looked was covered in blue flames, and Tai Lung was now standing a few feet away from him, lighting crackling around his body. Kai's green eyes locked into Tai Lung's golden eyes as he said with a shocked tone, "Who are you?" "I am Tai Lung, and you have something I need very much." Oogway POV. Time held no meaning in the spirit realm. For years, I remained seated on my little floating island, suspended in the endless expanse. I meditated, breathing in the calmness of this place, letting the silence of the realm become one with my inner stillness. The serenity of this existence was more precious to me than any treasure in the mortal world. Occasionally, another old master would drift by, lingering to exchange a few words before vanishing again into the vastness. Rarely did anything of note occur here. Yet some time ago, something changed. In the midst of my meditation, I had felt it, a presence entering the spirit realm. It was unlike any I had known before, and the sensation it carried chilled even my soul. The universe itself seemed to whisper a warning, as if the very fabric of existence trembled by a divine primordial power. I did not understand what I had felt, and yet, the warning did not repeat, nor did the feeling of danger linger. All returned to quiet. Still, I could not push the thought from my mind. As I sat, pondering its meaning, I felt something approaching me fast. My eyes opened slowly, meeting the sight of a creature I had never seen before. It flew toward me, blue fire trailing in its wake, splitting the stillness with its violent speed. I studied it with both interest and caution. The being landed upon my island, standing before me with unsettling confidence. "This is the first time I am seeing your kind," I said. "Yes," the man answered with a smile. "I am a human. This world has no humans." I examined him closely, and at once I knew this must be the entity the universe had warned me about. The man's smile widened. "It feels strange meeting you like this, but also quite amusing." His words puzzled me. "Why is that?" I asked. "Because we've met before," he said lightly. "This is our second meeting in the spirit realm, in fact." I frowned, tilting my head. I am old, yes, but not so old that I would forget such a thing. He chuckled, clearly entertained. "Before I came here, I paid a visit to your old friend Kai." From the folds of his strange clothing, he produced a jade stone. My breath caught as my eyes widened. "I admit," he continued, "learning that perverted art of stealing Kai and turning others into jade was difficult. I always considered myself a genius, a kung fu master of great talent, yet even with all of that, and after being on the receiving end of this art, it still took me some time to grasp it. Luckily, I had the old yak to help me test my understanding." A cold weight settled in my chest. I asked, "What do you want?" The man's answer came without hesitation. "I want to borrow your Kai, just for a little while. I need to return to China. Your Kai combined with Kai's should be enough to send me there. I could find other masters, but I didn't want to attack others for no reason. Your Kai is enough for my needs, and since you are an old acquaintance, I chose to borrow from you. Besides," he smirked, "you've already experienced what it is to be a jade. Another day or two like that shouldn't be a problem, right?" Bafflement threatened to break my calm. He spoke of theft as though it were lending, of enslavement as though it was an everyday minor inconvenience. "What you propose is wrong," I replied calmly. "To cross back to the mortal world in such a way violates the natural order. It unbalances all things." The man laughed lightly. "You are right, and I also shouldn't be here either, but fate has its strange way to make us walk unlikely paths. Master Oogway, I have a very important business in the mortal world. And think of it like this, you said once, darkness was forged into me. I have done far worse when you denied my destiny as the dragon warrior. Going back to China for a little while shouldn't be adding much now, should it?" My eyes widened ever so slightly. "Tai Lung." His smirk widened. "The one and only. I've been away from this realm and that world for years. Do me a favor, old master, lend me your Kai. Learning Kai's art wasted enough of my time, and I cannot keep wasting more time. He stepped forward. I rose slowly, settling into a stance prepared for battle. Tai Lung rolled his eyes. Don't bother. I'm far stronger than I ever was before. And besides, doesn't Po, your precious dragon warrior, still stand ready to stop me if I ever do anything nefarious? Why make this harder than it needs to be? I blinked, struggling to reconcile the disciple full of anger and pride I had once known with the person before me. What had happened to Tai Lung? Tai Lung gave a friendly smile. Well, I guess I will show you how far I have come. Oh, and a fair warning, it took me time, but in the end, I understood the meaning of the reflection in the dragon scroll. I reflected on my mistakes and weaknesses, and I believe in myself again. My instincts screamed hearing his words. This Tai Lung was a distant echo of the one I knew. He was far more dangerous. Chapter 63. Tai Lung stepped into the Valley of Peace, his sharp eyes scanning the familiar landscape. A rush of nostalgia coursed through him. Despite all the changes over the decades, the air, the buildings, even the bustling streets still felt familiar, almost unchanged. He walked slowly, taking in the sights. Around him, every animal in the valley turned their eyes toward him, their curiosity clear. Some looked wary, others intrigued, but all stared. He didn't mind the attention and simply kept walking, his steps carrying him toward the long stairway that led up to the Jade Palace. Just as he was about to begin his climb, a sudden call broke the silence. Hello, stranger. Tai Lung's eyes shifted to the side. A female tiger stood there, dressed in the attire of a kung fu master. He recognized her immediately, Tigress. A fellow student under Shifu, and one of the warriors who had once stood against him alongside her 4 companions. Tai Lung offered her a smile. Hello, Tigress. I didn't expect to see you first upon my arrival. Hello, welcome to the valley, Tigress replied, her tone polite but steady. She didn't appear surprised that he knew her. She was famous enough after all. She studied him carefully before asking, You are new here, aren't you? If I may, can I ask your name and what kind of animal you are? Actually, I am not new, Tai Lung said with calm confidence. I was here decades ago. I think you weren't even born yet at that time. And as for what I am a human. My name is Tai Lung. Tigress froze for a moment, repeating slowly, Your name is Tai Lung. He kept smiling. Is there a problem? None, she said quickly, though her expression betrayed a flicker of surprise. It's just, your name brought back some old memories. I hope they're not too bad, Tai Lung replied evenly. I came here to visit the Jade Palace, more specifically, Master Shifu. Tigress raised a brow. Is there something you need from Master Shifu? No, it's just a personal visit. She studied him a little longer but let it go. I've just returned to the valley myself and was heading to the Jade Palace. You can come with me. Sure, Tai Lung said simply. As they made their way together, they exchanged small talk. Tai Lung asked about the valley, the people, and what notable events had transpired in his absence. Tigress answered patiently, willing to indulge this strange, polite visitor. When they reached the stairway, she couldn't help but notice how easily he climbed, his breathing steady, his movement smooth. This man was clearly trained. Minutes later, the two entered the Jade Palace. Inside, they were greeted by the sight of Po the panda sparring with a small Corsac fox, giving her pointers as they exchanged blows. Tai Lung stopped to watch, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is Po teaching his sidekick? Tigress glanced at him. Zhen is the dragon warrior, a successor and student of Po. Do you know Po? She asked, her tone sharpening. And why did you call Zhen a sidekick? Yes, Tai Lung answered calmly. Years ago, I fought him once and lost. And that fox was with Po when he fought the chameleon. I always thought the fox was Po's sidekick. That made Tigress hesitate. She knew fragments of that battle. Only Po, Zhen, and the Spirit Realm Masters were present during that battle. If this stranger knew of it, had he been there? If so, then he must have been a follower of the chameleon who had witnessed from the shadows. And the fact that he openly admitted to being defeated by Po only seemed to support that. The sparring came to an end. Tai Lung stepped forward, calling out with a smile, Hello, Po. It's been quite some time. The panda looked up, blinking, then smiled apologetically. Hello, I'm sorry, but I don't recall who you are. Still, something about you feels familiar. Tai Lung chuckled. I didn't expect you to recognize me. I am Tai Lung. Po blinked again. That name, it brings back some memories. So I've been told, Tai Lung said lightly. Then his expression turned a bit sharper. Tell me, Po, where is Master Shifu? Po tilted his head, thinking. I don't know. He left earlier today with the rest of the Furious Five to visit a friend, but he should be back soon. Maybe a few hours at most. For the first time since arriving, Tai Lung's smile faded. He frowned. I didn't know Shifu had friends. Po raised his paws defensively. That's mean of you. Master Shifu does have friends. Do you believe what you just said? Tai Lung countered with a raised brow. Po let out a weak laugh. A little. Tai Lung sighed, clearly impatient. I hope he comes back before evening. I don't have much time left to wait too long. If you need help with something, maybe I could help, Po offered. Tai Lung shook his head. Thank you, but I need only to speak with Master Shifu. It is personal. Zhen, who had been listening from the side with growing curiosity, suddenly spoke. So, what are you? First time seeing your kind. Tai Lung turned his head slightly toward her and answered. I am a human. First time hearing that as well, Zhen replied, tilting her head. I'm not surprised, Tai Lung said with a faint smile. Po chimed in. While we wait for Master Shifu, would you like to drink some tea? No, thank you, I'm good, Tai Lung answered. His gaze lingered on Po for a while, as if weighing him, then his lips curved into a sharper smile. What about sparring with me? I'm interested in having a rematch against you. Po blinked, caught off guard. Have we fought before? Yes, Tai Lung replied, and you won. Oh, Po muttered, scratching the back of his head. He clearly didn't remember that. Before he could say anything more, Zhen jumped in eagerly. I'm the dragon warrior. What about facing me? Tai Lung regarded her for only a brief moment before shaking his head. You still have a long way to go. Your Kai is still growing. Right now, you're not even on Oogway's level. Po, on the other hand, his raw Kai alone is almost equal to mine and Oogway combined. Zhen's eyes widened, while Po showed a mix of surprise and confusion. Tai Lung kept his focus on the panda. Now I know why Oogway chose you. Your Kai must have been much greater than the rest of us since then. Thanks, Po said awkwardly. Then curious he asked, wait, you can feel Kai. Tai Lung nodded. I unlocked my chakras and reached inner peace. That's impressive, Po admitted honestly. Behind them, Tigress's eyes narrowed as she studied Tai Lung's back. None of this made sense. This stranger, this human, spoke as though he was familiar with Po in the past and compared himself to Oogway, even suggesting he rivaled or surpassed the old master's power, yet no one has heard of him before. Yet Po didn't remember him. Who was this man really? Was his name truly Tai Lung? Zhen, meanwhile, was bristling. The dismissal in his words stung her pride. Now I really want to spar with you, she said, her tail lashing. I'll show you who still has a long way to go. Tai Lung's eyes slid to her, calm and unreadable. Fine, let's make it quick. Then I'll have my rematch with Po. And so the spar was set. On the stone courtyard floor, each of them took a side, while Po and Tigress stepped aside to watch. Zhen smiled, brimming with confidence. I won't go easy on you. Tai Lung mirrored her expression with one of his own. Give me your best. Zhen wasted no time. She lunged forward, unleashing a storm of punches and kicks, each strike flowing into the next. But Tai Lung met her flurry with effortless grace, dodging and deflecting every blow. He was taller, larger, and every inch of that advantage was used to keep her off balance. Zhen's body was half his size, and he ensured it worked against her. Each time she closed in, he shifted back just far enough to slip from her reach, striking her with quick blows from a distance she couldn't counter, then widening the gap again. Frustrated, Zhen glared at him. You coward, stop dodging and retreating. Tai Lung chuckled softly. Anger and pride will be your downfall. Her eyes narrowed with fire and she burst forward again, this time faster, sharper. But Tai Lung moved faster still. This time he didn't dodge. His hands blurred. Fingers jabbed into her chest in rapid succession, each strike precise and devastating. Zhen gasped, her body stiffening. Within moments, her limbs gave way and she collapsed onto the stone floor, paralyzed. Po and Tigress both widened their eyes. That technique, so refined and merciless, was something only a few masters in history could perform. And the speed he had moved with? Tigress clenched her fists unconsciously. She wasn't certain she could have blocked it if she was in Zhen's place. She wondered who this person was. Chapter 64. Po walked closer to Tai Lung, his round face glowing with excitement. That was amazing. This is the best demonstration of the nerve strike I've seen in years. If you struck me like that suddenly, I wouldn't be able to defend myself. Tai Lung chuckled, his voice carrying a sharp edge of humor. You're too fat, Panda. The nerve strike doesn't work on you. Po burst out laughing, then paused, tapping his chin. Now that I think about it, the last person who was so skilled with this technique was also named Tai Lung. Tai Lung chuckled again, his eyes narrowing just slightly. Names have a power over our fates. Po nodded thoughtfully, then turned his attention to Zhen. Kneeling down beside the fox, he pressed his paws gently against her. A warm golden glow radiated from him, flowing into her small frame. In moments, Zhen's paralyzed body regained its strength, and she stood shakily. Tai Lung raised a brow. This is even more impressive, healing Kai, and this fast. Thanks, Po said simply. Zhen clenched her fists, cheeks burning with frustration. That doesn't count, you took me off guard, I demand a rematch. Tai Lung's gaze turned cold. I told you, anger and pride will be your downfall. There is no excuse in the world that can undo the damage they cause. Zhen froze, his words felt heavy for some reason. She fell silent, while Po nodded approvingly at the wisdom in Tai Lung's rebuke. From behind, Tigress spoke, her tone full of curiosity. It seems you speak from experience. I do, Tai Lung replied, his voice heavy with certainty. Then he turned back to Po. Shall we? Po nodded, while Zhen walked dejectedly to stand beside Tigress. This time, Tai Lung shifted into a stance, his posture sharp, precise, and brimming with intent. The casual, relaxed air he had carried earlier was gone, replaced with utter seriousness. Po smirked. You're taking this too seriously already, I like it. Last time I underestimated you, Tai Lung said, his eyes narrowing. Even ignored you, but this time I will face you with everything I have. In the next instant, Tai Lung blurred forward at full speed. Po's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly steadied himself. The flurry began. Tai Lung's strikes were fast and ferocious, fists and legs moving like lightning. His style was unrelenting, every movement designed to overwhelm. But Po was no longer the untrained panda of their first meeting, he was now a true kung fu master. He blocked, redirected, and countered, though each strike rattled him with its sheer force. Even so, Tai Lung's speed and power began pushing him back step by step. Po's thick frame was his only shield against the storm of attacks, absorbing what lesser warriors could not survive. Tai Lung, sensing his momentum falter, abruptly flipped into the air and landed behind Po. The panda spun quickly, expecting an attack from above, but Tai Lung was already crouched low. In a flash, he seized Po's ankle and with monstrous strength, lifted him clean off the ground. With a roar, he hurled Po into a nearby tree, splintering wood and shaking leaves loose. Po groaned in pain as he rolled to the ground. But Tai Lung didn't pursue him. He stood calmly, eyes burning with challenge. Come on, panda, fight me with everything you have. Po rose to his feet slowly, brushing off dirt. Then he smiled. You asked for it. He clasped his hands tightly together, and golden light began to radiate from them, growing brighter and brighter until it seemed the air itself shimmered. Tai Lung narrowed his eyes, watching. Experience, the great golden palm Kai, Po roared, thrusting his palm forward. A colossal golden palm surged from his strike, slamming toward Tai Lung with unstoppable force. The human crossed both arms in front of him, bracing. The impact tore through the courtyard, sending him flying, tumbling across the ground before crashing to a stop. Tai Lung stood quickly, brushing dust from his shoulders. Okay, that's new and pretty strong. Po grinned, his confidence surging. There's more where that came from. Dozens of glowing golden palms burst forth, hammering toward Tai Lung from all directions. His eyes widened, and he darted frantically between them, dodging the devastating blows that shattered stone, cracked earth, and bent trees. Then a voice rang out, sharp and furious. What is going on here? Both Tai Lung and Po froze mid-motion. They turned toward the gates, where Shifu stood, flanked by the 4 other furious 5. All wore expressions of shock. Po, Shifu's voice was sharp with fury. You are destroying the Jade Palace. Po looked around and gasped. Behind Tai Lung, the trees were splintered, the ground scarred, walls cracked and crumbling under the barrage of golden strikes. He yelped, waving his hands. I'm sorry. Tai Lung, however, stood still, his gaze locked on Shifu. This was the moment he had come for, to see his old master, but no words came to him. At last, after what felt like an eternity, Tai Lung spoke. The damage can be fixed later, but this match must continue. Po turned to him, surprise in his eyes. Shifu, however, snapped, And who are you? That can wait, Tai Lung said curtly. Po studied the fire in his eyes, then spoke firmly. Master Shifu, let us finish the match. Shifu frowned, weighing the seriousness in both of their stances. At last, he gave a reluctant nod. Nearby, Monkey leaned closer to Tigress. Who is that, and what kind of animal is he? I'm not sure of his identity, Tigress admitted, her eyes never leaving Tai Lung. But he called himself a human. Monkey blinked. A human, first time hearing that. The others were as clueless as he was. Meanwhile, Po and Tai Lung took their stances once again. In the blink of an eye, Tai Lung lunged forward. This time, his speed was greater than before, terrifyingly so. Behind him, blue fire erupted, propelling his body with explosive momentum. Po had no time to prepare. The onslaught crashed into him like a storm. Tai Lung's ferocity had reached a new level, his fists now shrouded in searing blue flames. Each strike burned Po's fur, scorched his skin. Po screamed as he struggled to defend himself, every block rattling his body. The fire burned hotter and hotter. Po realized he couldn't keep defending, not against this. With a roar, he slammed his golden glowing fist into the ground. Cracks split through the Jade Palace floor as a radiant wave of energy blasted outward, throwing Tai Lung back. Po leapt away with newfound agility, landing on the wall of the Jade Palace. He looked at his opponent in shock, gasping, What is with that fire? Tai Lung only growled. Clenching his fists, he punched toward Po. From the tip of his strike, an enormous wave of blue fire erupted, roaring across the courtyard. Po's eyes widened, fear flashing in them. He spun his paws in circles, conjuring a golden shield, the shape of the yin-yang symbol glowing in the air before him. The torrent of flame smashed into the shield, pressing it back toward Po. He screamed, straining with all his strength. Then the shield burst apart in golden sparks as the fire wave dissipated. The 2 warriors glared at one another, neither backing down. Po's paws blazed with golden light as he unleashed a dozen rapid palm strikes. Tai Lung countered, answering with dozens of blazing blue fire waves. Their attacks collided in midair, exploding in bursts that shook the Jade Palace. From the side, Shifu, Zhen, and the Furious 5 stared in a mixture of awe and dread. The strange intruder was wielding mystical blue fire and fighting Po on equal terms, perhaps even pushing him back. They could all see it. Po wasn't holding back. He was giving it everything he had. But Tai Lung was not finished. Seeing the deadlock, he unleashed flames from his feet, propelling himself skyward. Spinning midair, he flipped and unleashed a rain of fire upon Po below. The panda scrambled, leaping aside just in time as a wall of fire scorched the ground where he had stood. Po barely regained his footing when he saw Tai Lung descending toward him like a meteor, blue fire trailing behind him like a comet. Gritting his teeth, Po clutched his belly, ready to use it as a shield to reflect the strike, the same move he had once used to defeat Tai Lung long ago. But Tai Lung saw it. He remembered. That move had once sent him flying above the clouds. With a sudden twist midair, he spun around Po and landed behind him in a blur. Before Po could react, Tai Lung's fist smashed into his face. A triple kick followed, lightning fast, and then a final, crushing punch that sent Po flying across the courtyard. The spectators gasped in amazement. Po's body crashed against the stone, rolling painfully as he struggled to rise. Shifu's eyes widened, not at Po, but at Tai Lung's movements. They were familiar. Frighteningly so. Did he tell you his name? Shifu asked, his voice low, urgent. Tigress nodded, though uncertainty clouded her face. Yes, but I'm not sure if he was telling the truth. He said his name is Tai Lung. Shifu's heart clenched at the words. Shock and disbelief washed over him, but there was no time to dwell on it. Back in the courtyard, Tai Lung stood tall, staring at the battered old dragon warrior. Lightning began to crackle around his body. He raised 2 fingers, his stance gave a deadly feeling. With a snarl, he thrust forward, unleashing the greatest lightning attack he had ever conjured. Poe's eyes widened in horror as the blue lightning ripped through the air toward him. He shut his eyes tight, bracing for the end. From the sidelines, Zhen and the Furious Five screamed in terror. But the lightning tore past Poe and shot straight toward the distant mountains. The strike slammed into a mountaintop, and with a thunderous explosion, the peak shattered into rubble. When the dust cleared, the top of the mountain was simply gone. Everyone froze, staring at the devastation in stunned silence. They knew if that attack had hit Poe, he would not have survived. He would have been sent straight to the spirit realm. Chapter 65. The dust over the ruined mountains slowly drifted away, yet no one in the Jade Palace courtyard could tear their eyes from the destruction they had witnessed. After what felt like eternity, Poe and the others had shifted their gaze from the shattered peak back to Tai Lung, only to see him walking silently, steadily, toward Shifu. He stopped a few feet away, his golden eyes steady. "You have gotten older," Tai Lung said quietly. Shifu stood frozen, his expression filled with shock. His mouth opened as if to speak, then closed again. He tried once more, but no words came. He could only stare, unable to reconcile the figure before him with the student he once loved and lost. "I knew you would recognize me if I continued fighting Poe," Tai Lung continued, his tone more restrained now, almost gentle. He gave a small smile. "Oogway was right about Poe. He is worthy of being the dragon warrior. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I am the greatest student you have ever taught." At last, Shifu managed to find his voice. Why did you change like this? What happened to you?" Tai Lung's gaze softened. "It is a long story," he admitted. "But over the years I had time to think of everything. Your turning your back on me was no excuse for the destruction I unleashed. I implicated innocence. My pride, my anger, they blinded me back then. You were both my father and my teacher, and I repaid all of that by attacking you for a single mistake you made. I came back to say, I am sorry for all the pain I have caused you." Then, to everyone's shock, Tai Lung dropped to his knees. He pressed his forehead to the ground, kowtowing before his old master. The courtyard fell silent. Poe and the others stared wide-eyed, realization dawning on them. This human form, this strange visitor, was the same snow leopard who had once terrorized the Valley of Peace and gave them the beating of their life. Shifu's eyes trembled as he looked at the disciple who had once shattered his heart. For several long seconds, he said nothing. Then, in a voice that quivered with both pain and relief, he said, "Raise your head, Tai Lung." Tai Lung lifted his gaze. Slowly, Shifu stepped forward. Then, in an act that stunned everyone present, he pulled Tai Lung into an embrace. "I don't know what happened to you," Shifu whispered softly, "but I am so glad you let go of the anger and hate that once consumed you." Tai Lung returned the hug, his arms tightening around the master who had once been both father and teacher to him. From the side, Poe, Zhen, and the Furious Five watched in silence, their disbelief mixing with awe. Hours later, the courtyard was calm again. Tai Lung sat with Shifu, Poe, and the others, speaking openly. He told them how he had stumbled upon an anomaly that had flung him into another world. He had lived there for nearly 17 years. And yet, from what he learned, only 6 years had passed since Poe's fight with the chameleon. Tai Lung spoke of strange spirits, bending, and wonders beyond imagination. The tale fascinated all who listened. When he finished, Shifu's face fell, sadness shadowing his eyes. "So, this is a one-time visit, a moment that will never happen again." Tai Lung nodded. "I am sorry. According to the ancient spirit who helped me return, I will never be able to visit this world after today." The monkey slumped back with a sigh. "That's kind of disappointing. Just when you stop being all angry and evil, you're stuck in a different world." "That is my fate," Tai Lung replied calmly. Poe leaned forward curiously. "So, what are you planning to do in the other world now? Are you going to be a protector of peace?" Tai Lung went quiet, thinking for a moment. Then he said, I've been searching for my purpose for years, but after this visit, I think I finally know what I want to do with my life. Actually, Po, you gave me inspiration. Me? Po blinked, pointing at himself. Tai Lung chuckled. If a silly panda like you can become a teacher, then so can I. In fact, I've taught before and I found it relaxing, enjoyable even. When I go back, I want to focus more on that. Perhaps I'll even start a Jade Palace branch in another world. I am not silly, Po protested, puffing out his chest. Shifu smiled gently. That sounds nice. I am glad and grateful that you found your own path. But Crane frowned thoughtfully. There's one thing I don't understand. You said the spirit gave you 3 days to come here, and now you're saying your time is nearing its end. How did you lose all of your time? Tai Lung let out a sigh before speaking. The spirit sent me back to the spirit realm, and I didn't know how to leave it on my own. I needed time to figure that out, so I went after an old acquaintance of yours, to learn from him. His words puzzled everyone. Po, Tigress, the Furious Five, even Shifu, all of them exchanged confused glances. Reaching into his pocket, Tai Lung pulled out a glowing green jade and held it up. The moment they saw it, everyone's faces shifted in shock. The jade pulsed faintly, unmistakably belonging to Kai. Po's jaw dropped. Wait, you learned from Kai, his Kai-stealing art, and then you stole his Kai and turned him into a jade. A sly smile spread across Tai Lung's face. Pretty much. It took me some time, especially since he was reluctant to teach me, and it's not easy to pull it off in the first place. Shifu and the others simply stared at him, their disbelief written across their faces. Tai Lung chuckled. Don't give me that look. Think of it as me giving him a taste of his own medicine. He'll be free when I'm gone. Reluctantly, the group nodded. Crane tilted his head. So, with his Kai and yours combined, you managed to leave the spirit realm. Tai Lung shook his head. His Kai isn't that great. The only special thing about him is his perverted art. Tigress narrowed her eyes. Then what did you do? Tai Lung slipped another hand into his other pocket and pulled out another jade. This one shone with a soft, golden light. The courtyard went silent. It was Oogway's. Everyone froze, their breaths caught in their throats. Shifu's eyes darted back and forth between Tai Lung and the jade in disbelief. His voice trembled when he finally spoke. You stole Master Oogway's Kai. Tai Lung shook his head calmly. I didn't steal it. I went to him so he could lend me his Kai. But he was hesitant, clearly, he didn't have his grand disciple in heart. So I had to, regretfully, borrow it with a little force. Fear not, I didn't hit him too hard. Shifu's expression darkened. And here I thought you had started a new life away from dark impulses. It's not that bad, Tai Lung countered. Think about it, he's experienced being a jade before, and it is not like he feels anything in this state. He's too old and probably went through worse things than me. Besides, he's always meditating in the spirit realm. It is just a one-day break before he goes back to an eternity of meditation. But I must admit, I enjoyed the payback. Shifu was left speechless again, as Tai Lung chuckled to himself. Zhen crossed her arms, frowning. It's wrong, but it kind of makes sense. Everyone turned to stare at her. She shrugged. Po suddenly pointed at Tai Lung. Hold on, so I lost to you when you had Master Oogway's and Kai's power to aid you. Tai Lung smirked. I didn't use their Kai, you lost fair and square against me. Before Po could reply, Tai Lung's entire body pulsed red. He looked down at his hand, feeling the strange energy rising, then quickly tossed the 2 jades toward Po. It seems my time is up. Do me a favor, send these 2 back to the spirit realm after I'm gone. Po caught them carefully, his expression heavy. Tai Lung turned his gaze toward Shifu. His voice was softer now, almost reverent. Father, thanks for everything you've done for me. I want you to know that I will honor your teaching this time. I won't disappoint you, even if you're not watching. Shifu's face softened into a warm, trembling smile. Tai Lung shifted his gaze to the others. I am sorry for the past. I hope you will look after Master Shifu in his old life. Tigress smiled faintly. You don't have to say a word. We are fellow students of Master Shifu. The rest of the Furious Five nodded firmly in agreement. Tai Lung smiled back at them. Finally, he turned to Po. You might be a silly fat panda, but I've learned much from you. Thanks, Po. Then, one last time, Tai Lung looked back at Shifu. He gave his master a final smile, then bowed, and in a flash of red light, his body vanished. The courtyard grew silent again. Shifu's smile slowly faded as a single tear traced down his cheek. His voice was soft, heavy with both sorrow and peace. Tai Lung has left us for good. Chapter 66. Azula POV. It had been 3 whole days since Tai Lung disappeared deep into the southern pole. Without him around, without anything to occupy me besides endless training and the occasional conversations with Tai Li and my thoughts had turned inward against my will. Again and again, my mind drifted to the day of Black Sun. The day I, Princess of the Fire Nation, couldn't bend fire for the first time in my life. My fire had vanished, and I knew it had not been mine alone. All firebenders across the world lost their bending that day, all but Tai Lung. He had stood untouched by that cursed eclipse. He bent fire freely, effortlessly, while I felt stripped bare. According to him, it was thanks to his chakras, a concept he explained to me in detail. At the time, I decided to ignore it as mystical nonsense of a one-in-millennium prodigy. But the longer I thought about it, the more those words festered. Chakras, mine were closed, blocked, by fear, guilt, shame, grief, lies, illusions, and earthly attachment. His words replayed in my head, and in the rare, quiet moments I allowed myself, I began to ponder each of them. It didn't take long before I reached the conclusion I hated most. He had been right. I, who always projected perfection, cruelty, and control, was shackled by these very flaws. Fear lurked in me. Guilt, shame, grief, they were there, gnawing quietly. I despised admitting it, but all of them were real. All of them were chains holding me back from something greater, from reaching my true potential. Day after day, the thoughts circled like vultures. I replayed my life, every event, every choice. The more I dwelled, the more the cracks showed. I wasn't perfect. I wasn't untouchable. I was flawed, and it enraged me. By the time a full week had passed since Tai Lung's departure, I was nearly choking on my own thoughts. Seeking distraction, I walked out to the ship's deck to train, but instead I found Tai Li and Mai already there, standing at the railing, staring south. I arched a brow. It's rare to see you at the deck in this cold. Tai Li turned at once, her eyes full of worry. Hey, Azula. Mai didn't bother with pleasantries. Tai Li is worried about Tai Lung. He's been away for an entire week now. I blinked, caught off guard for only a heartbeat before giving my reply. There's no need to worry. He must have found something interesting and lost himself in it. My tone was casual, dismissive, as if to will away her concern. But Tai Li's face tightened. What if something bad happened to him? That I couldn't process. The idea was absurd. My lips curled, and before I could stop myself, I laughed. I laughed loud and hard. Tai Li's expression hardened into anger. Why are you laughing? It's not funny. I paused, smirking in amusement. No, it's hilarious. You're afraid something bad happened to Tai Lung? He took down the ocean's spirit and the avatar. What else is left that could hurt him? What got into your head to think of something so silly? Grow up. Her eyes welled with tears, her voice hurt. Silly? You think something happening to him is silly? He's been gone for a whole week. Even if you're not worried, you don't have to be mean about it. I froze. Her anger, so rare, struck me harder than I expected. Even Mai turned her gaze on me, disapproval etched into her usually indifferent face. For a few long seconds, I didn't speak. Then, quietly, I said, I'm sorry, Tai Li, I didn't mean to. It's just unthinkable to me that Tai Lung could be hurt. I can't understand why you'd worry about something like that. Even the Black Sun couldn't take away his bending. Tai Li's shoulders softened, her expression easing at the sincerity in my words. She sniffled, then said, It's because of that I'm worried. He's strong, and he doesn't shy away from challenges, not even the ocean spirit or the avatar. What if he encountered a dangerous spirit? He said he was sensing some powerful Kai deep in there. I considered her words, then shook my head. Even if there was a spirit, I'm sure Tai Lung is completely unharmed. I paused, folding my arms. Don't forget about his open chakras and the strange powers they give him. Do you realize how hard it is to harm him? And even then, he can do some sort of light bending to heal himself. I let the words hang in the air, firm and confident, though in truth they felt more like a mantra meant to convince Tai Li. Tai Li wiped away her tears, giving a weak smile. "When you put it like that," she said softly, "I do sound silly." I stepped closer to them, folding my arms as if it were nothing. "I understand that you care about him, but honestly, fearing that guy is harmed is the same as fearing fish will rule the world." Ty Lee let out a small chuckle at that, and even Mai's lips curved into the faintest smile. I moved to stand beside Ty Lee, leaning casually against the edge of the deck. My eyes drifted toward the endless stretch of water and ice, though my voice was steady. "You know, I've been thinking about these chakras since Tai Lung explained them to me, how to unlock them. Thanks to that, I've begun to realize just how flawed I am. I don't even know where to start." Both Tai Lee and Mai looked at me in surprise. "I didn't expect to hear you say that one day," Tai Lee admitted. I gave a short chuckle. I didn't expect I would say it either. Mai tilted her head slightly and said, "According to what you told us, you need to recognize them, then accept them and overcome them." I snorted softly, easier said than done. Tai Lee tilted her head thoughtfully. "Maybe you need to speak about it, like letting it go, like how Tai Lung was talking with that guru." I fell silent, her words filled me with realization. I stood there thinking for a long moment before I finally spoke. My voice came lower, quieter than usual. "I have always been afraid to be like Zuko, to be a failure, hated by my father. That was my greatest fear." My head lowered. I felt heavy after saying the truth of my feeling like that. Neither Tai Lee nor Mai said anything at first. Then Tai Lee's voice broke the silence. "Well, you don't need to fear that anymore, right? You know now what kind of person your father really is. His opinion doesn't matter." Her words made me feel lighter. I raised my head and looked at them slowly. A small smile formed on my lips. "You're right." Straightening, I looked at them both, really looked at them. "I'm sorry for all the times I've been mean to you, for not acting like a good friend. In truth, I've been jealous of the two of you." Their widened eyes showed their surprise, but I continued not letting them speak. Turning to Mai, I admitted, "I was jealous that despite how cold, gloomy, and silent you are, you still managed to have friends. Even my brother liked you. Meanwhile, I was the princess, and wherever I went, I always felt all alone." "Azula," Ty Lee began, but I cut her off. "And you, Ty Lee," my throat tightened, but I forced the words out. "I felt even more jealousy and anger toward you. You're no firebender, and I always saw you as the girl who could do circus tricks. But everyone was attracted to you. Everyone paid you attention, while I was ignored." I hesitated before forcing myself to continue. "I didn't understand what Tai Lung saw in you, and there was a time when I even tried to add oil to the fire to make you two fight. I hated that he chose you." Tai Lee's eyes widened. "You, like Tai Lung." I shook my head firmly. "I don't like him. Not back then and not now. I am the princess, and I believed I deserved the best of everything. Tai Lung was the best firebender, even as a child, and it only made sense to me that he should be my partner. I take the best, and only the best. But when your face was injured because of me, I stopped having those thoughts. Because at first, I was glad, thinking now he would leave you. But then I felt nothing but shame for having such thoughts. Since then, I never thought of Tai Lung that way again." At that, I bowed my head to both of them. "I'm sorry. I was a bad friend all this time. My pride and foolishness had blinded me for so many years. I won't blame you if you decide to end our friendship. I'm not worthy of you." For a moment, there was silence between us. Then Tai Lee and Mai exchanged a glance. Without a word, they both moved closer and wrapped their arms around me in a firm embrace. "You are our friend," Tai Lee said softly against my shoulder, "and the past is the past." Chapter 67. On the day of the Black Sun, while Tai Lung and his crew remained distant, a storm gathered elsewhere. Across the seas, dozens of ships belonging to the Earth Kingdom and the Northern Water Tribe had gathered at a small island close to the Fire Nation. The decks were crowded with warriors, near 2,000 of the finest earthbenders and waterbenders, elites from both nations standing ready for the greatest gamble of the war. Mist rose across the waters, a thick fog conjured by the waterbenders to shield the fleet from prying eyes. Not a soul of the Fire Nation would see them coming. On the shore, the army had gathered in ranks. At the front stood General Hao, the leader of the Earth Kingdom's Council of Five. Behind him, a massive map of the Fire Nation islands had been pinned to a wooden board. His voice carried over the soldiers as he gestured toward the map. Our first obstacle, General Hao declared, his hand tracing the sea path, is the Gate of Azula. Once we pass it, we will enter the heart of Fire Nation defenses. Dozens of towers and posts line the cliffs. Their navy will meet us with ships of their own. He turned to the rows of soldiers, his gaze sharp. The Earthbenders will be responsible for protecting our fleet. The Waterbenders will lead the attack against their ships. Meanwhile, the Avatar and his companions will scale the cliffs and eliminate the defenses above. A murmur spread through the ranks as he pointed to the capital. Once we reach the docks, the real battle begins. We must charge through the city streets straight to the royal palace. By the time the eclipse starts, we must already be at the palace gates. That will be the moment to strike, the moment to end this war. From among the crowd, a waterbender raised his hand. Why not wait for the eclipse before launching the attack? General Hao's voice hardened. The eclipse will last only 8 minutes. In those 8 minutes, firebending will be powerless. We cannot waste time breaching the capital then. We must already be at the palace doors. Only there we can make full use of the eclipse. We will seize the palace while the Avatar ends the Fire Lord and bring this war to its close. The explanation quieted most, but another voice rose from the Earthbender ranks. What about the Fire Avatar? What if we encounter him before the eclipse or worse, after? A grim look shadowed the general's face. His answer came heavy. The Avatar will aid us against him, and we must aid the Avatar if possible. If the eclipse begins and that monster is still standing, then all of us, must strike him together with everything we have. He cannot be allowed to retreat. The success of this invasion may rest on his defeat. Ending him is more important than the Fire Lord himself. The soldiers exchanged uneasy looks, their faces pale and grim. General Hao looked over them all, his voice rising with conviction. Those who stand here today are the bravest, the strongest of our two nations. With the Avatar by our side, today is our chance, the greatest chance we will ever have to bring this war to an end. Know this, I am proud to stand and fight beside you. Prepare yourselves. We set sail in 30 minutes. With that, he dismissed the soldiers and turned his steps toward a small group standing apart. The Avatar and his companions waited quietly, eyes fixed on him as he approached. Avatar Ong, General Hao said, his voice softening but no less firm. The world depends on you to end both the Fire Lord and Tai Lung. You are our greatest force. Ong nodded solemnly, his heart heavy. The general gave a brief nod before turning away to see to the final preparations. Ong watched him go, his fingers curling into fists. I just hope nothing goes wrong, he murmured. It'll be a disaster if I can't stop Tai Lung. Sokka clapped him on the shoulder. Calm down, Ong, you're way stronger than before. You've fully mastered earthbending, unlocked the Avatar state, and even opened your chakras. You'll be fine. But Ong's expression didn't ease. His voice was low, troubled. Guru Pathak warned me not to face him before I mastered all 4 elements. That worries me. Someone who is supposed to be able to communicate with the universe warned me of facing Tai Lung, then that's concerning. And what if Tai Lung waits until after the eclipse to strike? What if I can't stop him before he kills everyone? Toph punched his shoulder lightly. Man up, Twinkle Toes, you're the Avatar. Quit whining and start acting like it. You are stronger than you think. Katara stepped closer, her voice gentle but steady. Her eyes softened as she looked at him. I believe in you, Ong. I know you can defeat Tai Lung. Just believe in yourself and everything will be okay. Ong's chest rose and fell as he drew in a deep breath. Her words wrapped around him like sunlight on frozen skin, melting the fear that weighed him down. Slowly, his posture straightened, and determination began to fill his gray eyes. I'll stop him, no matter the cost, he whispered. 2 hours later, the joint fleet of the two nations crept forward beneath the thick fog the waterbenders had created. They reached the Gate of Azula, a strait dominated by a giant statue of Azula rising from the sea at the center of it. On the far edges of the cliffs, 2 great golden eastern dragon statues, majestic and watchful. General Hao stood at the bow of the lead ship and announced, We have reached the Gate of Azula, all ships full readiness for battle. On Ong's ship, Sokka peered through the mist and scoffed, Why do they call it a gate? It's just a strait with a statue. Azula had too much ego. The others smiled at his jab until their faces went still as Katara said, No. Alarm bells rang, and then the dragon statues' mouths, which had massive chains attached, began to be hauled back slowly. With the chains came a great metal net rising from the sea on both sides of Azulin's statue. For a heartbeat, there was only the hiss of the surf. Then the chains ignited. Fire ran along iron links, and an enormous wall of metal and flame rose where the fleet had expected open water. General Howe shouted for the fleet to halt. "Quickly, I want 2 teams of earth and waterbenders to go and destroy the chains holding those nets." Before the teams could be sent, Aang stepped forward. "General, order the ships to keep moving," he said. "I will destroy the chains." General Howe looked at the avatar, then nodded. Aang drew a long breath, closed his eyes, and opened them with both eyes and tattoos glowing. He tore into the sky in a whirling tornado of air and water, racing ahead of the ships. When he reached the statue, he moved with decisive, blade-like motions, a vertical slash with his right hand, then his left. The points where the chains attached to the statue snapped and tore away. The great statue itself began to crumble, and the metal net sank to the sea floor. Aang returned to the lead ship as General Howe offered a curt nod of approval. "Great job, Avatar." Sokka craned his neck toward the horizon. "Fire Nation ships are coming," he shouted. Aang prepared to leap into the fray, but the general held up a hand. "Wait, Avatar, we need you to destroy the towers and posts along the cliffs." Aang nodded, gathered Appa and his team, and surged off to strike the cliff defenses. From every ship, waterbenders launched into the sea and surged toward the Fire Nation vessels. Earthbenders used the rocks they had brought to build floating earth walls before the ships, shields against incoming fire and ballista. Deep in the Fire Nation capital, the royal palace buzzed with the day's business. Fire Lord Oz sat behind the flame curtain with his council when a soldier burst into the chamber. Panic stamped on his face. No etiquette, no formal approach, only breathless urgency as he ran straight to the throne. Ozai, the ministers, and the high officers stared in surprise. The soldier blurted, "Fire Lord, a joint army of earth and waterbenders, led by the Avatar, is attacking us. We didn't notice them until they reached the gate of Azulin. They're about to reach the docks." Anger flared across Ozai's face. How had an enemy force come so close without the Navy's scouts spotting them? The soldier answered, voice trembling, "They used fog to hide their approach." Ozai's shout split the chamber. "FOOLS." He turned on his council and barked orders. "Admirals and generals, lead your soldiers and stop the invasion. Protect our nation." The admirals and generals rose as one, faces set, and left the chamber at a run. Ozai inhaled slowly to temper himself, then looked to the Minister of War. "Are the new ships ready?" he demanded. The minister gave a stiff nod. A cruel smile creased the Fire Lord's face. "Then order them to take flight. Since they saved us the trouble of hunting them down and came all the way here, let us give them a welcoming gift and keep them here forever." Chapter 68. Admiral Lung led his forces toward the edge of the capital, to the great path that linked the docks with the main street leading into the Fire Nation's capital. Alongside him marched the generals and admirals of the Fire Nation, and behind them stood nearly every soldier the capital could muster, all ready to resist the enemy's advance. Though his orders had been to prepare for war, Lung had also sent a small portion of his men to evacuate the civilians, urging them to flee behind the mountains to the far side of the island. He had even given strict orders that 2 soldiers were to see to his wife's safety personally, no matter what. He gazed out over the horizon, where black columns of smoke curled upward, a grim omen of the battle raging closer with every moment. After a pause, Lung turned to a soldier standing at attention. "Go back," he commanded, his voice steady despite the weight in his chest. "Tell the citizens that anyone who can take up arms or bend fire must come and help us defend our homes." The soldier bowed sharply and sprinted away. One of the generals, a stern man with streaks of gray in his hair, approached. General Chen's voice was low, heavy with disbelief. "I never thought I'd live to see the day our capital would be under invasion." Admiral Lung's face was grim as stone. "They took us by surprise," he admitted. "But do you truly believe they can defeat us? Even with the Avatar among them, it will be a bloody and costly fight for them only to fail at the end." General Chen hummed, his expression thoughtful. "Who knows what they are thinking? Perhaps they're hoping our homeland is poorly defended, that they can win through shock and fear. We must admit, it is not a bad strategy. After all, most of our armies are scattered across the Earth Kingdom. Admiral Lung sighed, the sound heavy with tension. The scouts estimate between 1,500 and 2,000 soldiers in the invasion, but the Avatar, he is our greatest concern. General Chen nodded gravely. The Avatar is indeed our greatest threat. I only wish your son was here. I would feel far more at ease with the strongest bender in history fighting by our side. I will never forget the day he saved me and my men from King Bumi's trap. At that, Admiral Lung's grimness softened into a small smile. Part of me regrets allowing him to go off exploring so often, and this time he even took the princess with him. She is skilled, intelligent, and blessed with the charisma to lead. If she stood here in place of her father, I dare say she would be commanding us already. To be frank, I would trade her for him any day of the year. General Chen chuckled. You're right about that. From nearby, General Shugi, who had been standing silent, listening to every word, raised his voice. Can you two save the disrespectful and, I dare say, treasonous talk until after the invasion? We have more pressing matters to worry about than comparing the Fire Lord to his daughter. Admiral Lung and General Chen both broke into laughter at his sharp remark. The sound was grim but strangely relieving in the tense air. Even Shugi, despite himself, allowed a faint smile as he shook his head. Soon after, the enemies arrived, and the Fire Nation defenders stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes fixed on the approaching army. From the sky came the Avatar's flying bison, looming above the battlefield. On the ground, endless ranks of earthbenders and waterbenders marched in unison in a steady formation. The invasion force surged closer like a tidal wave. Admiral Lung raised his arm high, his voice thundering across the line of soldiers. Remember, behind us are our homes, our families. Do not let the enemy pass us. A roar rose from the Fire Nation army, and with that, the bloody clash began. The two forces collided with a deafening crash, earth and water against fire. The battlefield was swallowed by chaos, neither side able to hold back or afford failure. High above, on Appa's back, Ong watched the carnage unfold with a heavy heart, his gray eyes filled with sorrow. I should help them, he whispered, guilt pressing on his chest. You can't, Ong, Sokka said firmly, gripping his sword. Your job is to stop Tai Lung when he arrives and then defeat the Fire Lord. You have to preserve your strength. Katara's brow furrowed as her gaze swept the battle below. But where is Tai Lung? According to the Earth Kingdom intel, his last location was in the Fire Nation not long ago, and no other sightings of him in the Earth Kingdom. He should be still here. But why hasn't he joined the battle? Sokka frowned deeply. Maybe he's waiting. He always shows up when things start going bad for the Fire Nation. Or maybe he's on the other side of the island and hasn't even been notified of the invasion yet. Ong's fists clenched. The eclipse is only a few minutes away. Our forces won't make it in time at this rate, and if Tai Lung arrives after the eclipse is over. His voice trailed off, dread settling in. Sokka cut in, his tone grim. Let's not think about that right now. The team guided Appa behind enemy lines, overlooking the capital below. Thousands of people were streaming through the streets, women clutching their children, elderly leaning on staffs, men carrying bundles of belongings. Families hurried desperately, trying to flee before the war reached them. Ong's face fell. This is so sad. Sokka's jaw tightened. This is what they've been inflicting on the rest of the world for 100 years, but it'll be over soon. Ong gave a slow nod, but Katara suddenly pointed ahead, alarm flashing in her eyes. What are those? They turned to look. From the far side of the city, massive black shapes were rising into the sky. Flying machines, monstrous iron vessels accompanied by dozens of smaller red balloons. Sokka's eyes widened. Did the Fire Nation figure out a way to fly? Ong and Katara stared in horror as the colossal machines began advancing toward the battlefield. Whatever they're planning, it's not good, Ong said. We need to stop them. He leapt from Appa in a rush of air, diving straight toward the flying ships. Sokka seized the reins. Yip yip, Appa veered sharply, speeding after Ong. But before they could approach, the sky itself seemed to explode. Hundreds of blazing fireballs rained down from the ships, forcing Aang and Appa to swerve desperately. Fire streaked across the sky like a storm, blocking their path. "I can't get close," Aang shouted over the roar of flames. "What are they planning?" Sokka yelled back, his eyes narrowed as realization struck. Fire won't even reach the army from this high up. Then it happened. The eclipse had started. Aang said urgently, "The eclipse is starting. Our forces are nowhere near the palace." Sokka said, "But it seems all the Fire Nation soldiers are clustered down there. If we take them down during the eclipse, the capital will be defenseless, and those flying monstrosities can do nothing. We still have a chance to win this." Aang nodded, but their glee didn't last long. The lead ship soared directly over the battlefield and began dropping heavy, black objects from its belly. The bombs tumbled down, striking the ground with thunderous explosions. "They're throwing bombs," Sokka screamed, his voice breaking. The earth below erupted in fire and dust. Earth and water soldiers cried out as explosions tore through their ranks, dozens falling in an instant. The ground quaked, filled with the screams of soldiers caught in the blasts. Aang's eyes widened, horror twisting his face. His grief and fury surged into him like a tidal wave. The blue tattoos on his skin lit up, and his eyes began to glow as his body pulsed with power. "I must stop them," he spoke, his voice overlapping with the past avatars. Aang took flight again, soaring toward the flying ships. With the eclipse sapping their firebending power, no fire rain came to meet him this time. The fleet was completely defenseless against the avatar. With a wave of his hand, he drew water from the city below, from homes, wells, and reservoirs, sending it arcing into the sky. With more waves from his arms, the water torrents were shaped into glinting spears that pierced the red balloons and shredded the ships' hulls. One by one, the airships began to fall. Two of the massive airships, seeing the overwhelming onslaught, turned and fled. Aang did not pursue them. The Fire Nation's flying fleet was defeated. Chapter 69. The battle raged on in bloody fury. Tens of warriors from both sides had already fallen, and still the Fire Nation's line of defense held firm, refusing to let the invaders breach the path to the capital. General Chen wiped the sweat and dust from his brow as he shouted over the clash of steel and bursts of bending. "They're throwing everything at us," he growled, killing an Earth soldier who had charged through the ranks. "Their only plan must be to keep attacking until we break. But why? Why not spread their forces and strike at multiple locations around the city?" Admiral Lung parried a blow and shoved the enemy back with his shoulder, before following with a stream of flame burning the enemy, his face grim as he replied. "The Avatar flew deeper into the capital. Maybe their true plan is to keep us locked here while the Avatar confronts the Fire Lord." He glanced behind them toward the city. A faint, fierce light flickered in his eyes. "The new airships are already in the air. If we can hold for another minute or two, the tide of this battle will turn completely in our favor." The Fire Nation soldiers fought with that hope burning in their hearts, every man and woman straining against the relentless flood of earth and water soldiers. All awaited their reinforcements from the skies. But then, the world itself began to change. The battlefield dimmed, shadows lengthened. Admiral Lung and the other commanders looked upward, and horror seized their faces. The sun, once blazing high, was swallowed in darkness. Gasps rippled through the ranks as the sun was replaced by a black sun. Most soldiers didn't understand what it meant, but the high-ranking officers knew. Admiral Lung's voice cracked as he shouted, "The eclipse! That's why they attacked today," they knew. General Chen cursed, "Agni, help us, without our bending we'll be slaughtered." "Retreat," Admiral Lung bellowed, his voice raw. "Retreat immediately. Scatter across the capital and regroup until the eclipse passes." The men began to pull back in chaos, but the enemy had seen it too. The earth and water benders roared forward, their strikes suddenly fiercer, their confidence rising. Within seconds, hundreds of Fire Nation soldiers fell, injured or slain, their once stalwart defense line collapsing into frantic retreat. And then, the sky filled with a different thunder. The airships arrived. Massive hulks of metal loomed above the battlefield, accompanied by smaller red balloons, and from their bellies they rained bombs. They fell in waves, exploding among the invaders. The earth shook. The cries of dying men, Fire Nation and invaders alike, echoed across the plain. In less than a minute, the carnage exceeded all that had been spilled since the battle began. Admiral Lung's throat went dry as he watched, torn between horror and relief. "Thank Agni these ships were built," he muttered. But his hope shattered in the very next breath. From the skies, wreathed in light and fury, came the Avatar in the Avatar state. He tore through the airships with terrifying speed, destroying one after another with unstoppable force. Explosions burst across the sky as the Fire Nation's greatest advantage was undone before their eyes. Admiral Lung cursed aloud, his voice shaking with rage. He turned to General Chen and Shugi. "Lead your men into the capital, spread out and make your way back to the royal palace. The eclipse won't last long, we must have soldiers ready when it ends." Then he raised his voice so all could hear. "All who can fight with spears and swords, remain with me. We will buy time for our brothers and sisters until their fire returns." 200 men and women rallied to him, gripping their weapons tightly. The rest streamed into the capital, retreating as ordered. General Chen paused, meeting Lung's eyes. For a moment the din of battle faded. "Stay safe, old friend." The other generals and admirals nodded in grim respect before departing, scattering in different directions with their forces. Admiral Lung took a spear from one of the soldiers, its shaft heavy and solid in his hands. He strode to the forefront of the 200 who remained. "Soldiers!" Admiral Lung roared above the sound of cries and chaos. "The enemy reels from our airship bombardment. They are disorganized, strike them down before they can regroup. Every minute we buy is precious." With a defiant cry, the 200 rallied behind him, charging forward into the broken ranks of water and earth benders. The ground was still torn and smoldering from the bombs, enemy formations scattered. Despite lacking their bending, Fire Nation steel clashed with flesh and bone. Spears and blades flashed as they surrounded isolated pockets of benders and cut them down one by one. Courage, not flame, carried them forward. For a brief, shining moment, the strategy worked. The enemy wavered, their front ranks collapsing under the ferocity of the counterattack. But smoke parted and the hundreds more soldiers emerged, advancing relentlessly. Admiral Lung tightened his grip on his spear until his knuckles whitened. "So be it," he muttered, and hurled himself into the fray. He dodged a torrent of water, ducked beneath a stone fist, and drove his spear into one enemy, then ripped it free to stab another. Around him, his soldiers fell. One by one, they were crushed by stone, whipped by water. They couldn't fight all of these enemies. And before long, Admiral Lung stood alone. His spear dripped blood, his armor cracked, his body trembling from exhaustion. Encircled by enemies on all sides, he staggered to his knees, unable to rise again. His face was battered, blood streaming down his brow, but his eyes held no fear. He raised his chin, waiting for the final blow. But instead, the crowd parted. A man in Earth Kingdom General's armor strode forward, a blind girl walking calmly beside him. "So," Lung rasped, his voice faint but steady, "this attack is led by you, General Hao." General Hao stopped before him, eyes sharp. "I didn't expect to find you here, Admiral Lung, and in such a state." Lung's lips curled into a faint, bloody smile. "An unexpected plan indeed, attacking during the eclipse. You caught us off guard, but it won't win you this war. As per protocol, messenger hawks have already been sent to the other islands. Reinforcements will come. Even the Avatar won't hold off everything headed your way." Hao's eyes narrowed dangerously. From above, the air rippled, Avatar Ong descended. "The eclipse is almost over," Ong said, his voice carrying a tone of urgency and worry. "We're still too far from the royal palace. We must retreat now." Hao's jaw clenched. He turned back to Admiral Lung, reluctance burning in his face. He didn't want to retreat, not after they had come so close to striking a decisive blow. "Where is your son, Tai Lung?" General Hao demanded suddenly. "Why hasn't he joined the battle yet?" Ong's eyes widened. He didn't expect this injured man to be Tai Lung's father. Despite the haze of pain, an understanding seized Admiral Lung. So that was it. The enemies feared my son. Even with the Avatar, they knew victory hinged on Tai Lung's absence. The Admiral thought silently. With this realization, the Admiral smirked through bloodied lips. "He is not in the capital, as you may have guessed by now, but as I told you, the hawks are already in the air. It's only a matter of time before you all pay with your lives. Toph shifted beside Hao, her bare feet pressed to the ground. He's not lying, she said flatly. Admiral Lung's eyes flicked toward the blind girl. Could this girl be able to detect lies? Admiral Lung thought to himself. General Hao's face darkened. How long do we have? Admiral Lung stayed silent, his chest heaving. He wanted to tell them not long and Tai Lung is coming, but he knew his son might not hear the news till days or weeks later, and he didn't want to test if the girl can detect lies at this moment. It is better to let the enemy's fear lead them. Snarling, Hao bent a jagged rock and slammed it into Lung's chest. The admiral collapsed onto the ground, coughing blood, his body convulsing. Answer me, General Hao shouted. But Lung only looked up at him and smirked again, blood on his teeth. His silence spoke louder than any words. Before General Hao could strike again, Ong's voice boomed, enough. The invasion ends here. We must leave before it's too late. Hao's fists clenched, his fury rising. Every instinct screamed to finish what they started, but fear of Tai Lung's and the Fire Nation's reinforcement arrival loomed darkly in the back of his mind. With a frustrated growl, he turned to his men. Drag this prisoner with us, he may still prove useful. The order was given. Rough hands seized Admiral Lung, dragging his battered body away. The invading army, shaken and bloodied, pulled back from the capital, their advance stopped by the looming shadow of Tai Lung's absence. And so, the invasion ended in retreat, haunted by the fear of what was yet to come. Chapter 70. Tai Lung sat cross-legged atop Wan Shitong's great feathery back, the giant spirit owl gliding silently through the skies of the spirit world. The wind whipped past them as they made their way toward the portal. On the way, Tai Lung spoke of his strange experience of traveling to another world, recounting details of what he had felt. Wan Shitong listened intently, his questions full of curiosity, and Tai Lung answered them with honesty, describing the world, culture, and everything else the spirit asked about. When they neared the portal, Wan Shitong slowed and descended, talons scraping across the ground as he came to a halt just outside the boundary of that land. The owl spirit ruffled his feathers and said, "This is as far as I take you. I do not like getting too close to Vaatu." Tai Lung smiled faintly. "You've already helped me more than I expected. I owe you for that." Wan Shitong's dark eyes gleamed. "You have shared with me much knowledge and many stories. We are equal." Tai Lung shook his head. "I only answered a few questions." He paused, then asked, "How do you gather books and scrolls from the human world? Perhaps I could write scrolls for you from my old world. I am, after all, master of 1,000 scrolls of kung fu and know much of the history of old masters and their tales, though I admit most are about training and fighting, which you dislike." Wan Shitong suddenly flapped his great wings in a manner more fitting for a child than an ancient spirit. Knowledge is knowledge. The fault lies not in knowledge itself, but in how one chooses to use it. I would welcome any addition to my library. Tai Lung's lips curved into a genuine smile. "In that case, when I am back home, I will begin writing them. But you must excuse me if it takes time. The journey from my home to the South Pole is not a short one." "This is not an issue," Wan Shitong replied. "I will have one of my seekers accompany you." "Seekers," Tai Lung repeated. "My helpers," the spirit explained. "They gather knowledge from the human world and deliver it here, fox spirits." He spread his wings wide, releasing a golden light that shimmered through the air. When it faded, a small fox stood on the ground before Tai Lung. "This is a young spirit," Wan Shitong said. "Take it with you. Through it, you can send me any scroll you write, and if you want anything from my library, simply ask. My library will always be open to friends who do not abuse it for war and violence." Tai Lung bent down, lifted the small fox into his arms, and inclined his head. "Thank you." With the fox tucked close, he bid Wan Shitong farewell and walked toward the glowing portal. Passing by the prison where Vaatu lay, he felt the little fox bristle in distaste, ears folding back. Tai Lung placed a calming hand on its back, channeling his Kai to ease its spirit. He glanced toward Vaatu's looming form. "I'm leaving the spirit world. Since you offered me some help, do you have any words you'd like me to carry to your old friend Rava?" Vaatu's voice rumbled deep and bitter. "No, what is the point when I remain bound here?" Tai Lung smirked. Then I'll tell Ravi you said hello. Vadu said nothing more. Tai Lung approached the blue portal of light, the fox nestled securely against his chest. Pressing his hand against its surface as he had done when he first arrived, he channeled his Kai. In an instant, light erupted, and he found himself once more standing in the bitter cold of the South Pole. Tai Lung looked at the fox spirit and said, "Do you like flying at high speeds?" The spirit fox tilted its head. Back aboard Tai Lung's ship, the air was heavy with gloom. Tai Li in particular seemed weighed down by worry and depression. She had argued more than once that they should go search for Tai Lung, but each time Azula and Han shut her down. They insisted it was better to wait. The deep lands of the South Pole were far too cold and dangerous for them, and Tai Lung must have been occupied with something important. With each passing day, the atmosphere grew darker. Supplies had long since run out, forcing the crew to survive by fishing. The ship remained anchored, waiting for their absent captain. That day, Tai Li sat on the deck, staring south into the endless white. Mai stood nearby with Azula. Her voice was flat, though edged with irritation. "When Tai Lung gets back, I'm going to stab him a few times for keeping us waiting like this." Tai Li's shoulders slumped as she turned to them. "What if he doesn't come back? It's been so long, Mai. I want to go and look for him." Azula crossed her arms, her voice calm and sharp. "Again, Tai Li, he's fine. He probably just got caught up with something. And let's assume the worst happened, something really bad. What could you possibly do? If Tai Lung couldn't handle it, what chance would any of us have?" Tai Li's eyes burned as she glared at Azula. "Definitely not stay here waiting." Azula's expression didn't change. "We could go back and organize a proper force to search for him." Tai Li was furious. "It'll be too late by then." She turned to Mai desperately. "What about you? Do you want to abandon him as well?" Mai met her gaze evenly. "I don't, but I'm with Azula on this. We can't charge blindly into the unknown." Tai Li could hardly believe it. Everyone refused to move. Even Tai Lung's crew showed no interest in searching for him. She knew Tai Lung was powerful, far beyond anyone else, but that didn't mean abandoning him. To her, it was absurd that because he was seen as so strong, no one would even try to help him, as though his strength made him immune to danger. A bitter thought crossed her mind. Does Tai Lung even know this? That people believe in his strength so much, they wouldn't even blink at leaving him behind, thinking he'll be fine. Her fists clenched tightly until Azula suddenly said, "He's back." Tai Li's fury and despair melted instantly. She spun around. In the distance, a blue dot appeared in the sky, drawing closer and closer. Her heart pounded as she watched it grow until finally, Tai Lung descended onto the deck. His eyes scanned them calmly. "Why are you all staring at me like that? Shouldn't you welcome me back instead?" Tears welled in Tai Li's eyes. She leapt forward, throwing her arms around him, sobbing. Tai Lung blinked in confusion, looking at the others. What's wrong with her? Azula's eye twitched, while Mai spoke dryly. "You've got the audacity to ask that after leaving us for so long." "It was only 4 or 5 days at most," Tai Lung replied. "Han should have told you. I've left the ship for that long before, on multiple occasions." The girls stared at him in silence before Mai finally said, her voice flat as ever, "Tai Lung, you were gone for a whole month." Tai Lung froze, realization dawning on him. He spoke quietly, almost to himself. "Time works differently between worlds." He straightened, meeting their gazes. "I'm sorry. I found a gate to the spirit world and I was there. For me, it was only 4 or 5 days." Tai Li suddenly felt something push against her chest. She blinked, stepping back, confused. From under Tai Lung's armor, a small fox head popped out, blinking curiously at her. "This is a fox spirit," Tai Lung explained. "He'll be coming with us." Tai Li extended her hands, taking hold of the fox and bringing it closer to herself, fascinated by it. While Mai crossed her arms, her tone was as dry as ever. "I hope your story or explanation is worth all the trouble you caused us." Tai Lung remained calm. "Let's first go meet with the others. If it's been an entire month, then we should leave this place. I imagine no one wants to stay a day longer here. I'll tell you about the spirit realm and what I found there later." That very day, as the ship set sail from the frozen lands of the South Pole, heading back toward familiar waters, Tai Lung began to recount his journey. He spoke of the strange landscapes of the spirit world, of his encounter with the ancient spirit Vadu, and of the truth he had learned about the Avatar's origin. He told them about the fog spirit that clouded minds and the vast, endless library filled with the wisdom of ages. But one thing he kept hidden: the memories of his past life. Tai Lung decided to keep them to himself. Chapter 71. Lady Zhonglei Lung sat in the heavy silence of her husband's office, a space that now felt as hollow as she did. It had been over a month since the day of the Black Sun, and the news of Admiral Shulian Lung's sacrifice still hung over the household like a shroud. He had given his life, or so they assumed, to hold the line during the eclipse, buying precious time for the capital. Letters of condolence and respect from soldiers of every rank lay piled on his desk. Their words meant nothing to her. Could their respect fill the emptiness in her home? Could their praise bring her husband back? The only shred of hope was the absence of his body. He had been taken prisoner. But that knowledge was a bitter comfort, as the fate of a prisoner of war was often a slow, silent death. Still, it was hope, and she clung to it. The servants brought her meals she could not eat, their worried warnings that she would grow ill falling on deaf ears. What was her health, when her husband's fate remained a terrifying unknown? A knock at the office door stirred her from her thoughts. "I am not hungry," she said, not bothering to look up. "It's me, Mother." Her head snapped up. There in the doorway stood Tai Lung, his face etched with a concern she rarely saw. A choked sob escaped her as he rushed to her side. "Did you hear?" she wept, clutching his arms. "About the invasion." "I was only told we were attacked. I came as soon as I could," Tai Lung said, his voice low and urgent. "What happened?" "Your father," she began, and through her tears, she recounted what she knew about the battle, the eclipse, the stand, and his possible capture. Tai Lung listened in stony silence, her grip on his hands tightening the more she spoke. When she finished, he looked into her eyes, his own blazing with a frightening intensity. "He is alive, I know it, and I will bring him back safe and sound. I would burn the world to ash to do it." "No," she cried, her voice frail with terror. "I cannot lose you too." Tai Lung offered a smile, a gentle expression that did not reach his eyes. "I will be fine, but I swear to you, if a single hair on his head has been harmed, not one of them will live to see tomorrow." He stood, releasing her hands. "Wait for the good news." As he strode from the estate, Lady Lung could only sob, praying for her son's safe return. But the moment he left the estate gate behind him, the mask of calm he had worn for his mother shattered. A rage hotter than any firebending flame consumed him, deeper than his fury over Tai Li's injury, more profound than his confrontation with Shifu after years of imprisonment, darker than the day he was deemed unworthy. He was never this angry before. Tai Lung was heading toward the royal palace. The ship's arrival at one of the Fire Nation bases had carried with it the same grim news that tightened every chest in the capital. Tai Lung's crew had heard the brief whispers at the base and turned for home at full speed. Azula, who had been with them, had been tense the entire journey. Each of them knew what the reports could mean. When the ship reached the capital, Tai Lung did not linger. He rushed for the Lung estate. Azula ran for the royal palace. Within an hour, she stood in the palace corridors, being fed the invasion's facts by grave, careful officers. She learned of Admiral Shulian Lung's last stand and of the man's disappearance, no body found, only the scorch of battle and the ragged hope that he might yet be a prisoner rather than a corpse. Respect folded through Azula for the Admiral's selfless act, a small, surprised sadness for Tai Lung. But under that something colder took root: dread. She had seen Tai Lung's anger before. She knew how quick his judgment became when annoyed, how single-minded he could be, and she understood how dangerous when that single-mindedness took the shape of retribution. If Tai Lung blamed the wrong people, if he blamed the council, or the retreating forces, or the Fire Lord himself, no one could predict how he would act. Azula moved with a speed born of that dread. She pushed into the Fire Lord's chamber with the briskness of purpose. Faces turned, the council hushed. "I heard the news of the invasion, and I came back as fast as I could," she announced. Ozai's gaze sharpened. "Back, what is the point? You were not there when your nation needed you." "I was not aware of the invasion," she shot back, "and I am not here to listen to you. The more important matter is Admiral Lung's possible imprisonment." Her voice was steady. The flame curtain before Ozai swelled as he rose. "Insolent child, how dare you speak like that?" he barked. Azula continued speaking without flinching, not paying any heed to her father's rage. Just as I heard it, Tai Lung would have heard it by now. Knowing him, he will be furious, extremely so. I warn you, watch what you say in front of him. Ozai's contempt turned to fury. I have had enough of your insolence. Just like you, Tai Lung was not here when we were attacked. I don't care what he thinks, his father's sacrifice was pointless. The eclipse lasted only minutes. If he had retreated with the others, the invasion would have failed all the same. The words had barely left him when the door behind Azula swung open. Tai Lung stepped through with the slow, terrible calm of someone who had already measured his options and found them wanting. The room fell into a vacuum of stunned silence. Oz froze, the firelight licking his shocked features. "Tell me, Ozai," Tai Lung said quietly as he closed the distance. "Where were you when the soldiers were dying to protect the capital? I heard you never left this chamber." When he finished speaking, he was standing right in front of the fire curtain. After what seemed eternity, the Fire Lord's jaw worked. "I am the Fire Lord," he answered after a moment, voice tight. "Do you expect me to step out and fight first? Leaders don't fight cannon fooders on the front lines." "Wrong answer," Tai Lung said calmly. He did not shout, he did not lunge. He raised both hands slowly, and they began to glow with a green, sinister light that filled the chamber like a living thing. Shock flared over every face in the room. Azula's eyes widened along with the council as they watched in horror. Ozai screamed loudly as the green energy crawled across his skin. Moments later, his screams which filled the court were abruptly cut and Ozai had vanished. Tai Lung turned around and in his palm sat a piece of polished jade carved with a face mid-scream, Ozai's face, frozen in that last, horrified cry. A silence as heavy as the palace walls followed. Then Tai Lung moved toward Azula. He held out the jade with steady hands. "Starting today," he said, voice low and absolute, "you are the new Fire Lord Azula. Order the army to prepare. We are ending this war once and for all, and I will be leading this army myself." Azula took the jade with fingers that trembled only slightly. The room reeled. Eyes darted from the missing Fire Lord to Azula's hand. They didn't understand what happened, but one thing for sure, Tai Lung turned the Fire Lord into a jade somehow. Tai Lung walked out of the chamber silently. Azula and the others remained frozen, unable to understand what just happened. Seconds later, Azula turned to look at the council who were also staring at her with pale faces. One by one began to bow while saying, "Fire Lord Azula."